Upon awakening, she found herself surrounded by her family, her honest parents, her siblings who were gaunt from hunger, and her elder brother, whose eyes were filled with sorrow. The six of them resided in a dilapidated thatched cottage, without a single tile above or a morsel of land below. Even more lamentable was the fact that each person possessed merely one set of tattered clothing, with no spare garments to change into. How could they be this impoverished? Oh, heaven, do you not have eyes to see? Well then, let us witness how she guides her family towards prosperity, lifting their spirits as she instructs her parents and siblings, teaches the greedy and foolish second aunt, and enlightens the overly submissive uncle. She will counter the audacity of her arrogant cousins, dispel the fog of superstition surrounding her grandmother, and sharpen her own vision toward her ambitions, to have enough to eat, to dress warmly, and to reside in a sturdy brick house. Her approach to struggle is simple. Strike down one who comes, and two if they dare. Fear not the chaos they bring, but rather fear their absence. As long as they dare to disturb, she will strike until they know fear. Today marks the second day since Rao Chuiwe traversed into this realm. At this moment, she stands in front of her humble abode, her gaze lost amidst the lush mountains and flowing waters, her expression still bewildered, as if caught in a dream. A day ago, she awoke to find herself encircled by her family, her honest parents, her emaciated siblings, and her elder brother who bore the scars of abuse. She had crossed into an unknown ancient dynasty, residing in a quaint village nestled by the mountains and rivers. Her father, Rao Shochin, her mother, Lu Xiangchen, her elder brother, Rao Xiangdong, her younger brother, Rao Xiangxi, her younger sister, Rao Arya, and herself, Rao Dei, the unfortunate girl whose body had been occupied by Rao Chuiwe. In this family of six, each possessed only one set of worn clothing, with no means for a change. Their garments, patched upon patches, were in such disrepair that Arya's trousers resembled shorts, while her brother's pants were so tattered that his small backside was exposed. Moreover, the entire family shared a single quilt. What kind of life is this? Rao Chiyu's gaze remained fixated on a singular point, appearing as if her soul had departed. "My daughter, what has happened? Please do not frighten your mother. You must not come to harm." The sight of her eldest daughter in such a state terrified Lu Xiangchuan, who hastily dropped the firewood she held and rushed to embrace her daughter. Rao Chuiwe lifted her bewildered eyes to her mother, her expression blank as she managed a faint smile. "My poor daughter, it is I who have wronged you, who have been so useless." Lu Xiangchuan grasped her daughter's hand, tears streaming down her face, filled with regret and heartache. "Dei, it is your father who has failed you." Rao Shochin looked at his daughter with sorrow, his voice choked as he squatted in a corner, cradling his head. All the siblings gathered around, wailing in despair, with the elder brother gasping for breath. "Dei, please do not scare us. You must not lose your wits." If she were to lose her mind, how would they survive the torment they faced? Rao Chuiwe, with tears brimming in her eyes, wept uncontrollably. How could she refrain from crying when everyone else was overcome with sorrow? In such a mournful atmosphere, it was nearly impossible for her to hold back her tears. The tragedy was simply too overwhelming, a calamity beyond comprehension. After enduring his grief for a while, Rao Shochin picked up a hoe from the corner of the house, intending to head out to work the fields. "Father," Bia could not help but intervene. "Look at how exhausted you are. There are plenty of strong laborers at home. Why must you go alone? Don't go. If you must, at least wait for everyone to go together." Rao Xiangdong shook his head. "My dear girl, we have 15 acres to tend to. If we don't work diligently, we might miss the farming season." He offered a reassuring smile to his daughter before hastily departing. Alas, such foolish filial piety. Oh, Baozi's father, if the family wishes to transform its fortunes, the task is indeed formidable. Watching her father's retreating figure, Rao Chuiwe stamped her foot in frustration. With no other option, she dispatched Arya to the main house to gather intelligence. The residence of the first branch of the family consisted of 2 low adobe houses in the backyard, topped with thatch, built in the year Ya's father married. They were situated a considerable distance from the main house, adorned with blue bricks and black tiles. Rao Chuiwe had absorbed Ya's memories and learned that this place was called Shanshan Village. In front of the village flowed a clear, shimmering river, while it nestled against rolling mountains. With around 50 to 60 households and over 200 inhabitants, Shanshan Village could be considered a community of moderate means within the surrounding 10 miles. Once, the Rao family held a modestly affluent status within Shanshan Village. 50 years prior, the Yas great-grandfather had arrived alone at Shanshan, purchasing over 20 acres of prime rice paddies and constructing a large courtyard of blue bricks with more than a dozen rooms. A diligent man, he later married a hard-working girl from a neighboring village, who was Dias' great-grandmother. The couple lived in harmony and fostered good relations with their neighbors, firmly establishing their roots in Shanshan village. Logically, such a family should have been considered prosperous. Unfortunately, by the time of Dias' father, they struggled to make ends meet, a lamentable situation. Dias' father had 4 brothers and 2 sisters. As the eldest, he endured until nearly 30 years of age before marrying, waiting until his younger siblings were wed. Dias' mother hailed from a poor family in the mountains, robust and lacking the beauty of most women, and was brought home for a mere 500 coins in bride price. Women in the mountains often faced grim fates, as families typically exchanged daughters for sons or sold them outside the mountains for a better price. Dias' grandparents, however, were kind-hearted and could not bear to sell their daughter like livestock. Instead, they sought a diligent and honest son-in-law through relatives beyond the mountains. Dias' grandfather immediately recognized Dias' father and, fearing he might miss this fortunate match, proposed a bride price of only 500 coins. Though Dias' grandmother was initially unimpressed with Dias' mother, she was enticed by the paltry bride price and readily agreed. However, from the moment Dias' mother entered the household, she was met with nothing but scorn from her mother-in-law, who took every opportunity to exploit and belittle this honest and hard-working daughter-in-law, i.e. the long-standing residents of the Rao family. The status of Rao Shochin was negligible, rendering him vulnerable to the bullying and scorn of even the most inconsequential individuals. Through the painful recollections of Daya, Rao Chua learned that the root of this plight originated from a harrowing incident during the birth of Daya's father, which almost resulted in a tragic double demise. It was said that an itinerant priest had proclaimed that Daya's father was a maternal killer, a single utterance that led to Rao Shochin being subjected to his mother's disdain. Were it not for the protection of Daya's great-grandmother, Rao Shochin might have perished at the hands of his own mother before even reaching a month old. The family of Rao Shochin occupied the lowest tier within the Rao household, their voices stifled amidst the 6 of them. When it came to labor, the members of the long-standing branch were always at the forefront during mealtimes. They were not even permitted at the table, and whenever delicacies were served, they could only gaze longingly while being denied the pleasure of tasting. Their clothing, shoes, and socks were never new instead. They were relegated to wearing the cast-offs discarded by others in the household. In other words, the family of Rao Shochin was akin to the flesh upon the chopping board. Chapter 2. A tale of sorrow and despair. The individuals of the second household enjoyed an unparalleled status within the Rao family. The second uncle, having never toiled in the fields from childhood, was sent to the academy at the tender age of 5. He has since become a scholar, currently serving as a teacher in the town's educational institution. The second uncle has 3 sons and 2 daughters, all of whom are pursuing their studies in town, resulting in a strained financial situation for the family, with the eldest son preparing for an impending examination in the provincial capital. The family found themselves significantly lacking in the necessary funds. In a moment of desperation, the second aunt conceived a nefarious plan to sell the eldest daughter into servitude to a wealthy household, hoping to secure a substantial sum for her son's expenses. However, the daughter's mother, discovering this vile intention, intervened forcefully along the way, resolutely refusing to part with her child, even threatening to take her own life. Consequently, the second aunt was compelled to compensate the mother with 30 taels of silver, despite the fact that the anticipated profit from selling her daughter would only amount to 10 taels. Thus, the second aunt suffered a loss of a staggering 20 taels, an amount equivalent to the price of 5 hefty pigs. For an ordinary peasant family, this represented an entire year's worth of sustenance, a sum that many families would struggle to earn a year. Fuming with rage, the second aunt, on her way home and crossing a narrow wooden bridge over a turbulent river swollen with spring waters, could no longer contain her fury and pushed the girl into the water. The current was swift and the girl was quickly swept away. Although she was eventually rescued, it was too late. She had already lost her life. At that moment, Rao Chua inexplicably traversed into this realm, unwittingly seizing a remarkable opportunity. Yet, to everyone else, she appeared to be possessed by a water ghost, rendering her an ill-fated individual. Coincidentally, the second aunt's cousin, while drawing water from a well, nearly fell into it. Seizing this incident as an opportunity, the second aunt summoned a Taoist priest to perform an exorcism, claiming that the water ghost had taken possession of the girl. She insisted that the girl must be sold far away to ensure the safety of the Rao family. Otherwise, it would be the girl's grandparents who would face calamity first. Though the girl's grandmother was inherently kind-hearted, she was also deeply superstitious and harbored unresolved sentiments toward her eldest son. Given the priest's assertions, the grandmother was convinced that the girl was indeed possessed. The second aunt proposed selling Xing to a remote mountain area for 50 taels of silver. After much hesitation, and disregarding the objections of both the grandfather and the girl's family, the grandmother ultimately decided to proceed with the sale. Naturally, the girl's parents were vehemently opposed, leading to a fierce struggle against the second aunt, who found herself at a stalemate. The second aunt's father held a position akin to a village headman, while her elder brother owned a modest business in the city, affording them a degree of respectability. The second aunt, having received considerable affection from her parents in her youth, developed a strong-willed personality, often imposing her will without question. The second uncle, dominated by her, epitomized the archetype of a henpecked husband, never daring to defy her wishes. The simple and illiterate grandparents harbored an inexplicable fear of their daughter-in-law. Whenever she proposed an idea or made a decision, they instinctively refrained from opposing her. Even when they sensed something amiss, they often chose silence over dissent, rarely voicing their concerns. The village headman in the Anlin kingdom bore similarities to that of the Tang dynasty, tasked with managing household registrations, agricultural assessments, inspecting illegal activities, and collecting taxes. According to the village's organization, 4 households form a neighborhood, 5 neighborhoods constitute a protection unit, 100 households make up a community, and 5 communities create a township, with each community appointing a leader. In the eyes of the villagers, the leader holds significant authority. Therefore, whenever disputes arise involving second aunt and Diya's family, grandfather and grandmother instinctively observe Diya's family suffering losses. How tragic! Rao Chuyue sighed deeply, her thoughts interrupted by a terrified child's voice. Mother, second aunt told grandmother she wants to sell eldest sister to the outer regions as a child bride. The 5-year-old girl, Arya, rushed over, her gaunt face glistening with sweat. At that moment, Rao Shochin returned, coincidentally hearing this, and the hoe he carried on his shoulder clattered to the ground, landing squarely on his foot. Blood immediately surged over his foot, a shocking sight. Father is hurt. Shouldn't we tell grandmother and get some money to see a doctor? Arya exclaimed, her eyes filled with concern and panic, her face ashen. It's all right, I'm fine. Rao Shochin gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, forcing a reassuring smile at his daughter, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Arya burst into tears, realizing that grandmother and second aunt would certainly refuse to provide money for a doctor. Yet without treatment, he would have to work in the fields tomorrow. What could they do? Rao Shochin crouched on the ground, his face a mask of agony and helplessness. Decisions made by second aunt were seldom changed. If the grandparents did not support her, it was highly likely she would be sold. A chill surged through Rao Chuyue's heart. She clenched her fists and cried out to Lu Xiangchuan, I want to split the family. If we don't split, I will jump into the river. Being sold is worse than death. At least in death, I would have a place to rest. If I die outside, even my bones might be devoured by wolves. Lu Xiangchuan, taken aback, suddenly broke into loud sobs. My poor daughter. This repeated lament was heartrending. Rao Shochin silently stood up, straightening his back, a resolute glimmer in his eyes. All right, we will split the family. I will speak to your grandparents. Although I may lack ability, I will never sell my children. After saying this, he strode towards the main house. Diya, from here on, she will be referred to as Rao Chuyue, watched her father's seemingly strong back, her heart aching, unable to hold back the tears streaming down her face. In Diya's memories, her father was a devoted son, never defying her grandparents' wishes. He had never opposed the domineering second aunt, always compliant. Today, for the sake of his daughter Diya, he had resolutely decided to split the family. This was an unprecedented and momentous decision. It far exceeded Diya's understanding and expectations, leaving her in disbelief. As if in a dream, the process of separating the family was exceedingly tumultuous, marked by arguments, abuse, and humiliation. Ultimately, Dia's family achieved liberation. However, they were left with almost nothing, merely half a basket of wheat, a tattered quilt that originally belonged to the family, a worn hoe, 6 chipped bowls, a battered iron pot, and a dilapidated shovel. Beyond that, there was absolutely nothing, except for an unwanted, decrepit thatched cottage at the western edge of the village, devoid of a single tile above and any land below. Yet, the children were oblivious, and even the grandparents and the second uncle were unaware of that. In addition to being stripped bare, Dia's parents, under the coercion of the second aunt, had signed an IOU. Dia's family owed the second aunt 20 taels of silver, to be repaid within 2 years, or else Dia would face the fate of being sold off. Rao Chuyue could not help but gaze skyward, overwhelmed with sorrow and indignation. Oh heavens, must you harbor such malice towards me, even if I have crossed over? Is it necessary for my family's plight to be so woeful? Fortunately, the harsh winter had passed, and it was now the season of rebirth, spring. Near the thatched hut, Dia discovered several sprigs of gray vegetable, a small patch of shepherd's purse, and a solitary bitter herb. Dia's eyes instantly gleamed with a vibrant green, akin to a famished wolf spotting a plump lamb, as saliva pooled in her throat. Chapter 3. A fierce strike. Her only sensation at this moment was an insatiable hunger, a gnawing emptiness that made her feel as though her stomach was pressed against her back. She had never experienced such hunger in her previous life. It had been a full day and night since she last consumed any sustenance. Swallowing hard, she endured the discomfort of her hunger and stumbled towards a dandelion. In that fleeting instant, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the shadow of a wild vegetable, and tears began to stream down her cheeks. The rain from last night had left the world shrouded in a fine mist. As she gazed around, she noticed the ground, the underbrush, and the muddy earth, all generously adorned with a soft, dark green carpet of wild vegetables, each the size of a copper coin. These wild vegetables, known as dirt, were a familiar sight from her grandmother's home in her former life, where she had even partaken in their harvest. With deer in hand, along with a handful of wild onions and a sprinkle of chili, she could easily whip up a delectable stir-fry of deer with eggs or shredded meat, a dish so exquisite that would leave one yearning for more. Even a simple stir-fry would be a delightful feast for a rural household. Kneeling on the ground, she began to dig up the wild vegetables with her bare hands, carefully placing the deer beside her finds. Before long, she stumbled upon shepherd's purse, purslane, dandelion, and wild buckwheat among the nearby fields. Truly, the heavens do not forsake those in need. These treasures would ensure she would not perish from hunger this spring. Overwhelmed with excitement, tears sparkled in her eyes, and her frail body seemed to surge with newfound strength as she dug with astonishing speed. A pair of embroidered red shoes abruptly halted before her, and their owner, laughing gaily, inquired, "Dia, what are you doing digging for wild grass?" Dia replied nonchalantly, "Of course, I'm digging for something to eat." The girl in the embroidered shoes gasped in exaggerated shock, exclaiming, "Oh my, I think this Dia has been possessed by a water ghost. Or perhaps her soul has been taken, leaving her foolishly daft. Isn't this wild grass meant for feeding pigs? Does she think she has turned into one?" With that, she erupted into a fit of manic laughter, casting a scornful glance at Dia. Brandishing a bamboo whip, she swung it at Dia while cursing, "You ungrateful wretch. You've caused my mother to lose 20 taels of silver for nothing. The new clothes she promised me are gone now, because of you. Today, I shall teach you a lesson you won't forget." Dia lifted her head, glaring fiercely at the girl in the embroidered shoes, a glint of defiance flashing in her eyes. With a swift motion, she seized the bamboo whip from her adversary, retaliating with 2 swift lashes before effortlessly breaking the sturdy whip into several pieces. This is preposterous," the girl shrieked in terror, disregarding the stinging pain on her body as she turned to flee. She stumbled and fell multiple times, entangled in the weeds along the path, looking utterly disheveled as if pursued by a specter. This was extraordinary. The wretched girl had indeed been possessed by a water ghost. How could she have become so formidable? That gaze of hers was terrifying. Dia snorted disdainfully, watching the retreating figure of the girl in the embroidered shoes, flames of anger igniting in her eyes. According to the memories of the original owner, this audacious girl, around 11 years old, is none other than Rao Muden, the daughter of the second uncle. She has always bullied Dia and her siblings alongside her brothers and sisters throughout their childhood. Rao Muden, being 4 years older than Dia, is the eldest daughter of the second uncle, Rao Shofu. She has a 13-year-old elder brother, Rao Fugue, a 6-year-old younger sister, Rao Moli, and 2 8-year-old younger brothers, Rao Ronghua and Rao Changsheng. The family of 7 is all plump and fair, while the Yuz family of 6 appears almost like refugees in comparison. The Yuz 9-year-old elder brother seems an entire head shorter than the 2 younger cousins from the second uncle's family, who are even a year younger than him. Being thin and small, he stands in stark contrast to his cousins, Rao Ronghua and Rao Changsheng, whose new clothes exemplify the divide between wealth and poverty, abundance and scarcity. The Yuz's second uncle is a scholar, having secured a teaching position in the county school through connections with his wife's family. His 3 sons attend school in the county, returning home every 6 days, while the second aunt, along with her 2 daughters, remains at home, engaging in embroidery and card games, living a life of leisure and indulgence. To make matters worse, the second aunt and Rao Muden occasionally manipulate the Yuz grandmother, Mrs. Jian, who is illiterate and easily swayed, leading her to chastise and command the Yuz family as if they were mere beasts of burden, although Mrs. Jian may feel some remorse afterwards. The next time the second aunt incites her, she will again turn on the Yuz family. How intolerable! Daya konenchet herfeasts, hertit giritit. Oh, Rao chuyu. Vow that one day, I shall make you pay. I will not forgive any of the scoundrels who have bullied my family. Elder sister, has Cousin Muden bullied you again? Are you hurt? Arya inquired, approaching and scanning Dia from head to toe. Noticing no injuries, she breathed a sigh of relief and curiously asked, Elder sister, what are you doing? We have no livestock at home. What use do you have for those wild grasses? Wild grasses? Could it be that the people around here are unaware of edible wild vegetables? Or perhaps these wild vegetables are solely for feeding livestock? Dia returned a surprised glance at her sister before saying, Arya, these wild vegetables are edible. Go fetch a basket from home and bring along our elder brother and younger brothers to help with the digging. All right. Though Arya felt some doubt, she did not voice any objections and dashed back home. Dia smiled gently, standing up and scanning her surroundings. A vast expanse of tender, bitter herbs caught her eye. With delight, she walked over, and suddenly an idea sparked in her mind. Bitter herbs, also known as wild lettuce or by its medicinal name, Beijianko, are a non-toxic wild plant that serves both culinary and medicinal purposes. Rich in carotene, vitamin C, and other elements, they are known to clear heat, reduce swelling, dissolve blood stasis, detoxify, and cool the blood to stop bleeding. When harvested, cleaned, and dried in March, a couple of bundles can be added to the bathwater, preventing sores and prickly heat. Skin bathed in bitter herbs becomes smooth and remarkably elastic. Drinking a decoction of bitter herbs can significantly bolster the human immune system and diminish the incidence of ailments. Furthermore, these herbs possess the remarkable ability to cure foul plague. By finely chopping the bitter herbs and mixing them into the feed, chickens that consume this mixture become immune to the disease. In these mountainous regions, such herbs abound, allowing for the raising of several hundred chickens without any issues whatsoever. Dia envisioned the prosperous life that awaited her as a poultry magnate, and could not help but break into a hearty laugh. Meanwhile, Arya approached from a distance, carrying a tattered basket. Upon hearing her elder sister's seemingly manic laughter, her pallid face turned as white as a sheet. Grasping her brother's sleeve, she anxiously inquired, Brother, has sister truly lost her mind? It would be one thing to mistake wild grass for food, but to laugh so joyfully while on the brink of starvation is quite another. Chapter 4. Brother Xiangdong in her previous life. Rao Chuiwe was the granddaughter of a martial arts family, mastering an array of skills under her uncle's tutelage, and possessing remarkable hearing. Remarkably, even after her transformation into a maiden, her hearing and martial prowess have not waned, accompanying her into this new existence. She overhears her elder brother, Rao Xiangdong exclaimed. Irya, what nonsense are you spouting? No matter how much she changes, she remains your elder sister, my sister. There is nothing to fear. She's simply famished. Perhaps she thinks that since the wild grass can be consumed, it poses no danger. Even wild grass is better than starving to death, isn't it? Irya, somewhat perplexed yet gradually calming, nods in agreement. Indeed, brother speaks truth. She is my elder sister. Nothing to be afraid of. She is so kind and has always treated me well. Even if she has truly lost her senses, she would never harm me. In her heart, Dia cannot help but admire her brother. What a wonderful elder brother he is, readily providing such an excellent excuse for her sister's odd behavior. Her fondness for him surged, filling her with newfound hope and confidence for the days to come. Dia smiled broadly at her brother and lowered her voice. Brother, Irya, that day when second aunt pushed me into the water, I nearly fell prey to a malevolent spirit. But then, a celestial being descended from the heavens and rescued me. He even took me to a wondrous land where I gained much knowledge. For instance, wild vegetables are considered treasures there. A pound could be exchanged for several pounds of rice. Really? You met a celestial being? Both Rao Xiangdong and Aryo exclaimed in astonishment and joy, their eyes brimming with excitement. Dia nodded vigorously, affirming, Yes, I met a celestial being. Otherwise, with the river's raging waters, how could my little arms and legs, which cannot swim, have survived? Exchanging glances filled with elation, Rao Xiangdong and Arya felt tears welling up. Rao Xiangdong reached out to pluck the grass roots from Dia's hair, murmuring, Dia, this is wonderful. I have heard the elders say, surviving great calamities brings future blessings. I am so happy for you. Do not worry. Tomorrow, I will go into the city to find work. I will not let you live on wild vegetables forever. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, his voice choked with emotion. Wild vegetables, which the families within 10 miles typically gathered to feed pigs, were never intended for human consumption. Though he could eat them, the fact that they had fallen to such dire straits was indeed pitiful. Looking at his sisters, their gaunt faces resembling those of beggars, Rao Xiangdong's heart ached with profound sorrow. Dia glanced at her brother and silently shook her head. So dark and thin, she looks no older than 10, appearing 2 years younger than her actual age. With such a frail frame, illiterate, how could she possibly endure labor in the city? Even if she finds work, it would likely be grueling, poorly compensated toil. I believe it wouldn't be long before it broke him. Indeed, young Rao Xiangdong stirred a deep sense of empathy within Dia. She gazed intently at the sorrowful youth before her and earnestly said, Brother, as the saying goes, one relies on the mountains for sustenance when near them and on the waters when close to them. Our village is aptly named Shangquan Village, with the majestic mountains stretching endlessly behind us. Herbs, wild game, and fruits are surely abundant. Living next to such a vast mountain, we shall not suffer from hunger. Let us not speak of laboring in the city. Trust me just this once, and soon enough, I shall ensure that our family enjoys plentiful meals, wears new garments, and resides in a new home. Rao Xiangdong's gaze was one of confusion. Sister, I am aware that you have learned much from the celestial beings. Yet the mountains harbor wild beasts and venomous snakes. It is not as safe as you believe. Only seasoned hunters dare to venture deep into the mountains. Even the nearby ridges have become scarce of rabbits and wild chickens, all having been caught or frightened away by the villagers. Chapter 5. The Bun Mother Majestic. Is that so? The girl raised her gaze toward the distant mountains, a flicker of disappointment passing through her heart. From her brother's words, it seemed that the path of hunting was temporarily blocked. Although she possessed martial skills, at the tender age of 7, venturing into the deep mountains was quite unrealistic. Nevertheless, she was inherently optimistic. Never mind, we can forage for wild vegetables, gather wood-ear mushrooms, pick wild fruits, and collect wildflowers in the nearby hills. That way, we can still earn a little money. By the way, doesn't father know woodworking and basket weaving? Rest assured, our family's life will improve day by day. She smiled softly, her voice resolute and resonant, imparting an enchanting magic to Rao Xiangdong, instilling in him a newfound confidence and fervor for the future. As they spoke, the tattered basket was already brimming with their finds, and the three of them chatted and laughed as they made their way home. Father, mother, second brother, we're back. From a distance, Arya called out loudly. Rao Shochin emerged from the thatched cottage upon hearing her voice. Oh, why did you bring back so many wild herbs? We don't even have pigs at home. By the way, Xiangxi, take them to the old house. It's good to feed the pigs there. Bun, oh bun. Filial. Oh filial. Dia rolled her eyes at her well-meaning father. Father, our family is in such dire straits. Yet you can still think of sending pig fodder to the old house. I truly admire you. In this region, one can hardly find anyone as filial as you. Though Rao Shochin was simple and honest, he was not foolish and naturally picked up on the sarcasm in his daughter's words. The smile on his face froze, leaving him at a loss for words. Feeling faint from hunger, lacked the energy to engage with him, and offered a weak smile to her mother. Mother, I am hungry. Could you please blanch these wild vegetables in boiling water, adding some salt and wild onions to make a soup? If I don't eat anything, I might just perish for hunger. Huh? Eating wild vegetables? Lu Xiangchuan instinctively glanced at her husband, a hint of hesitation in her heart. The Rao family upheld a principle. Even in poverty, one should not lose their ambitions. They would rather starve than beg or consume wild herbs. Furthermore, it was unheard of in these parts for anyone to eat wild greens. Sure enough, Rao Shochin spoke up. Dia, I know you're hungry. I will go and plead with your grandfather, kneeling to beg him for a load of grain. Wild herbs are meant for feeding pigs, not for human consumption. Though we are poor, we must maintain our dignity and not compete with livestock for wild greens. What? What did he just say? Dia quickly cupped her ear, incredulous as she looked at her brother, Xiangdong. Xiangdong, feeling flustered under her gaze, replied softly. Dia, father said that wild vegetables are for feeding livestock, and you should not compete with them for food. Alas, such words seemed utterly absurd, even to Xiangdong. Setting aside whether the wild vegetables were edible, the mere thought of their father wanting to send them to the old house and borrow grain from grandfather struck him as madness. Dia gazed at her father with disbelief, her eyes wide open. Father, in this vast universe, there exists no distinction of wealth. The only division lies in whether something is toxic or harmful to consume. If the wild vegetables are safe for pigs, they're certainly safe for humans as well. We cannot afford to be picky when hunger gnaws at us. Whether it is wild grass or pigweed is of no consequence. The wild vegetables I forage from the fields bear no labels indicating their worth. As for borrowing grain from the old residents, I have chosen to conveniently forget that matter. She looked up at Lu Xiangchuan, her eyes brimming with tears. Mother, I am starving, on the brink of collapse. I feel faint, please. Cook some wild vegetable soup for me. I cannot wait any longer. All right, my dear, I shall do that. You go lie down. It will be ready soon. Lu Xiangchuan's heart ached at her daughter's words, snapping her out of her stupor. My dear, those wild plants are not edible. If your mother finds out, it will be disastrous. Rao Shochin exclaimed, alarmed. My husband, I cannot heed your warning this time. Lu Xiangchuan instinctively mirrored Diya's expression, casting him a glance. These wild grasses are indeed edible vegetables. In Wadaliang, due to the mountainous terrain, people cannot cultivate vegetables or fruits, so they rely on foraging wild plants for sustenance. Rest assured, I have grown up eating wild vegetables. They have neither poisoned me nor turned me into a beast. Wadaliang was Lu Xiangchuan's hometown. Her words were remarkably eloquent, and Bao Xingyang finally asserted herself. Dia could not help but stifle a laugh, casting her mother an approving glance and giving her a thumbs up. Rao Shochin's face flushed crimson, overtaken by embarrassment as he faced the curious gazes of his children and his wife's mocking expression. Daya said what it had me. Though the wild vegetables were devoid of oil, seasoned only with a pinch of salt and some wild onion she had gathered. Yet they were pure, untainted green food, and Dia relished every bite. With her belly full and energy restored, she gathered her family and recounted her encounter with the divine. Before her parents could recover from their shock, she solemnly addressed them. Father, mother, elder brother, second brother, little sister, this matter must remain confidential. Only we must know of it. She shot a pointed glance at her father. Father, the people from the old residence are not our family. I hope you understand this clearly and do not confuse the matter. The little girl, with a serious expression adorning her small face, looked utterly earnest, which made Rao Shochin find it amusing. Ah, this girl has survived adversity and transformed from timid to wise and courageous. Surely, the heavens have shown mercy upon our family. In the midst of this relatively cheerful atmosphere, Dia reached a consensus with her family. From that day forth, her parents would venture into the mountains to gather bamboo and timber to weave baskets and craft small stools and chairs, which they would take to the market to sell at the upcoming fair in 10 days. In the countryside, the siblings ventured into the fields to forage for wild vegetables, gather fruits, and collect mushrooms, all to stave off hunger for their family. On this particular day, while their parents were busy in the mountains harvesting bamboo and timber, Xiang Dong and Xiang, she ventured into the woods to pick fruits and mushrooms. Dia was in the fields with Arya, digging for wild greens when an anxious voice called out from afar. Dia, Dia. Dia paused, bewildered, and looked up. The voice belonged to Shanja, the 8-year-old daughter of her uncle Rao Shojua, and her urgency piqued Dia's curiosity. She quickly ceased her foraging, stood upright, and called out to the approaching Shanja, who was panting heavily. Dia, hurry and hide. Second aunt is coming with people to confront you. Dia was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. How could a woman in her 40s bring a group to confront a mere child? It was broad daylight, and many villagers were working nearby. Second aunt claims you harmed cousin Mutin, and she seeks revenge on your behalf. Most of the second family's members are here. Dia, you must hide with Arya quickly. If you delay, it will be too late. Shanja's expression was filled with panic, her urgency evident as she stomped her foot in frustration at Dia's apparent indifference. Touched by Shanja's concern, Dia expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Shanja. I will hide now, but second aunt might still cause trouble at home. You should leave quickly. Don't let them see you, or you'll be in trouble. While one might evade trouble for a day, one cannot evade it forever. Thus, Dia resolved to confront the impending storm head-on, believing it was better for the elders to understand the severity of the situation sooner rather than later. Perhaps only then could the family find peace. Otherwise, second aunt would continue to view them as easy prey, and one day they might endure severe bullying. This family was akin to dumplings, lacking both the will to resist and the capacity to retaliate. Not even the 11-year-old Rao Changsheng from second aunt's family would find it difficult to intimidate her parents. There exists a principle of catching thieves over 1,000 miles. But there is no such thing as a millennium of guarding against them. The goal was to decisively intimidate second aunt's family, ensuring they ceased their bullying of Dia's household. Dia had no patience for a lifetime of conflict with such troublesome relatives. Life was too long for that. She yearned to seize the day. Dia's aspiration was simple, to be well-fed, warmly clothed, and reside in a sturdy brick house. Wasting time and energy on entanglements with such distasteful relatives held no value. Her strategy for confrontation was clear. If one came to fight, she would retaliate. If two came, she would face them both. She feared not the chaos, but rather the absence of it. Once the uproar began, she would ensure it continued until they were filled with dread. As the protagonist of this tale, she pondered, without a few golden keys to navigate her journey, could it truly be called a transition? Before her arrival in this world, she was a well-trained special police officer. Yet, Dia found herself curious. It had been several days since she had clashed with Mutin, and now second aunt sought her out for trouble. Was this delay a sign of her dullness? Such thoughts crossed her mind, prompting her to voice her inquiry. Chapter 6, A Roar of Anger. Second aunt returned to her family home a few days ago and just came back last night, Shan Cha explained. Oh, I see, Dia exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. I thought so. With second aunt's vengeful nature, how could she possibly let it go just like that? Hey, Dia, what are you doing? Several people have come over, and you're still able to laugh? Shan Cha kept glancing back, her ears perked, attentive to the commotion. After much persuasion, Dia remained steadfast, and at that moment, muffled curses from second aunt drifted to their ears. Shan Cha's face turned pale, and she immediately abandoned her attempts to convince Dia. In that case, be careful, Dia. I'll take my leave. Dia nodded with a smile. Yes. Hurry away. If second aunt spots you, fifth aunt won't have a good day either. Shan Cha agreed and darted into the nearby woods with remarkable speed. as if she were breaking a sprinting record at a modern-day school sports event. Dia watched in astonishment, gaining a deeper understanding of the terrifying nature of her troublesome second aunt. "Little sister, you must leave quickly and find Shan Cha. If you go around that grove and follow the path, it will lead directly to the mill in the village," Dia urged, reluctant to abandon her sister. Arya refused to leave. Dia, feeling helpless, could only smile wryly and continue to gather wild vegetables. At present, these greens were essential sustenance for the family. If they did not gather enough for lunch, their parents and elder brother would return home to hungry stomachs. Arya followed closely beside her elder sister, diligently picking the wild greens. "Dia, you foolish child without proper guidance. How dare you strike Mudan, your cousin? Today, I shall teach you a lesson so that you understand that Mudan is not someone you can bully." While Dia was engrossed in her task of foraging, a harsh and scathing voice pierced her ears. She straightened up and looked over, only to be met with a dark mass of at least 7 or 8 people. Her memory coalesced into a clear image. The intruders were from the old residence, and the one spewing insults was none other than Mudan's mother, her pretentious second aunt. Arya's face turned ashen, trembling as she clutched Ya's garment tightly. Dia quickly bent down, softly reassuring her, "Do not be afraid, little sister. I am here. You hold on to this half-basket of wild greens, step back 20 paces, and hide behind that big tree. Do not show yourself unless I call for you. If things seem dire, run home to find our parents or the clan leader. I want tea. Arya will stay with Dia. I won't let anyone bully you." Arya's voice quivered, yet she stood firm, unmoving. Dia's eyes glistened with tears, touched by her sister's unwavering loyalty. Having such a good sister was a tremendous blessing. For the sake of herself and her family, she resolved to face the challenge head-on today. In a hushed tone, she whispered to Arya, "Be good. Listen to your elder sister, and step back 20 paces. Do not fret, elder sister. Have you forgotten that she has learned martial arts from the deities? With just a few moves, she could send these individuals tumbling like petals in a storm." "Oh, indeed." The eyes of the younger sister sparkled with excitement as she eagerly nodded. "Then, elder sister, please be careful." With a smile, the elder sister nodded back, then lifted her basket and made her way towards the grand tree that could barely be embraced by 2 people. It was at that moment she turned her gaze back, coldly confronting the menacing figures approaching. Leading the charge was the second aunt, striding forward with confidence, a sturdy wooden stick in hand. Her fierce gaze collided with the elder sister's icy stare, and instantly she was consumed by rage and humiliation, unleashing a torrent of curses. "What are you staring at? You wretched girl, raised without a mother-esque guidance. You have brought shame upon the family. How dare you strike your own cousin? Such disloyalty and ingratitude. Today, I shall make you pay dearly." "Oh, you wish to kill me?" The elder sister scoffed, her eyes scanning the surroundings before casually picking up a branch the size of her finger, dismissively replying, "That depends on whether you possess the skill to do so." Heaven knows how she longed to retort, especially after being insulted as a wretched girl. Yet, as her elder, she felt compelled to endure for the time being. This world is far too tumultuous. She could not afford to disregard the principle of filial piety entirely. Otherwise, if matters escalated, even the clan leader and village chief would not side with her. However, her desire to retreat was thwarted by the relentless aggression of others. The second aunt, with one hand on her hip and the other brandishing her stick, launched into a tirade of foul language. "You, who were born without a mother." A surge of anger welled up within the elder sister, bubbling uncontrollably. What lunatic dares to bark senselessly? Upon hearing this, the second aunt's nostrils flared with fury, swinging her stick wildly towards the elder sister. "You wretched broom! Who are you cursing?" Alas, if that blow landed, it could very well crack open the elder sister's skull. The onlookers were terrified. After all, she was a beloved member of the family, and not all hearts in the old residence were devoid of compassion. "Stop this at once." The grandmother's heart raced with fear. The uncle, unable to restrain himself, exclaimed, "Child's mother, stop." The elder sister was no fool. She would not simply stand there to be struck. The moment the second aunt swung her stick, she swiftly retreated several paces, mocking, "I did not name anyone specifically. If the second aunt takes offense, could it be that she thinks herself a rabid dog? She then burst into laughter. I've only ever heard of people scrambling for gold and silver. This is the first time I've witnessed someone scrambling to collect insults. You little wretch, you're asking for a beating. If I don't kill you today, it won't be over. The second aunt, teeth clenched in fury, swung her stick and pursued the elder sister. The elder sister dashed around a dense bamboo thicket, her feet moving swiftly like the wind. The second aunt followed, spewing venomous curses. At that moment, a thunderous voice erupted from the mountains. What are you doing, second aunt? The roar echoed powerfully, reverberating through the valleys. Even the clay figurines would possess some sense of decency. Chapter 7. Intimidation by laughed heartily, clapping her hands and exclaiming, "Ah, brother, you have finally arrived. Come and discipline your wayward daughter, who dares to defy her elders. What use is there for a daughter devoid of shame? Better to sell her off and spare our family from calamity." She displayed no hint of panic, instead adopting a brazen demeanor that left Aya momentarily speechless. Is this truly the epitome of shamelessness? As the saying goes, when one stoops to such depths, they become invincible. Indeed, her father was momentarily unnerved by her audacity. Although displeased by Bai's tirade against his daughter, his ignorance of the true situation rendered him momentarily helpless. He swiftly turned to Dia, panic evident in his eyes. Dia could not help but sigh. Her father had long been accustomed to the bullying from the old house, and after decades of submission, his current demeanor was hardly surprising. "Nonsense," Dia exclaimed, her words sharp as daggers aimed at Bai. "You of all people dare to claim kinship with me. Radia, I spit on your pretensions. A shameless wretch wishing to sell me off? Let us see if you possess the courage to attempt it." Before her words had fully settled, her stick had already struck Bai's shoulder, causing tears to spring forth. Yet Bai remained defiant. "Ah, you little wretch, that hurts. You seek death, don't you?" She then turned her ire towards her husband, Rao Sholi. "You fool, your niece is attacking me. Why do you stand there? Snatch that stick from her and give her a sound beating in retaliation." Rao Sholi stood with his mouth agape, utterly dumbfounded. This was the first time he had encountered such a fierce Dia. Wasn't she always the timid and meek child? His wife's words fell on deaf ears as he remained lost in a state of shock. Bai, incensed, stamped her foot. "Rao Sholi, you worthless." But before she could finish, Dia delivered another fierce blow to her knee. "This is what you get for your insults. I'll teach you to keep your mouth shut." Dia's fury was palpable. "You insolent girl, I curse you to meet a terrible fate." Bai grimaced in pain, her words emerging through gritted teeth. Yet upon meeting Dia's icy gaze, her heart skipped a beat, and she swallowed the venomous words that were about to escape her lips. "Rao Sholi, you spineless coward. Your niece treats me thus, and you stand idle? Do you think you deserve my respect?" She shifted her focus, her words laden with double meaning, her face betraying her intent. "You wretched girl. Await the arrival of my brothers from my family. They shall ensure you weep without respite." Utilizing her family's influence to intimidate the Rao family, Bai was adept at wielding this power. Every time she issued such threats, the Rao family would readily comply. Indeed, Rao Sholi snapped back to reality, his face drained of color, perhaps recalling some unsavory memories. To him, the Bai family loomed like ferocious wolves and tigers. "Useless bookworm," with a disdainful huff, Dia cast a contemptuous glance at her second uncle. Rao Sholi happened to meet her gaze, and instantly he felt a wave of shame wash over him. Hastily diverting his eyes, Dia shook her head and turned to Bai, her lips curving into a half-smile as she remarked, "Excellent. Let more of your maternal family come. Preferably the entire clan, all 20 of them. None of those half-grown boys should be spared. Let them come and deal with my second uncle," giving the Rao family a thorough thrashing. "Indeed, no need for your reminder. Not a single soul present will escape. Especially you, my dear girl. Once my brothers arrive, they will surely bind you up and sell you off to the outskirts." Upon hearing Dia's playful taunts, Bai inadvertently forgot the earlier severity of her words. Her spirits lifting, Dia clapped her hands in laughter. "Let the ruckus be as grand as possible. That way, Brother Fugue 1 Teeny to take the scholar's examination. Regardless of whether he becomes the top scholar, with such a reckless mother, any prospect of a bright future is utterly doomed. The moment those words escaped her lips, Bai's arrogance plummeted to an all-time low. How could she have forgotten that her son was destined to take the scholar's examination, aspiring to become a genshur, or even the highest-ranking scholar? His reputation must be protected. She could not let her son's illustrious future be tarnished. As the saying goes, the meek fear the strong fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who have nothing to lose. Though she was a scoundrel, she cherished her life above all, yearning to become a government lady, always hoping her son would excel and accompany her to the capital to enjoy a life of grandeur. At that moment, Rao Fugue rushed over, having heard the commotion. After inquiring about the situation, he could not help but rub his forehead. "Mother, what are you attempting to do? Hurry back. Are you not embarrassed enough already?" He reached out to pull his mother away, but Bai, unable to withstand the peculiar gazes of the onlookers, reluctantly allowed her son to escort her away. Rao Mudan shot a fierce glare at Iya, leading her younger siblings closely behind. The wolfish glint in her eyes sent a chill down to Ya's spine, causing her heart to race. "Brother, I apologize for the grievances Dia has faced. It is entirely my fault as her uncle. Upon returning, I shall have a serious talk with Bai, and I will also ensure Mudan is properly managed," Rao Sholi said, feeling quite embarrassed, rubbing his hands together as he offered apologies to his elder brother. Rao Shochin quickly waved his hand. "There is no need for such formality, second brother. I bear no ill will. It appears that second sister-in-law recognizes her mistakes. Let us consider today's events settled and not dwell on them further. Mudan is still just a child. Do not be too harsh on her. A few words of admonition will suffice." Deeply touched, Rao Sholi assured his brother several times before taking his leave. Watching his younger brother's somewhat unsteady figure depart, Rao Shochin felt a pang in his heart. His brother was indeed pitiable, subdued by his wife to the point of silence. As the elder brother, he could not offer much assistance, but he could certainly extend a measure of leniency towards his brother's family. Seeing her father in such a light, Dia could only guess his thoughts, leaving her feeling utterly helpless. She understood in her heart that her parents were akin to two dumplings, exceedingly kind-hearted yet vulnerable to deceit, lacking the requisite firmness. Woefully insufficient in that regard. However, what brought her solace was the unwavering love and affection they bestowed upon their children, coupled with their willingness to place their trust in them. Compared to the parents of other families, these two soft-hearted individuals were indeed a rarity in her eyes. In the dead of night, Dia was abruptly roused from slumber, only to discover that she had become a drenched wretch. The thatched roof above had developed a gaping hole, and the thunderous downpour resonated around her. Brilliant flashes of lightning illuminated Ya's terrified and sorrowful little face, alongside the dilapidated straw sandals floating in the water. "Do not fear, for your elder sister is here." Dia comforted her sister Arya, letting out a long sigh within. The issue of their dwelling urgently needed to ascend the agenda. She firmly believed that with the next torrential rain, this thatched hut might very well succumb to the spring deluge, potentially burying their family's cherished stories within its confines. This thatched hut was nothing short of a hazardous structure. From today onwards, updates will resume regularly. Your continued support is greatly appreciated. Thank you, and may everyone have a joyous new year. Chapter 8. The Gathering House. However, constructing a house and moving into a new home is no trivial endeavor. The immediate priority is to procure a set of clothing for each family member. Otherwise, even if father crafts furniture and weaves baskets, there would be no means to sell them in town. The garments are in such a deplorable state that patches upon patches have accumulated, and it is unfortunate that my younger brother's bare bottom is exposed. Presently, even father and mother's clothes are riddled with numerous holes. The family's poverty is so dire that not even a scrap of fabric can be found to mend the clothing. How can one venture out of the village and walk among the bustling streets in such a condition? The family's pride is rather fragile, particularly after father and mother's garments were torn by thorns. They have been retreating into the mountains before dawn and returning home only after nightfall, in an effort to avoid the villagers witnessing their disheveled appearance. This situation cannot persist. It must be resolved without delay. Perhaps selling some vegetables could be a solution, but what could be sold? Our household is too impoverished, lacking influence or resources, and it would be wise to remain inconspicuous to avoid drawing the attention of envious figures. Yet, what should one sell? Deep in thought, a spark of inspiration illuminated Diya's mind. Indeed, no one in the surrounding villages has yet ventured into the business of selling wontons. Why not sell wontons? The wild fields are currently abundant with fresh shepherd's purse, which would make for delightful wontons. If the recipe is sold, it could also lead to a sale of shepherd's purse to local eateries. Resolute in her decision, she assigned a task to the following morning. Please discreetly fetch Shancha and say that I have something to discuss with her. All right. Arya did not inquire further and swiftly dashed away. Before long, Shancha arrived, asking Diya, what do you need? Diya, herkes flushet vite embarrassment, sighed and confessed, I wish to accompany my brother to the town to sell some goods and exchange them for money to buy food and necessities. However, my clothes are too tattered to wear outside. Thus, I would like to borrow a set of clothing from Aunt Wu, and I promise to return it afterward. I cannot conveniently go to the old house, so I would appreciate it if you could convey my request to Aunt Wu. Thank you for your help, both you and Aunt San. Oh dear, this feels rather awkward, she thought, but there was no alternative. Shancha smiled brightly and replied, no problem. I will head home right away and fetch a set for Brother Xiangdong too. Wait for me, Diya. I shall return shortly without needing to consult my mother. I can make my own decisions. With that, she dashed off like the wind. In no time, she returned with 2 sets of clothing in reasonably good condition, adorned with only a couple of patches. Diya, these are my brother's and sister's clothes. They should fit you and Brother Xiangdong perfectly. They are what we wear to visit relatives, and there is nothing better, so please do not disdain them, Shancha said, a hint of shyness in her voice. Diya was deeply touched and expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Shancha. This is more than sufficient. Once I earn some money, I will buy you sweets. In the future, when fortune smiles upon us, I shall make you new clothes to wear. Shancha chuckled. All right, I will eagerly await that day. That evening, after the family enjoyed a soup made from wild vegetables and mushrooms, Diya discussed her plan with her family. Father, Mother, I have discovered a novel recipe, and I intend to sell it at the tavern in town tomorrow. Having sold some money to purchase a plot of land, I decided to construct a new house and acquired some coarse fabric to create 2 sets of clothes for each family member. By the way, I borrowed 2 garments from Shancha, as I plan to accompany my elder brother to town tomorrow. It is wise, yet one must exercise caution. If the recipe can be sold, let it be sold. If not, then it is best to abandon the endeavor and avoid greed. After pondering for a while, Rao Shochin reluctantly agreed. He possessed no decent clothing, and asking fifth brother for a favor seemed quite beyond his capacity. Moreover, the thought of selling food recipes in town appeared utterly unimaginable to him. Agreeing to let Dei go was merely an attempt to allow her a chance at fortune. The journey from Shanjian village to the town spans approximately 30 li, necessitating an early rise before dawn. Once they set out, they would not return until evening, and with not a single copper coin at home, what could he possibly bring back to satisfy the children's hunger? Lu Xiangchuan contemplated this dilemma and, mustering his courage, asked Arya to visit a familiar neighbor and borrow a few sweet potatoes. He tended to the remaining embers in the hearth, burying the sweet potatoes in the glowing coals, covering them with a handful of straw. Upon reaching the town, Dei spotted a kind-faced middle-aged woman, whose cheerful disposition prompted her to inquire, "Excuse me, ma'am, where's the largest restaurant in town?" The woman replied, "The largest restaurant is called Jitsue Tower. Walk to the end of this street, turn right, and after a few dozen steps, you will see a 3-story building. That's Jitsue Tower." Grateful for the guidance, Dei successfully made her way to the entrance of Jitsue Tower, where the smiling waiter greeted them warmly. "Welcome. Are you here for a meal or to stay overnight?" Xiangdong felt a tad intimidated. It was his first encounter with such opulence, causing him to shrink back and reconsider. "Dei, perhaps we should leave. This place is not meant for us." "Brother, do not worry," Remain calm. Dei confidently assured him, turning to the waiter with a sweet smile. Dear sir, we are neither dining nor lodging. Could you kindly assist us in speaking with your manager? I wish to discuss a business matter with him. The waiter maintained his cheerful demeanor, but hesitated, thinking to himself, these siblings clearly come from a poor family. Are they jesting about conducting business with the manager? Dei promptly offered a small bamboo basket. Dear sir, these wild fruits were personally foraged from the mountains. They are deliciously sweet and tangy. Take them home for your younger siblings. Fearing rejection, she quickly added, rest assured, we do not intend to cause any trouble. My mother possesses a time-honored recipe for food. We urgently need money, and we wish to sell the recipe to alleviate our plight. Please, kind sir, help convey our request. Should it succeed, there will be generous rewards. After scratching his head, the waiter finally consented. All right then, I will seek out the manager, though I cannot guarantee you will meet him. Thank you. Dei quickly responded with a smile. Chapter 9. A fortuitous start before long. The innkeeper emerged, inviting them in. Please follow me to the back room. The innkeeper, a man in his mid-30s, displayed a courteous demeanor, not exhibiting any condescension towards the impoverished children, Dia and Xiangdong. With a warm smile, he gestured, please have a seat. Enjoy some hot tea and a snack, and promptly summoned someone to bring forth the refreshments. Thank you, esteemed innkeeper. Dia curtsied respectfully, unable to suppress her admiration. Thinking to herself, what a commendable innkeeper. It was evident that he was not typically so gracious. However, having experienced hardship himself, he was reminded of his younger days upon seeing Dia and Xiangdong, leading him to extend a bit more kindness towards the siblings. The innkeeper, maintaining his polite demeanor, inquired, May I ask, young lady, what delicacies do you wish to sell? With composure and poise, Dia responded, wontons. May I ask if you're familiar with them? Wontons? I have not heard of such a dish. What price do you intend to ask? The innkeeper's eyes sparkled with intrigue, though he kept his curiosity under wraps. Dia smiled and suggested, how about this? Allow me to borrow your kitchen, and I shall prepare some immediately for you to sample. If you find them delectable, we can then discuss the price. What do you say? After a moment's contemplation, the innkeeper agreed. Very well, let us proceed thus. He instructed the attendant to lead Dia and her brother to the kitchen, saying, inform Master Hong to clear the small kitchen. This young lady may request any ingredients she needs, and do not make it difficult for her. Half an hour quickly passed. Dia emerged from the kitchen holding a tray, upon which rested 3 small bowls of steaming wontons, delicate and exquisite, adorned with tender leaves of shepherd's purse, releasing an irresistible aroma. The innkeeper, upon merely catching sight of them, felt his appetite surge. He hastily scooped up a wonton with a spoon, savoring a single bite, and his face lit up with delight. After indulging in 2 more, he set down his spoon, beaming with warmth and friendliness. Young lady, these wontons are exceptional. What price do you intend to set? Having anticipated this moment, Dia extended 2 fingers, declaring, this price is for my family's consumption alone for the next 10 years. I shall not even serve them to guests. Moreover, I assure you that I will never divulge the recipe. Is that acceptable to you? 200 taels would suffice to purchase the 5 acres of barren land near their thatched cottage, along with a small, 10-acre hill, and to construct a modest farmhouse. This was Dia's bottom line. It was a rare opportunity to sell a recipe, and it was imperative that it improved her family's circumstances. Otherwise, the endeavor would be in vain. To her surprise, the innkeeper misinterpreted her intention. After a brief contemplation, he chuckled, 200 taels? That seems rather steep. I cannot authorize any amount above 100 taels without consulting the owner. How about we settle on 100 taels? Otherwise, you would have to wait several days. The owner has gone to the capital and will not return for half a month. What? 100 taels? Daya exclaimed in astonishment, then broke into a sincere smile, clarifying, esteemed innkeeper, you have misunderstood my meaning. I was actually referring to 20 taels. My parents are the most honest individuals one could encounter. If I were to accept 100 taels from you, I would surely face their reprimand upon returning home. Let us settle for 20 taels instead, which would suffice for our family to construct a modest courtyard and purchase several acres of barren land. 20 taels? The shopkeeper was taken aback. This is far too little. Logically, your prescription could fetch 150 taels, but as the proprietor is absent, I cannot make such a decision unilaterally. How about this? Let's both compromise and settle on 50 taels. This child is remarkably sincere. Throughout his many years of dealing with various individuals, the shopkeeper had never encountered such a selfless person before. Moreover, this individual was merely a young girl, which filled him with genuine admiration. Instinctively, he felt compelled to ensure she did not suffer a loss, prompting him to raise the price voluntarily. The young attendant, Chong-in, who had been listening nearby, was left in astonishment. Wow, today has truly opened my eyes. I have never witnessed such a buyer and seller willingly pushing money outward. Dia was equally stunned, astonished by the shopkeeper's honesty. I never expected a merchant from ancient times to be so sincere. She smiled sincerely, saying, "You're truly a good person, shopkeeper. However, 50 taels is still excessive. Since you have made your offer, I propose 30 taels instead. It cannot be more, otherwise I shall not sell my prescription." Wow, what kind of person is this? She refuses silver, 20 taels of pure silver, enough to purchase a modest house in the city. The young attendant was once again dumbfounded. Rao Xiangdong, who had been quietly sipping tea and enjoying snacks, was also taken aback. A prescription can be worth so much silver? My sister is remarkable, but why is it so peculiar? Both the shopkeeper and he are pushing money away. The shopkeeper began to regret his decision to raise the price, realizing that he was not the proprietor. If the owner discovered that he was giving away money, it would not bode well. Although the owner was a kind-hearted individual, pushing money outward was indeed inappropriate. At that moment, hearing Diya's words, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. He smiled warmly at Diya and said, "Very well, let us agree on 30 taels. However, you must write down the recipe meticulously and instruct the chef at Ji Chui Lu." Diya readily agreed. "Certainly. Moreover, in a few days, I can bring you another recipe for a delightful dish. It is something my mother and I have devised, and I assure you, no one in this vicinity has ever tasted it." The shopkeeper was overjoyed. "Oh, I am immensely grateful. Quickly, I shall instruct the young attendant to head to the kitchen and ask Lao Chung to prepare some signature dishes, stating that I wish to entertain esteemed guests." The young attendant exclaimed and hurriedly made his way downstairs. Dia quickly intervened. "Thank you, shopkeeper, but there is no need for such courtesy. My brother and I are in a hurry to return home. We will suffice with these 2 bowls of wontons. We need to finish quickly to guide your chef in making wontons." "Very well, very well. Such sincerity from a young lady compels me to comply with your wishes." The innkeeper respectfully saluted, feeling a profound respect for the young girl. Such a child, so unselfish, is indeed a rarity. It appears that his previous kindness in raising the price was a wise move. Perhaps in the future, this little girl will bring unforeseen rewards to the Jitsue building. Rao Xiangdong, who had scarcely tasted meat throughout his life, was utterly captivated by the delectable wontons. After finishing a bowl, his heart surged with joy and delight. "Sister, well done," he thought, filled with immense pride and admiration for such a capable sister, nurturing beautiful dreams for their future. The seasoned chef at Jitsue building, a robust man in his 40s, possessed a genial and hearty disposition. He treated the little girl with utmost respect, showing no signs of condescension. Dia felt a strong affinity towards him, and as she taught, she devoted herself wholeheartedly. The art of making wontons is not particularly complex. It involves crafting a dough with water and flour, filling it with vegetables, meat, or sugar, and boiling it to perfection. Common fillings include pork, shrimp, vegetables, ginger, scallions, and garlic. As she spoke, she demonstrated the process with great care. The teacher was diligent and unreserved, while the student was attentive and eager to learn. Before long, the seasoned chef grasped the essentials, beaming like the Buddha. "Little girl, thank you. Should you ever face difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my help. I shall assist you in any way I can." Chapter 10. A bountiful return. With a beaming smile, Deya exclaimed, "Wonderful. If I encounter any difficulties in the future, I shall surely seek Uncle's assistance. I hope you won't find me bothersome." "Not at all. You're always warmly welcomed," Uncle Lao Chung replied with a beaming smile, his demeanor earnest and sincere. The siblings brought 30 pounds of shepherd's purse and 2 pounds of wild onions, all of which were purchased by the Jitsue building. The shepherd's purse was priced at 10 won per pound, while the wild onions were 30 won per pound. Additionally, Manager Su arranged with Daya for bi-weekly deliveries, tentatively agreeing on 20 pounds of shepherd's purse and 3 pounds of wild onions for each visit. With their tattered backpack and worn bamboo basket, the siblings joyfully bid farewell, with the manager personally escorting them to the entrance. Daya requested that the 30 taels of silver be exchanged for 2 10-tael notes, 1 5-tael note, and the remainder in loose change. The manager handed Daya a sturdy burlap money bag, into which the notes and coins were placed, resting securely in her small bamboo basket for safekeeping. Throughout their journey, Rao Xiangdong displayed palpable anxiety, frequently glancing at the bamboo basket, fearful that the money bag might be snatched away if you were to lose focus for even a moment. Daya shook her head in exasperation, lowering her voice. "Brother, you needn't be so tense. The more you act this way, the more attention you draw. Just consider, with our shabby attire, we hardly appear wealthy. If we remain composed, nothing untoward will happen." Taking her words to heart, Rao Xiangdong managed a sheepish smile at his sister, making an effort to regain his composure and cease his incessant glances at the bamboo basket. "Brother, let us purchase several yards of cloth, so that each family member can have 2 new garments. Additionally, we should procure some oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and dishware," Daya remarked with a gentle smile, listing the household essentials they lacked. Rao Xiangdong held deep trust in his sister. He had no inclination to oppose her suggestion. "Very well, we shall follow your lead. Whatever you wish to buy, sister, you shall decide." The siblings then made their way to the fabric store, grain shop, and grocery, filling 2 baskets with their purchases. Ultimately, Daya pulled her brother towards the butcher's shop. Standing before the butcher, Rao Xiangdong's eyes gleamed with desire as he swallowed hard. Having never genuinely savored meat in his life, the solitary bowl of wontons he had eaten earlier at the Jitsue building had contained only a meager amount of meat, leaving him unsatisfied. Seeing her brother's longing, Daya felt a pang of sorrow and resolved to treat the family to a hearty meal that day. With a generous spirit, she declared, "Please give me 5 pounds of pork lard, 2 pounds of fatty pork, and 2 ribs." "Certainly. Please wait a moment, young lady. I will provide you with the finest cuts," the butcher replied, delighted to encounter such a generous customer from the countryside, feeling that fortune was finally smiling upon him. Daya had already discreetly shifted the banknotes from the bamboo basket to the backpack, and the considerate butcher placed the meat into the bamboo basket. With a sweet smile, she added, "Uncle, may I have 2 more bones?" The butcher, unperturbed, responded, "Considering your generous purchase, the 2 bones are on the house." He cheerfully added the bones to the bamboo basket. "Really? No charge?" Daya exclaimed, utterly astonished. The proprietor of the butcher shop is surprisingly generous. One must understand that prior to her journey into another realm, purchasing 2 such bones at the supermarket would have cost her no less than 15 or 16 yuan. Rao Xiangdong quickly elucidated, "Sister, these bones are unwanted. When villagers slaughter the annual pig, they are typically given to the dogs." The butcher chuckled amiably, "Indeed, these bones are merely scraps, offered to dog owners. If I cannot give them all away, they will simply be discarded as refuse. This is common knowledge, and I am unafraid to speak it. Yet, it is rather peculiar that this young girl seems unaware that no one pays for these bones." Delighted, Daya exclaimed, "If that is the case, uncle, I would like to add 3 copper coins and purchase 10 bones, if you please." "Certainly, no problem at all. I shall gather them all for you." The butcher, with a beaming smile, swept the bones from the counter into her small bamboo basket, cheerfully adding, "You're always welcome to return." With the addition of several more bones, the basket became considerably heavier. Rao Xiangdong, unwilling to burden his sister, promptly took the basket from her. However, he felt a pang of regret and could not help but grumble, "Sister, these bones have hardly any meat on them. What do you need them for? The journey home will take us 3 hours, and this wait is quite cumbersome. Perhaps we should reconsider?" The butcher kindly interjected, "Little girl, if you prefer not to take them, I can return your 3 copper coins." Daya, in high spirits, waved her hand. "Uncle, you are a good man. These bones will serve a purpose for me. Farewell. I shall return to purchase meat from you again." As she spoke, she strode ahead, leaving Rao Xiangdong no choice but to quicken his pace, his expression tinged with frustration. 3 copper coins could buy several taels of cornmeal, and a pound of cornmeal costs 10 copper coins. Why was Dia so stubborn today, refusing to heed his advice? Dia halted, smiling brightly as she grasped one side of the bamboo basket. "Brother, it's quite heavy. I senti it. Let us carry it together. It will be easier." Noticing his furrowed brow, she could not help but chuckle. "Brother, these bones are wonderful for making soup. They are fragrant and delicious, and they are quite nourishing. Regular consumption can help one grow taller and faster than the average person." Whether or not they could truly enhance growth remained uncertain to her. However, one thing was clear: consuming them regularly would undoubtedly benefit one's health. Upon hearing this, Rao Xiangdong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? That is fantastic. Everyone at home is rather thin, clearly a result of long-standing deprivation. My younger siblings are much smaller and shorter than their peers. I often worry that our parents will suffer from overwork and that my siblings will not grow properly." "Indeed," Dia affirmed with a nod. Rao Xiangdong's spirit soared. When his sister expressed reluctance to walk home and suggested spending 10 copper coins for a cart ride to the neighboring village, he readily agreed without hesitation. The fare from the town to Shangquan village was 5 copper coins per person. As evening approached, the siblings disembarked from the cart at a fork in the road and began their trek towards Shangquan village. They still had approximately 3 li to cover, and shortly after they began walking, a cart approached from behind. Rao Xiangdong exclaimed in alarm, "Sister, that is our village's ox cart, and it seems that second aunt is also aboard." Before he could finish his sentence, the sardonic voice of second aunt drifted over. "Oh dear, a family without a penny to their name has somehow acquired such fine goods. Have they ventured into the city today to engage in nefarious dealings?" Chapter 11. The first encounter second aunt. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Rao Xiangdong's face flushed crimson with anger. "Stop the cart," I shouted loudly, commanding the driver. Uncle Nyo to halt. Uncle Nyo, fearful of provoking such a reckless woman, hastily pulled the ox cart to the side. In the next instant, her hand reached for Rao Xiangdong's basket. "With so many items, since they belong to someone else, why not take some back to honor your grandparents?" "How outrageous!" Dia glared at her with disdain, her voice as cold as ice shards. "If you claim my brother and I are thieves, then you are nothing but a bandit, brazenly robbing your own young nephews and nieces. By have you no shame?" As she spoke, a branch in her hand accurately struck Bai's wrist, halting her attempt to seize Rao Xiangdong's basket. "Ouch! You wretched girl, daring to lay hands on an elder. You are being unfilial and disobedient." Bai screamed in pain, her eyes darting as she addressed those in the cart. "Today you all witness this. Go to the village chief and the clan leader. You must testify for me. Elder, you, who so casually slanders and frames your own young niece, are fit to be called an elder?" Dia looked at Bai with a sardonic smile, her words piercing. "Furthermore, who was it that incited our grandparents to drive our family out of the ancestral home? It was only the beginning of spring, the weather still bitterly cold, and our family of 6 had only a single set of tattered clothing each. My parents' garments are riddled with holes, yet we lack even the scraps of cloth and thread to mend them. Each day, they toil from dawn till dusk, lacking the courage to show their faces in public." As she spoke, she lifted her skirt, surveying those in the cart and the onlookers who had gathered. With tears streaming down her cheeks, she lamented, "The clothes my brother and I were borrowed from fifth aunt's household. Otherwise, how would we dare enter the city?" She then raised her voice again. "Look at second aunt, clad in brand new attire, while her 3 sons are studying in the county school. How can it be that we are of the same family yet experience such disparate fates? Before the division, my parents worked tirelessly year-round without respite, while Uncle S' family reaped the benefits, with only Uncle earning a meager stipend. The rest merely live off idle means. Yet, why is it that they can adorn themselves in gold, with not a single patch on their garments throughout the year? How can the disparity be so vast? To add insult to injury, my parents, being honest and filial, have never uttered a word of complaint even when driven out in such a manner. However, when my mother and I finally devise a recipe to sell for a bit of silver to exchange for much-needed essentials, Second aunt unjustly slanders my brother and me as thieves, which is truly intolerable. Today, it is not that I disrespect my elders. Rather, some do not embody the essence of elderhood, leaving me with no reason to regard them as such. Her eloquent words, filled with sorrow and indignation, resonated profoundly, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Bai, known for her sharp tongue, was married to one of the few scholars in the vicinity. Although the townsfolk dared not openly criticize her, their disdain and coldness were palpable in their glances. Enraged and ashamed, Bai unleashed a torrent of invective. You, Dia, are speaking nonsense. It is you who bullies your elders. Today, I shall tear your mouth apart for your reckless words. With claws bared, she lunged at Dia. An elderly passerby, having observed the scene for some time, could no longer remain a silent witness. He stepped in front of Dia and admonished sternly. Cease this at once. At your age, how can you stoop to bullying a mere 5-year-old child? Have you no shame? She is not just 5. She is over 7. Bai instinctively retorted. Such a frail little child is already over 7? The old man was astounded. Dia smiled faintly and replied, Dear grandfather, you may not know, but since I was a child, I have never had a full meal, and I toil from dawn till dusk. Fish and meat are luxuries reserved for the new year. Just over 10 days ago, my wicked second aunt attempted to sell me. My mother resisted, preventing her from earning those 10 taels of silver. In her fury, she brazenly threw me into the raging river before my parents, nearly sending me to meet the king of hell. With a melancholic tone, she continued, in truth, my family is not destitute. We possess over a dozen acres of fine land. We are far from selling our children. Yet, reality is cruel, dear grandfather. That I have survived to this day is a blessing from the heavens. The elderly gentleman, with a kind face and an extraordinary presence, was accompanied by a young man of about 15 or 16, whose every gesture exuded an air of nobility. Sensing an opportunity to champion justice, Dia decided to unveil certain truths. The old man, filled with righteous indignation, turned to the coachman, Uncle Nyo, and inquired, Is what this child says true? Uncle Nyo, already moved to tears by Dia's account, nodded vigorously, disregarding any potential offense to Bai. Indeed, she speaks the truth. It is far worse than she has revealed. This child's family of 6 has endured hardships that are beyond compare. He recounted several crucial details of their plight to the old man. Having driven carts for over a decade between the village and the town, Uncle Nyo had developed a keen sense, and he could tell that this elder was no villain. Upon hearing the tale, the old man could not contain his fury and chastised Bai. Look at the deeds you have wrought. You have tarnished your ancestors' honor. Bai, already exasperated, erupted in a fit of anger. You old fool, mind your own business. Are you so idle as to meddle in others' affairs? A stream of unseemly epithets poured from her lips. The young man cast a piercing glance, enveloping the air with a chilling aura that made the atmosphere tense and oppressive, leaving Bai feeling as if she were suffocating under the weight of his presence. The voice of Bai ceased abruptly, his face etched with terror. Dia grasped her brother's hand and bowed to the elderly man and the young gentleman. Thank you, esteemed sir and young master. I am Dia from Shanshan village. Today, we are grateful for your righteous words. Please believe that my brother and I have committed no theft. She then turned to the villagers in the ox cart. Speaking earnestly, my brother and I sold our culinary recipes to the largest restaurant in town, Jitsue Lu, at a commendable price. If you harbor any doubts, you may have the village head investigate. I apologize for the inconvenience caused. This delay resulted in Dia and Xiangdong's return to Shanshan village just as dusk began to fall. Their parents, accompanied by Arya and Xiangshi, awaited them at the village entrance, their faces filled with anxiety and unease. Chapter 12. Heartbreak. Though the ox cart moved at a leisurely pace, it was still swifter than that of Dia and Xiangdong. Bai disembarked at the village entrance. Lu Xiangchuan hastened forward, her anxiety palpable as she inquired, Aunt, have you seen Dia and Xiangdong? Those 2 worthless beings? I saw them. They were mauled to death by wolves. Bai's eyes darted about as she maliciously tossed out the words. Lu Xiangchuan fainted on the spot. Such a spineless creature. Reduced to this state by a mere statement? I scoffed internally, yet a flicker of fear compelled her to flee swiftly. What has become of my sister-in-law, turning so malevolent? Daya's inner voice. She has never been a virtuous person. Rao Shochin sighed, cradling his wife in his arms, overwhelmed with sorrow. As he held her, he made his way home, his steps faltering, as if he could hardly bear the weight of familial betrayal. In the depths of his heart, his sister-in-law, being the wife of his younger brother and the mother of several nieces and nephews, was undeniably a close relative. As for Bai's claim about Daya and Xiangdong being devoured by wolves, he could not bring himself to believe, nor did he wish to entertain the thought. Arya and Xiangxi, terrified, began to weep loudly, trailing behind their father, taking hesitant steps toward home. The scene appeared strikingly desolate. Upon returning home, Arya and Xiangxi continued to wail, their cries hauntingly sorrowful and pitiful. Rao Shochin laid his wife upon the bed, gathering the strength to console the two children. All right, dear ones, cease your tears. Keep an eye on your mother. I shall fetch the barefoot doctor from the neighboring village. Arya tilted her tear-streaked face upwards, asking, Father, is it true that our elder brother and sister were eaten by wolves? So this is why the two children wept so fervently. Out of concern for this very matter, Rao Shochin could not help but smile ruefully, crouching down to embrace Arya, reassuring her, your aunt spoke nonsense. Do not take her words to heart. The path to the city is merely lined with low hills, cultivated with crops. Where could there be wolves? Fear not. Your brother and sister will return shortly. Really? Arya and Xiangdong's faces brightened with joy. Xiangxi, watching his father depart, instructed Arya, stay by mother's side. I will boil some water for her to drink when she wakes. Arya nodded obediently, as Xiangdong stoked the fire at the stove. Thoughts of their unconscious mother and the absence of their elder siblings overwhelmed him, and tears streamed down his face. The tribulations of life had seemingly accelerated the maturity of this young boy, even if their siblings had not been devoured by wolves. The lateness of their return raised concerns of encountering unsavory individuals. Lost in his sorrow, he heard Arya's joyful exclamations. Yea, brother and sister, you finally returned. You truly were not eaten by wolves. How wonderful. Oh dear, what does this mean? Who said we were devoured by wolves? Daya was taken aback, hastily pursuing the inquiry. Xiangxi, indignant, retorted, who but our aunt could be so malicious? Daya's eyes narrowed dangerously, a glimmer of cold light flashing within them. Well done, by family. This time, the enmity has deepened. Daya silently made her way to the kitchen, personally preparing a few delectable dishes. By the time Rao Shochin returned home, the aroma of bone soup was wafting through the air, enveloping the thatched cottage. The barefoot doctor had gone to visit relatives, leaving Rao Shochin feeling dejected as he walked home. From a distance, he suddenly heard the sound of his younger daughter, Arya, laughing joyfully, which filled him with both surprise and delight. Chapter 13. Deliberations on building a house. Could it be that Xiangchuan, Daya's mother, is finally well? The children have returned safely? Rao Shochin hurriedly rushed into the thatched cottage, and the scene before him brought tears to his eyes. There sat his daughter Daya, spooning soup for his wife, while Xiangdong was setting the table with Xiangxi, and Arya knelt beside his wife, massaging her legs. What could be more heartwarming than a family united in peace and harmony? After dinner, Daya securely closed the door of the cottage and took out a pouch of money, which, with a clink, spilled forth shimmering silver coins and small copper coins across the straw mat. So much silver. Where did it come from? Rao Shochin's heart raced with a mix of excitement and trepidation. He feared his children might stray from the righteous path or fall prey to deceit, signing a life-altering contract. Father, my brother and I sold the recipe for the food to the largest restaurant in town, and we received 30 taels of silver. Daya proudly reported to her father. 30 taels of silver? Lu Xiangchuan gazed at her eldest son in disbelief. Xiangdong nodded vigorously, yes. We sold it for 30 taels. In his eagerness to assure his parents, he recounted the details of how they sold the recipe. Rao Shochin exchanged a smile with his wife, feeling a deep sense of comfort. Daya is both clever and sincere. She has not disappointed them. Excellent. Not greedy. That is commendable. Dia, you truly are a child of the Lao Rao family. A fine example. Rao Shochin reached out to pat his daughter's head, his smile wide. Dia felt speechless. It seemed that the virtue of sincerity had little to do with certain individuals at the old homestead. She exchanged a glance with her elder brother, giving him a knowing look. On their way home, they agreed that Xiangdong would bring up the idea of buying land and building a house after dinner. Understanding her intent, Xiangdong said with an honest smile, "Father, Mother, now that we have money, I propose we swiftly construct a dwelling and purchase the surrounding wasteland, as well as that small barren hill ahead." This was Dia's wish, and though he initially disagreed, after listening to her reasoning, he found it quite sensible. Rao Shochin paused, his brow slightly furrowing. "Xiangdong, this location is at the western edge of the village, right by the mountains. It is somewhat distant from the village, with not a single neighbor in sight, and it is a bit far from the old homestead, requiring a quarter of an hour's walk, making it inconvenient to visit the old place. Moreover, the wasteland and that small hill are strewn with stones, and the soil is exceedingly thin. Nothing can be grown there. What purpose would it serve to buy it?" Hearing this, Dia felt utterly disheartened. "Father, the further we build the new house from the old homestead, the better. If possible, I would prefer to be 1,000 miles away to avoid any unwelcome visits from the people at the old homestead." Seeing the disapproval etched on her father's face, she could no longer contain herself, her words laced with sarcasm. "Father, you and Mother have been coming and going at all hours these past few days, and the people from the old residence create a ruckus daily. Just the day before yesterday, Chansheng came knocking and, without any provocation, struck Arya across the face. It seems that a heavy-handed approach is required. To persuade this indulgent father to construct a house here will likely prove to be no simple task. Though he may be foolishly devoted, his affection for his children rivals that of any father in this village." Chapter 14. Persuasion what? Such a thing actually exists. This is utterly outrageous. Rao Shochin was taken aback, his face a canvas of disbelief. Lu Xianchuan's tears cascaded down her cheeks. "During the division of the family, we did not quarrel. We were cast out with nothing to our names. What more could we desire? Even the children have come to harass us. This is sheer bullying, rendering our lives unbearable. Mother, the kind are often taken advantage of, and the gentle are frequently ridden upon. I hope you and Father do not forget this truth. Kindness and tolerance must be bestowed judiciously. People like Second Aunt do not warrant reason or courtesy. In the future, we must maintain our distance from those at the old homestead. It would be best to avoid contact altogether." Dia grasped her mother's hand, her tone resolute, her expression fierce. Lu Xianchuan nodded through her tears. "Mother understands. We will keep our distance from those at the old homestead." Upon hearing this, Rao Shochin grew anxious, vehemently objecting. "How can this be? The people at the old homestead are our flesh and blood, although there is now a rift and friction. Further estrangement will only make harmonious relations more difficult. This family, bound by blood, should not be at odds. We must strive to restore our previous bond. Since there are over 20 taels of silver in the household, why not give your second uncle 15 taels? Your wealthy brother could use the funds for his examination." This statement nearly drove Dia to the brink of fury. "Father, have you forgotten that Second Aunt secretly plotted to sell me?" Unable to contain herself, she disregarded the fact that he was her elder and shouted vehemently. Rao Shochin's countenance shifted, his gaze faltering, unable to meet his daughter's eyes. Dia pressed on. "That day, while crossing the narrow bridge, Second Aunt deliberately pushed me into the raging river. Have you also forgotten that, Father?" Her voice rose sharply. "Father, I have visited the underworld. Had it not been for the fortunate intervention of a deity, I would have long since become a wandering spirit. 4 days now, I have been plagued by nightmares. Even the river goddess terrifies me." Upon hearing this, Rao Shochin was rendered speechless, sinking to the ground, cradling his head, his eyes filled with sorrow and regret. Indeed, how could he have forgotten? His daughter's survival was merely a stroke of luck from just days ago. He had erred. He had wronged his daughter. Murky tears fell drop by drop onto the tattered straw mat. "Father, Dia is mistaken. You must not be so muddled." Lu Xianchuan, with a heavy heart, embraced Dia, weeping uncontrollably. The family was engulfed in tears. After some time, as emotions began to calm, Dia broached the topic of purchasing the wasteland. Father, mother. The barren land near the thatched cottage and the small, desolate hill, while unsuitable for farming, is abundant with reeds and thorns. I have pondered. The wasteland could be transformed into a fish pond for cultivating fish and lotus. The hill could be planted with honeysuckle, mozo bamboo, and alfalfa, and we could enclose it with hedges and thorns to raise chickens within. What is honeysuckle? Rao Shochin asked, perplexed. Excellent. Baozi father did not voice a single objection. This is splendid. Dia cheerfully explained that honeysuckle is a medicinal herb, and she had encountered dozens of plants on the northern mountain. It possesses the ability to clear heat and detoxify, thriving in various soils and being remarkably easy to cultivate. After a thorough discussion, Dia convinced her parents and proposed to them. As spring has already arrived and time waits for no one, we should hasten to purchase the wasteland and desolate mountains. Tonight, let's bring gifts and pay a visit to the village head, shall we? Excellent, exclaimed the child's mother, as she hurriedly gathered a few items to prepare for their visit to the village head's residence. With over 20 taels of silver sitting at home, in their dilapidated thatched cottage, Rao Shochin was eager to exchange it for land and forests that could not be stolen away. Chapter 15, Aspiration, all right. I shall go at once. Lu Xiangchuan responded promptly, hastily preparing to depart. Compared to her husband, her heart was far more anxious, fearing that the silver would linger even a day longer and be offered to the insatiable individuals at the old residence. Daya sivifti foluit, her, mother. How about we send a piece of pork belly, a small jar of wine, 2 packets of pastries, and 5 lengths of green cloth? These are all items I had planned as gifts during my time in town. Very well. Let's heed Diya's suggestion. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Xiangchuan nodded in agreement. Accompanied by Rao Shochin, Lu Xiangchuan made her way to the village head's home. Diya, along with her 2 younger siblings, sat side by side on a large stone slab in front of their thatched cottage, eagerly awaiting good news from their parents and elder brother. Arya looked at Diya, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Elder sister, are we really going to build a new house and buy land? Will we have new clothes to wear? Xiangxi also gazed at Diya, his expression somewhat dazed, as if all of this were too surreal. Throughout his life, new clothing had been an unattainable dream for him. The finest garment he owned was a pair of trousers from the previous year, which had been worn for quite some time, merely patched at the knees and backside. The patched areas were tattered and worn, while the rest of the fabric remained in relatively good condition. He had received such trousers only because Changsheng had engaged in mischief outside, and upon being seen by Xiangxi, had reluctantly handed over the trousers as a form of compensation. This incident had led Bai Shi to utter many strange remarks, insinuating that the members of the main household were shameless and covetous of others' possessions. Dia sighed deeply within, yet her face radiated a brilliant smile as she confidently declared, "Indeed, our family will build a new house, purchase land, and we shall have new clothes to wear. The days ahead will only improve, and by September, we will send our elder brother and Xiangxi to school." Her words were resolute and resonant, instilling a powerful sense of hope in her younger siblings. Aya giggled, envisioning herself in new clothes and shoes, living in a new home, her heart bubbling with joy. Xiangxi's brow relaxed, a hint of a smile in his eyes as he looked forward to the promising days at school, filled with boundless longing and aspiration. Diya's calculations were precise. The village head mentioned that the barren land measured approximately 6.5 acres, while the small hilly area encompassed about 12 acres. The barren land cost 1 tael of silver per acre, and the small hill was valued at 1.5 taels per acre, totaling merely 12.5 taels to acquire both. Constructing a modest farmhouse with mud bricks and a tile roof would require around 5 to 6 taels. Although Diyo aspired to build a grand brick and tile residence, she understood that their family lacked a solid foundation, and being too ostentatious would invite jealousy and unnecessary troubles. She sketched a simple architectural plan based on local farmhouse designs, 5 main rooms, with 3 auxiliary rooms on each side. In front of the main house lay a courtyard of half an acre, while behind it was a backyard of approximately 5 acres. Nearly all 6 acres of the barren land would be utilized, with the courtyard walls constructed from earthen bricks. In the front yard, a few fruit trees will be planted, leaving a sun-drenched area of 2 mu, which can later be utilized for drying grains or fruits, thus eliminating the need to compete with villagers for drying space during the busy farming season. Dia eloquently articulated this plan, and the entire family unanimously agreed, passing it with full support. To avoid any delays, the very next morning, the village head and Rao Shochin measured the actual area of the uncultivated land and the small hill. By the time the news reached the old homestead, the village head and Rao Shochin had already set off in an ox cart towards the county town to secure the land deed. How heartless it is that some, despite having wealth, do not honor their elders. Second aunt is once again sowing discord. Chapter 16. Confrontation. Upon hearing Bai's insinuations, Mrs. Pan, feeling her resolve wavering, grew increasingly convinced that her eldest son was devoid of filial piety. Despite possessing a substantial sum of silver, he showed no inclination to honor his mother, which was indeed a profound act of ingratitude. Come, let us go to the second and third households. We shall demand silver from the eldest. In a moment of impulsive fervor, Mrs. Pan made a decision she would come to regret for a lifetime, taking her daughter-in-law and grandchildren to create a ruckus. As for the fourth daughter-in-law, Mrs. Tao, and the fifth, Mrs. Chi, she had no intention of bringing them along. Mrs. Tao was overly timid and taciturn, and her presence would be of no assistance, while Mrs. Chi was rather headstrong, closely allied with the eldest household and at odds with the second. Her involvement would only complicate matters. Her judgment proved accurate. As soon as the matriarch stepped out of the courtyard, Mrs. Chi swiftly instructed Yunwu to take a shortcut and inform Dei of their impending disturbance, so that she might prepare herself. Yunwu nodded in agreement and hurried out the back door to relay the message. Dei was washing wild vegetables by a creek not far from her thatched cottage when Yunwu suddenly emerged from the thicket, calling out to her, "Dei, hurry back home and hide the silver. Grandmother and second aunt are coming to demand it." "Understood. Thank you, brother Yunwu." Dei quickly finished washing the vegetables, rinsed her basket in the creek several times, and then dashed off. As Yunwu watched her retreating figure, he couldn't help but sigh deeply. Indeed, the rumors were true. The eldest uncle's family was reduced to foraging for wild greens. It was pitiful. Neither grandfather nor grandmother seemed to comprehend the situation, allowing second aunt to bully the eldest uncle's family. Even in a division of the household, one would expect at least a month's worth of provisions. The young Yunwu's heart was profoundly shaken as he came to a stark realization of how unreliable his grandparents were and how acerbic and selfish second aunt had become, to a chilling degree. Meanwhile, the occupants of the old residence approached the thatched cottage with great fervor. Dei had already sent her younger siblings and elder brother to the fields to gather shepherd's purse, while she herself stood at the door, armed with a bamboo broom, awaiting their arrival. The second and third households have arrived in full force. All who should and shouldn't be here have come, Dei remarked, vigorously sweeping the ground with her broom and casting a cloud of dust towards Bai. Bai, incensed, shouted, "You ungrateful wretch! I shall beat you to a pulp, and you will kneel before me in submission in the future." "Ungrateful? In what way am I ungrateful? Compared to you, how could I be?" Dei's gaze pierced through Bai like a knife, cutting off her tirade. With a scornful smile, Dei retorted, "Compared to you, my integrity is far superior. There are but a few in this entire region who can rival your vile temper and wickedness. You insolent girl, how dare you insult me? I shall make you regret this." Bai, in a fit of rage, raised the wooden stick high and lunged at Dei, while Madame Yuden swung her thorny branch from another direction, aiming to strike Dei indiscriminately. Mrs. Pan stood frozen in shock. The scene before her exceeded her expectations and imagination. Today, she had merely intended to confront Lu Xiangchuan fiercely, compelling her to obediently surrender 10 taels of tribute silver. In the event of an unfavorable outcome, the most she anticipated was to administer a punitive beating to Lu Xiangchuan. She had never harbored thoughts of inflicting harm upon the children. After all, they were the blood of the Rao family, and how could she easily resort to malice against them? The last time, in a moment of folly, she had consented to the second branch's plan to sell off the eldest maid, nearly costing the girl her life. a matter that still left her with lingering feelings of guilt and unease. Chapter 17. A fearsome encounter as the peril loomed over Daya. Pan's heart raced with anxiety, fearing the worst for her. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the situation took a remarkable turn, leaving her utterly astonished. Her heart pounding like a drum, Daya spun around, wielding her broom with vigor, causing the mother and daughter to yelp in distress as they tumbled to the ground. Bai's wooden stick even struck Rao Muten on the head, igniting a furious glare from Rao Muten towards her own mother, with a demeanor that exuded kindness. Daya inquired of Pan, "Grandmother, what brings you here?" Pan, snapping back to reality and recalling her purpose for the visit, felt a twinge of discomfort but mustered the courage to state, "Daya, I have heard of your family's newfound wealth. My finances are tight, and I have come to request 5 taels of silver." Rao Muten, momentarily disregarding her stinging backside, interjected, "Grandmother, it should be 10 taels, as previously agreed upon. Anything less than 10 taels is unacceptable." Daya scoffed, "Whether it be 10 or 5 taels, my answer remains the same. I shall not comply." Her expression turned icy as she fixed her gaze upon Pan. "Do not speak to me of filial piety. When we divided the family estate, we left with nothing. Grandmother, is my father not your own flesh and blood? Even a month's worth of provisions to allow us to catch our breath would silence my grievances." At this point, Pan felt a wave of shame wash over her, her gaze faltering as she struggled to find words. Allowing the eldest son's family to leave with nothing was indeed excessive. She had been swayed by the second and third branches of the family. Her judgment clouded in that moment, leading to such a decision. Daya, with a mocking smile, continued, "Grandmother, the old homestead boasts over 10 acres of fertile land. We are not a family of destitution. Yet, we lack even a change of clothes, and the one set we possess is so tattered that it is beyond repair. My parents toil from dawn till dusk, lacking the courage to face the villagers. When I accompany my brother to town, I must borrow clothes from Aunt Wu. Otherwise, despite my youth, I would have no shame to step outside of Shanjian village. Grandmother, are you proud of our family's dire circumstances? Now that we have managed to scrape together a modest fortune, it barely suffices to purchase the abandoned land and small hills no one else wants, to construct a few rudimentary earthen houses for shelter, and to make 2 sets of rough garments for our family. After that, we are left with little to spare. Can you, with a clear conscience, still pressure us?" Her words were steeped in sorrow, resonating with a profound sense of desolation, each syllable heavy with pain. By the end, tears welled in her eyes, choking her voice. Through her blurred vision, she stared intently at Pan, as if attempting to pierce through her very soul. Pan, shaken to her core, wasted no time in fleeing the scene. The others, particularly Bai and Rao Muten, were unwilling to relent, clamoring for Daya to compensate them with 2 taels for medical expenses. Daya's patience had long since worn thin with her indifferent grandmother, and she shot a fierce glare in their direction. "Why don't you hurry and leave? Do you seek a fight?" As the conversation unfolded, the broom swiftly struck Rao Muten's calf with a resounding thwack. Bai let out a piercing scream. "Rao, you wretched girl," before she could finish her tirade. The broom made intimate contact with her plump cheek, leaving behind several faint traces of blood. Upon witnessing this, Rao Muten was overwhelmed with terror, fearing that she too might suffer a similar fate, and she quickly turned to flee. Enraged, Bai howled, "Muten, you ungrateful wretch, abandoning your mother." Daya coolly remarked, "Hurry and find a doctor. Be mindful of your visage." "What? My visage?" Bai shrieked in horror, retreating in a panicked frenzy. As she departed, her gaze towards Daya was akin to that of one who had encountered specter. It was clear she was intimidated, which was a welcome development. Should she return, the repercussions would be far more severe than mere disfigurement. Daya bellowed in the direction of Bai's retreat. Before her words had fully dissipated, the remaining onlookers scattered like startled birds. "Oh dear, my heavens! This Daya is truly fearsome. In the future, it would be wise to keep our distance and refrain from provoking her." Chapter 18. The Rift. During lunchtime, Lu Xianchuan returned from the mountains after gathering firewood, only to learn that the inhabitants of the old residence had once again caused a commotion which left her feeling despondent. Mother, do not yield so easily to the people from the old house in the future. Although grandfather and grandmother are inherently kind-hearted, grandmother's affections are rather unpredictable, and she is easily swayed by others' provocations. Grandfather is indifferent to everything, having grown accustomed to appeasing second aunt's family and grandmother. He earnestly advised her. Lu Xiangchuan stood in a daze for quite some time before finally managing a bitter smile and nodding. Mother understands. I will be more discerning in the future and will not be as foolish as before. If that is indeed the case, it would be a relief. However, she was acutely aware that transforming Bao Bao's parents would be a formidable challenge. The question of filial piety was, at this juncture, merely a matter of degree. A complete turnaround in a short span of time was virtually impossible. The clashes with the old residents would inevitably persist. Nevertheless, the days that followed were considerably more tranquil. Pan was filled with shame and, for the first time, displayed the authority of a mother-in-law, forcefully suppressing Bai, who was eager to cause trouble, forbidding her from troubling the Yuz family. Lu Xiangchuan reflected, after all these years, your grandmother has finally done something commendable for our branch of the family. She has finally acted justly. Rao Shouqin felt a warmth in her heart, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Indeed, Mother is a compassionate and kind-hearted person. Arya's eyes glistened with tears. Grandmother will no longer be so biased, right? Our family can finally live in peace. At her tender age, her memories of grandmother were often filled with harsh words, branding her as a worthless child born of mountain folk, offering little warmth. Xiang Dong glanced at his father, hesitated, and ultimately chose to speak the truth. Grandmother is easily influenced and quite superstitious. Second aunt and third aunt enjoy sowing discord. So the people from the old house will not simply let things go. The truth was harsh, yet he felt compelled to voice it to prevent his family from losing their vigilance and falling victim to the schemes of the old residents. Alas, child, how can you speak so of your grandmother and aunts? They are your elders, especially your grandmother, who has repented. Let bygones be bygones. She cares deeply for you siblings. Rao Shouqin reproached her son with a disapproving glare. As for whether his mother genuinely cared for her children, he was uncertain, yet subconsciously, he still wished to believe that she would treat their family of six kindly from now on. Dia felt her lips twitch in suppressed laughter, but refrained from dousing the optimism, offering comfort to the now perturbed Arya. Do not fear. With your elder sister here, no one shall dare to bully our family. Big sister is the best. With her around, Cousin Yuden won't dare to hit me anymore. The little girl's face brightened once more with joy. What? Muden hits Arya without reason? Rao Shouqin, with his honest square face, appeared somewhat dazed, as if a rift had opened within him, causing a sharp pain akin to a needle prick in his heart. He remained silent, his brows furrowed in contemplation. Dia secretly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Chapter 19. Yearning. The actual area of the wasteland spans a total of 6.5 mu, with the main house, the side rooms, and the front courtyard occupying approximately 1.5 mu. The remaining 5 mu constitutes the back courtyard. Dia familiarized herself with the climate and environment of Shanxian village, which bears a resemblance to the Jiangnan region of China. It is slightly cooler than Jiangnan. Yet the crops cultivated in Jiangnan should thrive without much difficulty in Shanxian village. According to the Yuz plan, a toilet would be constructed in the back courtyard, along with a vegetable plot of 1 mu, a fish pond of 1 mu, and a lotus pond, also 1 mu in size. The lotus pond is considerably shallower than the fish pond and is divided into 6 sections: a lotus root area, a water chestnut area, a reed area, a cattail area, a water bamboo area, and a pondweed area. The remaining space will be planted with various fruit trees and a pavilion for leisure, surrounded by several plots of grassland. Surrounding the grassland would be an assortment of suitable flowers and shrubs, transforming this area into a delicate and elegant little garden. Before the construction of the house commenced, Lu Xiangchuan entrusted 2 familiar women to spend 3 days crafting clothing for the family of 6. They produced everything from undergarments to outer garments, including shoes, with each family member receiving 2 complete outfits. Clad in brand new clothes, Rao Shochin finally found the courage to lift his head and greet the villagers. However, he felt a pang of discomfort, recalling that on the day he accompanied the village chief to the county seat. It was the chief's eldest son who lent him a set of clothes to wear. Otherwise, how could he have mustered the confidence to step beyond the threshold of Shanqian village? Word spread that Diya's family was building a house, prompting Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu to disregard the objections of the elders and bring several of their children to lend a hand. Aunt Wu assisted Lu Xiangchuan with the cooking, while two other close acquaintances of Lu Xiangchuan also volunteered to help. Rao Shochin gathered over 20 sturdy laborers with whom he had good relations, and before the busy farming season, they swiftly completed the two main rooms. The heavens seemed to smile upon them, as a continuous stretch of sunny weather allowed the foundation to be laid and the construction to be finished in merely 5 days. The earth and bricks used for the two houses were borrowed from the villagers and those from a neighboring village. After piecing together the necessary materials, they managed to gather enough bricks to construct the two rooms. The spring season was quite humid, with sporadic rains making it challenging for newly formed bricks to dry adequately. Several households in Shanqian village had built new homes the previous autumn, leaving behind a surplus of bricks, which greatly aided Diya's family. Thou Shulkin, known for his honesty and goodwill, enjoyed a favorable reputation among the villagers and those from nearby settlements. When he approached others to borrow bricks, the majority were more than willing to oblige, with even two families generously gifting him several hundred bricks, explicitly stating that they were not valuable and did not require repayment. The two brand-new earthen houses stood solitary amidst the vast wasteland, the chill of spring lingering in the air as a cool breeze swept through. The siblings shivered involuntarily, feeling both cold in body and heart, their small faces etched with worry and fear. Rao Shochin quickly reassured them, saying, "As for the remaining house and the surrounding wall, your mother and I will take our time. We will first enclose the area with a wall, so there is no need to be afraid." A gentle drizzle fell, quietly nourishing the earth, the air fresh and damp. Lu Xiangchun suggested, "Now that it is spring and the bricks are difficult to dry, perhaps we should wait until autumn to complete the remaining house. The walls may initially be replaced with thorns, encircling the barren land and the small, desolate hill, densely planting a ring of them." Diya suggested, "Let's plant thorns on the outer circle and then cultivate mozo bamboo within. This way, not only will it obscure the view of outsiders, but it will also provide a certain degree of protection. Once the bamboo matures, it can be utilized to craft bamboo baskets." She also resolved to plant wild chrysanthemums in the gaps of the bamboo grove. However, this idea must remain unspoken, for it would surely be met with outright rejection. In any case, wild chrysanthemums abound in the mountains and fields. Once the bamboo grove is established, she can simply venture into the wilderness to gather seeds. Amidst their laughter and conversation, the family reached numerous agreements and nurtured beautiful aspirations for their future life. Chapter 20. Steam Bun's father. This place feels so vast and is right next to the mountains. It can be quite frightening at night. We should hire a few people to quickly fortify the thorny wall. If wild beasts descend from the mountains at midnight, that would be disastrous. Dahlia handed 300 copper coins to Rao Shochin. Upon receiving the coins, Rao Shochin donned a pair of brand-new cloth shoes and set out to find help. "Dia, you all do as you please. I will go cultivate a patch of land to grow vegetables." Lu Xiangchuan exclaimed as he picked up a hoe and ventured to the backyard to clear the land. Xiangdong looked at Dia, seeking her approval. "I will accompany Xiang, she to gather tender Chinese tune leaves. You and Arya can forage for wild vegetables?" Dia nodded with a smile. "Today, let us collect 30 pounds of tune." Manager Su mentioned that the G2A building has opened a branch in the county, and the tune pancakes are very popular there. "Remember, be sure to pick the tender ones." The brothers cheerfully agreed, each carrying a brand new basket as they ascended the mountain. Only then did you take Arya's hand, and the sisters, each with a bamboo basket, ventured into the fields. The fields in March were a sight to behold, vibrant with greenery, the river babbling merrily, and birds joyfully hopping and singing in the branches. The sun blushed warmly, casting its radiant light upon the earth, where wild vegetables mingled delightfully among the lush grass. The wild bitter wheat swayed in the spring breeze, bringing Dia great joy as she called her sister over. Arya, pass me your little hoe. Let us uproot this bitter wheat and plant in the backyard. Arya obediently handed over her little hoe. Bitter wheat? Is it very bitter? Dia laughed good-naturedly. Not too bitter. If you blanch it in hot water, it's quite delicious. Moreover, bitter wheat can clear heat and detoxify. It's very nutritious and good for the body. In Dia's memory, bitter wheat was a wild vegetable not cultivated by the villagers of Chanchan. Aya, more knowledgeable than her sister, was thrilled to hear this. Hee, another edible wild vegetable. Now, our family will never go hungry. With beads of sweat, the little girl seemed to have developed a penchant for wild vegetables. By the time they returned home, their mother had already tilled a small patch of land. After much persuasion, Dia finally convinced her mother to allow wild vegetables to be planted. All right, I'll allocate half for you. You may plant whatever you wish. The backyard soil was littered with small stones and weeds, and after much effort, she had cleared a small area, initially intending to plant eggplants and cabbages. However, Dia was unusually stubborn today, determined to use it for wild vegetables. Time passed swiftly, and a month had gone by. Acting on Dia's wishes, over 500 honeysuckle plants had been sown on the small hillside, with orderly rows of yellow beans planted in between. The small hill and the homestead now boasted 2 lines of defense. The first was the thorny fence, and the second was a thicket of bamboo. Both the thorns and bamboo had been transplanted from the mountains by hired hands, costing a total of 1 tael of silver, which made Rao Shochin feel quite pained. Ah, 1 tael of silver. I still need over 10 taels for the examination fees. If only we could have saved that. Your second uncle and aunt would not be so troubled. He wore an expression of deep regret and remorse. Dia could not help but roll her eyes internally, expressing her displeasure as she said, Father, it is only mid-March now. The provincial examination is not until the end of February next year. Why the rush? Thou Shulkin, with a simple and honest smile, replied, Fu Gue is my beloved nephew, so of course I am anxious. His future is at stake. Dia and her 3 siblings were rendered speechless. Arya, imitating her elder sister, allowed a soft sigh. Oh, the Bowsy. What? Bowsy? Rao Shochin was taken aback, his expression one of utter astonishment. He had already discerned the meaning of Bowsy from the words of his eldest daughter. Chapter 21. Injury Rao Shochin was taken aback to discover that he bore such a disreputable image in his daughter's eyes. Yet had he truly erred? Was it not justifiable to care for his own beloved nephew? Indeed, his sister-in-law was rather difficult, but the child, Fugue, was a good soul. My dear girl, your second aunt is your second aunt, but your brother Fugue is your brother Fugue. You cannot project the misdeeds of your aunt onto your brother. Rao Shochin earnestly endeavored to persuade his daughter to embrace righteousness and treat others with compassion. Dia could not help but roll her eyes and gaze skyward for some time in silence. Xiang Dong, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, Father, my sister is not at fault. Our cousin merely traveled to the capital to partake in the scholar's examination. Even if he departed from Shangquan village, the journey and the exam would consume no more than 5 days. Moreover, he was accompanied by the teacher and dozens of disciples from the school. How much could it possibly cost? In my estimation, 2 taels of silver would suffice. Many impoverished families manage without even a single tael. It is only the wealthy who might spend over 5 taels. Dia had previously inquired about this matter with the manager of Jitsue building, who informed her that his eldest son had recently passed the scholar's examination. According to him, children from poor families typically spent no more than 1 or 2 taels when traveling to the capital for the exam. Rao Shochin, incredulous, widened his eyes in disbelief. 2 taels are sufficient? 1 tael is acceptable? Where did you hear such nonsense? Did not your second aunt claim it would require at least 20 taels? Seeing that his father doubted him, Xiang Dong became exasperated. This is what he learned from the manager of Jitsue building. Their son, well, he recounted everything he learned from manager Su without embellishment, leaving no detail unspoken. Rao Shochin's expression darkened. He muttered to himself, How could your second aunt speak so carelessly? Why did your uncle not contest her claims? Clearly, 2 taels is ample. Why the deceit? The honest and simple farmer felt deeply wounded. Dia could not suppress a mental roll of her eyes. Why the lies? It is merely a ploy to extract money, and in Bai's mind, her precious son is of utmost importance. If he were to go to the capital, he must have a spacious carriage and reside in the finest inn. Surely, it would require no less than 10 taels to manage that. As for the remaining 10 taels, Bai would naturally reserve them to augment her own little treasury. However, Dia would never voice such thoughts, lest her overly naive father be unable to bear the burden. Before long, the end of April arrived. Manager Su of Jitsue Building wore a furrowed brow. A few days prior, Xiang Dong had delivered some tender Chinese tune shoots and informed him that the season for them had ended, and they would not be available again this year. Without the tune pancakes and various dishes made from them, the restaurant's business would surely suffer greatly. The prosperity of the establishment directly influenced whether he could be appointed as the head manager of Jitsue Building in Hulu County by the year's end. Hulu County comprised 5 towns, among which Shanquan Village was situated in Luhua Town, where Manager Su oversaw the operations of Jitsue Building. In every town, there exists a branch of the Gathering Pavilion. Prepare the carriage and gifts. I shall visit Shanshan Village. The young attendant, Chang'an, stood taken aback, cautiously inquiring, Master, are you truly seeking Dia? Master Su shot him a sharp glance. Why all the questions? Hurry up and go. Chang'an promptly stuck out his tongue and dashed to the back courtyard. Upon arriving at Shanshan Village, the carriage attracted the fervent gaze of over 100 villagers, who whispered among themselves, Who is this noble visitor? Whose family do they belong to? The opulent carriage clearly indicated that it was occupied by someone of considerable wealth and status. The carriage halted beneath the ancient locust tree at the village entrance. Chang'an disembarked and politely approached a nearby woman. Excuse me, madam. Could you kindly direct me to the Yuz residence? What? Are you mistaken? This esteemed guest is in search of that foolish girl, Dia. Bai, the woman, immediately rolled her eyes and exclaimed in a mocking tone, Oh, so you seek Dia? Who are you people? Come, everyone, quickly gather around. When did that shameless girl manage to associate with someone wealthy? Dear readers, Tianjing has several completed works available. We warmly invite you to take a look. Thank you. Chapter 22. Refusal. What noble person? I see nothing but a charlatan, with that clumsy and dull appearance. If they were truly of noble birth, how could they possibly take an interest in her? Perhaps her claim of selling culinary recipes at that gathering is nothing more than a ruse. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in her mind. What if her recipes were indeed exceptional, and that was why people sought her out? With this thought, Bai's spirit soared, her disposition shifting with remarkable speed, as if she had not noticed the sudden pallor on Su's and Chang'an's faces. With unbridled enthusiasm, she exclaimed, Dia lives just at the west end of the village. I shall take you there. Su politely declined, but Bai was relentless, leading to a standoff between them. Su suspected that this eccentric woman was likely the malicious second aunt Dia had mentioned. Accompanying her might lead to unforeseen complications or schemes. The village chief arrived promptly, casting a stern glare at Bai and rebuking her. What are you doing? Ain't no shame? You're acting like a madwoman. And you've completely tarnished the reputation of that child. Fu Gui. If you cannot learn to rein in your behavior, what future will Fu Gui have? At these words, Bai's smile froze. Her attempt to grasp Su's hand halted in midair. The chief huffed disdainfully. Indeed, this ignorant and selfish woman only held her son, Fu Gui, in her thoughts. Whenever Fu Gui was mentioned, she would invariably lower her head. This tactic had proven effective time and again. Following the village chief, Su arrived at Dia's home. Dia, I beseech you, sell me another recipe. We can negotiate the price. Just as long as it does not exceed 150 taels, I can secure the funds for you today. Upon seeing Dia, Su hurriedly expressed his plea, his eyes brimming with hope. 150 taels? Such a significant sum. With that much silver, one could accomplish many things. It would cover years of household expenses. Truth be told, Dia was quite tempted. However, upon reflection, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Perhaps it would be wiser to remain low-key, to avoid incessant entanglements from those in the old residence. Previously, when purchasing land and building a house, many in the village had been envious, whispering all sorts of things. Implicitly, they suggested that Dia was engaged in dubious dealings, which surely weighed heavily on her parents' hearts. Building wealth should be a gradual endeavor that would feel more secure. This unspoken sentiment, though not explicitly articulated by her parents, resonated deeply with Dia. "I'm sorry, Uncle Sue, but I am merely a simple village girl with little experience. The wontons and the savory pancakes were painstakingly crafted by my mother over several years. I can only promise that should I develop any new recipes in the future, I will be sure to seek you out first." Dia resolutely resisted the allure of wealth. Sue, left with no choice, forced a smile and said, "Very well, if that is the case. I shall not press you further. Do remember to come find me if you have any novel recipes. I shall eagerly await." Dia nodded and personally escorted Uncle Sue to the village entrance. As she watched the silhouette of the carriage fade into the distance, she felt perplexed. "Sister, why must you decline? You are undoubtedly capable of preparing several delectable dishes." Chapter 23. Heartache. One must exercise restraint in one's demeanor. Our family currently holds no power or influence. Excessive ostentation may attract countless troubles. Indeed, it could even invite calamities, which would be disastrous. Thus spoke Dia to her younger brother. "Oh, I see," Xiangxi replied, scratching the back of his head. Although he grasped only part of his sister's words, he managed a simple smile. Dia's concerns were, it seemed, not unfounded. Less than half a month later, she heard a rumor. A young lady from a prominent family in the city had fallen into a coma and, upon awakening, displayed remarkable intelligence. It was said she invented numerous things and was well-versed in poetry, able to compose verses with ease. Eventually, a wise monk discerned that the young lady had been possessed by a restless spirit, which could potentially bring disaster to the surrounding area. To avert this calamity, it was deemed necessary to burn her alive. Upon hearing this, Dia felt a chill run down her spine and her heart raced. Undoubtedly, the girl who had perished by fire was either a time traveler or had been reborn. Fortunately, Dia was not one to harbor greed. She had never aspired to live ostentatiously. It was easy to imagine that if manager Sue sought her out again, even the slightest hint of a novel recipe could draw unwanted attention. In such circumstances, her life would be at stake. Alas, it would be wiser to remain grounded, earning a modest living through hard work. It would be prudent to avoid any actions that might attract scrutiny, at least until she had the means to ensure her own safety. As the Qingming festival approached, the rain fell incessantly. Rao Shouqin, restless, yearned to venture into the mountains to hunt and augment the family income. Lu Xiangchuan also yearned for the wild fruits, mushrooms, and vegetables of the mountains, planning to brave the fine drizzle alongside her husband. Dia quickly intervened. "Father, mother, we still have over 10 taels of silver at home. As long as we refrain from reckless spending, we need not worry for the coming year. It's rainy today. Let us not go up the mountain. Not only is the path slippery, but there are also ferocious beasts lurking. It's far too dangerous. Let us stay home and weave baskets, or make small stools instead." Xiangdong and Xiangxi joined in her plea. After some deliberation, Rao Shouqin and Lu Xiangchuan acquiesced, acknowledging that the children's concerns were valid. Indeed, venturing into the mountains at this time was rather ill-considered. After all, they were no longer destitute. They had food and drink. There was simply no need to risk their safety. However, with only a few bamboo stalks left, they could not weave many baskets. Rao Shouqin proposed, "How about this? You wish to dig a fish pond, did you not? Since the rain isn't heavy, your mother and I will go dig the pond." Dia looked out the window. The fine rain fell like threads, yet the air was quite chilly. With a twinge of concern, she said, "Let us wait for the weather to clear. We must be cautious not to fall ill." But Lu Xiangchuan enthusiastically supported her husband's suggestion. "What a little rain. In past years at this time, your father and I work from dawn till dusk, braving wind and rain. We're accustomed to it. Besides, I cannot weave baskets. So it's better to utilize this time to dig the pond. If we finish early, we can catch a batch of big fish by the August festival, which would surely enhance our income, wouldn't it?" Dia felt a pang of sorrow, nearly shedding tears. Despite her prolonged attempts to persuade her parents, they remained resolute in their decision to dig the pond. She chose not to say more. Once her parents went to the backyard to dig the fish pond, she retrieved 100 copper coins from her little treasury, instructing Xiangdong and Xiangxi to purchase a pound of pork belly and a pound of rice wine. The weather was chilly, and digging the fish pond in the rain was no light task. She wished for her parents to have a hearty meal, allowing her father to sip half a bowl of rice wine to ward off the cold. As a daughter, this was the extent of her capabilities. Chapter 24. Disappointment. Xiangdong swiftly returned with the meat and wine. Passing by Uncle Nyo's house, he chanced upon Uncle Nyo unloading a basket of ginger from his cart. Without hesitation, he spent an additional 25 copper coins to purchase 5 pounds of ginger. His sister, Dia, was exceptionally generous. The pork belly cost 30 copper coins per pound, while the rice wine was 20. After acquiring both the pork and the wine, he still had 50 copper coins remaining. Dia had previously mentioned that he should keep the leftover money for his own use, allowing him the freedom to buy whatever he desired. Dia was truly a wonderful sister, more thoughtful and considerate than before the flood, filling his heart with warmth. Upon seeing the ginger her brother had brought back, Dia beamed with delight and fetched a small, coarse cloth pouch. "Brother, here you go," she said. Within her a few pieces of silver, about 5 coins along with 10 copper coins. "Keep this for any needs that may arise." Xiangdong was momentarily taken aback as she unceremoniously stuffed the pouch into his pocket. "Thank you, sister," he replied, grinning widely. Dia had earned 30 taels of silver from selling her culinary skills. She spent 12 taels on land, 5 taels on house construction, and 1 tael hiring someone to gather thorns and bamboo from the mountains. Approximately 2 taels went towards fabric and daily necessities. The remaining 10 taels she saved for herself, establishing her own little treasury without handing any over to their parents. At present, the money their parents had amounted to merely 2 taels from selling baskets, stools, and wild vegetables. After accounting for the purchase of food and daily expenses, they were left with no more than a single tael. Remarkably, the wealthiest member of the household was the 7-year-old Dia. This reality caused their father to feel a twinge of discontent, perceiving his eldest daughter as somewhat selfish, which he deemed undesirable. However, Xiangdong felt no discomfort. Rather, he was immensely proud and comforted to have such an astute and resilient sister. Yet from their father's perspective, his displeasure was understandable. After all, in the surrounding villages, how many young girls possessed more than 10 copper coins in their possession? Traditionally, money had always been held in the hands of parents and elders. Rao Shouqin genuinely felt that his dignity as a father had been significantly challenged by his daughter. While digging at the fish pond and bending to pick up stones and weeds, he could no longer contain himself and began to lament to his wife, "Dear, we must reclaim those 10 taels from Dia. It's unsettling for a young girl to have so much silver." Lu Xiangchuan, however, held a different view. She felt quite secure with Dia managing the money. Otherwise, she would worry daily that perhaps one day her mother-in-law might shed a few tears before her husband, and the family silver would be squandered by the second branch of the family. Even if the money were genuinely spent by the elder, it would weigh on her heart less. Yet, the thought of the second branch spending it frivolously was intolerable to her. She refrained from responding, allowing her husband to ramble on. Noticing her silence, Rao Shouqin became somewhat carried away in his discourse. "It's unacceptable for that silver to rest in Dia's hands. Even when I wish to offer something to our parents, she refuses to part with it. This cannot stand. Honoring our elders is paramount." Tasked with delivering hot tea to his parents, Xiangxi felt a heavy heart upon hearing his father's incessant nagging. It seemed that Dia was indeed correct. Their father was a man excessively devoted to filial piety. When their grandparents had allowed the second and third aunts to cast the family from the main household, they should not have expected any form of filial tribute from them. A modest sum for festive occasions, a new set of clothes, and some food would have sufficed. Yet now, their father behaved in such a contradictory manner. He set down the tea and, filled with discontent, returned to the room, where he asked Xiangdong with concern, "What's wrong? Is there something troubling you that you wish to share with your elder brother?" With a heart full of grievances, Xiangxi poured out everything he had just heard as if from a bamboo tube spilling beans. "Do not let Dajia know, lest it cause her distress." Xiangdong admonished his brother seriously. Their father's demeanor had left him quite disheartened. Xiangxi quickly nodded, "I understand. I will not mention it to Dajia." Tianjing has already completed several works, and I highly recommend Contracted to Divorce, The All-Powerful Princess and the Cunning Marquis, The Mighty Wife, which are sure to delight everyone. The latter is also a tale of agricultural endeavors. Chapter 25. A cold heart. The conversation between the two brothers was inadvertently overheard by Dei, leaving her in a state of sorrow. Yet, she feigned ignorance and quietly turned to leave. However, she found it impossible to maintain her pretense. The very next evening, Mrs. Pan came knocking, demanding money from Rao Shouqin. Eldest son, your younger brother's wife is ill. We visited the doctor in the city, and he said she is weak and needs ginseng for nourishment. Mother won't elaborate further. Just give me 2 taels of silver as a filial offering to your parents. After speaking, she extended her hand, urging him to hurry and provide the silver. As his younger brother's wife's elder brother was anxious to return to the city to purchase ginseng for her. Oh, your younger brother's wife is ill? Is it serious? Rao Shouqin asked, his concern evident, without a hint of suspicion regarding his mother's words. Perhaps his brother's wife was merely weak, and, as the uncle who had been cast out of the family, should he really be spending money on her nourishment? Mrs. Pan's heart swelled with joy at his reaction. It seemed the money would indeed be forthcoming. This son of mine may have a poor fate, yet he is dutiful, she thought. Mother, please wait a moment. I shall fetch the silver. Rao Shouqin, genuinely anxious, realized that despite his younger brother's wife being unreliable, she was the mother of their affluent siblings and must not come to any harm. The honest yet somewhat naive countryman hurriedly rummaged through his belongings and produced 1 tael of silver, handing it all to Mrs. Pan without hesitation. Why is there only 1 tael? Wasn't it said to be 2? She chided. Once you marry, you forget your mother. What an ungrateful wretch. Mrs. Pan examined the silver, her displeasure evident, feeling that her son didn't value her. Rao Shouqin, in a difficult position, replied, Mother, this is all I have. Mrs. Pan was adamant. Are you trying to fool me? I heard that Dei sold that recipe for 30 taels and has been selling wild vegetables lately. You expect me to believe you only have 1 tael left? Hurry up, stop dawdling. It's just 1 tael of silver. Your brother's family is in trouble, and you can't even lend a hand? Are you not afraid of being spoken ill of? Rao Shouqin had no choice but to admit. The money from selling the food recipes isn't in my hands. Dei is keeping it safe. Mrs. Pan was instantly enraged. What? A mere girl, a money-losing liability, has the right to control the family's finances? You spineless fool. You can't even manage a daughter. What are you good for? You've brought nothing but shame upon me. A mere girl? A money-losing liability? These words struck deeply, inciting Dei's ire. She gazed coldly at Mrs. Pan, her expression resembling a glacier untouched by time. In the past, she had thought of the old woman as somewhat muddled and superstitious. However, at this moment, the scornful, contemptuous glance directed at her maid Dei realized that this so-called grandmother seemingly did not regard her as human. To her, she was merely an object, a financial burden. Were you not also once a mere girl? By your reasoning, does that not make you a financial liability as well? She spoke each word with deliberate precision, her voice so frigid it seemed capable of shattering ice. You ungrateful wretch, to have brought forth such a disgraceful and morally bankrupt creature. My ancestors must be turning in their graves. Had I known the moment of your birth, I would have drowned you then and there. You ill-omened child. Just like your father, you are the bane of my existence. Pan was momentarily taken aback before pointing an accusatory finger at Daya, unleashing a torrent of vitriolic insults. A myriad of heart-wrenching words cascaded forth, igniting a fierce blaze of anger within Daya's heart. Chapter 26. Want money? Absolutely not. Daya's gaze swept over a branch by the fence, tempted to pick it up and deliver a sound thrashing to the unreliable old woman. However, she ultimately restrained herself. After all, Panshur was not only an elder, but also her biological grandmother. Hitting an elderly person was utterly unacceptable, unlike dealing with Baishur. For one, Baishur was notoriously difficult. For another, Baishur bullied the main household, taking advantage of her elder brother and sister-in-law. So it was reasonable for her to defend her parents by driving Baishur away. Panshur was generally kind to outsiders. Even beggars who came to her door would receive half a bowl of rice, a few sweet potatoes, some grains, a handful of coins, or a pair of old cloth shoes. She had never been stingy. She also showed compassion towards the village's lonely elderly and orphans. Her reputation in the village was quite good, and engaging in conflict with Panshur would ultimately lead to her own detriment. Dia felt utterly helpless, nearly suffering from internal distress. She was unafraid of someone like Baishur, with whom she could deal calmly. What truly terrified her was a formidable opponent like Panshur. Firstly, she was a grandmother, holding the advantageous position of an elder. Secondly, she had a good reputation in public, with her malice directed solely toward her daughters-in-law and granddaughters. Thirdly, her wickedness had not reached a malicious level, remaining within a certain scope and degree. Facing such an individual, Dia often found herself at a disadvantage. However, the notion of giving money to Baishur for ginseng was absolutely out of the question. No matter what, it was simply not happening. Rao Shochin looked at his daughter earnestly. Dia, your second aunt is ill. How about giving her 2 taels of silver? She looked so pitiful. Dia quickly averted her gaze and resolutely replied, No, I do not have any silver. Rao Shochin was taken aback, stammering, No silver? But don't you have 10 taels? Even if I do, I won't give it. It's my hard-earned money. Why should I squander it on someone unrelated? I can do as I please with my own earnings. I decide whom to give to and whom not to, Dia stated firmly, rolling her eyes inwardly. Oh, dear father, can you be any more foolish? Rao Shochin was left speechless by his daughter's words, at a loss for response. Panshur, after a series of entreaties, found that he was unyielding. Annoyed, she impatiently exclaimed, Is there no justice left? Let us go find a village head for a resolution. Find a village head? No, that old man is notoriously biased and favors the eldest family. His sons are also well connected with the eldest. Seeking the village head would only invite scorn upon myself. Panshur waved her hands repeatedly. Family matters should not be aired publicly. What is the point of seeking the village head? Let us do this instead. Just give me 30 copper coins. I want to eat meat. Rao Shochin's face lit up with joy, and he quickly said, Dia, hurry and give Grandma 30 copper coins. Grandma is craving meat? Well, giving 30 copper coins isn't excessive. Dia replied with a smile, extending her palm. Hand it over. The 1 tael of silver that father gave you. Panshur jumped in anger, scolding, You ungrateful wretch. That was given to me by your father. Why should I give it to you? Dia remained unperturbed, her gaze icy and foreboding. If you choose not to give, so be it. That 1 or 2 taels of silver shall serve as this year's tribute from my family to you and grandfather. All your pocket money, new clothes, and festive gifts for the year are encompassed within that. She continued, In the future, do not speak ill of us or tarnish my parents' reputation. Having entrusted the silver to Madame Pan, she understood the futility of reclaiming it. However, she was unwilling to suffer this indignity in silence. If she conceded now, it would only pave the way for further demands. Madame Pan, having tasted the sweetness of her concession, would undoubtedly become bolder, spurred on by the whispers of her aunts, leading to endless disputes. Madame Pan was nearly apoplectic, staring blankly at Rao Shochin. Her expression won a profound grievance. Rao Shochin felt a pang of sympathy in his heart. His mother was the epitome of kindness. Although she had shown some favoritism and had not been particularly kind to him during his upbringing, he dared not voice any resentment, for he was the source of her misfortunes. Years ago, he had nearly brought her to her demise, and it was understandable that she felt a sense of dissatisfaction, distancing herself from him. Dia, how can you speak in such a manner? She is your own grandmother. Rao Shochin glared at his daughter in indignation. Chapter 27. Astonishment, the headstrong Dia gazed defiantly at her father, feeling aggrieved as she spoke. Father, the silver I possess is meant for my elder brother and Xiangshi's tuition for school. My brother is already of an age where it is far too late for him to delay his education. Xiangshi is over 7 years old. While Fu Guwei and the others began their education at merely 5, my brother cannot even recognize his own name now. Her bright, clear eyes were filled with an earnest accusation directed at her father. Rao Shochin felt a sudden jolt in his heart, lowering his head in shame. Pan, sensing the unfavorable turn of events, swiftly made her exit. What folly! There was no reason to return the silver once it was in hand. If word of the spread, would she still have any face left? What family could not manage a mere granddaughter? This was not merely a matter of money, but one of dignity. Dia raised her brows and smiled, unperturbed. The silver was never something she expected to reclaim. Rao Shochin shot a disapproving glance at his daughter. Look at you. That is your own grandmother. As her granddaughter, you ought to respect and honor her, not speak back. This is the only time I will tolerate such behavior. Should it happen again, do not blame your father for resorting to the whip. Such disrespect towards the elders was utterly intolerable. While he could overlook her behavior towards others, disrespect toward grandparents was unforgivable. Rao Shochin, upon reflection, felt he had been overly indulgent with Dia lately. In the past, she had been quite obedient and well-behaved. Now, however, she seemed to be straying from that path. The mere thought of whipping her, Dia could not fathom her father's intentions. Yet his words struck her like a thunderbolt, flooding her mind with memories of her past. She recalled a time when she had been punished severely by her father for contradicting her grandmother. That experience had been enough to instill fear in her. The thought of enduring it again was unbearable. 30 lashes, 10 on her backside and 20 on her calves, leaving her bloodied. It was said to be the family discipline of the Rao household. Yet in Dia's memory, it appeared that only those from the main and fifth branches had been subjected to such discipline, though she had been punished only a few times. Each instance left her with haunting memories, akin to a nightmare. It seemed her father was not merely foolishly filial. It was clear that reforming him would not be a swift endeavor, and thus, her resistance would need to be intensified. Otherwise, life would become unbearable. That evening, Dia convened her inaugural family meeting. She addressed her parents candidly. Father, mother, regarding the management of finances, I wish to confirm with you. In the future, the silver I earn will be partially contributed for household expenses, while the majority will be under my own control, without interference from either of you. If not, I shall disengage from family matters henceforth. She had come to understand that her father, Rao Shochin, besides being foolishly filial, harbored a strong sense of male chauvinism. While he did care for his two daughters, deep down, he still favored sons over daughters. She fears nothing else, but is deeply apprehensive that, in matters of marriage, her father will acquiesce to her grandparents and fall into the treacherous trap of that malicious second aunt, becoming a mere stepping stone for others to ascend. What? Is this truly how you perceive me? Do you still consider me your father in your heart? Rao Shochin was taken aback, unable to accept this shocking revelation. Chapter 28. In modest trial, Dia remained unfazed, offering a gentle smile. Father, I assure you, these coins are solely for my own endeavors. The earnings I share with my siblings will be dutifully handed over to Mother. Not a single copper coin shall I keep. Well, that is somewhat acceptable. Rao Shochin's expression softened considerably. Just as he was about to voice further thoughts, Lu Xiangchen interjected with a cheerful agreement. That is splendid. Mother approves. You may keep the silver you earn for yourself. Moreover, the money earned by you siblings can also be retained for your own pocket money. Thank you, Mother. You are truly kind to us. Dia and her siblings erupted in joyous cheers, beaming sweet smiles at their mother, which made Rao Shochin involuntarily twitch at the corners of his eyes. The entire family, save for the bewildered father, unanimously supported Dia's proposition, with 6 members casting 5 votes in favor against 1. Even if Rao Shochin had reservations, they were rendered moot. Dia emergit victorious. Yet an unsettling feeling lingered within her. Their home contained merely 2 rooms, lacking even a lockable chest. Carrying 10 taels of silver on her person was impractical, as it could easily vanish without a trace. Determined to enlighten her elder brother, Xiangdong, and second sister, Da, she brought along a 5-tael silver ingot and led her brother to the largest bookstore in town, Mo Xiangjai. Mo Xiangjai's facade exuded grandeur. Peering through the entrance revealed an elegant, tranquil interior filled with books, neatly arranged on rows of shelves, the rich aroma of literature wafting invitingly. Xiangdong hesitated, his feet faltering as he gazed apprehensively. Brother, there is no need to be afraid. Dia reassured him, taking his hand and confidently stepping inside. A young attendant, no older than 15 or 16, brandished a feather duster, blocking the path of the siblings with an impatient tone. "What are you doing here, you poor wretches? This is no place for you, be gone." Xiang Dong's complexion turned ashen, nervously suggesting, "Sister, let us leave. There's a smaller bookstore around the corner. We could go there instead." The attendant scoffed derisively. "Indeed, Mo Xiang Zhai is no establishment for the impoverished. The shop around the corner sells nothing but cheap goods. You two should head there. The items here are for the affluent. Selling you both would not even suffice to purchase a single pen. Oh, but wait. Judging by your appearance, you probably cannot even read. Can you? Humph. How brazen to enter Mo Xiang Zhai without the ability to comprehend words." Xiang Dong's face darkened further. Overwhelmed by feelings of inferiority and shame, his gaze fixated on his own toes, unsure of where to place his hands and feet. He was fuming. "You lowly fool. I dare you to wager with me. If I can read, I shall choose 3 books from this store for free." The attendant sneered dismissively. "How about this? If you can read and write beautifully, you may select 10 items from this bookstore. However, if you cannot, I will strike you 10 times, and you will owe me 10 taels of silver." Oof. To challenge me is merely a matter of bravado, a matter of pride. I am certain this country girl, clad in coarse cloth, has never received an education. To be able to write one's own name is already a remarkable achievement. It is not just a humble girl from the countryside, but even the daughters of affluent families in the city rarely have the opportunity to receive an education and learn to read and write. Unexpectedly, the young lady responded without hesitation, "All right, it's settled." The shopkeeper, taken aback by her prompt reply, quickly added, "However, you cannot unilaterally decide what words to write or recognize. From among those purchasing books, 2 individuals will be selected to jointly determine an article for you to read and transcribe 2 paragraphs. Moreover, the quality of your writing and correctness of your reading will be judged by these 2 individuals." The young lady raised an objection. "I propose that we have 10 judges. You select 5, and I shall choose 5. The shopkeeper, with a nonchalant smile, replied, "So be it." At that moment, 10 patrons had gathered around the 3 of them. The shopkeeper excitedly recounted the wager to the crowd and eagerly inquired, "Ladies and gentlemen, are you willing to witness and judge this?" "Absolutely." The crowd responded with cheerful agreement. The shopkeeper hastily selected 5 familiar regulars, 3 of whom shared a close rapport with him, believing they would undoubtedly side with him in the judgment to come. Chapter 29. Astonishment with a casual glance. Xing identified 5 individuals who appeared to be earnest and upright. Just then, a striking young man, seemingly around 15 or 16, approached. "How about this? Allow me to take charge of evaluating the essays," he proposed. Xing raised her gaze and found him to be quite impressive. His eyes were clear and his demeanor graceful, suggesting he was indeed a trustworthy individual. There was also a sense of familiarity about him. Nodding in agreement, she replied, "That sounds splendid. Thank you for your assistance." "Absolutely not. Did we not agree to designate 2 individuals?" The bookshop assistant interjected without a moment's hesitation, firmly rejecting the notion. However, upon recognizing the newcomer, his expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly offered a sycophantic smile. "Very well. Thank you, young Master Yin." The abrupt change in demeanor left everyone astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. Who was this person? He seemed either wealthy or of noble birth. Dia caught off guard, hurriedly presented a book. "Here, this is the 3-character classic. Please read a short passage aloud and transcribe it. As long as your handwriting is neat and the presentation tidy, you shall be deemed the victor." The book was handed to her by none other than the heavenly, descended young Master Yin. "All right, thank you." Dia accepted the book and recited with rhythm and intonation. At the beginning of man, nature is inherently good. Though natures may be similar, habits diverge. If not taught, nature will change. The essence of teaching lies in its focus. Upon finishing, she spread a piece of Xian paper across the table, retrieved a self-made charcoal pencil from her small bag, and began to write fluidly, her elegant script flowing like water. The characters emerged with both solemnity and grace, exuding a refined and ethereal charm that captivated all present. This scene left the onlookers in a state of awe. What kind of pencil was this? How could it produce such beautiful writing? Wow, that's amazing. What style of script is this? Is it a recent innovation by some master? The crowd erupted in admiration, with 8 out of 10 judges casting their votes for the remaining 2 were likely affiliates of the assistant, who stood firm against the fervent gazes of the crowd. They say heart sudendirajit. Realizing her misstep, she had been so provoked that she forgot to maintain a low profile. She heard young Master Yun's voice, brimming with admiration, asking, "May I inquire? Young lady, from whom did you learn this exquisite script?" "Oh, this script? I learned it from an elderly gentleman in the mountains," Dia instinctively replied, a response she had premeditated. Sensing the puzzled looks from the crowd, she hastily added, "Well, when I was 5, I went to the mountains to gather firewood and stumbled upon an injured old man. Seeing him weary and famished, I shared my provisions and wild fruits with him. Subsequently, he would wait for me at the mountain's edge every few days, teaching me a few characters each time." "Oh, I see. No wonder a poor girl from the countryside can recognize characters." The bookshop assistant mocked sarcastically. Unfazed, Dia retorted, "Indeed, I am a girl from the countryside and from a poor family. Nevertheless, today, it is I who has triumphed, is it not? A wager is a wager. Prepare for a substantial loss today." The assistant, both shocked and enraged, barked back, "How dare you?" Driven to desperation, one audaciously contemplated robbing the ink-fragrant studio. "Yet beware, for I shall ensure that you are apprehended and face the consequences of your actions." Dia was greatly incensed and was poised to retaliate fiercely when a voice, resonant with a hint of weariness, emerged from the entrance. "Yuan Bao, cease your insolence." The voice, though not loud, carried an imposing authority that caused the attendant to tumble from his chair in fright. The newcomer was a man in his 40s, exuding an air of sophistication and kindness, instantly evoking a sense of warmth and approachability. With a friendly smile directed towards Dia, he bowed in apology. "My dear lady, I have heard of today's events and sincerely apologize for any offense caused. I ask for your understanding. As previously agreed, you may select 10 items from our collection of ink, paper, and books." Alas, the hour has slipped past midnight, resulting in a day of silence, leaving me quite disheartened. Chapter 30. Young Master Yun. The visitor was none other than Yu Zheng, the proprietor of Mo Xiangjai. "Thank you. Then I shall respectfully comply." The young lady responded with a slight bow to the middle-aged man. After speaking, she confidently stepped towards the bookshelf to select some books. The attendant, Yuan Bao, glared at her with disdain, muttering under his breath, "How shameless. Any book from that shelf costs more than 2 taels of silver. This is going to be a significant loss for the shop." Yu Zheng lowered his voice and scolded, "Silence. Regardless of how great the loss may be, it is your doing, and thus you shall bear the consequences." "What? No way." Yuan Bao was taken aback as if struck by lightning. Earning merely half a tael of silver a month, he could not possibly endure such a loss, even if he were sold. Unaware of their conversation, the young lady leisurely retrieved a copy of the Compendium of Materia Medica from the shelf, casually flipping through its pages. "Wow, this is an illustrated book. What a pity it's a handwritten copy, lacking the visual appeal of a printed edition. Nevertheless, better than nothing, especially since I can take it for free." She then found another agricultural book, also adorned with hand-drawn illustrations. Quite nice. Her spirits soared as she gathered essential reading materials: the 3-character classic, 100 Family Surnames, and 1,000-character classic, before proceeding to the writing supplies section. She picked up a dozen brushes, a large bundle of rice paper and inkstone, and a block of ink. Just as she finished, she raised her head and met Yuan Bao's fierce and contemptuous glare. Indifferent to his hostility, she calmly approached Yu Zheng, saying, "Shopkeeper, please note that I have selected a total of 9 items." Before Yu Zheng could respond, Yuan Bao interjected, "Oh, such a greedy country girl. This isn't merely 9 items. There are 12 brushes alone and over 10 sheets of rice paper." Truly insatiable, like a snake swallowing an elephant, his gaze was as cold as steel, wishing to pierce her with his eyes, as if her taking so many items was akin to carving out his flesh, utterly detestable. Yu Zheng was somewhat surprised. This young girl did not seem greedy at all. His eyes swept across the brushes and paper, and he suddenly realized these were all exceedingly ordinary items, hardly worth much. Aside from the 2 illustrated books that held a bit of value, the total cost of everything did not exceed 10 taels. If one were genuinely greedy, the writing supplies in the shop were far more expensive. A good wolf hair brush alone costs at least 2 taels of silver, and a decent sheet of rice paper, also 2 taels, if not more. Not to mention the price of a quality inkstone and ink. This young lady was quite prudent in her choices, clearly understanding the importance of moderation. The onlookers were not blind. Upon closer inspection, it became evident. Her actions were genuine, likely aimed at punishing the disdainful attendant. A smile of appreciation flickered in young Master Yun's eyes as he exchanged a nod with Yu Zheng before quietly departing. Before leaving, he cast a meaningful glance at the young lady, deep in thought. Yu Zheng smiled sincerely and said, "Dear young lady, there are only 9 items here. You may select one more." The young girl graciously declined. "No need, this is already quite sufficient." "Thank you, shopkeeper." To express her gratitude, she offered him a few small gifts, hoping he would accept them. She took the bamboo basket from her brother's hands, placed it on the counter, and retrieved several bamboo pen holders along with a dozen bamboo bookmarks. Chapter 31 Favor. As soon as the bamboo pen holder and bookmarks were displayed, they captivated the attention of the crowd. "What is this?" Yu Zheng inquired, picking up a bookmark and gazing at Yi with fervent interest. His intuition led him to accurately surmise that this exquisite and delicate bamboo piece held great significance. A fleeting thought darted through his mind, yet eluded his grasp. Indeed, what could it be? Over 20 pairs of eyes were fixated on Yi, their intensity making her feel somewhat uncomfortable, as if her clothing had been pierced with numerous holes. This is a bookmark, used to indicate where one is read and to keep track of reading progress. Daya Aplanet Suksinki. Oh, a bookmark? How marvelous! The scholars present shook their heads in admiration, utterly astounded. The bamboo holder and bookmarks were crafted with both simplicity and elegance, making them irresistibly desirable. The crowd clamored, "I would like several of these pen holders and bookmarks. One for myself, and the rest as gifts for elders and friends." What a splendid present! Some even contemplated purchasing one to present to their fiancé, or beloved ladies, hoping to elicit a smile from them. Yu Zheng's face lit up with joy. "Young lady, could you sell these bamboo holders and bookmarks to Mo Xiangjai? And could you provide a continuous supply?" He speculated that the idea for the bamboo holders and bookmarks surely originated from this young girl, likely crafted by her family. "Finally, I've been waiting for your words." Yi had come to Mo Xiangjai primarily to promote the bamboo holders and bookmarks made by her father. It was her suggestion for her father to create them. He was quite skilled and had engraved floral and avian patterns on the holders and bookmarks. At Yi's suggestion, he had also inscribed auspicious phrases such as "success in the imperial examination," "soaring high," "top scholar," "peace and joy," "everlasting union," "wealth and prosperity," and "abundant fortune," among others. This transformed the originally simple bamboo holders and bookmarks into something of much greater value. "Excellent. No problem at all. Master Yu is a kind-hearted person, and I am more than willing to collaborate with Mo Xiangjai." Yi readily accepted, her smile radiant. Then, with a serious tone, she inquired, "May I ask what price Master Yu can offer?" Master Yu promptly bent forward, inviting, "Please follow me to the backyard. The price is negotiable." He then gestured to the eager customers with a polite bow. "Please wait a moment. I will return shortly." In the backyard, there was a reception room, and the attentive young attendant swiftly arranged tea, fruits, and pastries. Yu Zheng smiled at Yi and Xiang Dong, saying, "Please enjoy. Let us discuss over tea." Xiang Dong felt quite constrained, sitting upright and hesitant to touch the exquisite treats laid before him. Yi, with a gentle smile, personally offered a pastry to her elder brother, saying, "Brother, after such a long and tiring journey, let's not be overly polite to Master Yu's warm hospitality." Xiang Dong hesitated, glancing at his sister, but refraining from reaching out. Observing this, Yu Zheng cheerfully remarked, "Indeed, your sister is right. There is no need for formality. By the way, may I ask how you two are dressed?" Yi pursed her lips and laughed brightly. "I am Yi. My full name is Rao Chuyue." And this is my elder brother, Xiangdong. Once more, I take the initiative to elucidate. My father's hands possess remarkable dexterity. He is an adept carpenter and skilled in various forms of weaving. The bamboo tube and bookmarks were crafted by my father's own hands. Should our collaboration proceed harmoniously, I intend to present other innovative and practical items to the Mo Xiang studio in due course, particularly suited for scholars. Yu Zheng's eyes sparkle with excitement. Is that truly the case? Splendid. The bamboo tube and bookmarks are priced at 20 copper coins and 15 copper coins respectively. What do you think? Additionally, I hope you can replenish the stock of the pen holders and bookmarks within 3 days, producing as many as needed. The Mo Xiang studio has numerous branches across various counties, with several in the capital city alone. Even 1,000 would scarcely suffice. You readily nodded in agreement. Very well. As the proprietor is a kind-hearted individual, I shan't haggle with you. Let us proceed as such. However, in the spirit of commerce, we must draft a contract and provide a deposit of 10%. Agreed. Yu Zheng could hardly contain his eagerness and promptly negotiated the terms of the contract with the Upon signing, he remained awash in the lingering astonishment brought forth by this young girl from the countryside. If he was not mistaken, this girl was certainly no ordinary being. Chapter 32. A bountiful return. Dia bid farewell to Yu Zheng, her spirits high, and eagerly took her brother on a shopping spree. With the silver she earned, she purchased 20 pounds of rice, 20 pounds of wheat, 2 pounds of pork belly, several pig bones, a bolt of blue cloth, a bolt of floral fabric, a bolt of green cloth, along with oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. The quantity was overwhelming, prompting her to hire an ox cart for their return journey. At the village entrance, the siblings were confronted by Aunt Bai. Oh, so you're not out thieving? If not, where did you procure the silver to buy all these goods? Could it be that this stubborn girl has taken to being someone's mistress? She scoffed, eyeing Dia's slender frame with disdain. Seeing the cart brimming with items, Aunt Bai's opportunistic instincts kicked in, yet Dia and Xiangdong paid her no heed, refusing even a sidelong glance. Unable to suppress her innate malice, Aunt Bai felt compelled to utter a few spiteful remarks. Xiangdong, infuriated, seized a stick from the cart and struck at Aunt Bai, exclaiming, "Who are you, you lunatic, to spout such nonsense? It would be a crime against nature not to silence you." The usually gentle Xiangdong was thoroughly provoked by Bai's words, awakening a hidden ferocity within him. Dia watched in astonishment. Was this truly the brother who had never shown anger for over a decade? "Brother, splendidly done. You look incredibly dashing." Dia beamed at him, her smile igniting Bai's fury further. Bai glared at Dia, her eyes sharp as needles, and without a moment's thought. She spat venomous insults. "You wretched child, born of a mother who never raised you. I truly regret not allowing your grandmother to end your life at birth. A heartless wretch, the Rao family raised you only for you to disgrace your elders." A torrent of vile words poured forth, too crude to bear. Dia, seizing a stick herself, nimbly leaped from the cart and struck Bai fiercely on the knee. "Ouch! My heavens, that hurts!" Bai screamed, collapsing to the ground, clutching her injured leg and glaring at Dia with fury. "You vile girl, you are indeed the spawn of Lu Xiangchuan." Mid-sentence, a sharp slap landed on her cheek, followed by 2 resounding cracks. Bai felt a searing pain. Even her teeth seemed to rattle. Who dared to challenge her? She looked up, only to see Dia's hand poised as if ready to strike again. "How dare you glare at me?" Dia shouted, her voice filled with defiance and contempt. "You think you can belittle me and insult my mother? Do not presume to act as if you are an elder. A person so cruel and malicious does not deserve the respect of their juniors. You, Bai, are unworthy and lack the qualification. Before me, Rao Dia, you are nothing but a foul piece of refuse." The young girl, with a wooden stick in hand, pointed at Bai, her delicate lips parting to unleash a torrent of playful laughter and scolding. She managed to render the skilled debater, Bai, utterly speechless, leaving her frozen in place like a statue carved from clay. It was uncertain whether she had run out of retorts or simply forgotten to respond, her entire demeanor resembling that of a lifeless figure. Chapter 33. The Upside Down Dia. Her anger unabated, scanned the crowd of onlookers, and approached two familiar children. I implore you both, one go fetch the village head, and the other bring my parents. As she spoke, she pressed 2 copper coins and a few pieces of malt candy into each child's hands. Thank you, sister. I shall go at once. The young boy, merely 5 or 6 years old, and in the throes of youthful greed, beamed with delight before darting away. Today's events could not simply be dismissed. The so-called 3 strikes principle had long been breached. Her troublesome second aunt had repeatedly tested Diya's limits. At this juncture, Diya's patience had been utterly exhausted, and she had no desire to engage further. The village head soon arrived, accompanied unexpectedly by the patriarch of the Qiao clan, the ruling family of Shanqian village. The village head was also a member of the Qiao clan, overseeing not only Shanqian but also several nearby hamlets. Given that Shanqian was the largest village in the area, it was only natural for the village head to emerge from there. From a distance, upon spotting the village head and the patriarch, Bai swiftly let out a dramatic wail. "Oh, village head, patriarch, you are both just and honorable men. You must stand up for me. It is outrageous. A niece seeks to harm her own aunt. How can this be tolerated? The ancestors of the Qiao clan must be appalled to witness such a transgression in Shanqian village. Alas, there is no justice left. I cannot endure. They have felt her liebstage in disbelief, silently cursing, truly. Those who have sunk to the depths of depravity are invincible. What audacity! She could twist the truth so that white appeared black." On their way, the village head and the patriarch had already been informed of the situation by the young boy. The village head, who had always held a low opinion of the Bai clan, could hardly restrain his impatience, interrupting her tirade. "Bai, what on earth are you trying to accomplish? Is there no end to this? At your age, to shamelessly lie with your eyes wide open and bully your husband's niece in broad daylight. How disgraceful. Your audacity rivals the thickness of a city wall. You've brought shame upon the entire Qiao family." As he spoke, his gaze swept over the curious bystanders, and he suddenly paled, his face reddening with embarrassment. Among them was a cart driver he recognized, hailing from Enjiawan, where the village headman was a cousin of this driver. Unfortunate indeed, for there existed an undeniable history between him and the Meng village head. They had been rivals for much of their lives, mostly to his advantage, yet he never anticipated that the commotion in Shanqian would attract the attention of the Meng clan. It was easy to foresee that within days, rumors would spread across Shanqian that the esteemed scholar's wife was nothing more than a scandalous figure. At that point, would he still have any face left? After a lifetime of striving, at over 50 years of age, must he now allow his reputation to be tarnished? The village head's mind was a tempest, a whirlwind of thoughts, when at that moment, Diya's parents and the residents of the old homestead arrived. The third aunt exclaimed dramatically, "Oh dear, second sister, how could you allow a wretched girl to bully you?" Rao Muden cast a fierce glare at Dia, then rushed forward, exclaiming "Mother," as tears streamed down her face like rain on blooming pear blossoms. "Oh, my pitiable mother, you have always been so kind to others. What kind of wicked person could have injured your leg? Always kind? How was I unaware of that?" Someone could not restrain themselves and let out a laugh. At that moment, the flames of fury ignited within Mrs. Pan without a hint of doubt. She raised her hand high and struck Lu Xiangchuan with great force. "You shameless wretch, just look at the daughter you have raised. She dares to strike an elder. If you do not discipline such a brazen girl, who would dare to marry her when she grows up?" Dear friends, Tianjing has several completed works. I invite everyone to take a look. I earnestly recommend 2 other works by Tianjing in the farming genre. 1. The Cunning Marquis, The Powerful First Wife. 2. Transmigration and Farming, A Little Girl Spreading Her Influence. Transmigration and Alternate History, Contract to Divorce, The All-Powerful Princess. Chapter 34. Inquiry, standing beside her parents, Dia kept a vigilant eye on the residents of the old house. When Pan raised her right hand to strike at her mother, Dia swiftly pulled her mother back. Lu Xiangchuan narrowly avoided the blow, but Pan, exerting too much force, stumbled and fell to the ground, provoking a round of laughter from the onlookers. "Lu, you heartless creature, how dare you push me? I am your mother-in-law." Pan cried out in a fit of rage, absurdly shifting the blame onto her daughter-in-law. Lu Xianchuan felt a surge of panic, unsure of what to do. Her pleading gaze seeking her husband. Rao Shouqin, feeling for his mother, blurted out in desperation, "Mother, quickly help her up." Lu Xianchuan's heart sank. Her husband's public demand made her fear he believed she had indeed pushed her mother-in-law. She stood frozen, her face a portrait of sorrow. Pan seized every opportunity to belittle Lu Xianchuan, weeping as she looked at her son. "Eldest son, do you see clearly now? In Lu's heart, there is no place for us. You ask her to help me up, but she completely ignores you. What a cruel heart she possesses, as if her soul has been devoured by wolves. Such a shameless creature. Eldest son, you should hastily cast her aside. Our family cannot bear such disgrace." Rao Shouqin, flustered, pushed his wife with urgency. "What are you dawdling for? Quickly apologize to your mother and help her up." Lu Xianchuan stumbled from his shove, falling to the ground, disbelief clouding her expression as she glanced up at her husband. Rao Shouqin, noticing her gaze, felt an increase in his own anxiety, just as he intended to assist her. Pan, sensing the situation deteriorating, began to wail again. "Oh, heaven, how blind you are! My son has forgotten his mother now that he has a wife. Why do I not just die? It would spare my son and his wife from the burden of my presence." Under the scrutinizing eyes of the crowd, Rao Shouqin felt an intense heat rise to his face, utterly at a loss. Just then, Bai, with a mischievous glint in her eye, clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Oh dear, everyone come and see. Witness the good deeds of the eldest brother's family. The daughter tries to assault the second aunt, while the mother bullies the mother-in-law. Such a family should not remain in Shanshan village, lest one day the villagers also fall victim to their tyranny." Rao Shouqin's face darkened. As he prepared to retort, Pan vigorously nodded in agreement. "Yes, that makes sense. However, the eldest is my son, and those young ones are also of our blood. It would be excessive to drive them away. How about this? If Lu kneels and admits her fault, and offers half of what is on that card as tribute to me, we shall let today's incident pass." Hearing her mother speak on behalf of their family, Rao Shouqin felt warmth in his heart, so much so that he barely registered the latter part of her statement. A joyful smile spread across his face as he excitedly proclaimed, "Mother, she has forgiven us. You must quickly apologize to her. Do not contend with her." His words were merely a simple request for an apology. Yet, to Lu Xianchuan's ears, it sounded like a demand to kneel before Pan and admit her wrongdoing. How could she possibly comply? With all eyes upon her, others would surely misconstrue her actions, believing she had committed some unforgivable offense against her mother-in-law. Her face devoid of expression, she cast a glance at her husband, the warmth in her eyes gradually dissipating, leaving her in a state of desolation. Xiang Dong could no longer bear to witness the scene and stepped forward. "Father, you are being utterly unreasonable." Grandmother fell because, in her ignorance, she allowed herself to be provoked by a scoundrel and intended to slap mother. In the end, she failed to land the blow and instead fell into the dirt. In her humiliation and anger, she shifted the blame onto mother. "Pray tell, father, what fault does mother truly bear?" Chapter 35. The incident faced with his son's inquiries. Rao Shouqin was rendered speechless, his countenance reflecting profound shame and unease. Dia cast a disapproving glance at her father before recounting the events leading to the current predicament in meticulous detail to the village chief and clan leader. As she reached the conclusion, her eyes glistened with tears and her voice trembled with emotion. "Grandfather Li, grandfather clan leader, you must advocate for Daya. Otherwise, I shall lose all face and have no desire to live." Grandfather Li, incensed, exclaimed, "By sure, you are nothing but a troublemaker. How dare you tarnish the reputation of our village? If other scholarly wives were to learn of your conduct, they would surely despise you. You have repeatedly humiliated Ia, bringing disgrace upon your own niece. A daughter-in-law like you has no place in our community. Pack your belongings and leave Shanquan village today, lest you bring calamity upon us." "What? Cast out from the village?" Bai Shi felt as though struck by lightning, nearly fainting at the thought. Pan Shi, taken aback, quickly interjected, pleading, "Clan leader, you cannot stand idly by. You must not allow Li Zheng to act with impunity. If Bai Shi is expelled, then the promising future of our family will be irrevocably shattered. Indeed, it was a pity to extinguish the potential of the child, Fu Gui. Exchanging a glance with the clan leader, Li Zheng hesitated. However, Bai Shi's actions were undeniably reprehensible. Failing to impose a severe penalty would leave a bitter taste. Grandfather clan leader, Dia has a suggestion. If second aunt and grandmother agree, I will overlook today's events for the sake of brother Fu Gui. Otherwise, I shall not relent, even if it means pursuing the matter to the county office. Rao Shouqin, alarmed, shot a glare at his daughter. Yeah? What are you attempting to do? Return home at once. This is no place for children. With a look of deep grievance, Dia turned to Grandfather Li, her eyes brimming with tears, appearing utterly pitiable. Grandfather Li, also casting a reproachful glance at Rao Shouqin, kindly addressed Dia. Dear child, feel free to express your wishes to your grandfather. Do not be afraid. As long as your demands are reasonable, I shall certainly advocate for you. Thank you, grandfather. Dia responded, bowing deeply, with Dong following suit. She surveyed the crowd and addressed the onlookers with a respectful gesture. Esteemed elders, uncles, aunts, and siblings, I implore you to bear witness. Henceforth, Dia shall sever all ties with second aunt and third aunt's families. From this day forward, whatever befalls Dia's family shall have no connection with them. Should Bai Shi and Meng Shi, third aunt, dare to defame or insult me again, I shall ensure they experience the consequences of their actions. Upon hearing this, Pan Shi was resolute in her opposition. She promptly sat down on the ground, weeping and pounding the earth. Oh, what a heartless creature! Merely a girl dares to sever ties with her elders. I cannot bear to live in such shame. Rao Shouqin, unable to tolerate his mother's behavior, felt a surge of frustration. You wretched girl, how dare you presume to decide this matter? Hurry home at once, unless you seek a beating. The right hand was raised high, poised to strike at Dia. The clan leader could no longer bear to witness the scene and stepped in front of Dia. Very well, if it must be so, today I shall take on the role of the villain and expel the Bai family from the genealogy of the Rao clan. Upon hearing these words, the wails of the Pan family abruptly ceased. Chapter 36. An unexpected turn. Rao Shouqin was utterly astonished, staring blankly at his daughter, rendered speechless by her icy gaze. He cast a desperate glance toward his wife, pleading, My dear, could you please say something? Are you not going to intervene with our daughter like this? Lu Xiangchuan, caught between joy and sorrow, shot him a glance and replied, Of course, I will intervene. Upon hearing this, a smile flickered across Rao Shouqin's face, only to be frozen in place the next moment. Lu Xiangchuan abruptly pulled their daughter into her embrace, heart aching as she murmured, Good child, it is I who has failed you. You have suffered because of me. Then, her gaze turned cold as she fixed it on Rao Shouqin, enunciating each word with precision. Rao Shouqin, I wish to dissolve our marriage. From now on, you may live with your family in the old residence. What? Divorce. Rao Shouqin felt as if he were facing his demise upon hearing this. What nonsense is this? Just as life was beginning to improve, why stir up trouble again? Oh dear, you are aware that life has just started to become bearable? Then, on what grounds do you treat our daughter this way? Do you resemble a father at all? Moreover, what wrong have I committed that warrants kneeling before your mother? Lu Xiangchuan's indignation surpassed that of her husband. Kneel and kowtow? I did not demand that you kneel before my mother. You must not lie with your eyes wide open. Rao Shouqin was genuinely enraged, for the first time recognizing that his wife could be unreasonable and audacious enough to fabricate lies in public. A surge of resentment welled up within Lu Xiangchuan. How dare you, Rao Shouqin, act without accountability? You are not a man. In front of so many people, you dare to twist the truth. It's utterly detestable. Being with someone like you, I might as well choose death. Typically gentle and obedient towards her husband, Lu Xiangchuan's fierce demeanor today left Rao Shouqin utterly dumbfounded, his mind a blank slate, incapable of rational thought. By the time he regained his senses, his wife and children had vanished. The unfolding events surpassed Day's expectations. Lu Xiangchuan's resolute desire for divorce sent her into a panic. The notion of severing ties with the second and third aunts was no longer on her mind. After her fierce declaration, Lu Xianchuan sprinted homeward, and Dei hastily pursued her. In this era, a woman seeking divorce was not a matter to be taken lightly. Unless the couple's relationship had irreparably deteriorated, there was little reason to dissolve the marriage. Xiangdong swiftly followed suit. Dei caught up with Lu Xianchuan, anxiously calling out, "Mother, do not act impulsively. You must discuss this with father. He is fundamentally a good man, albeit a bit foolishly filial. Today, I also discovered that he can be rather unclear in his judgments. However, I know that in this ancient society, divorce is a grave matter. At your age, mother, finding a suitable man after a divorce is exceedingly difficult, unless you are determined never to remarry. Father still possesses the potential for change. Proceeding with a divorce seems unwise." Xiangdong pleaded, "Mother, divorce is a significant issue. It cannot be treated lightly." As they conversed, they had already arrived at the doorstep. Xiangxi and Arya rushed out, anxiously inquiring, "Mother, are you all right? Is big brother and big sister safe?" Upon witnessing the anxious and concerned gazes of her young children, Lu Xianchuan's heart softened instantly. With a sigh, she altered her decision. "Tomorrow, I shall take you to your grandmother's house, where you can stay for a few days. There are plenty of wild fruits in the mountains at this time." Initially, she had intended to return to her maternal home after the divorce. However, while leaving was simple, taking her children with her was a different matter altogether. Yet, if she did not take them, there was a significant risk that her eldest and second daughters would be sold again. Chapter 37. Resolution. Dia pondered for a moment and then said, "Very well. After all, Mother hasn't returned to grandmother's house for several years. The weather is just perfect today, neither too hot nor too cold. Mother should take the gu and head back with Xiangxi. Arya is still quite young and cannot manage such a long mountain journey. I will stay at home to keep her company." "Why not? If we're to go back, we should all go together." Lu Xianchuan was naturally unwilling. As she swiftly packed her clothes, she remarked, "We can head to the town early tomorrow. There are ox carts that go to Wudaoyang. We could take the cart then. Besides, our family is not short of few coins. We can also buy some gifts in town." The Yeshuk had heat. "Mother, today I signed a contract with the owner of Mo Xiang Jacques to provide a large batch of bamboo pen tubes and bookmarks in the coming days. Additionally, I plan to have father weave some book boxes and craft a few desks to sell at Mo Xiang Jai. If I am not home, who will guide father? And who will deliver the goods? Mother, if we do not deliver, it would breach the agreement, and we would incur a significant financial penalty." Xiangdong quickly affirmed, "Yes. Mother, Dia speaks the truth. If not, why not take Arya with you to grandmother's house, while I stay behind to help?" He hurriedly recounted the events of the day at Mo Xiang Jai in a few succinct phrases. "Oh, I see," Lu Xianchuan responded, her furrowed brow relaxing, her previously grim mood lifting considerably. After some contemplation, she eventually acquiesced, "Very well. You are both quite capable, and it brings me comfort. I shall take Xiangdong with me, while Arya, being too young, will stay at home." It had been many years since she last visited her maternal home, and the people of the Rao family were notoriously difficult and shameless. Her parents and siblings lacked even the courage to step into the Rao household. Years had passed, and she was unaware of the safety of the journey or the ease of taking an ox cart. If she were to bring Arya along, she feared the potential for unforeseen mishaps. The children nodded in agreement, and just as the Yu was about to say something, Rao Shouqin rushed back, panting. Upon entering, he seized the bundle from Lu Xianchuan's hands, exclaiming, "Mother of the child, what do you think you are doing? I do not permit you to leave. You are not going anywhere. Why are you stopping me? Did your mother not tell you to divorce me? I am aware of my own standing. I can leave on my own, can't I? Rao Shouqin, your mother, along with Bai and Meng families, frequently colludes to pressure and humiliate me. Are you truly oblivious to this? Today, you force me to kneel before your mother and apologize in front of so many people. I can no longer endure this." Lu Xianchuan's countenance bore an air of resoluteness, her voice unwavering. "A divorce is imperative. If you refuse, then a letter of separation will suffice. However, if you wish to divorce me, I will take the children with me. At the very least, I must take the and Arya, so they are not easily sold off by the old Rao family." Rao Shochin's face paled immediately. Mother of the children, you have misunderstood me. I did not intend for you to kneel before her. At that moment, I did not clearly hear what my mother said. Having you apologize was merely to give her a bit of face. Just now, the village chief has explained it to me, and I realize I have been misunderstood by Lu Xianquan. In his heart, he was filled with deep regret. How could he have let his mind wander at that moment? Lu Xianquan chose to ignore him. That night, squeezing into a bed with their 2 daughters, while the children scarcely acknowledged his presence. Rao Shochin lay alone on the spacious bed, tossing and turning, overwhelmed with frustration. What had happened? It felt as if he were a sinner. Even his second daughter refused to acknowledge him. Although he had been distracted and spoken inappropriately, he felt it was only right to defend and honor his mother. Rao Shochin felt wronged and aggrieved. Early the next morning, while the sky was still dimly lit, Lu Xianquan took him to the town to purchase gifts for her family and to board a bullock cart. Rao Shochin, having endured a sleepless night, finally dozed off just before dawn, only to awaken later to find the sun high in the sky. His wife and Xiangdong had long since vanished without a trace. To his dismay, it seemed as if he were the only one left in the household. His eldest daughter, Xiangdong, and the second daughter treated him as though he were invisible, not even sparing him a glance. Their silence to his inquiries was deafening, as if he were speaking to the air. Rao Shochin stood there, utterly stunned. What was happening? As the head of the family, he never imagined he would find himself in such a dismal situation. His wife, who had always been so obedient and considerate, had departed without a word. Even his children, who typically obeyed him without question, now dared to ignore him. A chilling fear enveloped him. Was his wife and children collectively abandoning him? Did they no longer want him? An overwhelming panic surged within him, threatening to engulf his very being. Eldest daughter, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Don't ignore me. Rao Shochin trailed behind his daughter, admitting his faults as the remnants of his masculinity and authoritative demeanor dissipated in that moment. Indeed, he had previously exhibited a slight bias towards sons and had maintained a patriarchal stance, not permitting his children to show insufficient deference to their elders. However, since the family had been divided, this detrimental habit had gradually diminished under the subtle influence of his eldest daughter. Today, with Lu Xianquan's abrupt departure and the children's indifference, he realized that he could no longer afford to uphold his pride. If he did not lower his stance and change his ways, he risked the tragic fate of losing his family altogether. His eldest daughter struggled to suppress her laughter, nearly injuring herself in the process. Ah, look at you, drinking the bitter wine after refusing the sweet. Now you understand the severity of offending your wife and children, don't you? The collective disregard from his family, treating him as if he were heir, was a strategy devised by his eldest daughter. Rather than quarrel or create a scene, they chose to ignore him completely. This soft, yet effective approach was far more potent than any harsh words. After a while, seeing that his eyes were beginning to glisten with unshed tears, the eldest daughter finally snapped her fingers, a prearranged signal indicating that they could now acknowledge Rao Shochin. Dia first broke the silence. Father, it is not that I wish to speak ill of you, but about yesterday's events. It is truly unfair to blame Mother, or even myself and Big Brother. You are unaware that yesterday, second aunt deliberately intercepted Big Brother and me at the village entrance. Without so much as a greeting, she launched into accusations. Oh, still claiming you did not go thieving? If not for theft, where did all this money come from to purchase such an abundance of goods? Could it be that this wretched girl has resorted to selling herself? TSK, with a frame as frail as a mere kindling stick. Who would ever desire such a thing? Father, how can such a second aunt be considered a relative? She is clearly an adversary. What kind of second aunt would treat her own niece with such venom? Not even ordinary neighbors would behave in such a manner. If you can still tolerate such a second aunt, then I truly cannot recognize you as my father, for it is deeply disheartening. I fear I may have nightmares tonight that could frighten me to death. The words of second sister-in-law are indeed so unbearable. Yet, is Dia's reaction not a tad excessive? Surely, her father cannot be so foolish. If second sister-in-law is indeed that malicious, how could he possibly endure it or force his own daughter into such a predicament. Dear readers, I am concurrently writing 2 pieces, and there is another one yet to be completed. Therefore, this story can only be updated once for the time being. I sincerely apologize. However, once this story is published, the other work will reach its conclusion, so I kindly ask for your patience. Thank you very much. Chapter 39. Ascending the mountain. Rao Shochin was utterly bewildered. He never anticipated that his image in his daughter's eyes could be so profoundly inadequate. He remained speechless for a long time, enveloped in an overwhelming sense of melancholy and frustration. Indeed, his father, second aunt, and third aunt were all individuals of ill intent, having never regarded them as family. Instead, they often incited trouble with the grandmother, seemingly wishing for their household's ruin. Otherwise, they would not have secretly sold off Daya in the first place. Seeing his father silent for so long, Xiangdong assumed he had disbelieved his sister's words, and thus, with a stern expression, he spoke earnestly. What could Rao Shochin possibly say? Besides bowing his head in remorse and seeking his children's forgiveness, he harbored no other thoughts. He understood all too well that only with his children's forgiveness could their mother ever return. Otherwise, he might spend the rest of his life in solitude. Daya sighed in relief, grateful that her father still had a chance at redemption. Father, I have signed a contract with the proprietor of Moxiangzai. For the next few days, you need not go anywhere. Focus solely on crafting pen holders and bookmarks. In 3 days, I shall deliver the goods, and you may produce as many as you can. But please ensure the quality is exquisite. As she spoke, Daya jested with her father. Rest assured, the profits from this venture will grant you 30%. Then, with a mock sigh, she added, Oh, dear father, it is not that I covet your silver. Rather, I fear it may not linger long in your pockets, easily swayed away by others, so it is better I safeguard it myself. Rao Shochin's face flushed crimson as he stammered. Then you should keep the money, or perhaps let your mother manage it. That works. I adore such a father. Daya replied mischievously. If mother knew, she would surely be delighted. The tension within Rao Shochin finally eased. Had the child truly forgiven him? With a newfound lightness in his heart, he felt an immense sense of joy as the bamboo beneath his hands transformed swiftly into exquisitely crafted yet simple pen holders and bookmarks adorned with intricate designs. With a twinkle in her eye, Daya instructed Arya to stay at home and accompanied her elder brother up the mountain. Uncle Wu and Yunwu had long awaited them at the mountain's foot. Yunwu, the eldest son of Uncle Wu and 4 years older than Xiangdong, was 13 this year. Thank you so much, Daya exclaimed, hurrying toward them, her voice brimming with gratitude. The previous evening, after dinner, Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu had secretly visited Lu Xianchuan. Upon learning that Uncle Wu had some spare time in the coming days, Daya seized the opportunity to request his assistance in climbing the mountain to cut vines. Uncle Wu readily agreed. Today, even brother Yunwu had come, which deeply touched Daya. The old residents still harbored honest and kind-hearted individuals. It seemed that from such twisted bamboo could sprout fine shoots. Daya marveled at the fact that such a grandfather and grandmother could indeed raise a good son like her father and Uncle Wu. This feels akin to winning a grand prize. Throughout the journey, Daya's eyes were alight with wonder. This mountain was truly a treasure trove at every turn. It is indeed the season of late spring, where wild fruits abound, including wild grapes, black riceberries, myrtle, and pear blossoms, most of which are still in their flowering phase. However, this sight brings great joy to Daya, for these treasures hold immense value. By August, the household can expect a substantial income. Though great wealth may elude them, a life free from want seems assured. Daya's heart swells with contentment. Fifth uncle is busy pruning the vines with Yunwu, while Daya gathers wild fruits and collects firewood to the east. Chapter 40. The cloud and mist discuss separation this time, under the leadership of Uncle Wu. The group ventured out from the several deforested low hills and journeyed approximately 20 miles into the Grand Mountains. Although not deep within the mountains, the area was lush with verdant trees and abundant vines. Uncle Wu, a skilled weaver, knew precisely which vines were suitable for crafting baskets and boxes. He selected a sunlit slope and swiftly wielded his machete. Yunwu lent a hand nearby. Daya led Xiangdong along the winding mountain path, disappearing behind thickets and brambles. Daya, Xiangdong. Do not wander too far. If there is any danger, shout for Uncle Wu. Periodically, Uncle Wu would call out loudly. His voice, filtering through the dense foliage, reached Daya's ears, faintly echoing back. In harmony with the chirping insects and singing birds, it enveloped Daya in an unusual warmth and sentiment. Uncle Wu, there is no need to worry. I'm here with my brother. Daya stood tall and called out brightly. During this season, many wild fruits ripen in the mountains, such as raspberries, wild mulberries, and fuzzy peaches, and Daya delightedly picked them. Xiangdong, seeing this, abandoned his task of gathering firewood and assisted his sister in foraging for wild fruits and vegetables. As they passed through a grove of wild camellia trees, Daya discovered the tea tree mushrooms at the decayed roots of an ancient tree. Clusters of them caught her eye, so charming and delightful. Brother, look over there. Tea tree mushrooms, Daya exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. Tea tree mushrooms? I've never heard of such a thing. Xiangdong replied, puzzled. Daya dashed over, placing her basket on the ground, and began to harvest the mushrooms. With each one she picked, her heart soared. Hee, brother, today I have struck gold. By next September, our family will have saved a substantial amount of silver to buy a small courtyard in the county town, and you and Xiangxi can attend the academy there. Her confidence radiated, her spirits soaring. Xiangdong stood in astonishment, taking a moment to regain his composure before kneeling beside her to help gather the mushrooms she cherished so dearly. Are these really edible? He contemplated asking, but ultimately refrained. Perhaps it was best to trust her. After all, she had never lied. She would not engage in anything uncertain. It seemed that a celestial being had informed her that these wild mushrooms were indeed safe to eat. This secluded area bore few traces of humanity, with several decaying old camellia trees. Daya emptied her basket, transferring the previously gathered wild vegetables and fruits into her brother's basket. Together, the siblings worked diligently, and soon they had collected a substantial bounty. Daya, Xiangdong, it's time to head back. Uncle Wu's clear and resonant voice echoed through the mountains. All right, we're just about finished, Daya joyfully replied, her voice brimming with delight. Xiangdong had no time to gather firewood. Daya scanned their surroundings and had a brilliant idea. Pointing at a withered camellia tree, brother, let us drag this camellia tree back and place it in the shade behind our house. That way, when we want to eat tea tree mushrooms, we won't have to come up into the mountains anymore. Sound good? Xiangdong pondered for a moment, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, as he hoisted the camellia tree and began to walk away. Uncle Wu was quite puzzled and inquired, Xiangdong, what do you need this camellia tree for? With a simple and genuine smile, Xiangdong glanced at Dia. Dia quickly chimed in, Uncle Wu, this camellia tree has remarkable uses. If utilized properly, it can yield substantial profits. Would you be interested in partnering with our family to earn some money? Partnering to earn money? Uncle Wu was certainly intrigued, but he hesitated, fearing that your second aunt might not agree. You know how things are at home. Your second aunt has the final say. Your grandmother has always listened to her. Uncle Wu furrowed his brow, caught in a dilemma. Yun Wu could no longer contain himself and suggested, Father, why don't we split the family? Our branch should also consider separating. The desire for independence had been brewing in the young man's mind for many years, especially since the Yuz family had already branched off. The yearning for autonomy had only intensified. Chapter 41. A sense of inferiority to partition the family? Your father wishes for that as well. Yet your second aunt and grandmother would never acquiesce. Uncle Wu placed the vine aside and sat on a stone, lost in contemplation. The notion of separation had often danced through his dreams, but achieving it seemed more challenging than scaling the heavens. Yunwu, filled with disappointment, could not restrain himself from stomping his foot. Father, could you not be a bit more assertive? We possess so much land. Yet Uncle Air is a scholar who does not engage in farming, while Aunt Air parades her status as the scholar's wife, doing little more than washing her and Uncle Air's clothes. As for Uncle San and Aunt San, they are both indolent, perpetually scheming for trifles. What is there to cherish in such a household? If we do not separate, shall we endure endless indignities? Rao Shoujua felt a twinge of embarrassment at his son's words. After all, Those were his own brother and sister-in-law. Being so bluntly criticized by his son left him feeling quite disheartened. You child, do you imply that there is not a single decent person among us? What about your fourth uncle and aunt? Yunwoo's displeasure only intensified. Indeed, before the partition, Uncle C and Aunt C were quite diligent. Uncle Da would handle the most arduous tasks, while Aunt Da balanced her time between fieldwork and household duties. However, after the division, the burden of farming has largely fallen upon the fourth and fifth branches. Consequently, Aunt C has grown resentful and increasingly selfish. Dai and Xiangdong exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation. Alas, it is indeed as Yunwoo says. Ah, we are all family. There is no need for such calculations. Rao Shoujua sighed. Father, it is not that I am petty, but some individuals have crossed the line, and it has become unbearable. Yunwoo's frustration mounted as he continued. Uncle Air's family blatantly shirks work, while Uncle San's family feigns effort, contributing little. Recently, during the busy farming season, Uncle C and Aunt C exhibited a lack of enthusiasm, and the usually honest Aunt C even pretended to be ill during the critical planning period. Father, it is evident that the residents of the old homestead will inevitably view our fifth branch as a source of exploitation. Surely not. We are all family. Let us not think the worst of each other, Rao Shoujua murmured, though his words lacked conviction. He was no fool. He was well aware of the reality. Father, Yunwoo suddenly shouted in anger, glaring at him. Your and Uncle Da's actions leave me utterly unable to comprehend. Filial piety towards one's parents is indeed essential. Yet there must be limits. You and Uncle Da obediently comply with whatever Aunt Air and Grandmother dictate, without a trace of your own opinions. What kind of situation is this? Look around. How many families in the surrounding area behave so peculiarly? Rao Shoujua lowered his head, rendered speechless by his son's words. Indeed, his son was correct. Before the partition, did Uncle Da and Aunt Da ever have a day of rest? Yet, whenever there was something delectable to eat, it was always prioritized for the second branch, followed by the third. For instance, if one were to slaughter a chicken at home, by the time my elder brother and sister-in-law returned from the fields, there would be no broth left for them to savor. Enduring such circumstances for an extended period, who could bear it? Only my foolishly filial elder brother possesses the capacity to maintain such unwavering consistency for over a decade, without uttering a single complaint. A person like him is indeed rare. I, however, find myself unable to emulate his steadfastness. Chapter 42. Winding mountain path in just a few months. He found it increasingly unbearable. While he could tolerate it to a degree, after the division of the family, his youngest daughter, Camellia, took over the tasks previously handled by the eldest daughter, Jasmine. She had to rise before dawn to accompany Jasmine in gathering pig fodder. Upon returning home, she was burdened with the chores of cleaning the courtyard and the house, washing and preparing vegetables, and feeding the pigs and chickens. Meanwhile, the children of his second brother lived like young masters and mistresses, showing no inclination to lend a hand, even when a bottle tipped over. The children of his third brother were equally indolent, each one seemingly adept at avoiding work and shirking responsibilities. Even the previously diligent fourth brother and sister-in-law began to engage in petty scheming, rendering them somewhat unrecognizable. As a father, witnessing his children toil like servants, enduring dirty and arduous work, only to be frequently reprimanded by their mother and second sister-in-law, filled him with heartache and sorrow. It was an emotional imbalance that he could not reconcile. Yet what could he do? After all, he was the youngest, with a filial son bearing down on him. What options did he have? Could he risk the reproach of being deemed disrespectful to his elders, as Jasmine had? Seeing his conflicted expression, Yunwoo fanned the flames. Aunt and third aunt constantly bully mother, offloading their responsibilities onto her and finding ways to create more work. Father, if you can remain indifferent to this, then I cannot recognize you as my father. Perhaps it would be better for me to lead mother and my younger siblings away to live independently. The room fell into a dreadful silence. What? Rao Shoujua was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped to the ground, his tone tinged with despair. Do you truly not trust your father? Yunwoo gazed silently at the towering mountains across from him, offering no response. Sensing the tension, Jasmine swiftly intervened to diffuse the situation. Fifth uncle. My dear cousin speaks a truth that is hard to accept. Your and father's devotion to grandmother borders on foolishness. In your quest to honor your mother, you have condemned your wife and children to a wretched existence. Not only does grandmother frequently insult mother and fifth aunt, but second aunt also ensures that mother and fifth aunt endure daily scoldings. Both mother and second aunt are truly to be pitied, as are the children of both the first and fifth households. There are no children in this village as unfortunate as they. Is it truly that dire? Fifth uncle asked, somewhat skeptical. Indeed, fifth uncle, Jasmine affirmed. Second aunt is a master of disguise. In your presence, she dares not go too far with mother and fifth aunt. But when you and father are absent, she transforms entirely, becoming cruel towards them. Unfortunately, mother and fifth aunt are too concerned with the greater good. While they are not weak in spirit, second aunt is far too dominant. Even 10 of fifth aunt and mother together would not stand a chance against her. Jasmine concluded her remarks with unwavering certainty, adding, if the division had not occurred, I would rather die than endure this any longer. These final words were nothing short of earth-shattering. Rao Shojua was left astounded, rendered speechless for an extended period. Little Lu Xiangchuan, having endured great hardship, first traveled 3 hours by bullock car from the town, followed by another 2 hours on foot, finally catching sight of Wudao Ridge in the distance. Exhausted and breathless, her calves aching, she plopped down onto the ground and exclaimed, Mother, how much farther is grandfather's house? I truly cannot walk any longer. Despite being out of breath, Lu Xiangchuan squatted down upon seeing her son, her heart aching as she said, Good child, we are almost there. Just a little longer, and mother will carry you. Understanding the situation, Xiangxi waved his hand, saying, Mother is tired too. I can walk. But, dear mother, how much farther is it? You always say it's close. It seems endless. The mountain path continues to twist and turn around one bend after another, crossing one small stream, then another. How could it be compared to the song sung by my elder sister? 18 bends of the mountain road? There must be many more bends ahead, right? It feels as though we have traversed 30 or more already. The little boy wiped away the cold sweat from his brow. Hand in hand, the mother and son clung to the shrubs and vines by the roadside, laboriously climbing onward until they finally surmounted the fourth ridge and arrived at the long-awaited fifth ridge. At that moment, the sun had already begun to set, leaving only a final glimmer of twilight on the horizon. Standing at the doorstep of her long-absent home, Lu Xiangchuan could not help but have her eyes well up with tears. A middle-aged man, around 40, returned from outside, squinting as he recognized her, and exclaimed in delight, Xiangchuan has returned. Brother, it's me, Xiangchuan. I have come back. Upon seeing her brother, Lu Xiangchuan quickly raised her hand to wipe away the tears that brimmed at the corners of her eyes, joyfully calling out, Xiangchuan, my dear daughter, you have broken my heart. Changshe grasped her daughter's hand, tears cascading down her cheeks. This hand bore no resemblance to that of a woman. It was exceedingly rough, with calluses thicker than her father's, and it was marred by numerous scars. Though most appeared to be old wounds, they were nonetheless alarming, shattering her heart. It was evident how harshly her daughter had lived in the Lao family over the years. Chapter 43. Determination. Rao Shojua ultimately acquiesced to Dei's request, joining her in crafting book boxes and baskets, as well as cultivating tea tree mushrooms. Upon returning home, he consulted with Madame Pan. Mother, there is little farm work left. I intend to assist my elder brother for a few days. No, I retorted, interjecting swiftly. Fifth brother, have you lost your senses? The eldest family is no longer our kin. If you truly find yourself idle, you ought to seek labor in the city. Shojua, incensed, glared at his second sister-in-law for the first time in history. During the busy farming season, the majority of the household chores were handled by me and Shanta's mother. Now that I have some leisure, I'm not entitled to pursue my own interests? Sister-in-law, you are not my mother. This is far too intrusive. Bye. At a loss for words, exchanged heated glances with him. Madame Pan, disapproving of Bai's confrontation with her son, remarkably chose to side with Shojua, calmly stating, Very well. You are brothers after all. Go, and lent him a hand for a couple of days. The household was quite idle, and since the fifth son wished to assist, it would be unreasonable to obstruct him. If the villagers were to learn of this, her reputation would be tarnished. In recent months, an abundance of events had transpired, and Madame Pan, no fool, discerned Bai's slight impropriety. Consequently, she began to refrain from indulging Bai's whims. This daughter-in-law seemed to regard her as a simpleton, constantly leveraging her against others. The following morning, shortly after dawn, Rao Shojua, accompanied by Yunwu, knocked on Dai's door. "Good morning, fifth uncle." "Good morning, brother Yunwu," Dai exclaimed joyfully, hastily opening the door and ushering them to the breakfast table, serving each a bowl of savory meat porridge. Rao Shojua promptly declined. "No need. We have already eaten." "Even so, I have a bit more," Dai insisted, pushing the bowls into the hands of fifth uncle and Yunwu. A typical breakfast at the old residence consisted solely of a steamed bun. After all, unable to refuse, they relented and consumed the fragrant porridge. Dai had already discussed the prospect of business partnership with Rao Shochin the previous evening, and Rao Shochin, eager for the opportunity, offered no objections. With delight, he said, "Fifth brother, today you and Yunwu will assist me in crafting pen holders and bookmarks, as well as processing the vines we harvested yesterday. Let Dai accompany Xiangdong to the city to see if the tea tree mushrooms can be sold." Rao Shojua cheerfully agreed. The tea tree mushrooms had been divided into two half baskets. One was a large basket, and the other, smaller. Naturally, Dai carried the smaller basket, containing less than 2 pounds of mushrooms. The larger basket, however, weighed nearly 6 or 7 pounds. Xiangdong strode forward, bearing the heavy basket, while Dai quietly followed, observing her older brother's frail figure, her heart heavy with emotion. Approaching 9.5 years of age, her brother, though better fed since the division of the family, appeared no older than 7. She silently resolved to take bolder steps towards earning money, continuously elevating their standard of living and ensuring her brother grew tall and strong. This time, the siblings headed directly to Jitsue building. The delighted manager Su exclaimed, "Dia, Xiangdong, you have finally arrived. Please, allow me to escort you to the elegant chamber on the 2nd floor." Dia turned to Xiangdong and said, "Elder brother, you should accompany the manager upstairs first." She then addressed Manager Su. "Uncle Su, may I borrow the small kitchen? I wish to prepare a novel dish." Of course. Manager Su responded, his excitement palpable. Without a moment's hesitation, he called out loudly, "Chong," and accompanied Dia to the small kitchen and informed Chef Chong that whatever ingredients Dia requires must be provided unconditionally. Chapter 44. In the kitchen, Dai prepared to create a dish and a soup. First, she decided on a dry pot of tea tree mushrooms. She requested some pork belly, a few dried chilies, and other essential ingredients from Master Chong, while salt and sugar were readily available in the small kitchen cabinet. While waiting for the ingredients, she meticulously trimmed the roots of the tea tree mushrooms, washed them several times, and then soaked them in a mild saline solution, setting them aside for later use. Next, she began preparing the soup, planning to make a tea tree mushroom chicken soup, a process she had mastered in her previous life through countless repetitions. The method was straightforward. She boiled water in a pot and briefly immersed the already chopped free-range chicken pieces, retrieving them once the water reached a rolling boil. Finally, she placed the chicken pieces, tea tree mushrooms, and sections of green onion into a clay pot, covering the ingredients with pure well water. The pot was then placed on the stove, brought to a vigorous boil, and subsequently reduced to a gentle simmer, allowing the chicken to tenderize slowly. Before serving, she seasoned it with oil and salt. At that moment, Changyan entered the small kitchen, carrying a basket of ingredients. "Dai, here are the items you requested. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Dai took the basket and began rinsing the chilies. "Changyan, please keep an eye on the time. When 15 minutes have passed, help me retrieve the tea tree mushrooms and break them into thumb-sized pieces. Also, monitor the soup pot, maintaining a gentle simmer." "Understood," Changyan responded eagerly, his face beaming with delight. Dai's trust in him was evident, unclouded by any suspicion of him attempting to learn her culinary skills. This sentiment warmed his heart. There was a certain joy in being trusted by another. Dai diligently cleaned the chilies, slicing them into fine strips and placing them in a white porcelain dish for later use. Upon glancing up, she noticed Chang'an seated in front of the stove, his expression earnest and focused on the flames, showing no inclination to spy on her. Alas, this child is too honest, Dei thought, shaking her head as she concentrated on slicing the pork belly into delicate pieces, mindful that the 15 minutes had not yet elapsed. She poured the sweet well water into the pot, prompting Chang'an to swiftly assist her in stoking the fire. With a few deft movements, he ignited the flames, causing the water to boil rapidly. Soon enough, the time was nearly up. Chang'an efficiently retrieved the tea tree mushrooms, placing them in an enormous bowl, and quickly broke them into smaller sections. Dei accepted the bowl, pouring the tea tree mushrooms into the boiling water and covering the pot with a lid. As the water returned to a boil, she fished out the mushrooms, placing them in a bamboo basket to drain excess liquid. She poured a little oil into the pot and sauteed the pork belly until it rendered its fat, then added the tea tree mushrooms, stir-frying for a brief moment before incorporating the chili strips, seasoning with salt and sugar, and plating it elegantly in a fine white porcelain dish. "Wow, it looks and smells amazing," Chang'an exclaimed, salivating at the sight. Yet, Dei shook her head in disappointment, lamenting, "What a pity. We lack dabanjiang, ginger, and starch. The chilies aren't fresh, which will significantly compromise both the flavor and appearance." In this ancient land, at least in the vicinity of Shanqian village, the locals have yet to discover the culinary value of ginger. Chang'an remained speechless. Was this not good enough? Moreover, or dabanjiang, ginger, and starch. He had never heard of them. Fresh chilies? Such a thought seemed fanciful, for these chilies had been painstakingly transported from the Bashu region, and only the gathering tower within a 100-mile radius offered spicy dishes. Dia cast a glance at him and said, "Don't just stand there. Take this while it's hot, and let Master Su and Master Chang have a taste. The soup isn't ready yet. I need to wait a little longer." "Of course." Chang'an snapped back to reality, a broad smile on his face as he set off to serve the dishes. After tasting the dry pot tea tree mushrooms, Master Su exclaimed, "Delicious. Absolutely splendid. It is truly exquisite." Master Cheng's eyes sparkled with delight. This girl has quite the talent. She should not be underestimated. I can assure you, once this dish is introduced, it will attract at least 30% more customers to Jitsue Tower. Master Su beamed with joy, unable to contain his smile. Meanwhile, Xiangdong, seated nearby, couldn't help but let his lips curl upwards in delight. It seemed that Dia's aspirations were about to be realized. Both the tea tree mushrooms and the recipe could fetch a handsome price. Master Su cheerfully called out, "Xiangdong, don't be shy. Hurry and enjoy while it's hot." To treat Dia and Xiangdong, he had even instructed the Grand Kitchen to prepare several signature dishes and a variety of side dishes, filling the table with an abundance of chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Chapter 45. Touching with a radiant smile, Dia ascended to the second floor. Chang'an followed closely behind, joyfully carrying a tray of soup, unable to contain his exuberance as he exclaimed, "Shopkeeper, the soup is here. Delicious, fragrant soup has arrived. Child, you have worked hard." Shopkeeper Su quickly rose to greet her, his face brimming with anticipation, excitement evident in his expression. "Uncle Su, there wasn't enough time to stew the chicken thoroughly. However, the flavor of the soup has emerged. You may taste it," Dia said, personally serving a bowl to Shopkeeper Su as well as to Master Chung. Both men eagerly scooped up the soup, unable to wait for it to cool, and took a small sip. "Delightfully fresh." Shopkeeper Su beamed, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Master Chung slightly closed his eyes, leaning closer to the bowl, inhaling deeply. "To be precise, it is both fresh and fragrant. Utterly delicious." Shopkeeper Su's delight grew, and he anxiously inquired, "Child, how much silver do you intend to charge for the tea tree mushrooms and the recipe?" Dia had already contemplated this. Tea tree mushrooms are quite rare and can only be found in the deep mountains, and they are not abundant. However, Uncle Su is a good person, so I want he asked for an exorbitant price. "How about 31 per pound, the same as for fatty pork?" "Excellent. That price is reasonable." Shopkeeper Su nodded vigorously, inwardly marveling at the girl's integrity and lack of greed. Initially, he had planned to offer 100 per pound, expecting her to request at least 50. To his surprise, she was refreshingly honest, a truly good child. As for the recipe, let us say 5 taels of silver for that. Consider the method for making the soup as complimentary, Dia said with a generous smile. Ah, just 5 taels of silver? Upon hearing her mention a single 5, he had thought she would demand 50 taels. Child, you are exceedingly sincere. Shopkeeper Su felt a swell of emotion and immediately instructed Chang'an, go weigh the tea tree mushrooms, including those used for stir-frying and the soup, and add 5 taels for the recipe. Bring the total to the accountant for payment. Yes, understood, Chang'an replied cheerfully, hurrying downstairs with delight. Dia successfully sold the tea tree mushrooms and the recipe, and he felt genuinely happy for her. Her family's circumstances would surely improve. Uncle had already sent someone to inquire about Dia's family background and had lamented for quite some time, often repeating, that girl once lived in misery. And now that she has finally separated from her family, she possesses not a single asset. After his lamentation, he would invariably add, alas, poor child. Today, with a substantial sum of silver entering their accounts, Dia was in high spirits and dragged her elder brother into a shopping spree. After a whirlwind of purchases, their baskets were filled to the brim, and they finally ceased their shopping. This time, they had taken the ox cart of Old Lee from the front village. However, at the village entrance, they were unexpectedly blocked by the Bai family, who had come with reinforcements. Third Aunt Ming, Grandmother Pan, and even the haughty Rao Mutant had joined them. The cart was obstructed by these individuals. Pan stepped forward, her face adorned with a smile as she looked at Dia. Child, are you off to the city? Dia responded coolly with a curt nod. How absurd. Is this not a question already known? Pan felt a twinge of displeasure in her heart, but still mustered the audacity to plead. Grandmother has not been feeling well lately. You have purchased so many items. Could you spare a few to help nourish her? I apologize, but all these items are needed at home. Dia coldly rejected her plea. I am your grandmother. Is it not reasonable for me to request a few things? You unfilial wretch. Pan's indignation flared. Dia scoffed derisively. Grandmother, when you scolded and berated me, when you sought to sell me off, did you ever consider that you were my grandmother? To demand filial piety while showing such disrespect is truly laughable. You must be dreaming. Pan, infuriated, gasped in outrage and shouted, You heartless child, I am your grandmother. Regardless of how I treat you, you ought to obediently accept it. Chapter 46. Just wait and see. The girl shook her head and laughed heartily. You are lost in a fantasy, dreaming sweetly. I am neither a fool nor a madman. Why should I be subservient to someone who disrespects their elders? Should I present my right cheek after being struck on the left? What a farce. This is undoubtedly the most ludicrous joke in all the world. Pan was rendered speechless, her aged face flushed with shame as the villagers pointed and whispered. In that moment, she gradually regained her composure, her impulsiveness waning. As her mind settled, she began to ponder the unsettling notion. Had she once again fallen into the trap set by the Bai and Meng families? The girl observed with a discerning eye, detecting something unusual in Pan's shameful demeanor. An idea sparked within her, prompting her to soften her tone as she addressed Pan. Grandmother, what are you doing? If you wish to eat or drink, simply come to my house. Do you think I would deny you sustenance? She then raised her voice, calling out, Whose idea was this? Who could be so heartless as to encourage an elder to stand at the village entrance, drinking and cursing? Is this not a deliberate attempt to tarnish my grandmother's reputation? Who, I ask, is so malicious toward an elder? Each word resonated with authority, striking like a hammer upon the hearts of Bai, Ming, and Rao Mutant. Bai opened her mouth to retort, but Rao Mutant interjected, pointing an accusatory finger at the girl. You, Rao Dia, are utterly ungrateful. We sought your family's belongings out of respect, yet you refuse to acknowledge our generosity. If you are wise, you will quickly share half with me. Otherwise, you shall earn the title of an unfilial child. Indeed, exactly. Bai and Ming chimed in unison, as if their claims were entirely justified. The girl, instead of becoming enraged, laughed. Oh, what logic is this? You block my path to rob me, and yet you claim it as a favor? I would rather forego such favor. Rao Mutant hastily defended herself. What robbing? We are your kin, a family. That is your grandmother, your second and third aunts, and your own cousin. The girl erupted in laughter. How did you treat my family back then? When your attempts to secretly sell us failed, you cast my entire family of 6 into destitution, nearly forcing us to beg on the streets. Why did you not proclaim your familial ties then? Now, seeing my family prosper, you are envious? Jealous? You can no longer tolerate our success. Round sneered. You, a mere country girl who cannot even read. I do not believe your family's fortunes could surpass ours. Oomph. Before long, my elder brother will pass the imperial examinations. At that time, do not expect to bask in our glory. The girl retorted coldly. Rest assured, regardless of your family's ostentatious wealth, my family will never covet it, nor seek to bask in your light. However, it is premature to discuss such matters. The future is unpredictable. As the saying goes, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. I must declare, should my family prosper in the future, you shall not bask in our fortune. Round disdainfully spat at Daong, retorting, with a family like yours, what light could you possibly cast upon us? Unless the heavens shower us with crimson rain. Your family is destined to remain mired in the muck of mediocrity for eternity. Very well, let us wait and see. Daong laughed heartily, bowing theatrically to the gathered villagers. I beseech you all to bear witness. Indeed, the villagers, whether well-meaning or merely curious, responded with smiles. I scoff, exclaimed Round in broad daylight. You dare to dream. With a family like yours, if you do not perish from hunger, it will be solely out of the heavens' mercy. There will come a day when your family will kneel at my feet, begging for my favor. Baishur spat vehemently, taken aback by the increasingly sharp and venomous words of the girl, who showed no regard for sentiment whatsoever. Chapter 47. A heart heavy with sorrow. The scene before her left Mrs. Pan utterly astonished, lost in thought. Without uttering a word, she quietly departed, appearing somewhat dazed. Rao Shojua, having received word, hurried over and caught sight of her squeezing through the crowd, making her way alone towards the riverbank. His heart skipped a beat, and he promptly followed her. Mother, where are you going? Mrs. Pan ignored him, continuing forward until she reached the riverbank, where she chose a stone to sit upon. Mother, if something is troubling you, please share it with your son. Do not keep it bottled up inside, he implored, feeling a pang of sadness at her demeanor. It struck him as odd. His mother had seldom shown signs of distress throughout her life, always cheerful and lighthearted. Even when tormented by his second sister-in-law, she seemed largely unfazed, often brushing it off with a smile. Her moments of anger were rare, typically reserved for scolding his father and the family of his elder brother. Most of the time, she radiated warmth, kindness, and joy. Her current behavior was decidedly out of character, leading him to wonder if something grave had transpired. He approached and sat down beside her. Mrs. Pan felt a warmth in her heart, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Rao Shojua fumbled, unsure of what to say. After a long silence, Mrs. Pan finally wiped her tears and looked at her son, saying, from tomorrow onward, you must not assist your elder brother's family anymore, lest your second and third sisters-in-law exploit this to create a ruckus. Rao Shojua's heart sank at her words, and under the weight of her stern gaze, the retort that had risen to his lips was swallowed down, leaving him to nod despondently. Mrs. Pan sighed deeply. My dear fifth son, do not accuse me of favoritism. Your father and I will rely on your second brother and his wife for our old age. If I do not lean towards your second sister-in-law, who shall we depend on in our twilight years? To Rao Shojua, these words struck like a dagger to the heart. He sprang to his feet, his eyes reddening as he shouted, Mother, I do not appreciate those words. Why can't I be the one you rely on? Mrs. Pan shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, You know very well you can barely read. How can you compare yourself to your second brother? He is a scholar, destined for greatness, far surpassing your father. Why would I forsake a promising life as a magistrate's wife to endure a meager existence in this countryside? At this point, he had no further argument to make. After all, was it truly his fault that he had not been educated? The family's earnings were consistently funneled towards his second brother's household, leaving no funds to send him to school for even a year. How could he not feel like a blind man groping in the dark? Before he could voice his thoughts, Mrs. Pan began to beat her thigh, weeping bitterly. Do not give me that look. I know what you are thinking. You blame me and your father for not sending you to school, don't you? Mother, I do not hold resentment towards you or father. Raising an elder son is no small burden, Rao Shojua replied, feeling a chill in his heart. The honest and straightforward young man found himself compelled to utter words that felt insincere. Tomorrow, do not go to the elder family's home, Mrs. Pan reiterated emphatically. Understood, mother. I will not go, replied Rao Shojua, his heart heavy with sorrow. The conversation split into two distinct paths. After a long and arduous struggle to extricate themselves from their difficult relatives, Daya and Xiangdong finally returned home, their faces etched with fatigue. With genuine concern, Rao Shouqin approached them, saying, "My dear, you must be tired. The meal will soon be ready. I just need to prepare one more vegetable dish. Please wash your hands and take a moment to enjoy a cup of hot tea before we sit down to eat." Then, turning towards the backyard, she called out, "Arya, your elder brother and sister have returned. Hurry and gather the vegetables." "Oh, I'm on it," came the cheerful response from Arya, her youthful voice ringing with joy. Living far from the village entrance, the father and daughter were blissfully unaware of the events that had transpired, their spirits remaining unscathed. Chapter 48. Sibling Night Talk After Dinner. Daya sat alone in the thatched pavilion of the backyard. This evening happened to be the 15th day of the month, with a bright moon hanging in a starry sky, casting a serene moonlight that dispelled the darkness of the night. A gentle spring breeze wafted through, bringing with it the fragrant scents of flowers, grass, and trees. Enveloping her senses, taking a deep breath, the refreshing air calmed her restless thoughts. She gazed up at the deep blue night sky, pondering her relationship with the old residents and contemplating the path she ought to take. Upon reflection, she realized that her previous determination to sever ties with the second and third branches was not a prudent course of action. After all, it was unthinkable to completely distance herself from her grandparents. The Pan family's conduct in Shanjian village was generally commendable, and she harbored no profound malice towards the first branch. It was unrealistic for the first branch to wish to cut ties with her. Not only would the clan leader and the village chief disapprove, but the villagers would also gossip, and it seemed unlikely that anyone in the first branch, apart from Daya herself, would be willing to do so. If she merely severed connections with the second and third branches, as long as the Pan family remained subservient to the Bai and Meng families, the underlying issues would persist. Moreover, even achieving a complete severance with the second and third branches would be fraught with difficulties. Though the clan leader and village chief had little regard for the Bai family, they held the village's only scholar, Rao Sholi, in high esteem, as well as the prodigious Rao Fugue, hoping he would succeed in the imperial examinations, thereby bringing glory to Shanjian village and the Rao family. After much contemplation, Daya finally understood. The root of the problem lay with the Pan family. Only when the Pan family members awakened to their situation, became resolute, and genuinely desired to break free from the control and manipulation of the Bai and Meng families, asserting their authority over them, would the second and third branches settle down and cease their disruptive antics. Daya found the ways of the world to be quite peculiar. For instance, while the people of the old residence were her blood relatives, their actions filled her with disdain. Conversely, some individuals, lacking any blood relation, could extend a selfless hand, providing her with immense warmth. Lost in thought, she was startled by her elder brother's voice. "Daya, why have you come here alone? Why not call for me or Arya?" Turning towards the sound, Daya saw Xiangdong approaching with a tray, a smile adorning his face. The tray held a pot of tea, 2 cups, and a small dish of mountain fruits. Xiangdong set the tray on the stone table, deftly poured a cup of tea, and handed it to Daya. "It's still a bit chilly at night during this season. Have a warm cup of tea to refresh yourself." "Thank you, brother." Daya felt warmth spread through her heart, her eyes sparkling with unspoken emotions, grateful it was night. Xiangdong, with genuine concern, said, "Daya, if something is troubling you, please share it with me. Don't bear it alone." "Yes, I know. I'm fine. Just thinking about the old residents. I believe there's still hope for Grandma to make some changes, and that she can coexist peacefully with our parents." Daya spoke to her brother without reservations, sharing her thoughts freely. Xiangdong sighed. "Sister, this may prove to be quite challenging. Grandmother has always been most obedient to second aunt's counsel. As for second aunt herself, I fear she is beyond redemption, and I truly wish to avoid any dealings with her. Third aunt is no better. She is excessively cunning, perpetually scheming against others. Indeed, second aunt is both malicious and overbearing, while third aunt is selfish and rather foolish. I have no desire to encounter either of them again, and should they visit our home in the future, I shall not permit them to cross the threshold. They nodded vigorously in agreement. Xiangdong responded affirmatively, excellent. I shall communicate clearly with father. As long as eldest brother is at home, I will ensure that neither of them sets foot in our house. Dia felt a sense of relief in her heart. How wonderful it is to have the unwavering support of eldest brother. Just then, the voice of Arya echoed from a distance. Eldest brother, eldest sister, Yin Wuge has arrived and wishes to discuss something with you. Chapter 49. Wages Yun Wu. Filled with guilt, said, big sister, grandmother forbids father from assisting uncle, fearing it would incite the wrath of second and third aunts, disrupting the harmony at home. Father said that the idea of partnering to earn money is currently unfeasible. I just informed uncle, and he was quite heartbroken upon hearing it. I'm truly sorry. It is my inadequacy for not convincing father to decisively separate the households. Xiangdong's eyes flared with anger as he furrowed his brow. Even if we cannot separate, we can still collaborate to earn money. What is wrong with that? Yunwu, filled with sorrow, replied, Mother insists that separation is impossible, especially concerning uncle's team mushroom venture. If second and third aunts find out, uncle's family will be unsettled, and there is a risk that the money from selling the team mushrooms could be snatched away. The youth's eyes brimmed with rage and desolation. Big sister took a deep breath. All right, I understand. This is not your fault, nor is it uncle's. Yunwu felt a sense of relief and hesitated before requesting timidly, Big sister, my father dares not defy grandmother. May I assist you in your work? Is that so? Big sister looked at Xiangdong and Rao Shouqin, both of whom nodded vigorously, their eyes filled with hope and pleading, as if to say, Please agree, just grant him that. Very well. I plan to go to the mountains tomorrow. I am indeed in need of assistance. Even if my family were to employ you, the wage would be 200 won a day. Big sister sighed and agreed. Yunwu quickly waved his hand. No need for payment. I am merely here to help. Big sister insisted. How can that be? Listen to me. Before the separation, you must earn a bit of money. Do not be so pessimistic. In my view, if your family is willing to leave everything behind, second and third aunts should consent to your family separation. Xiangdong added, Indeed, brother Yunwu, separation is inevitable. Having money in hand will alleviate your worries. Second and third aunts are so selfish. Even if you do not leave everything behind, they will not offer your family much in terms of wealth. Yunwu forced a smile. That may be true. Not to mention second and third aunts. Even grandmother's preferences are unpredictable. Regardless, the fertile fields and accumulated silver will not be shared with our family. As he spoke, his eyes glistened with moisture, and he quietly told Big Sister, How about this? I will shamelessly request a bit of payment. For going to mountains to gather team mushrooms, 30 won a day. For weaving baskets at home, let be 15 won a day. That simply won't do. Absolutely not. Big Sister and Xiangdong exclaimed in unison. The siblings exchanged smiles, and Big Sister nodded decisively at her brother. Let us each concede a little. For going to the mountains, let it be 150 won a day. For weaving at home, I shall not stipulate a fixed wage. I will pay you according to the number of items you produce. The specific amount can be discussed later. How does that sound? No, 150 won is far too much. Yunwu, being as kind and honest as uncle and aunt, thought that doing labor in the city would earn at most 30 won a day. After several rounds of negotiation, they finally reached a consensus for going to the mountains. The wage would be 100 won per day. Dia conferred with Yunwu, inquiring whether Shansha could spend the day with Arya at their home the following day. Given Arya's tender age, she harbored concerns about her potential fearfulness. Certainly, that is not an issue, came the reply. In addition to Shansha, I shall also invite Xiang Cao, who is available to lend a hand in preparing lunch. Xiang Cao, the elder sister of Shansha, was 10.5 years old, slightly older than Xiangdong. That very night, Dia diligently prepared 30 corn cakes, boiled 20 eggs in their shells, and crafted 20 rice balls filled with wild vegetables, all to serve as breakfast and lunch for the following day. A portion was set aside for Arya and Shansha, while a majority was destined for their excursion into the mountains. Chapter 50. The challenge. Yunwu and Rao Shouqin each pulled a small cart, while Daya and Xiangdong carried a basket on their backs. The four of them set off towards the distant mountains, which lay several dozen miles away. However, when they were still over 10 miles from their destination, the cart became impassable. Rao Shouqin found a secluded thicket and concealed the cart there. Their destination was an isolated forest, where the oil tea trees remained untouched. The oil tea tree, also known as the tea seed tree or tea oil tree, is a small evergreen tree. Its seeds can be pressed for oil, which is edible, light in color, aromatic, and rich in nutrients, making it a high-quality cooking oil. This has endeared it to the mountain folk, who eagerly cultivate it in their own lands. In areas frequented by people, oil tea trees are now quite rare. On this expedition, Daya had made ample preparations: snake and insect repellent powder, a sharp machete, bows and arrows, and climbing ropes. In his youth, Rao Shouqin had befriended a hunter from the mountains who was familiar with the area. Under his guidance, they encountered a large snake along the way and narrowly avoided a wild boar, but ultimately, they managed to locate a small grove of oil tea trees without incident. "Father, let us dig up these smaller oil tea trees by the roots and cut down a few of the older ones. After this, let us not return. It's truly frightening here." Daya, still shaken, had not anticipated the ancient mountains would be so terrifying. Rao Shouqin readily agreed. That day, they returned home with their modest haul. They had not cut down many trees or dug up many roots, but Rao Shouqin was delighted to have discovered a rosewood tree and 2 camphor trees, which he had long sought after but never found. This stroke of fortune was an extraordinary surprise. For 5 consecutive days, Yunwu left home early and returned late, neglecting the affairs at home. Meals were taken at Daya's house, and he would only return late at night. Baishur and Mengshur had tried to confront him several times, but eventually succumbed to exhaustion and retired to their rooms. One evening, as Yunwu bid farewell to Daya's family and made his way home, he was startled by the brilliant flames illuminating the night sky from his old residence. Alarmed, he hastened into the courtyard. Upon entering, he realized that the house was not on fire. Rather, a bonfire was blazing in the center of the yard. Mengshur was busily adding sorghum stalks to the fire while muttering to herself, seemingly speaking ill of someone. As soon as Yunwu stepped inside, Baishur and Mengshur confronted him simultaneously. "Oh, the young master has returned," Baishur remarked sarcastically. "It's quite a feat to see you. After spending a few days at the elder's house, hand over all the wages you earned. Otherwise, don't blame us for being unkind." Mengshur was even more blunt. "You little rascal, living off your own family. With all that excess energy, you might as well work at the coal mine and earn some dowry money for my daughter." Gritting her teeth, Chishur knelt before her in-laws. Mother, I am an unfilial daughter-in-law. Since my sisters-in-law do not welcome us in the 5th household, I implore you to agree to our separation. Even after the division, I will still honor you both as your daughter-in-law. Please have mercy on us in the 5th household and grant our request." The old gentleman, somewhat moved, parted his lips to speak, yet before he could utter a word, he was interrupted by his irate wife, who exclaimed, "What? You wish to partition the family? Absolutely not. How heartless. You intend to abandon us, 2 aging souls, to pursue a carefree life? That shall only occur when both your father and I have departed from this world. Indeed, while our parents are alive, what need is there for division? You wretched creature, all you do is incite the 5th son to sow discord between us and our parents, without a care for the infamy of being deemed unfilial." Madame Bai interjected with a disdainful snort, ever eager to exploit any opportunity to exacerbate the situation. She was vehemently opposed to the notion of division. If the family were to separate, who would tend to the fields? Who would manage the household chores? Who would bear the expenses for the education and examination fees of the 3 sons? With the imminent marriage of Mu Dan, who would provide the funds for her dowry? If the family remained united, the 2nd branch would have no cause for concern, as there would always be willing souls to bear the burdens and toil on their behalf. Chapter 51. The gift in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. On this particular day, under the company of her thrifty father, Daeong ventured to the Mahjong studio to deliver a pen holder and bookmarks, earning a modest sum of silver, 1 tael and 1 penny. Upon exiting the bookstore, she indulged in a frenzy of shopping, acquiring a roll of fine cotton fabric, 2 lengths of lightweight linen suitable for summer garments, a large bundle of needles and threads, several pounds of long-lasting pastries, 30 pounds of rice, 30 pounds of cornmeal, and a few pounds of pork belly. Rao Shochin watched in astonishment, attempting to dissuade her along the way, but Daeong remained resolute, undeterred by his protests. "My dear child, how can you behave in such a manner? With such spending, not a copper coin of today's earnings will remain." Her father's relentless chiding only served to irritate her further, prompting her to cast him an exasperated glance. "Father, Mother has been at grandfather's house for 10 days. Aren't you going to fetch her back?" Rao Shochin's face flushed with embarrassment, a sheepish smile gracing his lips. "Naturally, I plan to. I have been intending to go tomorrow," he explained with a chuckle. "Your mother seldom visits her family, so I thought it best to let her stay a few extra days." "Oh, is that so? That shows you have some affection and loyalty," Daeong mused, her earlier frustration dissipating significantly. She finally bestowed a sweet smile upon her incessantly talking father. "Father, if you're going to grandfather's house tomorrow, won't you need bring gifts? Think for a moment. How long has it been since you last visited? If my memory served me correctly, you've only been to grandfather's house 3 times in total." She found it quite astonishing that her father had only accompanied her mother to her maternal home 3 times in their 12 years of marriage. Once for courtship, once for the wedding, and once for the return visit after marriage. Rao Shochin, feeling a wave of shame wash over him from his daughter's words, smiled apologetically. "Of course, when I go to your grandfather's house, I must prepare gifts. It is my oversight that you, a young child, have had to worry about this. Whatever you suggest, I shall bring. If it is insufficient, I have 200 coins at my disposal." As he spoke, he earnestly produced a pouch of coins and handed it to her. "Here, take this. Buy whatever you desire." Daeong felt a surge of comfort and, with a smile, pushed it back towards him. "Father, it's sufficient. There's no need to buy more. The journey to grandfather's is arduous, and carrying too many things will only complicate matters. It would be better if you could simply give grandmother 2 taels of silver for emergencies." Rao Shochin chuckled heartily. "No need for that. I have my own silver. I will give your grandmother what she needs." At dawn the next day, Daeong meticulously packed the 3 pieces of fabric, needles and threads, and pastries in her backpack, while her father said little, allowing her to organize her items as she pleased. The night before, she had also made several corn cakes and egg pancakes, boiled a few eggs, and placed them in a clean cloth bag for her father to enjoy on the journey. She even filled a small gourd with cool water and tucked it into her backpack. "Father, take care on the road." As they were about to part, Daeong insisted on slipping a coarse cloth pouch into Rao Shochin's hands, ignoring his attempts to refuse. "Take it, father. It's always best to have some extra on hand while you're out. Stay safe at home, you 3. Do not venture out at night. I have instructed your 5th uncle to have your 5th aunt come and stay with you for the next few days." After repeatedly reassuring Rao Shochin, he finally shouldered his large backpack and set off on the journey to Wu Daoliang. At home, only 3 children remained, with the adults absent. The eldest girl was filled with exuberance, for now, there was no one to impose any restrictions upon her. At last, she could truly do as she pleased. Chapter 52. Malicious intent. What he most yearned to accomplish was to transplant wild chrysanthemum flowers through the gaps in a bamboo fence. Subsequently, she envisioned interspersing a circle of honeysuckle, goji berries, and Sichuan pepper outside the hedge. Goji berries, wild chrysanthemums, and Sichuan pepper are all invaluable. They possess both medicinal and culinary properties. The roots and bark of goji berries are effective in alleviating coughs and dispelling heat, while the tender leaves can be used to prepare goji berry and pig liver soup, which is known to enhance vision and clear heat. Sichuan pepper boasts numerous uses, serving as a seasoning to eliminate the gamey taste of various meats. It can also be sold at pharmacies. As for wild chrysanthemums, their benefits are beyond compare. Daya animatedly explained to her elder brother and Arya, her enthusiasm palpable. Wild chrysanthemums are treasures in their entirety, offering myriad advantages. Firstly, when they bloom, they display a brilliant golden hue, captivating to behold. Their subtle fragrance uplifts the spirit. Secondly, the blossoms can be brewed into chrysanthemum tea, which dispels heat, alleviates wind, detoxifies, and reduces inflammation, while also promoting liver health and improving eyesight. Thirdly, wild chrysanthemums can be sold at pharmacies, providing an opportunity to earn some pocket money. And fourthly, they can be transformed into delicious chrysanthemum cakes. Arya's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Wow, that sounds wonderful. Let's plant them. I support my elder sister. Let us go up the mountain to dig for wild chrysanthemums together." "Absolutely," Dia replied with a beaming smile, as the humble farmhouse resonated with joyous melodies. The three of them were busy preparing their gear for the mountain when Uncle Wu and his family unexpectedly arrived, burdened with large bags. "Uncle Wu, what brings you here? Are you visiting relatives?" Arya blurted out, while Dia exchanged a look of surprise with Xiangdong. This was not the demeanor of a family visiting relatives. Uncle Wu's family had red-rimmed eyes, suggesting they had been weeping. Shancha burst into tears, throwing herself into Dia's embrace. "Sister Dia, we've been driven out of the old home, cast out without a single coin to our name, and received nothing." "What? Another tale of woe?" Dia and Xiangdong were left speechless, gazing skyward in disbelief. Aunt Wu could no longer contain her tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Uncle Wu hung his head low, his demeanor one of despair, evidently heartbroken by his own kin. Yin Wu sighed and explained it happened like this. During breakfast today, Father mentioned the topic of dividing the family, and Aunt Air and Aunt Sin scolded him harshly. Aunt Air even resorted to physical violence against Mother, and Uncle San struck Father. Mu Dan even attempted to kick Shan Cha. In the end, our parents could no longer endure such treatment and demanded to separate entirely. After much commotion, with the village chief and clan leader present, the division was finalized. Is it really that simple? Can Aunt Air so easily let go of your family? Dia expressed her skepticism, finding it hard to believe. It is worth noting that when the first family separated, they paid a grave price. The coercion of Rao Shouqin to sign an unjust contract by the Bai family was something Dia had learned after Lu Xianchuan returned to her maternal home. Once, after a night of intoxication, Rao Shouqin inadvertently revealed this to Dia and Xiangdong. Yin Wu scoffed, glancing at her father. How could that possibly be? Aunt Air is notoriously difficult to deal with. She has compelled my father to agree to pay 3 taels of silver annually as support for my grandparents, in addition to the various offerings during festivals, and he must also provide each grandparent with a new set of clothing for every season. What? This is utterly excessive. Dia could not help but exclaim, her face ablaze with indignation. What does 3 taels of silver signify? To put into perspective, the average household in Shanshan village typically manages its annual expenses with merely 2 taels. Rice, flour, vegetables, and even meat are predominantly self-sustained. What purpose does 2 taels serve? It is merely sufficient for purchasing salt, oil, soy sauce, vinegar, dishes, clothing, and maintaining social ties. To possess new garments throughout the year is a privilege reserved for affluent families. Finally, Fifth Aunt could no longer contain her sorrow and wept aloud. She, Bai, seeks to drive the members of our 5th branch to despair. What a cruel heart. Yunwu remained remarkably composed. I can surmise 9/10 of the reason why Aunt Air refuses to partition the family, if the family were divided. Who would serve the 2nd branch like a beast of burden? Mother, do not grieve. An early separation may be for the best. To possess nothing may not be such a misfortune, as it spares us from future complications. With nothing to lose, there is little to fear. As long as our family remains harmonious and united in purpose, I firmly believe our lives will flourish. Chapter 53. Surprise indeed. That is precisely the reasoning. Aunt Wu, do not be disheartened. Please stay at our home for the time being. With my parents absent, I find myself in need of assistance, and there are numerous tasks for which I would appreciate your help. They quickly intergested. Uncle Wu, feeling a profound sense of shame, responded, "Good child, I thank you. Then we shall temporarily reside here." Should you require anything from me, do not hesitate to ask. Although I possess no remarkable skills, I still have strength to offer." Dia pondered for a moment, carefully organizing her thoughts. "Uncle Wu, our family currently has only 2 mud brick houses. After the autumn harvest, we plan to construct an annex and add 3 more rooms to the main house. Given this situation, how about purchasing the plot of barren land adjacent to our home? In the fall, we could build the houses together." Xiang Dong nodded vigorously. "Exactly. In that case, we would have a neighbor nearby. It would indeed be convenient for both families to visit each other. In the future, if Uncle Wu and my father share a few drinks, it won't matter how late he returns home. Wonderful. How delightful. This way, I can play with Sister Camellia every day." Arya clapped her hands excitedly, more jubilant than anyone else. Uncle Wu's expression darkened. "However, with no money, how can we buy land to build houses?" He thought of his unsympathetic mother, his indifferent father, his second brother, who was restrained by his wife from showing kindness to his siblings, his third brother, who was emotionally detached, and the malevolent second and third sisters-in-law, as well as the indifferent fourth brother and sister-in-law. His heart ached painfully at the thought. Fortunately, his elder brother and sister-in-law were good people, and their children were kind-hearted and loyal. Otherwise, in such a harsh world, where would he find hope or warmth? "Come in and sit down. You must not have had enough for breakfast. Please, take a seat and eat a bit more." Dia waved her hand, speaking as she ushered Uncle Wu's family into the house. She hastily retrieved a small cloth bag filled with provisions from the wicker basket she had just organized, presenting a plate of pancakes and several boiled eggs. "No need to fuss. We have already eaten breakfast." Aunt Wu hurriedly waved her hand, knowing without asking that the pancakes and eggs were likely prepared for Dia and her siblings' lunch. However, Shan Cha's eyes gleamed with envy, and her stomach audibly grumbled, causing her to lower her head in embarrassment. Dia smiled gently and warmly urged, "Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu, we are all family. There is no need for such formality. One must eat well to have the energy to work. Currently, during this lull in the farming season, I would like you to find 10 strong young men from Shanxian village to help us go into the mountains to gather wood in preparation for building houses in the autumn." Rao Shoju nodded in approval. "Yes, you are quite thoughtful. It is now May, and we must expedite the wood gathering before the autumn arrives. Otherwise, it will be too late. With both families needing to build so many houses, relying solely on purchasing or borrowing is quite unrealistic." "Indeed, that is the reasoning." Dia nodded and, noticing Uncle Wu's furrowed brow filled with worry, reassured him. "Do not be too troubled. There are still several months until autumn. Uncle Wu and Yun Wu will be busy weaving bookcases and baskets with my father. In a few months, they should be able to earn a few taels of silver." Indeed, Uncle Wu is set to ascend the mountain tomorrow, intending to procure several bamboo stalks to construct 2 humble bamboo dwellings on that small patch of uncultivated land. "We shall make do there for a few months. The land must be acquired today. Uncle Wu will visit the village chief shortly." He then handed over a silver ingot weighing 5 taels, saying, "Use this to purchase the land. If it falls short, do let me know." Uncle Wu was deeply moved yet felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Stammering, "This will suffice. The land should not exceed 1.5 acres." He harbored a desire to decline the offer, but found his pockets devoid of even a single copper coin. Yun Wu, having assisted at Dayang's home during this time, had accumulated over 200 won, yet it was still far too little to purchase the land. With a flushed face, Uncle Wu accepted Dayang's silver, saying, "I shall gratefully accept this. I promise to repay you as soon as I can." "Thank you, Dayang." After breakfast, Uncle Wu went to hire some laborers. Meanwhile, Dayang returned to the kitchen to prepare a dozen egg pancakes. Upon hearing that the 3 siblings planned to venture into the back mountain to forage for wild chrysanthemums, Sichuan pepper, and goji berries, Aunt Wu promptly intervened, stating, "Yang is still young. She should stay behind with Shanja. Yun Wu and Xiang Cao, you may accompany them." Dayang cheerfully agreed, having resolved to pay them for their labor. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Rao Shouqin and Lu Xiangchuan returned to Shanjian village, pushing open the bamboo fence, only to find themselves astonished, as they believed they had mistakenly arrived at the wrong place. The transformation at home had indeed been been remarkable. Chapter 54. Comfort. In the center of the courtyard stood a majestic osmanthus tree, while two pomegranate trees graced the front of the main house. In each corner of the garden, there flourished a peach tree, a plum tree, a pear tree, and the banana tree that you had previously mentioned. Amidst the bamboo thickets, wild chrysanthemums bloomed in a delightful disarray, and a ring of nameless shrubs encircled the outer hedge. Scattered throughout the courtyard, aside from a small sunlit area, was a lush green lawn, adorned in the center with beautiful flowers. As one surveyed the scene, a pathway of pristine white pebbles wound gracefully from the entrance, meandering past the osmanthus tree and leading to the door of the main house. From the osmanthus tree, the path bifurcated, one branch leading to the kitchen and the other to the woodshed. This arrangement elevated the entire ambience, infusing it with vibrancy and elegance. At first glance, one might feel as though they had entered the estate of a wealthy landlord, far surpassing the courtyards of even the richest families in the vicinity. To the left, an unfamiliar household had seemingly appeared, with a wall constructed of bamboo and hedges, resembling their own. However, the house was even less impressive, being merely a structure of bamboo. Xiangxi was taken aback, and after a moment of astonishment, he dashed towards the house, calling out, "Elder sister, I'm back." Why only call for his elder sister? Because she occupied his thoughts most dearly. Yet after calling for some time, there was no response. Xiangxi halted, turning to his parents with a hint of panic. "Mother, did we take a wrong turn? Is this truly our home?" Lu Xiangchun hesitated, not having the chance to answer when a small head peeked out from behind the hedge. "Father, mother, second brother, I'm here at Uncle Wu's house." Xiangxi exclaimed, "What? Arya, what do you mean? The bamboo house next door is Uncle Wu's." Arya darted around to the front door and hurried over. Rao Shoujua, her father, was anxious, his eyes reddening as he grasped her arm and questioned, "Why does Uncle Wu's family live next door? Why a bamboo house? Did something happen to the old homestead after father left?" "Yes, father. Uncle Wu's family was also driven out and received nothing, living in even worse conditions than us, not even a grain of food. The money to buy that barren land was given by elder sister." Arya recounted the events with indignation. "This is utterly outrageous," Rao Shochin exclaimed, his shock overwhelming him as he sank to the ground, cradling his head in despair. Silent tears cascaded down, moistening the pebbled path beneath him. Lu Xiangchuan sighed. "You must be weary from your journey. Let us return inside for a bite to eat and a cup of tea." The rigors of travel left her both fatigued and hungry, yearning for a soothing bath. Arya, ever dutiful, smiled brightly. "Father, mother, second brother, there are pancakes and mountain fruits in the cupboard. I will fetch them right away and then help you prepare water for your bath." "Oh, what a good child." Becoming increasingly sensible, Lu Xiangchun beamed with pride. Anxiously, Xiangxi inquired, "Where have elder brother and elder sister gone?" Arya grinned. "They went to the mountains to gather goji berries." "What?" Xiangxi was left perplexed. Goji berries, a medicinal herb, can also be utilized in soups. "My elder sister mentioned that the harvesting season extends until October, and the mountains are abundant with them, sprawling vast fields. If we gather them and sell them to the apothecary, we could earn a significant amount of money. Besides the camellias, Uncle Wu's family has also ventured to pick goji berries. My sister expressed that with a little diligence by autumn, Uncle Wu's family might have the funds to build a house." Arya beamed with joy, her face radiating pride and satisfaction. "Really? That's wonderful. That's wonderful." Relying on such a prospect, Rao Shochin felt tears of happiness welling up in his eyes, genuinely delighted for the Wu family and profoundly grateful for having a daughter like Dia. With a brilliant way to earn money, she selflessly shared her knowledge without reservation, displaying a remarkable spirit. What a good child. She truly is his daughter. Henceforth, he vowed to cherish her dearly and to treat Arya with the love she deserves, abandoning the old biases of favoring sons over daughters. Who claims that daughters are a financial burden? A kind-hearted and capable daughter far surpasses those sons of questionable character and profligacy. Chapter 55. A caution between Uncle Wu's residence and the Daya family. A narrow brook, barely 3 feet wide, meanders originating from the depths of the mountains, with the Daya family positioned upstream. The brook is crystal clear and sweet, akin to the mountain's spring water, albeit with a slight hint of impurities. As dusk fell, Dia and Xiangdong returned, bearing 2 baskets brimming with vibrant red goji berries. As was customary, the top of the baskets was cushioned with a layer of tender green wild vegetables. This was a precautionary measure, for the villagers' curiosity ran high. If they were to catch sight of the goji berries, they would undoubtedly pry incessantly. Should everyone venture out to harvest the berries, the funds for constructing the house at Uncle Wu's would vanish come autumn. With the thought of selling the goji berries in mind, Dia quietly devised a plan. By autumn, both her family and Uncle Wu's would be erecting grand brick houses adorned with tiles. After dinner, the family discussed the unfortunate matter of Uncle Wu's family receiving not a single grain of rice. While Rao Shouqin felt sorrowful for his younger brother, he also endeavored to defend the people of the old residence. Alas, indeed, your Uncle Wu's family has suffered a great loss. Yet, I believe the folks at the old residence harbor no ill intentions. They were merely confused in the moment. In the future, we must still honor our filial duties, for we cannot harbor resentment towards your grandparents or your aunts and uncles. After all, we are one family. Let bygones be bygones. This sentiment, rather than being directed at his wife and children, seemed more as self-reassurance. His heart was in turmoil. Rationally, he recognized the old residence's dealings as unjust and detestable. However, emotionally, he found it exceedingly difficult to sever ties and calmly resent those who dwelled there. Those individuals were, after all, his own flesh and blood. Dia was at a loss with her father's indecisiveness and erratic sentiments. She gravely admonished him, "Father, do not be so obstinate. As the saying goes, a father's kindness begets a son's filial piety. Only when a father is benevolent can a child truly respect him. If parents act without kindness, how can children wholeheartedly revere them? Moreover, filial piety must be exercised with discernment. If parents behave improperly and children simply acquiesce, that is foolish obedience. Such indulgence will only exacerbate the parents' misdeeds over time, causing harm rather than true filial respect." Rao Shouqin was left speechless, taken aback by her words. After a moment of stunned silence, he finally stammered, "My dear, where did you learn such wisdom?" Dia replied with unwavering certainty, "I heard the shopkeeper at Mo Xiangjai mention it once or twice, and later I encountered similar thoughts in books. These are the words of the sages." "Huh? The shopkeeper said so? It's in the books? Or are they the words of the sages?" Rao Shouqin's feelings became complex. Being largely illiterate, he regarded the words in the books with utmost reverence, believing them to be sacred truths. From that moment onward, Rao Shouqin's attitude towards the residents of the old residence underwent a fundamental transformation. Towards the elder and matriarch, despite their unreasonable demands, he maintained a demeanor of respect and compliance. However, his cordiality waned when it came to others. He has come to realize that, after all, he is the elder brother. It is unreasonable for an elder brother to be reprimanded and lectured by his younger brother and sister-in-law, nor is it necessary for him to be subservient to them. Upon returning from her family's home, Lu Xiangchuan, under the subtle guidance of her daughter, Dia, transformed from her previously gentle and mild demeanor into a figure that is both tender-hearted and fiercely strong-willed. Many times, even Bai's family found themselves at a disadvantage when contending with her. The past image of Lu Xiangchuan, who endured humiliation and suffered under the oppression of others like a white lotus, has completely vanished, as if it were merely a legend. This transformation has immensely benefited her in the latter half of her life, allowing her to avoid significant losses in the face of her assertive daughter-in-law years later. Chapter 56, The Deep Bond of Sisterhood, Dia proposed. From today onwards, our family, excluding Arya, shall all set out to gather goji berries. Rao Shouqin timidly interjected, "I would rather craft pen holders and bookmarks." Dia sighed in resignation, "Father, I visited the city yesterday and discovered that many bookstores and stalls are selling pen holders and bookmarks. Moreover, they are exceedingly affordable. The sales of pen holders and bookmarks at Mo Xiangjai have plummeted significantly, with prices halved, only slightly more than what we offer. The shopkeeper mentioned that they need at most 30 of each per month, and they require them to be more exquisite. while the purchase price has also been reduced by 30%. Xiang, she felt a pang of concern. Father, with so much money lost and such a meager demand, should we even continue this work? Of course we shall, Rao Shouqin replied without hesitation. Even the smallest gains are worthwhile. Despite the improved circumstances, his mindset remained unchanged, as earnest and humble as when he had nothing. Having reached a decision, the family's spirits lifted and they enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep. The first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the window paper, illuminating Diya's face as she awakened from her slumber. Instinctively, she glanced towards the small bed beside her. Where the bedding was neatly arranged, Arya had risen long before her. Oh no, today she was once again the last to get up. Diya lamented as she hastily donned her clothes and shoes, quickly tidying her hair. Just then, Arya's youthful and melodious voice drifted in from outside the door. Eldest sister, it's dawn. Time to prepare for breakfast. I'm coming. Diya's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. There was simply no remedy. She could never wake up until the sun was up. Unlike her family, who had grown accustomed to early rising, even Arya had to rise at dawn to clean the courtyard and assist their mother in preparing pig feed before they had separated the household. It wasn't that their mother was unkind. She was simply compelled by circumstances. Pan, their mother, disapproved of the eldest branch, and under the instigation of Bai and Meng, relentlessly pushed the chores onto them, sparing even the youngest, Arya. Stepping outside, Diya was struck by the stillness of the house. At the stone table beneath the osmanthus tree in the courtyard, only 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks were laid out, accompanied by a pot of congee, a steamer of buns, and a couple of small dishes for appetizing sides. Arya quickly served 2 bowls of congee and urged eldest sister, "Hurry and wash your face and rinse your mouth." Father, mother, and our elder and second brothers left for the mountains half an hour ago. It's just us 2 remaining. The mountain tea will be here soon, and it won't look good if they see you unwashed. Huh? The family left for the mountains so early? They have us uterli sipiklis. Must they be so industrious? Half an hour ago. It wasn't even light yet. Arya kindly explained. Father said that if they go to the mountains early, they won tea encounter villagers on the way, thus keeping the secret of the goji berry harvest safe. Diya was unconvinced. It's too early. At least wait for dawn. Entering the mountains before sunrise is far too unsafe. What if something were to happen? Do not worry, dear sister. Uncle Wu's family is also accompanying us, with more people, and armed with medicine to repel snakes and insects, as well as sickles and hatchets. We shall not venture deeply into the mountains, and thus, there is little cause for concern. However, Arya remained unconvinced. Growing up at the foot of the mountain, the young girl harbored little fear of the towering peaks. In her earlier days, Diya too had felt no trepidation, but the present Diya, having been raised in the city before her journey through time, now harbored a profound fear of snakes and insects. Once everyone had departed, Diya felt too apprehensive to venture into the mountains alone. After breakfast, she gathered the family's change of clothes, saying, "Arya, I shall go to the creek to wash the clothes. You can stay home and wait for the camellias to arrive. With so many dirty clothes, it will be quite arduous for you alone, sister. I shall go with you." The little girl, Arya, was very sensible and quickly took the initiative, lifting a wash basin and smiling sweetly at Diya. "Very well, then we shall go together," Diya said, affectionately ruffling Arya's hair with a smile of indulgence. Chapter 57. Entering the city, the 2 sisters did not exit through the main gate. Instead, they traversed the hedge directly. Just the previous night, after seeking permission from their parents, Diya had accompanied Xiangdong to prune a section of the hedge, creating a modest side entrance. Following dinner, the family congregated in the courtyard, where their father crafted a bamboo gate under the luminous moonlight. The brook lay a mere 1.5 feet from the hedge, with Uncle Wu's hedge situated at a similar distance from stream. The brook, approximately 3 feet wide and about a foot deep, boasted crystal-clear waters, revealing a bed of small pebbles, occasionally disturbed by fish the size of banyan leaves darting among the stones. This segment of the stream was situated upstream, remarkably pristine. Diya's family drew water from a well for cooking, drinking, and washing vegetables, while laundry was typically done by the stream, which was far more convenient than using well water. Uncle Air, ever considerate and thoughtful, had painstakingly transported smooth stones from the mountains to create convenient platforms for washing on both banks of the brook. The platforms faced each other perfectly, enabling Daya, Erda, and the four sisters, including Xiang Cao and Shan Zhao, to frequently wash clothes together, sharing stories and laughter in harmonious delight. Daya often regaled them with jokes or charming tales, captivating the others so much that washing clothes became a source of endless joy. Surprisingly, Xiang Cao, who had previously disliked laundry, began vying with her mother for the chore, leaving Qi's mother astonished. Upon arriving at the brook, Daya set down a wooden basin and called out towards Uncle Wu's bamboo house. Sister Shanjiao were washing clothes. I'm here. Daya is here too. I want to hear the story of the Monkey King. Shanjiao responded with enthusiasm, quickly squeezing through the gap in the hedge, a small, slender face adorned with a sweet smile, her bright, watery eyes eagerly fixed on Daya. All right, no problem, Daya replied with a cheerful laugh, washing clothes while narrating tales from Journey to the West. Though her recollections were fragmented, Erda and Shanjiao listened with rapt attention, showering her with admiration. The past few days have been blessed with splendid sunshine. In Daya's backyard, trays were scattered about, filled with vibrant red goji berries. The process of drying goji berries required meticulous care. They should be spread on trays immediately after picking, with a recommended thickness of no more than 3 centimeters. Ideally 1.5. They were placed in a cool area until the skins began to slightly wrinkle, followed by exposure to direct sunlight. Once the skins hardened and the flesh softened, the stems were removed and the drying process continued until fully desiccated. The first batch of dried goji berries amounted to 30 pounds from Daya's family and 50 pounds from Uncle Wu's. The nearby mountains have been nearly depleted of goji berries, and it would take some time before they ripened again. Uncle Wu, reluctant to accept this, contemplated venturing deeper into the mountains to forage, but Daya dissuaded him. Uncle Wu, safety comes first. Money can always be earned later. In the days to come, you, along with father and brother Yunwu, can weave rattan baskets. After a moment of contemplation, Uncle Wu finally nodded. Very well, the vines should be sufficiently soaked by now. I shall take them out to dry tomorrow. The vines used for weaving basket boxes must first be soaked in a potion brewed from various herbs after being harvested. They're then dried, and the items crafted from such treated vines are resistant to mold and pests, retaining their vibrant hues as if brand new. This time, while venturing into the city to sell goji berries, Daya brought along her elder brother and Yunwu. Chapter 58. Joy. The 3 siblings entered the city and, as previously arranged, made their way directly to the Jitsue building. Chang'an greeted them with a warm smile. Miss Rao has arrived. Please come this way. He led them to a private room on the 2nd floor, where tea and snacks were served, and personally went to invite Manager Su to join them. Oh dear, I've been waiting for you, he exclaimed. Why have you taken so long to come? If you delay any further, Uncle Su will have to pay a visit to Shangquan village himself. Manager Su was a jovial man, and they were all quite familiar with one another. His presence felt even before he arrived. Uncle Su, this is my cousin, the child of my 5th uncle. Daya hurriedly introduced Yunwu to Manager Su, thinking that should there be any future matters that she could not attend to, Yunwu could step in. Her intention was to involve 5th uncle's family in any small business endeavors that might arise. After a flurry of enthusiastic exchanges, Daya got to the point. Uncle Su, I have brought some goji berries for you to examine. Xiangdong, very clever, opened the burlap bag and took a small handful of goji berries, placing them in Manager Su's palm. Uncle Su, please have a look. We picked these ourselves from the mountains. Each berry has been meticulously selected, and they are divided into 2 grades. This is the best variety. Manager Su examined the goji berries closely and sincerely praised. The quality is exceptional, even better than those I've seen before. Then, shifting the conversation, he inquired with a hint of confusion, but these goji berries are medicinal. Are you perhaps seeking my assistance in introducing you to a pharmacy? Daya grinned widely. Uncle Su, you are truly perceptive. Our little scheme is hardly a secret from you. However, you are only partially correct. We also wish to sell these goji berries to the Jitsue building. What? The Jitsue building is not a pharmacy. What would you want goji berries for? Manager Su asked in astonishment. What is this child thinking? Uncle Sue, while goji berries are indeed medicinal, they are also culinary ingredients, perfect for preparing medicinal cuisine. In fact, many medicinal herbs can be used in cooking. Once Dia opened her mouth, she spoke with great enthusiasm and eloquence. Manager Sue's interest was piqued. Very well, I shall purchase 2 pounds to try. If the medicinal cuisine proves to be popular, I will have you supply all the goji berries needed for the Jitsue building. However, he realized he must seek the approval of the young master before making any decisions. All right, let's weigh out 2 pounds then. Dia was not concerned. The amount of goji berries the restaurant could consume was quite limited, and their primary focus remained on the pharmacy. I am acquainted with the manager of Baichao Hall. They are known for their integrity, and both the doctors and staff are very courteous. I will write a note for you. In case anything goes awry, show them the note. My reputation will ensure that they treat you with respect, she added. Dia expressed her gratitude to Manager Sue, and the 3 siblings then proceeded to Baichao Hall. Baichao Hall was a large pharmacy divided into 2 sections, one for dispensing medicine and the other for consultations. Behind the pharmacy, there was a courtyard which, based on Manager Sue's remarks, seemed to be a spacious residence with several courtyards. A young attendant, in his 20s, greeted them warmly. Are you 3 here for a consultation or to pick up medicine? Dia replied with a beaming smile. Do you purchase goji berries here? As she spoke, without awaiting a response from the attendant, she opened a cloth bag and extracted a handful of goji berries. Esteemed brother, please observe. Our goji berries are of exceptional quality. The attendant, initially somewhat impatient, for Bai Chaodang seldom procured scattered medicinal materials externally, was about to decline when a glance at the berries prompted a swift change of heart. Indeed, they are quite remarkable. However, I am not authorized to make decisions. Please wait a moment while I consult the shopkeeper, he replied. Dia, with an unassuming smile, expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your trouble. The attendant promptly retreated to the inner chamber for consultation. Shortly thereafter, an elder gentleman in his 50s emerged, exchanging pleasantries with Dia and her companions before inspecting several cloth bags. Ah, the appearance is indeed splendid. These 5 bags are of the highest quality, and these 3 bags also reach a satisfactory standard. The premium grade is priced at 100 won per pound, while the good quality is 70 won per pound. What say you? The shopkeeper, filled with delight at the rare find of such excellent goji berries, refrained from employing any cunning tactics and offered a price that greatly satisfied Dia. 100 won per pound was exceptionally generous. It appeared that Sue, the shopkeeper, was indeed correct. The proprietor of Bai Chaodang was a man of generosity, and without needing to utilize Sue's connections, this transaction concluded splendidly. Chapter 59. Who is the shrew cursing? The goji berries from the Yuz family weighed a remarkable 22 gene of premium quality, with an additional 8 gene classified as good quality, yielding a total of 2,761, equivalent to over 2 taels of silver. In contrast, Wushu's family harvested 36 gene of premium goji berries, along with some good quality ones, resulting in a total of over 4.5 taels of silver. This bounty was the fruit of the family's labor, diligently earned over nearly half a month of early mornings and late nights, exchanging their sweat for rewards. During the arduous task of foraging for goji berries in the mountains, they had to remain ever vigilant against insects, snakes, and wild beasts. The experience was not one to be taken lightly. It was far beyond the comprehension of the indolent Bai and Meng families, and certainly not something the townsfolk could fathom. Yin Wu and Xiang Dong beamed with joy, their smiles wide and unabashed. The trio embarked on another round of extensive shopping, hiring an ox cart to return home laden with their haul. Wushu's family also joined a Yuz at their residence, where the ox cart came to a halt at the entrance. Rao Shou Zhua and Rao Shou Qin were busy weaving book boxes beneath the osmanthus tree in the courtyard, while the children played nearby, and Qi Shi and Lu Xiang Chun tended to the vegetable garden in the back. From a distance, Shan Cha and Arya spotted them and rushed out to greet them, joyfully exclaiming, "Sister Dear is back." Before the cart had even come to a complete stop, Rao Shou Qin gathered everyone around. "Child, let me carry you down," Rao Shou Qin said affectionately, extending his arms towards Dia. Her heart warmed, and she obediently allowed him to lift her from the cart. This adoptive father had finally earned a bit of her satisfaction, though still somewhat foolishly filial. He had made significant strides. Given time, he could surely evolve into a competent father and husband. However, such pleasant moments were fleeting. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. One day, as the Xiangdong and Yunwu emerged from Baichaotang, they found themselves targeted by San Shu and San Ani. After a significant shopping spree and loading their ox cart to the brim, they arrived at the village entrance only to discover that the inhabitants of the old homestead had already been informed, blocking their path without exception. A shrill and venomous voice shattered the evening tranquility, each word striking the trio's hearts like stones. "You ungrateful wretches! With such a lucrative money-making scheme, you dare to keep a secret. We are family, yet you display such malicious selfishness. Who would believe you are not a disloyal child?" This quintessentially shrewish tirade emanated from Meng Shi, the notorious lazy and gossipy woman of Shanqian village, who happened to be Ye's nominal third aunt. Furious, Yin Wu and Xiangdong were ready to leap from the cart to retaliate with equal fervor, to unleash their pent-up resentment in a heated exchange. But Dia raised her hand to stop them. "Brother, do not rush. Leave this to me." "Shrew, who do you think you're cursing?" Dia feigned curiosity, interrupting Meng Shi's relentless tirade. "I curse you, Shrew." Meng Shi, not the sharpest of minds and caught up in her own fervor, unwittingly fell into Dia's trap. "Ah, splendid. You are aware of your own shrewishness, then?" Dia nodded with satisfaction, her face alight with mockery. Laughter erupted from the crowd. "Dia adit, deed owned. You truly excel at bringing disgrace to the Meng family. If I were Mencius, I would certainly implore the heavens to unleash thunder upon you, so that you might truly learn a lesson." Having uttered these words, I calmly addressed the coachman. "Sir, let us be on our way." "Very well," replied the jovial coachman with a hearty laugh as he raised his whip high, and the ox cart slowly set off towards the direction of Dia's home. Just before departing, the coachman cast a piercing glare at Mencius. "You shrew, having someone like you in the old Ming family is indeed a misfortune." This man was, in fact, the cousin of the Meng family, and over the past few months, Dia had hired his cart for the third time. He was well aware of the entangled grievances between Dia's family and the old residents, and he was inclined to lend a helping hand to this both pitiable and capable girl. "What? You old fool!" Mencius exclaimed in fury, chasing after the cart and hurling insults. Unexpectedly, the old ox dropped a hefty pile of dung, splattering the warm substance, and Mencius's shoes were thus honored with the title of dung shoes. Laughter erupted from the village children, while the adults could hardly contain their amusement, chuckling discreetly. A few young men in their 20s, unrestrained like the children, doubled over in laughter. Mencius's face instantly darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. Chapter 60. The decision the residents of the old house were collectively lost in thought. Pan cast a sharp glare at Meng and stormed off in anger. The village head, who had hurried over upon hearing the news, found it increasingly difficult to suppress the fury brewing within him, his impression of Rao Sholi diminishing further. A scholar of respectable standing, he had failed to manage his own household, forcing both his elder brother and younger brother's families to leave destitute. At such a juncture, he remained oblivious to the need for introspection, allowing his wife to parade around with their family, thereby tarnishing the reputation of Shanjian village. After dinner, Dia convened a family meeting. "Father, mother, and elder brother, it seems the secret of our goji berries cannot be kept any longer. I propose we make it public to avoid inciting jealousy among our fellow villagers." Fearing dissent from her family, Xinger looked earnestly at Rao Shouqin and Lu Xiangchuan. Rao Shouqin, a man of simple goodness, readily agreed. "I concur. Your suggestion is splendid. I shall find a moment to visit the village head and disclose this matter. We have discovered a path to prosperity, but have yet to share it with the villagers, and this honest man feels increasingly uneasy and guilty. In my view, it would be prudent to invite the village head, the clan leader, and several elder clan members to our home for a discussion." Although Lu Xiangchuan was reluctant, she recognized the necessity of the course of action. However, she insisted on a condition. While they could share the method of drying the goji berries, the procurement must remain exclusively with our two families, selling them uniformly. Dia was taken aback, astonished by Lu Xiangchuan's stance, as it was the first time she had witnessed such assertiveness. Surely, once the buns were successfully transformed, they would continue to bring her unexpected delight. Thou shulkin hestita. This might not be wise. We are all from the same village, and there may be gossip. Indeed, there were a few families who were particularly obstinate and challenging. Lu Xiangchuan regained her composure, acknowledging the inappropriateness of the situation. Daya proposed, "Mother, let us not dwell on it. At this point in time, if we continue to conceal the truth, we are bound to offend a multitude. In the future, our family and that of Uncle Wu will find ourselves isolated within the village." After all, Uncle Wu's family has also made nearly 10 taels of silver, enough to construct a modest earthen house, with ample funds remaining. Rao Shouqi nodded. 10 taels is sufficient. The timber can be sourced from the mountains, and the earthen bricks can be made in the autumn. The only purchase needed will be the tiles, to build a farmhouse with 5 main rooms and 6 auxiliary rooms. The cost of tiles, labor, and meal should amount to around 5 taels. Clearly, if we were to construct a brick and tile house, it would require at least 30 taels. There are no brick kilns in the vicinity, necessitating a journey over 50 miles to procure them, and the transportation costs would be exorbitant. It seems that Daya's initial plan to build a brick house by autumn is rather unrealistic. Daya reminded them, "The pressing matter is that you and father should return to grandmother's house tomorrow, allowing uncle to expedite the sale of the goji berries harvested during this period to Bai Chao Hall. In another 10 days or so, the market price for the goji berries will surely plummet. And don't forget to bring the tea tree mushrooms to sell. They've been out of stock at G2A building for quite some time. Instead of seeking out the village chief, it may be wiser to wait until we return from Grandpa's house to discuss it." The last time Rao Shouqin went to Wadaliang to fetch Lu Xiangchuan, Daya had specifically advised him to relay the methods of harvesting and drying goji berries and tea tree mushrooms to grandmother's family. Wadaliang, nestled in the deep mountains, boasts a far greater abundance of goji berries and tea tree mushrooms compared to the hills near the village. With grandmother's household comprising 5 uncles and over 20 members in total, if the entire family were to venture out to gather tea tree mushrooms and goji berries, the yield after half a month would be astounding. Lu Xiangchuan promptly remarked, "Yes, mother will accompany father to grandmother's house tomorrow, and the day after. We shall sell the tea tree mushrooms and goji berries. Your cousins have all grown up and are eagerly awaiting funds to build houses and marry. This money could be a lifesaver. Our family is in dire need of housing. Your 5th uncle is already 25, possessing both good character and handsome looks. Yet he remains unmarried due to the housing predicament. Last time, grandmother even mentioned that once we have the money, she would buy a woman from elsewhere for your 5th uncle to marry." "What? Buy a woman to be a wife?" Daya gasped in disbelief and quickly objected. "No, that is utterly unacceptable. This is a person he would spend his life with. How could it be so casual?" Thus, Daya made a preliminary decision in her heart. "Mother, I will accompany you to grandmother's house tomorrow." The decision's execution would depend on her personal understanding of grandmother's family, especially her 5th uncle, as this knowledge would enable her to make the most informed judgment. Chapter 61. Visiting relatives. Father, mother, we shall depart for grandfather's house early tomorrow morning, so let us retire for the night. We can discuss matters with the village head and the clan leader in a few days, proposed Dian. Rao Shouqin pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, the road to Wudao Liang is arduous and quite distant, without adequate rest. We may find it difficult to endure the journey. The path to Wudao Liang proved far more challenging than anticipated. The ox cart jostled violently, causing Dian to feel nauseous, as if she were expelling her very bile. Upon disembarking from the cart, the remaining journey required traversing winding mountain paths and deep ravines. In several locations, perilous cliffs loomed, necessitating the utmost vigilance to avoid a disastrous fall. After a grueling day filled with toil and trepidation, Dian's weary feet finally brought her before a wooden abode. This house, comprising approximately 5 or 6 rooms, was enclosed by a small courtyard with a bamboo fence, presenting a rather somber, dilapidated appearance. "Mother, is this truly grandfather's home?" Dian inquired, astonished. "Yes," Lu Xiangchuan nodded, her heart heavy with bittersweet emotion. In the courtyard, A youth of around 15 was chopping firewood. Upon hearing their footsteps, he looked up, his face transforming with surprise and joy. Grandfather, grandmother, aunt has returned. Instantly, a throng of relatives surged from within the house. "Ah, this must be Diane," grandmother exclaimed, grasping Diane's hand, her eyes glistening with tears, overwhelmed by a profound sense of longing and sorrow. "My dear, you have grown so much. This is only our second meeting. The last time was when you were but a month old. The journey is long and arduous, and the Rao family is quite peculiar. During my last visit to the village, I barely managed to stay a single night, leaving almost on the verge of tears. Not only she, but even her daughter had only returned to her maternal home a mere handful of times over the past decade. Each visit left her daughter looking utterly exhausted, as if she had never known a full meal. It felt as though her beloved daughter had been sold away upon marriage. The regret that had festered in her heart over these years was beyond expression. My dear child, you appear healthy and vibrant. It seems you are faring well. This brings me great solace. Tonight, I shall sleep soundly." Grandmother beamed at her rosy-cheeked granddaughter, tears of joy streaming down her face. The family welcomed Diane with warmth, save for her fourth aunt and her children, who were somewhat reserved. The genuine affection from her relatives, especially her fifth uncle, enveloped her like a protective embrace. After a day spent in the mountains gathering goji berries, Diane seized an opportunity to discreetly consult her parents. Wudaoyang is indeed a magnificent place, teeming with resources. Yet venturing out is no small feat. I have a notion to propose that fifth uncle settle in the village. I wonder what you think? Ah, both parents were taken aback. "Oh, mother, Uncle Wu is already 25 years old. If he does not marry soon, it may be too late. In this mountainous region of Wudaoyang, what kind of virtuous bride could he possibly find? Uncle Wu intends to leave the mountains and settle in the village at the foot of the hill. When autumn arrives and he builds his house, we will assist him in constructing a modest courtyard. With a new home, given Uncle Wu's own attributes, what woman of good character would be beyond his reach?" Dayara Marquette. Lu Xianchuan then realized, "Indeed, your uncle is tall and handsome, capable of enduring hardship, and his craftsmanship surpasses even that of your father. If it weren't for the ruggedness of Wudao Liang and the family's poverty, the number of young women wishing to marry him would be countless." Daya turned to Rao Shouqin. "Father, what are your thoughts on this matter?" "I have no objections. I believe Uncle Wu settling in the village is a splendid idea." Rao Shouqin replied with a hearty smile. "I apologize for the interruption. March and April mark my busiest season at work, often requiring me to travel. Once April concludes, things will return to normal." Chapter 62. Persuasion. The parents reluctantly acquiesced, and Dia discreetly sought out her fifth uncle, leading him to a secluded valley. Here, Rao Shouqin and Lu Xianchuan awaited their arrival. The fifth uncle, perplexed, inquired, "What is it that you wish to do, my dear girl?" Lu Xianchuan, with a smile, elucidated, "Fifth brother, Dia has expressed her desire for you to settle in the village at the foot of the mountain." "Really? Is that true?" The fifth uncle's face lit up with astonishment and joy, yet a flicker of melancholy soon clouded his expression. "But can this truly come to pass? Would the villagers at the foot of the mountain accept me? Moreover, I lack the funds to build a house, while there are few taels of silver at home. My fourth sister-in-law is rather frugal. I doubt she would part with even a copper coin." Dia promptly reassured him, "Fifth uncle, we plan to construct a house this autumn, and we could also build a small courtyard for you at that time. Our family will advance the funds for the construction, and you can repay us once you have the means." Rao Shouqin furrowed his brow in contemplation. "We can indeed provide the funds for the house, but will the villagers in your community consent to your fifth uncle settling there? This is a significant concern, one I had only just considered. Generally, villages tend to be insular, resistant to accepting outsiders. That is not a problem at all." Dia waved her hand dismissively, laughing heartily. "I have already devised a plan regarding this matter. We can trade with the village head using the drying method for goji berries. Additionally, we can inform the villagers about the market for tea tree mushrooms. We can assist them in that regard as well. Of course, this arrangement will be limited to 1 year. After that, we shall withdraw our involvement." Rao Shouqin appeared both astonished and unsettled. "Ah, just for 1 year?" Lu Xianchuan shot him an exasperated glance. Are you foolish? 1 year is sufficient. Do you expect us to commit for a lifetime? Who can predict the future? A long-term promise could become a burden if circumstances change, leading to resentment from narrow-minded individuals. Indeed, Dia added, if you feel uneasy, we will ensure that our family refrains from harvesting goji berries and tea tree mushrooms for a maximum of 3 years. She smiled, clearly satisfied with her mother-in-law's support. It seemed the exemplary conduct of the old homestead had swiftly catalyzed the transformation of her mother-in-law. In the future, it would suffice to focus efforts on persuading her father-in-law as well. Having convinced her fifth uncle, Dia shared the news with her maternal grandparents after dinner. They exchanged glances filled with relief, and her grandmother, overjoyed, embraced Dia, saying, "My dear child, now your fifth uncle has hope, and I shall no longer worry. The marriage of my youngest son has long been a thorn in my side, an insurmountable obstacle." Her eldest and second uncles were equally astonished and elated, their hearty laughter betraying their uncontainable joy. However, her fourth aunt sharply interjected, "Why should only the fifth uncle enjoy such fortune? No, my family also wishes to settle at the foot of the mountain. Otherwise, no one shall achieve their desires." At once, her grandparents' expressions darkened, and they glared at their fourth son, who hastily retorted, "Silence yourself. Oh dear, I cannot endure this. The entire family conspires against me. I cannot bear it any longer." The fourth aunt plopped down onto the ground, weeping profusely as if she had suffered an immense injustice. Dia tugged at Lu Xiangchuan's sleeve, who, understanding the cue, cast a cold glance at the fourth aunt. "On what grounds do you speak? To be frank, with your raucous demeanor, who would dare to provoke you? You only invite trouble upon yourself. The matters concerning fifth brother are not for you to meddle in." Her words resonated with a firm authority, delivered with piercing intensity. The fourth aunt was taken aback, instinctively closing her mouth. This third sister instilled a sense of trepidation in her. Dia smirked coldly, a glint of frost flashing in her eyes. From her perspective, this fourth aunt was merely a tyrant in her own home, a paper tiger who intimidated the weak but cowered before the strong. It was only the maternal family that indulged her. Even her own kin paid her little heed. And her reputation among the people of Wadaliang was rather poor, rendering her quite insignificant. Chapter 63. A warm welcome. Uncle Da and Uncle Wu each carried a heavy basket, accompanying Dia's family to the county town. The baskets were filled with goji berries, tea tree mushrooms, and various mountain goods. Rao Shouqin also shouldered a large backpack brimming with goji berries, while Xiangchuan carried a smaller one, containing pancakes, wild fruits, and several bamboo water containers made by Grandma. Uncle Da forged ahead, leading the way, followed closely by Uncle Wu, with Rao Shouqin bringing up the rear as Dia closely trailed behind Uncle Wu. The descent was treacherous, more arduous than the ascent, despite their robust physiques as mountain men. Uncle Da and Uncle Wu felt the weight of the baskets and the danger of the cliffs, their hearts taut with caution, fearing even the slightest misstep. Dia, witnessing the perilous journey, felt a deep sense of dread, lamenting the hardships faced by those from the mountains. It was no wonder that Grandma's family struggled to prosper, nor that few virtuous young women willingly chose to wed the men from Wadaliang. Enta was a refugee, found by Grandma at the age of 7 or 8 in the town, and subsequently brought home as a child bride for Uncle Da. Aunt C was exchanged in marriage, traded for Aunt Air, whose husband S father was a close friend of Grandpa. Otherwise, Grandma's family would likely have several bachelors today. At each daunting cliff along the way, Uncle Wu would instruct Dia, "Dear girl, wait here for a moment while I carry my load over, and I will return to bring you across." Dia nodded obediently, grateful for his offer. Though her parents accompanied her, they too felt fear and were unable to carry her, merely holding her small hand. On 2 occasions, the family nearly plummeted into the abyss, leaving her nearly paralyzed with fright. Now, with Uncle Wu willing to carry her heart brimmed with joy. After selling the furs in the county town, the group hurried to Luhua town, where they would sell goji berries and tea tree mushrooms. The prices for furs in the county were approximately 30% higher than those in the town, and the proprietor of the goods warehouse was introduced to Dia by Manager Su of Jitsue Building. Upon arriving at the entrance of Jitsue Building, They were quickly spotted by the keen-eyed Chang'an, who rushed over with a smile. "Oh, Dia, the manager has been waiting for you." The tea tree mushrooms had long been out of stock, and the manager was quite distressed. As he spoke, Manager Su emerged from within. Even more delighted than Chang'an, Brother Rao and Sister Rao have arrived. "Please, come up to the second-floor private room." Dia smiled and replied, "Uncle Su, this is my Uncle Da and Uncle Wu. Today they have brought 2 baskets of tea tree mushrooms, both dried and fresh. Should we weigh them first and set them aside?" Manager Su's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? That's wonderful. Let us get them weighed. The prices will be raised by 10% this time." He hurriedly greeted Uncle Da and Uncle Wu with warm hospitality, leaving the 2 mountain men astonished, who promptly returned the gesture with humble respect. Without waiting for Manager Su's instructions, Chang'an swiftly brought tea, fruits, and snacks, leading the way to the bamboo room on the second floor. Manager Su expressed his gratitude. "Dear girl, you have helped me immensely. You have no idea how long the tea tree mushrooms have been out of stock. Customers have been clamoring for them. In the future, I hope you can assist me more. Could you deliver every 5 days, preferably with at least 20 pounds each time? The price is negotiable." Dia shook her head and said, "Uncle Su, I was just about to discuss this matter with you. In the future, my family will no longer venture into the mountains to gather wild tea mushrooms. However, the villagers may still go foraging, and I could purchase them from the village. Yet, I cannot guarantee the quantity or the frequency of deliveries." Initially, shopkeeper Su felt a wave of disappointment, but upon hearing the latter part, a semblance of a smile returned to his face. "That is acceptable, as long as there is still some to be sent. It is certainly better than having none at all." Chapter 64. Ren Jinli. After bidding farewell to the shopkeeper Su, Ren Jinli proceeded to the apothecary to sell some goji berries. He purchased a few daily necessities, several pounds of pork belly, and a few bones, then acquired 2 bolts of cloth. A group of them hired an ox cart and returned to Shanquan village. Upon reaching an uninhabited wilderness, the eldest uncle handed the money pouch to the 5th uncle, saying, "5th brother, we earned a total of 12 taels of silver today. I will keep 1 tael, leaving you with 11. Use it to buy land and build a house." The 5th uncle hastily declined. "No, how can I take it all? The whole family has worked hard for over a month, and if I take all, the 4th uncle and aunt will surely raise a ruckus. Just give me 2 taels. That should be enough to purchase a small piece of barren land, one that no one desires. 2 taels should suffice, don't you think?" The smile faded from the eldest uncle's face as he sighed. "Indeed, your 4th brother and sister-in-law's behavior is quite unreasonable." After a moment's hesitation, he continued, "Let us do this. Divide the 12 taels into 3 portions, 1 for our parents and 1 each for the 1st and 5th households, 4 taels each. Our portion and that of our parents will be given to you to establish your home, while the 4th household's share can go to them." Without further discussion, he counted out 4 taels of silver and placed the pouch containing 8 taels into the 5th uncle's hand. "Take it and do not argue, otherwise we shall no longer be brothers." His tone was resolute and sincere. After several refusals, the 5th uncle reluctantly accepted it with tears in his eyes, vowing to remember the eldest brother's kindness and to repay it in the future. Unbeknownst to Dia, as she bid farewell to the shopkeeper Su and departed from the bamboo pavilion on the 2nd floor, a young and handsome gentleman emerged from the adjacent lawn pavilion, watching her retreating figure with a knowing smile in his eyes. "Young master, today we collected over 30 pounds of camellia mushrooms. They should serve us well for a while. Once we become more familiar with Dia's family, I will take some people into the mountains to personally witness the growing conditions of the camellia mushrooms. Perhaps we can resolve our supply issues ourselves." The shopkeeper, Su, escorted Dia's family to the entrance before hastily returning to the 2nd floor to report to his master. "Is this the girl you often mention, Dia?" A glimmer of interest sparkled in Ren Jinli's eyes. However, he mused that the name Dia seemed rather rustic. The shopkeeper Su respectfully replied, "Indeed, that girl is Dia." Seeing the master wear a knowing smile, he added, "Her full name is Ruochuyu." "Ruochuyu." Ren Jinli chuckled with intrigue. "Ruochuyu? What a lovely name. She is quite remarkable, a special girl who maintains a close relationship with the Ruo family. Perhaps she will bring even more surprises to Jitsue Tower." He continued to ponder. This girl possesses a certain charm. While not conventionally beautiful, she is intelligent and clever, exhibiting a rare composure. How shall I put it? She is extraordinary, refreshingly unique, and unforgettable. Settling in Shanquan village would not pose a significant challenge. However, the matter of acquiring a homestead might prove difficult. After all, the village's population was steadily increasing, and the amount of barren land available was dwindling. Even if I wished to acquiesce, it is unlikely that the villagers would consent, particularly the bandit Asan, who would undoubtedly oppose it. The village head expressed his predicament with a hint of remorse. I see. Rao Shouqin found himself at a loss for words, yearning to intercede, but uncertain of what to articulate. The village head's reasoning was not without merit. After all, for decades, Shanqian village has not welcomed outsiders. Exclusivity has always been an inherent trait. Chapter 65. Choked with emotion, the village head spoke of a bandit known as Asan, whose true name was Rao Shujin. However, he was not a genuine bandit. This family comprised 13 siblings, and they boasted of possessing fertile land for decades, thus considering themselves a prominent household. In times past, emboldened by their modest wealth and numerous kin, they had terrorized the village with their arrogance and hubris. Rao Shouqin, a man of integrity and honesty, along with his wife and children, had been subjected to their bullying. Dia furrowed her brows in contemplation, and a sudden thought illuminated her mind. She turned to her fifth uncle and said, "Fifth uncle, there is a back mountain in Shanqian village, not far from our home, merely about 3 miles away. Between our small barren hill and the back mountain lies a small valley. Why not purchase a small plot of land on the back mountain and settle there?" She reasoned that having grown up in the deep mountains, her fifth uncle might find greater comfort residing on the back mountain. The term back mountain referred to the large mountain behind the village, which was owned collectively by the village and encompassed a radius of nearly 100 miles. Typically, villagers ventured to the back mountain infrequently, mainly to gather firewood, and rarely did anyone dare to fell trees, as it was largely in a state of conservation to promote forest growth. Indeed, her intuition proved correct. Her fifth uncle responded with delight. "That sounds splendid. Let us buy land on the back mountain and build a house. Living in the mountains, I see no downside, as it will certainly be much quieter. The most crucial factor is that land on the back mountain should be significantly cheaper, and by settling there, we need not worry about the envy and resentment of those from Shanqian village, thus avoiding much trouble. Those from outside the mountains can be quite cunning. I was apprehensive, but now it seems like a perfect solution." However, Rao Shouqin felt a profound sense of guilt, lamenting, "My fifth uncle, it is my inadequacy as your brother-in-law that has caused you to endure such grievances." The village head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, quickly suggested, "How about this? The land on the back mountain is unlikely to attract buyers anyway, so I shall take the liberty of pricing it a bit lower. 2 taels of silver per mu. How's that sound?" Rao Shouqin widened his eyes in surprise. "That place demands 1 tael of silver?" The village head felt a bit awkward, admitting, "I understand this price is somewhat high, but your fifth uncle is an outsider. If I set it lower, there may be objections from others." His fifth uncle smiled and replied, "I find it acceptable. Thank you, village head. I shall purchase half a mu then." Dia interjected, "Half a mu is hardly sufficient. I believe there is a relatively flat area near the small barren hill, approximately 2 mu in size. When building a house in the mountains, we must enclose a small courtyard. It would be wise to acquire 3 mu of land. Moreover, let us construct the courtyard wall a bit higher for added security, so we need not worry about wolves entering at night." The village head contemplated her words, recognizing that the area that he mentioned bore little valuable timber, primarily overgrown with thorns and scraggly trees. Selling that plot to her fifth uncle would likely meet with minimal opposition from the villagers. He nodded in agreement, stating, "I find it reasonable, but we must first fell the larger trees, reserving them for future use in constructing a village shrine." Dia promptly produced 10 taels of silver, expressing her gratitude to the village head. "Thank you, esteemed village head. I kindly request your assistance in expediting this matter for my fifth uncle. The additional 2 taels can be used for your dealings at the yamen." The village head reached out to accept the money, saying, "Very well. I shall take this for now. Any surplus will be refunded later. Fifth uncle, feeling anxious, quickly withdrew his money pouch. No, this cannot be. I have silver. I shall pay for it myself. Dia exchanged a knowing glance with her adoptive father. Upon understanding, Rao Shochin chuckled and returned fifth uncle's pouch to his pocket. This silver is not a gift. It is a loan. Keep your funds for building your house. You can repay it gradually when you have the means. After several rounds of debate, fifth uncle conceded, his eyes welling with tears as he stammered, I am deeply grateful to you all. Your kindness will be etched in my memory for a lifetime. The village head observed this exchange with a cold gaze, feeling an elevated admiration for Dia, and inwardly lamented, alas, such a wonderful girl. How I wish you were my granddaughter. Chapter 66. The challenge at the break of dawn the following day. The village head convened a meeting with the villagers to deliberate on the matter of Dia's uncle's settling in Shangquan village. As anticipated, the villagers exhibited little opposition. After all, the thorny land at the back of the mountain held little value. The prospect of receiving silver in exchange was indeed a boon for the village's public funds. A most welcome opportunity. However, the bandit Asan and his family expressed vehement discontent. Selling an acre for merely 2 taels of silver? How can that be? He protested. It's not as if we are selling to villagers. It should be at least 15 taels per acre. Otherwise, I shall never agree. Asan stood with his hands on his hips, vociferously declaring his stance. Indeed, that's the crux of the matter, echoed the villagers. If outsiders wish to settle in Shangquan village, how can they do so without offering something beneficial to the locals? We are not a marketplace where anyone can come and go freely. They clamored. 15 taels is already a generous offer. Otherwise, 50 would not be unreasonable. Their assertions were not without merit. Lowering the price to 15 taels would invite chaos, jeopardizing the peace and stability of the village. The uproar escalated, with Asan's family vocally supporting his position, creating a cacophony of discontent. The village head could not suppress a roll of his eyes, thinking to himself how ironic it was that the village would find peace only if the Asan family were to depart. As long as they remained, he would never have a moment's respite. Though he harbored such thoughts, he dared not voice them. The bandit family was notoriously difficult to contend with. Provoking them would render his tenure as village head a tumultuous affair. With a resigned sigh, he attempted to speak in a conciliatory tone. Would 15 taels not be excessive? The wasteland in our village is only worth a tael at most. The back mountain, overrun with thorns, could hardly be valued at 15 taels. 2 taels per acre is what I have carefully considered, and I have set the price slightly higher due to Ya's uncle being from another village. The clan leader also interjected, affirming the village head's sentiments. That is indeed the case. If it were a villager purchasing, we would not even require half a tael per acre. We must not be excessive in our dealings. He cast a stern glance at the raucous crowd. 15 taels? Have you lost your senses? There are limits to how one can take advantage of others. It is wise to leave some room for negotiation. Asan brandished a wooden stick, creating a gust of wind as he swung it. Am I to be deemed mad for desiring silver? Do you dare claim you have no love for it? His eyes, large and glistening like copper bells, burned with a fierce intensity, instilling fear in those who met his gaze. The expression on his face seemed to convey a clear message. Those who know their place should nod in agreement. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. Witnessing this, Dia felt a shiver run down her spine. As the saying goes, it is better to offend a gentleman than to provoke a rogue. One must tread carefully around individuals like Asan, for it is prudent to wait until one possesses adequate strength before engaging. Otherwise, endless troubles would surely ensue. Moreover, the words of the bandit Asan are not without merit. In a previous life, if a child wished to attend a reputable kindergarten, they would have to pay substantial sponsorship fees, often amounting to tens of thousands, unless they possessed a local household registration. Upon reflecting on this, they offered a calming smile to her fifth uncle, her voice crisp and clear. Grandfather Li Zheng, grandfather clan leader, let us cease this dispute. 15 taels shall suffice. As per our original plan, we will still purchase 3 acres. Dia, my dear, I do not possess such a sum. Her fifth uncle interjected anxiously. realizing he only had 10 taels in his pocket. Dear readers, Tianjing is diligently working on her manuscript. Once a sufficient quantity is amassed, she will announce the release date. It will not be long. Within a few days, she will confirm the schedule for next Monday. Apologies for the delay in keeping you waiting. In the meantime, please take a moment to explore Tianjing's other completed works, particularly recommending The Scheming Marquis, The Mighty Legitimate Wife and Contract Divorce, The All-Powerful Princess, which are among her finest writings. Wishing you all a delightful reading experience. Chapter 67, Refutation, Fifth Uncle. Do not fret. I have my own opinions. Dia offered a reassuring smile to Fifth Uncle, her gaze sweeping sharply over the gathered crowd before she continued. However, I intend to purchase the small valley situated between our little desolate hill and the back mountain, and I shall pay no more than 10 taels of silver. If anyone has objections, now is the time to voice them. But I assure you, I will not pay a single copper coin more for that valley. The village head cleared his throat and inquired loudly, Dia wishes to offer 10 taels for the valley. Does anyone have any objections? The bandit, Asen, opened his mouth, seemingly ready to speak, but was silenced by the village head's piercing glare. I declare that 10 taels is quite a generous offer. The valley yields nothing but thorns. What use is it? If it were up to me, I would not pay even a single cash for it. Let me put it this way. If anyone wishes to oppose, they must offer a price higher than Dia's, and I shall sell it to them. At this proclamation, silence enveloped the room, and those with disruptive intentions promptly abandoned their schemes. Asan exchanged glances with his family, and his ambitions were swiftly quelled. The village head then declared loudly, very well. In that case, I shall draft 2 documents. The head of each household must sign and seal them to prevent any future regrets or unnecessary disputes. Dia had anticipated this and promptly provided ink, paper, and brush, even grinding the ink herself. In no time, 2 documents, adorned with handprints, were presented to Rao Shochin and Fifth Uncle. Thank you, village head. Thank you, esteemed villagers. Dia expressed her gratitude sincerely with a deep bow. She retrieved 4 5-tael silver ingots from her purse and handed them to the village head, saying, This amounts to 20 taels, serving as a deposit. I implore you, esteemed village head, to accompany me to the back mountain to measure Fifth Uncle's homestead and the valley's area. The remaining silver will be settled in full when I go to the county tomorrow to finalize the deed. Before her words could fully resonate, a sharp voice pierced through the spacious ancestral hall. What? You're using silver to buy land for him? Absolutely not. You, who turn your elbow outward, possess silver yet fail to honor your own elders. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? The speaker was none other than Dia's second aunt Bai. Fifth Uncle's expression shifted dramatically, filled with embarrassment, as he hastily interjected, Dia, you cannot use your money to purchase land. I currently possess 10 taels, sufficient to buy half an acre of mountain land, and the remaining silver will cover the construction of a mud brick house. Save your silver. You will also need to build a house, come autumn. He had never intended to use Dia's money. Initially, with 2 taels per acre, Ika bought 3 acres. However, he had not anticipated such a turn of events. His little niece's willingness to contribute silver for his land purchase deeply moved him. Fifth Uncle, do not worry. I will find a way to manage the finances. Dia flashed a sweet smile at Fifth Uncle, but her gaze turned icy as she addressed Bai. Do you truly embody the role of an elder? When we were driven from our home, you should have realized that our family's silver and the old homestead are no longer connected. Moreover, my fifth uncle is my mother's biological brother, thus sharing a profound blood connection with me. And you? Pray, enlighten me as to your relation to me. You are merely the wife of my second uncle, a person by the surname Bai, who not only lacks any blood ties to me, but is also a deceitful and treacherous individual. What right do you have to squander the hard-earned money I've toiled for? Your audacity is remarkable, and you underestimate the intelligence of others still believing that my family, as it was before the division, would willingly allow you to manipulate and mistreat us as you please. Indeed, no one is born a fool. Having been cast out without a penny to their name, one would surely awaken to reality rather than remain a perpetual victim of your bullying. It is only natural that some cannot restrain themselves from voicing their disdain and standing up for the eldest daughter. Chapter 68. Decisive Victory. The speaker was Mao Shan, a forthright man who shared a close bond with Rao Shouqin. Throughout their lives, he had often protected Rao and occasionally provided for this unfortunate companion, offering him a small morsel of fried rice or a sweet potato. In Rao Shouqin's childhood memories, Mao Shan was one of the few sources of warmth, preventing his early years from becoming overwhelmingly bleak. Bai's expression darkened, akin to the bottom of a pot. "Where did this mad dog come from? This is a matter for my family. What business is it of yours?" This insufferable Mao Shan frequently clashed with her in his efforts to defend the leader, and her hatred for him had long since reached its peak. Today, he dared to provoke her once more, igniting her ire. Little did she know, her anger was met with even greater fury from him. Her words incensed Mao Shan, who glared at her in fury. "Oh, so you can't stand to see injustice in the world? With a wife like you in Shanjian village. It's truly a disgrace for the entire village and a misfortune for the Rao family." His words were utterly unrestrained, causing Bai to feel a rush of blood to her forehead. "You ignorant fool, I am the daughter of a scholar, and my family is both prosperous and capable. You dare to humiliate me? Just wait until my son becomes a successful scholar. Then you will see." Mao Shan could not help but scoff. "Fine, I shall await that day, when your son becomes a scholar, and you try to use your status as an official lady to suppress me." Though her words might intimidate others in the village, Mao Shan was no ordinary man. As a veteran who had spent years in the military, he was not the sort to be easily cowed by the threats of a simple villager. An elderly woman of around 50 stepped forward. "Indeed, even if you do become an official lady in the future, we shall not fear you. Our family has always been honest and upright, never engaging in wrongdoing. Just because your son becomes an official, it does not give you the right to bully the common folk." This woman was Mao Shan's mother, affectionately referred to as Granny Li by the villagers. She was a kind-hearted yet strong-willed woman, known for her resolute character. She often found herself at odds with Bai and could never quite see eye to eye with Pan either. The disdain she felt for these two stemmed solely from their treatment of Rao Shouqin. To her, their callousness toward a family member rendered them unworthy of her association. "Why don't you try it then?" One day, Rao Mutin, infuriated, prepared to exchange insults with Granny Li, but the clan leader intervened, casting a fierce glare her way. "Silence. Is Granny Li someone you can offend? You are the daughter of a scholar, yet you have no sense of decorum." Rao Mutin rolled her eyes in frustration, intending to retort, but her expression changed dramatically upon hearing the clan leader's next words, compelling her to seal her lips. Once the clan leader had chastised Bai Mutin, he turned his piercing gaze upon Bai. "If you continue to stir up trouble, I shall, in my capacity as the clan leader of the Rao family, expel both you and your daughter from the family registry." His words carried a weight that was truly devastating. The Bai mother and daughter were instantly struck with fear, their faces turning pale as death. Being expelled from the family register? That was utterly unacceptable. Such a fate would render them without a foothold in this world. Henceforth, wherever they went, they would be met with disdain. Survival itself would become a challenge. Furthermore, the Bai family's pride, their eldest son Fu Gue, would inevitably suffer the consequences, perhaps even missing the opportunity to participate in the imperial examination. The two of them, once filled with arrogance, found their spirits plummeting to the depths as they left in dejection. Tianjing has several completed stories, and I recommend reading Contracting a Divorce, The All-Powerful Princess and the Cunning Marquis and His Mighty Wife. Wishing you a delightful reading experience, and thank you for your support. Chapter 69. Perfectly aligned, given the circumstances, Dia resolutely decided to make a new demand, since the situation had reached this point. The 45 taels of silver could not be spent frivolously. In addition to her fifth uncle, the entire family of her eldest uncle, comprising 5 members, as well as her maternal grandparents, must also settle in Shangquan village. The notion of relocating her eldest uncle's family had been discussed back when they were at Wu Daoyang. Initially, the plan was to have 5th uncle move first, with the others following in a year or two. However, due to the unforeseen turn of events today, she was concerned about the passage of time and potential complications that might arise. She feared that if they delayed, Her eldest uncle's family might face unforeseen troubles from the bandit Asan's clan when they eventually moved. Turning to her eldest uncle, she inquired, "What do you think?" "Eldest uncle? Well, that sounds reasonable. We shall heed Ya's words," he replied with a hearty smile and a nod. Escaping the confines of the isolated mountains had always been his desire. If they could settle in Shanquan village, it would afford him the opportunity to maintain frequent contact with his sister's family, a prospect he cherished immensely. The village chief interjected, "Indeed, your point is valid. 15 taels of silver per mu of land is indeed excessive. I consent to your grandparents and your eldest uncle's family relocating and establishing residency in Shanquan village as a form of compensation." 15 taels of silver per mu was an exorbitant price. Even prime arable land seldom fetched more than 5 or 6 taels per mu. Constructing a modest earthen house with 5 or 6 rooms wouldn't exceed 15 taels, even if all materials were purchased outright. The bandit Asan's family was both ruthless and greedy. "That won't do. Residential land and settling are two separate matters." Bandit Asan interjected again. The village chief furrowed his brow, his gaze piercing as he stared at him. "What exactly do you want?" "For settling, each person must pay 5 taels of silver. Otherwise, I absolutely cannot acquiesce. If you intend to use your power to coerce, I cannot prevent it. But once this family moves to Shanquan village, I cannot guarantee I won't create trouble for them." Bandit Asan slouched casually, casting a disdainful glance at the village chief, his demeanor overtly arrogant, showing no regard for the chief's authority. This statement was a blatant threat. The village chief felt a surge of frustration, nearly choking with anger, his eyes reddening as he struggled to find words. Dia hurried over to ease his distress, patting his back in a soothing manner. "Grandfather, do not let anger take hold. It is not worth it to be vexed by such a person over such trivial matters. Good child." The village chief eventually calmed down, but could only utter 3 words before his voice faltered. "Good child, I am sorry. The opposition is too ruthless, and I am unable to assist you. I understand. Do not be upset, grandfather." Dia's eyes glistened with tears as she smiled at the village chief. Turning her gaze back to Bandit Asan, she coldly declared, "Fine, 5 taels it is. I agree." Seeing her acquiesce so readily, Bandit Asan felt a twinge of regret. His gaze shifted between Dia's 5th uncle and eldest uncle before he slyly grinned and added, "I have one final condition. From now on, your family is not permitted to allow any relatives or friends to settle in Shanquan village. After all, your maternal grandparents' family is already arriving with 8 individuals, which is quite sufficient. In our village of Shanquan, land is scarce. If your family wishes to increase the number of residents, it would indeed be excessive." The bandit Asan is aware that Dia has a 4th uncle, and he believes that by saying this, he is putting Dia's family in a difficult position. In the future, her 4th uncle's family will undoubtedly harbor resentment towards her family for being unable to settle in Shanquan, potentially leading to enmity between them. If such a scenario were to unfold, it would bring him great satisfaction, as his grievances today would not be in vain. Little does he know that his actions are precisely what Dia desires, perfectly aligning with her intentions. Chapter 70. Guilt. I agreed, promising everyone that after settling my grandparents and my uncle's family in Shanquan village, my family would never propose allowing any other relatives or friends to settle there. This was indeed a relief for her, as she was concerned that if her 4th uncle and 4th aunt discovered that her eldest uncle's family had also moved to Shanquan village, they might insist on joining them. If that were to happen, it would be quite troublesome. Her 4th uncle's family consisted of 6 members, all of whom were lazy and gluttonous, and she had no desire to maintain close ties with such a household. Upon hearing the words of the bandit Asan, she couldn't help but secretly rejoice, exclaiming in her heart, "Oh dear, Asan, you have finally done something commendable." Asan was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Little did this naive girl realize the troubles that awaited her in the future. Favoritism could easily breed resentment and even hatred. Both her eldest uncle and 5th uncle grew anxious, repeatedly attempting to engage her in conversation, only to be silenced by her calming gaze. Rao Shouqin and Lu Xiangchuan were equally worried, feeling that their daughter had made her promise too hastily, Such a considerable sum of money was not to be trifled with. However, over the past few months, they had grown accustomed to deferring to their eldest daughter's wishes. Noticing her persistent signals urging them to refrain from opposition, they reluctantly acquiesced. Their eldest daughter was undoubtedly capable. Her decision must have been made with a solution in mind. Thus, under their daughter's subtle cues, they helped restrain the eldest and fifth uncles and awaited the unfolding of events. The village head insisted that I write down the points I just mentioned and have everyone sign it. Asan, ever considerate, voiced the sentiments of the eldest daughter. The village head frowned, sternly rebuking. Asan, have you caused enough trouble? There is no need to draft a document for the latter points. Do you think ink and paper come without a cost? It's merely a sheet of paper. How much could it possibly cost? Upon hearing this, Asan instantly concluded that the village head was likely favoring the eldest daughter's family by not documenting the agreement, thus making it easier for them in the future. This thought ignited a fire of indignation within him, and he promptly tossed a handful of copper coins before the village head, declaring, "Will these coins suffice for a sheet of paper? Take them, and hurry up with the documentation. I don't have time to waste with you all." The village head was so enraged that his beard trembled. The eldest daughter quickly interjected, "Grandfather village head, please do not be angry. Just agree to write it down. My family has no objections." As she spoke, she glanced at her relatives. Rao Shouqin and Lu Xiangchuan nodded in unison, affirming, "Indeed, we have no objections." The villagers watched in utter astonishment as this farcical scene unfolded, ultimately dissipating in an exceedingly peculiar manner. However, the matter of the money remained unresolved. The night breeze of May was refreshingly pleasant. Yet, the restlessness in Rao Shouqin and the fifth uncle's hearts could not be quelled, bubbling to the surface. Lu Xiangchuan could no longer restrain her complaints towards her daughter. "Daughter, you stubborn child, I was trying to signal you not to purchase those 3 acres of land. Yet you insisted on forging ahead blindly. In these times, how is one to acquire such a substantial amount of silver? At home, we can scarcely muster 3 to 5 taels, and even if we were to borrow from your fifth uncle's family, it would not exceed 10 taels at most. What shall we do now?" Fifth uncle wore a furrowed brow, yet he could not bring himself to reproach Dia, for this child acted out of concern for him, which has led to this predicament. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards Dia and was deeply unsettled. Upon the return from the May Day holiday, when one will be available for purchase, we eagerly await your support and encouragement. We kindly request your comments and recommendations. Thank you sincerely. The comments are rather few, and the recommendations are not many. If you enjoy this work, please extend your support generously. Chapter 71. The decision Uncle sighed deeply. Dia, I still have 5 taels of silver on hand. Let's use it for emergencies. I will return to Wu Dao Liang to see if I can gather some fund from the villagers. In a few days, I shall come back. At present, they were still short by several dozen taels, which was no small sum. The Xiangchuan family had been expelled from their home a few months ago. Although they had earned a little money, it was likely that they had already exhausted their resources by today. No, for taels of this silver should be allocated to the fourth uncle's family, right? Uncle quickly tucked the silver away. I have ways to gather the necessary funds. Dia was deeply moved and promptly shoved the worn-out coin pouch back into Uncle's hands. The fourth uncle and fourth aunt were not easy to negotiate with, especially in comparison to Aunt Meng. If Dia accepted this silver, Uncle would surely find it difficult to explain upon his return. After several refusals, Uncle had no choice but to accept it, as Dia's resolve was unwavering. Very well, I shall take it for now. Should the need arise, I will let you know. The family deliberated and decided that the 3 acres of mountainous land would be divided equally between Uncle and fifth uncle, each receiving 1.5 acres. Dia proposed, since we are at this point, why not start constructing the house the day after tomorrow? It would be better to move over sooner to avoid unnecessary troubles. The fourth uncle's family is quite troublesome. If they discover that grandmother and grandfather are still residing in Wu Daoliang, we shall have no peace. Fifth uncle appeared quite troubled. However, we have yet to secure the funds for purchasing the land and settling down. Perhaps we should just buy 1 acre for now and postpone the settling and construction until I have earned enough silver? Uncle nodded in agreement. Indeed, We cannot burden you further. There is no rush. After all, we have been living in Wu Dao Liang for decades. We can wait a little longer. When winter arrives, I will accompany you, fifth uncle, into the mountains for a few days to see if we can hunt some wild boars or perhaps even a tiger. Absolutely not. That is far too dangerous. Under no circumstances. Lu Xianchuan immediately interjected, her voice filled with urgency. She understood that uncle's plan to spend a few days in the mountains referred to venturing into remote areas, even more mountainous than Wu Daoliang. Such places were inhabited by wild beasts, making them extremely perilous. Typically, hunters from Wu Daoliang would only enter the deep mountains under dire circumstances. Mother, what's going on? Dia asked, her face filled with confusion. Isn't Wu Daoliang already deep in the mountains? Lu Xianchuan took a moment to explain the situation to Dia. Upon hearing this, Dia's eyes widened in shock, and she firmly opposed, no, that is simply too dangerous. We cannot take such risks. As for the silver, I assure you I have a way to resolve it. If you do not believe me, grant me a day. If I am unable to accomplish it, then uncle and fifth uncle can discuss the mountain venture. Xiangdong chimed in, yes, uncle and fifth uncle. You should feel secure here. If any issues arise, we shall collectively devise a solution. If all else fails, we can go up the mountain to gather goji berries. That would yield several dozen taels of silver, wouldn't it? We will find a way. So let us wait and see. Dia's capabilities were well known to him. Perhaps she will indeed find a way to earn a few dozen taels of silver by tomorrow. He understands that this sister of his must be concealing her talents, as there are still abilities yet to be revealed. The pressing circumstances have compelled her to make a difficult choice. Previously, she had always sought to hide her brilliance, but now she can no longer afford such considerations. Chapter 72. United Efforts, the deliberate harassment from the bandit Asan today, along with the audacity of the Bai family to persist in their actions, jolted her into a harsh realization. In this ancient society, those devoid of wealth or influence are fated to endure oppression and abuse. Despite their shared village ties, these two would not dare to employ excessively cruel tactics against her. However, what if, one day, she inadvertently offended those who possessed both status and power? Would she then be relegated to the role of the oppressed? No. She must find a way to circumvent such a helpless predicament. Only by becoming formidable herself can she safeguard her own well-being and that of her family. In many respects, a poor peasant family often finds itself beset by insurmountable challenges. Reflecting upon her circumstances, she ultimately resolved to alter her initial intentions and take one more risk, striving to secure a more stable foundation for herself and her loved ones. To cower excessively is simply not an option. Having made her decision, she addressed Rao Shouqin. Father, please inform the village chief that I will be gathering silver tomorrow to handle the matters concerning the land deed and household registration in the county, and I shall postpone it to the day after. Rao Shouqin, deeply concerned, remained seated, immobile. My child, do you truly have a means to gather the silver by tomorrow? If it proves too difficult, do not force yourself. Engaging in illegal activities or bringing shame upon oneself is something you must avoid at all costs. Fifth uncle stood up, blocking the doorway, earnestly and regretfully advising. Indeed, dear child, your father speaks wisely. Perhaps it would be better to let this go. You are still young, and waiting a year or two holds no significant consequence. In truth, Wadaliang has its merits. The game, medicinal herbs, and mountain fruits there far exceed those found elsewhere. With diligence, saving 50 taels of silver in a year is not an impossible feat. Yes, I will work alongside you and fifth uncle. We will surely accumulate the funds for land and household registration. Let us refrain from undertaking perilous endeavors that might burden ourselves. Eldest uncle's face was etched with worry, his heart heavy with guilt. He sincerely believed that it was unreasonable and cruel to expect a mere 7-year-old girl to gather dozens of taels of silver in a single day. A warmth spread within the girl, filling her with gratitude. Both eldest uncle and fifth uncle were not greedy or self-serving, and they genuinely considered others' welfare. For such elders, her sacrifices were indeed worthwhile. After a moment of contemplation, she smiled and said, "Let father proceed to speak with the village chief. Tomorrow, We shall first handle the land deed for the 3 acres of mountainous land and settle the registration for fifth uncle. The corresponding silver will be paid in full tomorrow. As for the remaining funds and matters, they can be postponed for now. Please grant us a month to gather the silver. This approach would also prevent any perception that her wealth had arrived too swiftly, thus averting envy, suspicion, and gossip, while also dissuading her family from harboring unwarranted ambitions that could lead to laziness or vanity. Such intentions could turn good intentions into detrimental outcomes. Furthermore, the issues surrounding the homestead and fifth uncle's registration were imperative to resolve, lest prolonged delays result in unforeseen complications. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Lu Xiangquan let out a long sigh of relief. Her thoughts were akin to those of Dia, as she feared that money might cloud the judgment of her loved ones, leading to unnecessary disputes or the development of undesirable habits within the family. Father, since my daughter has expressed such concerns, should you not hasten to act? She urged her husband with a firm tug, gently pushing him toward the door. Rao Shouqin smiled with his characteristic simplicity and soon melted into the enveloping darkness of the night. The following morning, Deya eagerly took Xiangdong and Wu Jiao to the back mountain, where they gathered 2 large baskets filled with tender locust flowers and collected a basket of fragrant mushrooms. Xiangdong inquired, "You heir, do you intend to sell the mushrooms at the G2A building?" Chapter 73. An encounter. Rao Chuiwei, a name bestowed upon herself by Daya, was also her name from a previous life. At times, her elder brother Xiangdong affectionately called her Yuer, a name that was unique to him in the entire Shanjin village. Indeed, the moment has now come. Daya nodded with a smile, though her expression bore a hint of gravity. Yet, the question lingered. Would this mushroom be accepted by the masses? Previously, aside from tea tree mushrooms, the mushrooms picked from the mountains had never been sold. On one occasion, she had invited Uncle Wu and his family for dinner, preparing a dish of mushroom braised chicken. However, Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu hesitated to partake, harboring deep reservations about this rumored toxic delicacy. Their reaction extinguished Daya's hopes of earning a living through mushrooms, for these were consumables. And the people of this region had stubbornly believed for centuries that all mushrooms were poisonous. If someone with a pre-existing condition were to consume these mushrooms and suffer consequences, no amount of explanation would suffice to absolve her. Xiangdong hesitated, suggesting, perhaps we should reconsider? What if something goes awry? Yet, Daya felt it difficult to relinquish the prospect of introducing mushrooms, believing that the idea deserved a chance. Let us see what G2A building has to say, she decided. Upon hearing that Daya had arrived, Manager Su promptly instructed Chang'an, quickly inform the young master that Miss Rao Chuiwei is here. Yes, I shall go at once. Chang'an dashed off in a flurry. After Daya's last visit, the young master had specifically requested to be informed should she return. From Chang'an's observations, it appeared that the young master held a keen interest in Daya. Manager Su personally greeted her at the entrance, exclaiming, "Ah, Miss Rao has arrived. Welcome, welcome. Please, allow me to escort you to the bamboo pavilion on the 2nd floor." Daya quickly interjected, "Not so fast. Today, I have brought new ingredients. I would like to prepare a few dishes in the kitchen first, and then we can discuss matters in the bamboo pavilion. If that is acceptable, that would be splendid. Thank you for your efforts." Manager Su was overjoyed and accompanied her to the kitchen, calling out to Chef Chung at the door, "Chef Chung, Miss Rao is here to create new dishes. Please assist her to the fullest." This time, Daya prepared a variety of dishes. Locust flour pancakes, steamed locust flowers with cornmeal, locust flour scrambled eggs, locust flour braised rice, mountain chicken stewed with mushrooms, mushroom braised duck, mincemeat stir-fried with mushrooms and peas, and pork ribs braised with mushrooms. Although the number of dishes was considerable, under Chef Cheng's guidance and with the help of several kitchen assistants, everything was completed within half an hour. Ren gently received word and hurried over, finding Daya in the kitchen preparing the final dish, mushroom braised duck. Wow, it's hard to believe that such delectable dishes are crafted by a mere 7-year-old girl, Ren gently exclaimed, relishing the food, though not particularly hungry. He savored several bites of each dish, looking eager for more. Indeed, my sister's culinary skills surpass even those of our mother. Upon mentioning his sister Daya, Xiangdong's previous shyness dissipated, and Uncle Wu beamed with pride, his hearty laughter filling the air. Dia personally carried the last dish on a tray and knocked on the door of the bamboo pavilion, calling out Manager Su, "It is Chuiwe. Please do come in. The young master is singing your praises." Manager Su promptly opened the door himself, graciously receiving the tray and inviting Mista to take a seat on the chair he had prepared beside him. He then introduced her, saying, "Miss Rao, this is the young master of Jitsue Tower." Mista lifted her gaze and beheld a handsome youth of around 15 years, his face adorned with a warm smile. He exuded an air of elegance, embodying both scholarly grace and the vigor of masculinity. It was evident that he was a well-rounded individual, a rare find even in an era steeped in martial prowess. Indeed, he was precisely her preferred type. With just a few exchanged glances, her heart began to race, beating like a drum. The tranquil author has several completed works, including The Cunning Marquis, The Mighty Wife and Contractual Divorce, The All-Powerful Princess, which she highly recommends. Readers are encouraged to take a look, and she wishes everyone a delightful reading experience. Thank you. By clicking on the section above the synopsis, one can discover more of the tranquil author's works. Chapter 74. Astonishment. Could this be what they call love at first sight? Her delicate visage was momentarily graced with a blush, and a fleeting shyness shimmered in her eyes. Yet, this bashfulness vanished almost as swiftly as it appeared, as she composed herself and curtsied. "Greetings, young master. It is an honor to meet you." Ren Jianli gazed intently at her, utterly astonished. Was this young girl truly only 7 years of age? Her demeanor and actions exhibited a remarkable grace and poise, reminiscent of a fresh and enchanting water lily. Aside from her simple attire of a coarse cloth dress, what about her resembled a girl from a mountain village? She was unlike any woman he had encountered previously, igniting within him an immediate and profound interest. Surely, as an adult, she would possess even greater charm and character. "Greetings, Miss Rao. I am Ren Jianli. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." He instinctively adopted the warm and friendly manner of the older maid, genuinely impressed. "Your culinary skills are quite remarkable. How did you conceive these delightful dishes?" The young girl smiled with calm composure. "These culinary creations are not solely my own invention. They are the result of collaboration with my mother and guidance from my master. We have gradually refined these recipes together, including the wontons and tea tree mushrooms, as well as the sesame pancakes. There are also a few business ideas that my master shared with me. Beyond that, I have no further innovative concepts. My master has gone on a journey and has since vanished, perhaps never to return." Upon hearing this, Xiang Dong felt a sense of relief wash over him. This explanation was rather clever. Firstly, it indicated that these ideas originated from the mysterious, elusive master of the girl, rendering them impossible to trace. Thus, the tale of her encounters with such a master and the acquisition of extraordinary skills would not raise suspicion, ensuring her safety from those with ulterior motives. Secondly, these novel dishes lacked any ancestral secret recipes. They were painstakingly crafted by her mother and herself, leaving nothing of value to be stolen. Thirdly, with no more ideas left, even if her mother and sister were taken away, they would hold no utility. Given the character of Manager Su, such words ensured the safety of both mother and daughter, preventing any perilous situations. Ren Jianli's lips twitched in a suppressed smile. This girl was quite astute, clearly not a simple village maiden. She was exceptional, and in due time, she would undoubtedly shine brilliantly. "Manacher sumantanda esmail, nothing thoughtfully." He reflected, "This girl, Chuiwe, is indeed impressive, strikingly beautiful, intelligent, kind-hearted, and remarkably strong-willed. If she were to become the young master's wife, she would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset to him." However, he was also acutely aware that the young master's stepmother was no trifling adversary. Given Daya's background, it was already commendable that the elder master was willing to grant her the status of a concubine. Alas, what a pity! Manager Su alternated between smiling and shaking his head, leaving those around him in a state of perplexity. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, Dee was eager to proceed without delay. She directly addressed Ren Jianli, expressing her desire to speak with the young master and the shopkeeper Su. Ren Jianli nodded in understanding, and the perceptive shopkeeper Su waved his hand, signaling the attendants to withdraw. Dia smiled gently and said, "Brother Chang'an, could you kindly escort my elder brother and Uncle Wu to rest for a while? Please return in half an hour." Chang'an was taken aback, pondering why she would wish to conceal matters, even from her own brother. Nevertheless, he complied and led Xiangdong and Uncle Wu to the guest room in the courtyard. Chapter 75. Thoughts, however, Chang'an was mistaken. What Dia intended to discuss today was simply to prevent Fifth Uncle from knowing too much. Although Fifth Uncle was a kind-hearted soul, his naivety was a double-edged sword. Should he learn of certain matters, he might inadvertently divulge secrets under pressure, leading to undesirable consequences. Oftentimes, it is prudent to guard against potential troubles before they arise. Even among family, it is essential to maintain a certain distance and to harbor some secrets. If there are no secrets at all, the bonds of kinship may falter and fade over time. Su Zhuangguo was somewhat taken aback. Based on his previous understanding of her character, she was not one to harbor ill will. Why then was she choosing to evade her elder brother and fifth uncle today? Meeting Su Zhuangguo's incredulous gaze, Dia shook her head and explained with a calm smile. One must prioritize the lesser over the greater to spare oneself from future troubles. Even among relatives, a degree of distance and space must be maintained. Excessive closeness inevitably leads to conflicts or even enmity. Ren Jianli's eyes sparkled with interest, and he nodded slightly. This young girl possessed a remarkable insight, certainly not resembling a typical girl from a rustic village. Her mentor must be an extraordinary individual, for how else could someone of her tender age, just over 7, be so exceptional? Indeed, you are absolutely right. Su Thuang exclaimed sincerely. Thank you for the compliment. Dia Biamed. Ren Jianli observed her with amusement, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. These dishes are quite splendid. Jot down the recipes, and I shall offer you 30 taels of silver for each. Furthermore, regarding the locust blossoms and shiitake mushrooms, name your price for delivering 30 pounds daily. How's that sound? Wow, the young master is feeling particularly generous today, allowing me to set the price? This is quite unlike his usual conduct. Su Zhuangguo was genuinely astonished. That is far too little. I came here today intending to earn 1,000 taels from Jitsue building. Dia replied with a faint smile, feigning seriousness. What? 1,000 taels? Is not that a bit excessive? Ren Jianli shot a glance at Su Zhuangguo, as if to say, this girl is far too greedy. She is not the kind-hearted and discerning young lady you described. Su Zhuangguo's face flushed, and he stammered, My dear girl, isn't 1,000 taels a bit too much? Dia quickly shot a glance at Ren Jianli and shook her head with a playful smile. Uncle Su, you have misunderstood. The benefits of 1,000 taels extend well beyond just these few recipes. They are undoubtedly worth every coin. Upon hearing this, Ren Jianli's expression lightened considerably. Thankfully, this girl was not greedy. Otherwise, he would have felt disappointment and perhaps even sorrow. At 15, he had rarely encountered a woman he genuinely admired, and he could not bear to let that affection slip away. Life is long, and without a beloved companion, what joy could there be? Moreover, this clever little girl seemed to possess an innate charm. He sensed that if he could win her over, she would undoubtedly bring him immense support. Olhat, thou Zhu, I earnestly hope you can remain true to your heart until the age of 15. Please do not let me down. He gazed at her with intense eyes. Dia furrowed her brow in displeasure. What does this mean? What are you thinking? For reasons she could not articulate, his gaze greatly unsettled her. Announcement. Dear readers, the novel will be officially released tomorrow, with an initial update of 30,000 words. Updates will commence after midnight. The first subscription on the release day is of utmost importance, and I sincerely hope that all those who cherish this tale and support Tiansheng will lend their generous support. Following the release, I will ensure a minimum of 6,000 words are updated daily. If you desire to discover who the male lead will ultimately be, the final choice will surely astonish you. Wish to learn how the female protagonist achieves prosperity and leads her family to a warm and joyful life, or are curious about the accomplishments of the Rao siblings? Please stay tuned and journey with Tiansheng to uncover the mysteries, while enjoying laughter and joy throughout the reading experience. Wishing everyone success in studies, work, and a fulfilling family life. I kindly ask for your initial subscriptions, collections, recommendations, messages, and all forms of support and encouragement. Thank you. Chapter 76. Insights. Dia could no longer contain herself and rolled her eyes at Ren Jianli, then turned her gaze to Steward Su. A cheerful smile gracing her lips as she said, Uncle Su, I have several brilliant ideas that, if implemented wisely, could lead to the rapid growth and expansion of the G2A building, yielding profits tenfold within a year. Her focus remained solely on Steward Su, completely disregarding the presence of the young master, who irked her. Ren Jianli's gaze turned icy as he silently stared out the window. Steward Su, eager to engage, quickly responded with a warm smile. That sounds splendid. What are your ideas? We will be most grateful for your insights. If that is indeed the case, the G2A building shall not treat you poorly. I assure you, not just 1,000 taels, but even 2,000 would be within our means. As the steward of the G2A building in Luhua Town, he could certainly make such a modest promise. In truth, he was not only the steward of Luhua Town's G2A building, but also the overseer of the entire G2A building network within the Qingshui River region. His prolonged stay in Luhua Town was a commitment made between him and the master, a secret unknown to others. The Qingshui River is the location of the capital city, encompassing 3 prefectures, 15 counties, and 55 towns within its jurisdiction. To ensure prudence, Dia glanced at Ren Jianli and inquired, May I ask, young master, can we hold Uncle Su's word as trustworthy? Of course, it pertains to 2,000 taels, does it not? Ren Jianli replied with an expression seemingly devoid of emotion. Yet within him, a tempest of thoughts surged, difficult to quell. What precisely does this girl intend to propose? Very well, I shall be forthright, Dia replied with a steady smile, her voice melodious as she began. What I wish to convey primarily consists of the following points. First, this dining establishment could broaden its operational scope by integrating the functions of a restaurant and an inn. Dia had always found it peculiar that, during this era, restaurants and inns operated independently. Restaurants merely provided meals and tea, often with a few temporary resting rooms, while inns solely offered lodging, neglecting meals altogether. Upon hearing her suggestion, Ren Jianli's eyes sparkled with interest. This idea held merit. Yet, he felt a flicker of uncertainty. After all, he had only taken charge of the G2A building for just over a month. He was at a loss for how to execute such a venture effectively. He decided to listen intently to this young girl. He hoped she would not attempt to deceive him, for should she do so, she would surely regret her actions today. Indeed, he harbored fondness for her, but he would not allow himself to be misled or taken advantage of. Anyone who sought to deceive him was unworthy of his affection and sincerity, including the arrogant scion of a prominent family. Daya, inadvertently judging his filiting gaze. Noticed the flicker of intensity in his eyes, which at times bore a sharpness that unsettled her. Unable to hold back, she rolled her eyes at him once more. Redirecting her focus back to Steward Su, she continued with utmost seriousness. Behind the G2A building, there exists a 3-section courtyard that, with slight modifications, could be converted into guest rooms. If wealth were abundant, one could acquire the 2 neighboring estates, transforming them not only into guest rooms, but also into a grand and a petite banquet hall. But what do we need a banquet hall for? Ren Jianli interjected. The banquet hall serves 3 purposes. Firstly, it can host gatherings for scholars to engage in poetry and discourse. Secondly, officials and affluent individuals may utilize it for lavish feasts. And thirdly, it can be rented out for wedding celebrations. Dia elaborated on these 3 aspects with meticulous detail. Throughout her discourse, shopkeeper Su and Ren Jianli occasionally chimed in with questions, to which she responded with poise and composure, exhibiting the demeanor of an experienced proprietor. The queries posed by the duo hardly posed a challenge for her. They exchanged glances, seeing in each other's eyes a mix of astonishment and elation. This woman is a prodigy, truly an extraordinary talent in the realm of commerce. Dia's narration persisted for over 2 hours, leaving her parched from speaking. She shared her vast knowledge on hotel management acquired from her previous life, along with an array of exquisite recipes, nutritional values of various mushrooms, and methods to eliminate fishy odors. leaving no stone unturned and generously imparting her wisdom. By the end, the master and servant were utterly engrossed, enveloped in a profound silence, their hearts filled with admiration and awe. Let us conclude here for today. I shall detail specific operational plans once you are in agreement. Otherwise, it will be a waste of breath. How can we possibly disagree? Exclaimed shopkeeper Sue, immediately lauding her. What a brilliant idea. You articulated it beautifully. Those mushrooms are indeed precious and can be promoted as a signature feature of Jitsue Tower. Particularly, your method for removing the fishy odor will greatly benefit our establishment. In the future, Jitsue Tower, with its delectable fish dishes, will easily overshadow the first tower, establishing itself as the leader in the culinary world. In all of Hulu's county, the only competitor worthy of being called a rival is the first tower. In truth, having a competitor is of little consequence. It is merely that the proprietor of the first tower is rather small-minded. In an attempt to suppress Jitsue Tower, he has resorted to countless insidious tactics, undermining fellow establishments like an incessant, bothersome fly, buzzing about and causing great annoyance. However, with Diya's ingenious strategies, we shall render the arrogance of the first tower utterly obsolete, restoring tranquility to Hulu's county's dining industry. Shopkeeper Sue could hardly contain his excitement, nearly bursting into cheers. Ren Jianli's eyes sparkled with delight, the corners of his lips curving into a satisfied smile as he instructed, Su Bo, please have the accountant prepare 3,000 taels of silver for Miss Rao. Certainly, shopkeeper Sue replied with enthusiasm. I shall personally retrieve the silver from the accountant. The ideas that you presented were worth a fortune, and offering 3,000 taels truly favored Jitsue Tower. With the acquisition of 3,000 taels of silver, this child would no longer need to scurry about for a living, and their home could finally boast of blue brick and tile roofs. Shopkeeper Sue genuinely rejoiced for Diya, who had endured so much at such a tender age, shouldering the weight of her family's burdens, which stirred his heart with compassion. Diya accepted her fortune with grace, displaying no hint of reluctance. She called out to shopkeeper Sue, Uncle Sue, please wait. I would like to request 2,000 taels in gold, along with 400 tael silver notes, 2 50-tael notes, and 10 10-tael notes. The remainder should be exchanged for silver ingots. Of course, shopkeeper Sue replied with a cheerful demeanor as he descended the stairs. Ren Jianli observed her with a glimmer of intrigue, silently acknowledging her astuteness in opting for gold, a far more stable and portable form of wealth. Remarkable for a mere 7-year-old girl from a mountain village, her understanding was truly astounding. Ren Jianli's gaze toward Diya was now tinged with greater interest and curiosity. Today was a day of bountiful harvest, and Diya insisted on taking her elder brother and fifth uncle on a grand shopping expedition, disregarding their objections and concerns. She resolutely purchased a multitude of grains and daily necessities, along with over 30 pounds of pork and several large bones, hiring an ox cart that returned brimming with supplies. Upon returning home, she wasted no time unloading the goods and immediately inquired of her father. Father, has the land deed and household registration for fifth uncle been finalized? Rao Shochin cheerfully retrieved a small locked box from the wardrobe. Here, take a look. The land deed and household registration are all inside. The village head is quite benevolent, knowing we were short on silver, and he helped us find an acquaintance, saving us a whole tael of silver. They opened the small box and carefully examined the land deed and household registration, her heart finally at ease. Excellent. Then we shall begin constructing fifth uncle's house tomorrow. Father, please take a gift to the village head and find more skilled workers to ensure the house is built before the busy farming season begins, she declared, noting that there were only about 10 days left until the onset of the harvest. Soon, the villagers would be occupied with cutting rice, planting seedlings, and harvesting peanuts and soybeans, leaving them no time to spare. Without waiting for objections, she produced 10 10-tael silver notes and placed them on the table. This is the silver I earned from selling vegetables, amounting to 100 taels. Mother, please keep it safe. She then turned to Xiangdong. Ensure that the household registration for uncle and grandparents, as well as the land deed for that little valley, are promptly sorted out to avoid unnecessary complications. Tomorrow, you shall accompany father with the silver. The entire family was taken aback, especially fifth uncle and the elder brother, who collectively regarded her with astonished reverence, their eyes sparkling with admiration. She had indeed accomplished it. Those who have encountered the divine are undeniably different. The family, including grandmother's side, firmly believed that she had been favored by celestial beings. After a moment, Xiang Dong finally found his voice. All right, I will go with father to see the village head tomorrow and ensure we fulfill the task. Rao Shouqin chuckled amiably, showing no sign of displeasure. After months of handling the family's finances, he had grown accustomed to it. Moreover, every time he ventures into the city, she ensures to procure food, drinks, clothing, and footwear for him, providing several sets throughout the seasons. For him, money holds little significance beyond honoring his mother, a task that often entails being waylaid by Pan, with a sob story, compels him to relinquish all his earnings to her. Lu Xiaochuan cannot help but sigh inwardly, lamenting the plight of her husband, who has lost the trust of their children. Yet, this predicament is of his own making, as he has always been rather oblivious. While lamenting her husband's misfortune, Lu Xiaochuan also feels a sense of frustration, harboring a mix of love and resentment towards him, leaving her in a state of helplessness. Thus, whenever the children conspire to tease Rao Shouqin, she typically feigns ignorance, turning a blind eye. In the dampness of the mountains, where the lurking dangers of wild beasts persist, Dia has taken the initiative to construct 2 stone houses for her fifth uncle. To build these stone houses, it was imperative to locate a skilled stonemason and gather ample stone blocks and slabs. Rao Shouqin leveraged his connections to enlist a renowned stonemason from the mountains and a proficient carpenter from their village. Remarkably, within just 3 days, they had procured sufficient stone and timber. Under the oversight of the village head, the construction of the fifth uncle's house commenced, with Rao Shouqin inviting over 30 capable laborers, both from their village and neighboring ones. The cost of the stone alone amounted to a full 10 taels, while the timber required an additional 3 taels. Expenses for labor in constructing the house, clearing thorny bushes, planting hedges, crafting furniture, building a latrine, establishing a kitchen, and diverting spring water consumed another 3 taels or more. Furthermore, the household registration for the fifth uncle's family and the maternal grandparents was smoothly processed, funded initially by Daya's family. Presently, they await the fifth uncle's family to accumulate enough funds for their new home before relocating to the village at the foot of the mountain. Dia had intended to lend the necessary funds to her fifth uncle's family, but he resolutely declined, saying, "My dear child, I feel enough shame as it is. Your hard-earned money should be reserved for purchasing several acres of good land for your own family. Once I return, my family and I will gather goji berries, shiitake mushrooms, and tea tree mushrooms. The money for the house will surely come in time. If not this year, then next, or perhaps the year after. In any case, I cannot continue to rely on your family's generosity, for that would be folly." This was the first time he had ever borrowed money in his life, even if it was from his niece, which filled him with deep embarrassment. He reflected on how, when the Xiaochuan family was driven from their ancestral home, as the elder brother and uncle had offered no assistance and was entirely unaware of his sister's dire circumstances. Shame indeed. The fifth uncle was engulfed in self-reproach, contemplating his shortcomings with a heavy heart, filled with embarrassment and unease. He silently vowed that if he were ever in a position to do so, he would repay and support his sister's family generously. Unbeknownst to Dia of her uncle's guilt, she felt immense comfort in his understanding, rational nature, and lack of greed. Such a thoughtful uncle warmed her heart, making her willingly invest both affection and resources for this cherished relative. Naturally, Dia also faced no obstacles in acquiring the land deed for the valley she so ardently desired. The name inscribed on the deed to the valley is none other than that of Rao Xiangdong, a fact that Dai had secured the family's approval for in advance. To this day, Dai remains somewhat apprehensive about her stepfather, fearing that one day, under the coercion and deception of the old residents, he might unwittingly relinquish the valley. Moreover, in Xiangdong's name, she purchased 3 acres of farmland. In Xiangxi's name, she acquired 5 acres of sandy land. In the names of Arya and herself, she obtained 6 acres of wasteland, with each sister owning 3 acres. As for the homestead and the small barren hill, they were originally registered under Lu Xiangquan's name. In other words, her stepfather, Rao Shouqin, is now a destitute man, devoid of any assets in his name. Upon learning of this, the Bai and Meng families promptly gathered their children and, before the Pan family, exchanged a flurry of insinuations. There is no justice left. With money in hand, he shows no filial piety towards his mother, and yet engages in such reckless behavior. This time, I will not endure it silently. Furthermore, they questioned why the family's acquisition should concern Lu Xiangquan and those two girls. As Pam listened, her anger ignited like a wildfire. Bai's face momentarily flickered with satisfaction, and she quickly interjected, "Indeed, those two girls, once grown, will belong to other families. Is it not evident that buying land for them benefits outsiders? What right does that shameless Lu Xiangquan have to claim our Rao family's possessions?" Meng eagerly offered a suggestion. In that case, why not search the old residence and retrieve all the silver and valuables? I believe there must be at least several dozen taels of silver left, which could be used for Gua and Chongqing's education. That would be splendid. Additionally, we could send some of our young ones to school to ensure they can support you both in the future. Rao Muden further fueled the flames of discontent, and one by one, they painted Rao Shouqin as a heartless and unfilial son, while portraying Dei's family as if they were lavishly wealthy, even claiming that their bowls and chopsticks were made of silver. The pent-up fury within Pan grew increasingly intense, and spurred on by their incessant provocations. It soon transformed into a raging inferno. "Let us go, gather your implements, and head to the old residence." In a fit of impulsive rage, Pan, devoid of rationality, seized a firewood stick and led the core members of the old residence directly to her eldest son's home. "Eldest, you heartless wretch, get out here." Without hesitation, she kicked open Dei's fence gate and shouted loudly. Camellia and Arya, who were playing in the courtyard, were startled by the sudden intrusion. "Arya, where are your parents?" Bai scanned the surroundings, noticing the absence of adults, and glared menacingly at Arya, cowering behind the pomegranate tree. Arya's face was filled with panic. "My parents have gone to town. They're not home." Grandmother and second aunt were truly terrifying. That firewood stick had struck her body countless times, instilling a deep-seated fear and lingering dread within her. Meng chuckled gleefully. "They are not here? Mother, it is even better that the elder brother and sister-in-law are away. We can just go in and search. With only these two earthen rooms, the silver must be hidden somewhere, and it should not take long to uncover it. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" At this critical moment, Pan, slightly regaining her senses, hesitated, feeling it might be excessive to rummage through her son's house, especially with the elder couple absent, given that they had already split their family. Bai snorted dismissively. "Mother, what is wrong with it? This is your own son's home. You may do as you please. Even if the county magistrate were to arrive, there would be nothing to say. If we delay any longer, the elder brother's silver will end up with a different surname, all of it being carted away by the sister-in-law to her maternal family." Exactly, Meng echoed fervently. "Moreover, that valley is worthless. That girl actually spent 10 taels of silver to buy it. I dare say those 10 taels will surely go to waste. Such a heartless creature, even with money. One should not spend it so recklessly. How wonderful it would be to buy a set of satin clothing for the elders to keep warm in winter. Indeed, that girl was utterly ungrateful, showing no regard for grandmother. And why should our family's silver be squandered on unrelated people?" Ruan Mudan voiced her indignation, her tone and expression reflecting an air of self-evidence in her claims. Encouraged by their words, Pan's earlier hesitation swiftly dissipated. With a decisive wave of her hand, she commanded, "Search thoroughly, leave no corner unchecked." At that moment, Dia emerged from the house and shouted, "I dare anyone to try." Her gaze was as cold and sharp as the keenest blade, causing Pan's heart to race and her confidence to waver. However, retreating was not an option. "I am your own grandmother. I am searching my son's home. What can you, a mere girl, do to stop me?" Though a flicker of panic crossed her mind, her exterior remained fierce and defiant. Shan Cha and Arya were already terrified, huddled together on the ground, their small frames trembling uncontrollably. How frightening! Was this truly their own grandmother? Her gaze, like a knife, seemed poised to devour Dia whole. Search. Do not worry. If anything happens, I, the old woman, will take the blame. Pan shouted fiercely, and the people from the old house surged forward, rushing into the room. Realizing the dire situation, Dia swiftly grabbed a bamboo broom and aimed it at the advancing Ruan Mu Dan, striking her with all her might. If you wish to search my home, you must first get past me. If you are wise, you will quickly leave. Otherwise, I will report you for breaking and entering, and you will learn what it means to face the consequences. Dia, enraged, struck without mercy, causing Ruan Mu Dan to cry out in distress. Her delicate, flower-like face soon bore several fresh wounds, leaving Bai in a state of alarm and trepidation. Alas, what a predicament we find ourselves in. In just a few days, Mutin is to be matched for marriage, and if this affair is tarnished, how could the young master ever find her appealing? My dear sister, how could you act so ruthlessly against your own kin? Is there no respite for us? Bai, filled with astonishment and fury, plopped down onto the ground, her hands pounding against the earth as she hurled a barrage of unspeakable words towards Day. Day, feeling the blood pulse in her temples, her eyes flashing with a fierce light, swung her bamboo broom with vigorous might. You dare to insult me? I shall teach you a lesson. She rained down blows upon Bai, who cried out in distress, looking as disheveled as her own daughter. Day, you insolent girl, how dare you lay hands on your elder? I shall report your insubordination to the authorities. Pan's lips quivered, her gaze venomous, as though she wished to devour Dei whole. Report me for insubordination? Go ahead. Do it quickly. Dei's broom danced wildly, sending the gathered crowd, who sought to bind her with ropes, into a frenzied retreat, their screams echoing as they shielded their heads. The only one spared from her wrath was Pan, for the one most severely punished was none other than Bai's youngest son, Changsheng, the apple of Pan's eye. Why, you ask? Because this scoundrel had the audacity to strike Arya in the eye with a wooden stick, nearly succeeding in his vile intent. When that failed, he then attempted to bash Shanju's head, resulting in a grievous injury. As long as Dei was not a fool, she would show no mercy. In truth, she had held back on the others, refraining from inflicting true harm. Stop. We shall leave now. We do not desire your silver. Pan, aghast and trembling, implored loudly, her heart racing. Her precious grandson, Changsheng, whom she would not dare lay a finger upon, had been so brutally beaten by this little wench, and it seemed he had sustained significant injuries. Finally, Dei delivered a sharp blow to Changsheng's knee, bringing her actions to a halt. With a piercing gaze sweeping over the assembly, she coldly demanded, "Next time, will you still dare to bully us?" "We shall not. We will never dare again." The inhabitants of the old residence responded in unison, their voices trembling, retreating towards the fence gate, ready to flee at any moment. Dei's cold smile, her gaze as sharp as a blade of ice, instilled terror among them. This mere 7-year-old seemed more formidable than any brigand. This child, utterly unpredictable in her tactics, regarded filial piety as less than weeds in the field. Such a harsh reality left Bai, who had always been unyielding for decades, and Pan, who was accustomed to controlling the main household, feeling utterly suffocated. What is this madness? Are we living in a world gone mad? Why are you still dawdling? Get going. With a command from Dei, Pan took the lead, flustered and hastily departing. As they left, Mutin turned back to glare at Dei, casting down a parting remark. Do not celebrate too soon. One day, I shall ensure that you have no place to weep. With a light smile, Dei dismissed the matter entirely, not concerning herself with it in the slightest. Rao Mutin's arrogance stemmed solely from her belief that her elder brother, Fugue, would one day succeed in the imperial examinations and ascend to a lofty position. In contrast, Dia's family would forever remain humble farmers, destined for mediocrity, and eventually, they would find themselves in need of her assistance. Beyond this, what else could she possibly boast about? Time would reveal the truth, as the saying goes. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Who would ultimately have the upper hand? Who would seek out whom? Let time be the judge. Dia smiled faintly, retorting with a touch of sarcasm, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Now that she possessed silver, It was no arduous task to send her brother and Xiangxi to the town's academy. As long as they were willing, she would gladly support their education until they succeeded in the examinations. Moreover, she was also eager to assist her cousins, Yunwu and Yunshan from her fifth uncle's family, providing them with the means to pursue their studies until her uncle's family overcame their impoverished circumstances. She firmly believed that with her unwavering encouragement, guidance, and substantial support, the diligent and earnest Xiangxi and Yunshan would undoubtedly excel in their studies, rivaling their cousin Fu Guwei. After all, Yunshan was merely 8 years old, and Xiangxi just over 7. It was far from too late to begin striving for success. Although Fu Guwei had a commendable nature and performed adequately in his studies, he had never endured hardship, even struggling to identify the family fields. In terms of resilience and diligence, he paled in comparison to Xiangxi and Yunshan, having been somewhat inflated by his conceited mother-esque praise. Such a character was unlikely to achieve great heights in the future. As for her brother and cousin Yunwu, Dayal no lofty expectations. She merely wished to send them to school to learn a few characters, broaden their horizons, and cultivate their social skills. Knowing a few literate individuals could prove advantageous, even if they remained farmers in the village. After all, who could have too many friends? Friends who are useful, upright, and kind-hearted are always welcome. Naturally, if her brother and Yunwu could pass the entrance exams and perhaps even return as scholars, she would be thoroughly satisfied. After all, becoming a scholar would not only alleviate tax burdens, but also exempt them from various labor and military obligations. In the evening, when their parents returned, Arya immediately rushed into her mother's embrace, sobbing, "Oh, father, mother, the people from the old house are truly terrifying," between her sobs. She recounted the incident involving the Pan family attempting to seize their silver. Rao Shouqin, upon hearing this, felt a wave of sorrow wash over him as he murmured to himself, "Must mother truly act this way? Am I not her own flesh and blood, but rather a foundling?" Lu Xiangchuan, filled with fury, turned to Daya for confirmation. Daya nodded vigorously. Indeed, Arya has not spoken a word of falsehood. She succinctly recounted the events, omitting only her more extreme words and actions. Xiangxi and Xiangdong had just returned, and upon reaching the fence gate, they overheard everything that Arya and Daya had discussed. "This is too much. Is there no justice left in the world? No. I must seek out our grandparents and inquire whether we are indeed their adversaries," Xiangdong exclaimed, his anger boiling over. As the eldest son of the family, he felt a profound obligation to restore honor to his kin. Upon hearing this, Xiangxi immediately picked up a small hoe from the corner, declaring, "Brother, I shall accompany you." Rao Shouqin, in a state of distress, hurriedly intervened. "Both of you, halt. Those are your grandparents. The past is behind us, and the residents of the old homestead have gained nothing from it. I believe we should let this matter rest." His face bore a melancholic expression, yet his resolve to stop his brothers was unwavering. After all, they were his own parents, and the ingrained teachings of filial piety instilled in him since childhood made it impossible for him to utter a word of reproach to them. Confronting them directly was beyond his capabilities, and he would never permit his children to stir up trouble. Xiangdong and Xiangxi were not dissuaded. For the first time in his life, Xiangdong regarded his father with cold detachment. "If that is the case, I shall go seek the village head or the clan elder." Although we have not suffered financial loss, both Arya and Shansha were greatly frightened. Shansha may have only sustained a minor injury, yet it was still an injury, was it not? This debt cannot simply be overlooked. Rao Shouqin felt a twinge of trepidation under the weight of his son's gaze. Chapter 77. A fortuitous surprise. In an instant, the atmosphere became awkward. Arya stepped forward and tugged at her father's arm, her voice sweet and innocent as she said, "Father, Sister Shansha's head is injured. She must be in great pain, right?" Her eyes still reflected an echo of fear, betraying her lingering shock. Her words struck like a thunderclap, rousing Rao Shouqin from his reverie. Indeed, seeing Arya's current demeanor, he realized that both she and Shansha must have been terribly frightened at that moment. Especially that poor child, Shansha, who was his beloved niece, the apple of his fifth brother's eye. Rao Shouqin reached out to stroke his daughter's withered, yellowing hair, a pang of sorrow piercing his heart. Yet, his resolve quickly solidified. I say let it be. This time, we shall let it pass. To confront them or seek out the village chief would only cause your grandparents grief and sorrow. The villagers would deem you unfilial and rebellious. In a community where rebellion and ingratitude were condemned, one could hardly find a place to stand. Who would want to marry a boy branded as such? This reflected a fundamental difference in ideology. Had he known her father's thoughts at that moment, she would have shouted in outrage, foolish filial piety. I shall be rebellious. I shall be unfilial. Regardless, I am determined to confront them today. Xiang Dong, filled with fury, could not restrain himself and shouted at his father. Rebellion and ingratitude are not for the old house to dictate. I trust the village chief has the discernment to see beyond that. Rao Shouqin was taken aback, rendered speechless and unsure. His eldest son had always been dutiful and obedient, never once speaking harshly to him. Amidst his astonishment, a wave of sorrow, frustration, and anxiety washed over him. Eldest brother, Xiang Shi, heed my counsel and remain calm. Confronting them or seeking the village chief is unnecessary, for it will resolve nothing and bear no real significance. As for the old house, we can simply disregard them, should they come to us with hostility. We shall respond in kind. Ya, sensing the situation was spiraling, hurriedly intervened before her father could unleash his wrath. Grasping the arms of her elder brother and Xiang Shi, stealing a glance at her father, she noticed his fists were clenched tightly, poised to strike. Only when she restrained her brothers did the fury on his face diminish slightly, and his fists relaxed. Was he truly contemplating violence? Dia could only shake her head in disbelief, casting her eyes skyward. After dinner, under Dia's encouragement, the family gathered around the stone table in the courtyard to converse. Dia handed Lu Xiangchuan a coarse cloth purse, saying, "Mother, here are 30 taels of silver. Take it to buy some chicks, ducklings, and goslings." The honeysuckle on Rendong Mountain has flourished splendidly, making it quite feasible to raise poultry there. Honeysuckle, also known as Rendong Hua, inspired Dia to name the small desolate hill Rendong Mountain. Initially, Arya suggested naming it Genie Mountain, but Dia promptly rejected that notion. After much thought, she recalled that honeysuckle was indeed called Rendong Hua, and thus settled on that name. Lu Xiangchuan accepted the purse, pouring the silver onto the stone table, causing the entire family to widen their eyes in astonishment. "Where did you acquire such a substantial sum of silver?" Rao Shouqin inquired, his expression one of astonishment. He hurriedly pressed for answers, fearing that this wealth might have been obtained through dubious means. While he could tolerate some hardship at home, he could not bear the thought of his children going astray. Indeed, how could one amass so much silver? The expenses had accumulated to nearly 200 taels. Lu Xiangchuan grasped her daughter's hand, her face etched with concern. Her anxiety did not stem from the fear of her daughter behaving poorly, but rather from the dread that her daughter might have consented to inappropriate arrangements with Jitsue Tower for the sake of silver, perhaps agreeing to work as a maid or servant. Given her daughter's culinary skills, it was not beyond reason that Jitsue Tower would wish to acquire her. "Mother, there is no need for concern. This silver was earned by selling recipes," her daughter reassured her. "I sold several recipes learned from a deity to Jitsue Tower and offered many valuable suggestions to Manager Su and the young master. The young master voluntarily offered 500 taels. You need not worry. There is ample money for my brother and Xiangxi's education. If we save a little, the remaining 300 taels will suffice for our family's needs for a decade." Moved by her words, Deya gently patted her mother's hand with her calloused fingers, offering a comforting smile. However, she deliberately concealed the true amount of silver, aware that 3,000 taels represented a fortune. Her parents were honest folk, and the younger siblings, Arya and Xiangxi, were still young. If they were to learn the truth, there was a risk that someone from the old residence might extract it from them, leading to untold misfortune. Upon hearing this, Rao Shouqin felt a weight lift from his heart. This is good. The source is legitimate, and now I can rest easy. However, Lu Xiangchuan could not suppress the tears that began to well in her eyes. Her voice trembled as she said, "Good child, I see your hands are calloused. It is I who have wronged you." She recalled how delicate and unblemished the hands of Peony and Jasmine were, untouched by labor. In contrast, her daughters had toiled in the old residence, gathering fodder, collecting firewood, and working the fields. Since their separation, their workload had decreased somewhat, but had they not done all manner of labor, their hands would have borne scars and wounds throughout the year. Overwhelmed by sorrow, Lu Xiangquan wept profusely. "It is I who have failed you. I am inadequate, causing you to suffer." She embraced Ye and then Ye, sobbing uncontrollably. Between her cries, she scolded, "Rao Shouqin, if you ever again lay a finger on my children, I shall seek a divorce." Rao Shouqin was taken aback. He had done nothing wrong. Why were his wife and children blaming him? Yet, he realized he should not have contemplated striking Xiangdong. That was indeed a misstep. Xiangdong had always been filial and obedient, and he ought to have exercised more patience instead of resorting to anger. Inwardly, he reflected on his thoughts, knowing that if Dia were aware of his internal conflict, she would undoubtedly be exasperated. "Father, you fail to distinguish right from wrong. Your gravest mistake is your blind obedience and lack of principles toward those in the old residence." However, Dia could not discern his true feelings. She hurried to comfort Lu Xiangquan, saying, "Mother, do not cry. It is not such a grave matter. The father possesses no industry of his own. Should he dare to wound the mother's heart, the daughter shall undoubtedly stand by your side. Indeed, I too resolutely align with mother." Arya, with a tender embrace around her mother's neck, sweetly assures her. Xiang Shi vigorously nods in agreement, proclaiming, "Mother, I too." Lu Xiangquan, her tears dissipating into laughter, shyly releases her daughters and proceeds to fetch water, washing away the traces of her sorrow. Shortly after, she ventures into the backyard to gather the laundry. Xiang Shi and Arya, hand in hand, wander to a grassy expanse a short distance away, sitting upon the earth to indulge in wild fruits and idle chatter. A mat of grass lies beneath them, a favored spot for children, who often gather there to engage in games of cards or chess. The two youngsters converse with unrestrained joy, seemingly forgetting their father, who called out to them several times only to receive vague responses, lacking the usual exuberance and warmth. Rao Shouqin, taken aback, realizes once more that he has been collectively neglected by his wife and children, leaving him with a bitter taste in his heart. It seems he has committed no unforgivable act. So why does each one turn a blind eye to him? Daya's garments are hung out to dry in the backyard. On sunny days, they adorn the bamboo poles outside the pavilion, while on rainy days, they find shelter within. "Elder brother, let us assist mother." Daya, ever considerate, tugs at her brother, brandishing a torch as they follow their mother. Surrounding the grassy area stand two grand trees, each transplanted from the mountains and boasting over a decade of age. The bamboo poles for drying clothes are conveniently propped between the branches of these trees. During the construction of the pavilion, several hooks were pre-driven into its four pillars, allowing for the easy hanging of clotheslines during inclement weather. This clever idea was conceived by their frugal father, a testament to the wisdom of those in ancient times, reflected in the minutiae of daily life. Dia sincerely admires this, showing no hint of condescension. "Be cautious of your step. The ground is quite slippery after today's rain." Lu Xiangquan, her heart warmed by her children's filial piety, feels a sense of comfort and tranquility, gently reminding them, "Yes, mother, we are aware. You too should be careful." Dia's laughter rings out, exchanging joyful smiles with her brother, delighted by their mother's uplifted spirits. Since the division of the household, their mother has undergone a profound transformation. Influenced by Daya and her own awakening, she has shed her timidity and submissiveness. She has become significantly stronger and more open, viewing many matters with newfound clarity, no longer succumbing to despair. Filled with longing for the future and enthusiasm for the present, this version of their mother has wholly entered Daya's heart, cherished as a biological mother whom she cares for deeply. This development has further solidified Daya's sense of belonging to the family, enveloping her in warmth. Under the hazy moonlight, the three of them, mother and children, laugh and chat while gathering clothes from the bamboo poles, as well as shoes and socks hanging from the branches. Their joyous laughter floats into the night sky, carried by the breeze towards the distant mountains. As Uncle Wu approached the foot of the mountain, he was about to head towards the Yu's house when he faintly heard the familiar sound of laughter, causing the corners of his mouth to rise involuntarily. He paused to reflect for a moment, then smiled broadly and turned to ascend the mountain. His younger sister, along with Xiang Dong and Xiang Shi, appeared to be in high spirits, suggesting that the troubles caused by the old residents had been resolved, so there was no rush to visit. Having experienced a downpour earlier, the mountain path was quite slippery, making night travel precarious. It would be wiser to return home early. Tomorrow morning, he would visit his sister's family to see if they needed assistance. Upon hearing Lu Xiangquan's cries, Uncle Wu and his family mistakenly assumed that Rao Shouqin had harmed a woman, prompting them to rush over. Upon entering, they found Iya and her siblings engaged in merriment, while Rao Shouqin sat alone, head bowed in silence, appearing both dejected and sorrowful. Uncle Wu, taken aback, approached his elder brother and whispered, "Brother, what has transpired? I just heard my sister-in-law crying. Did you upset her?" After several inquiries, Rao Shouqin finally spoke. "It is merely an issue concerning mother bringing trouble from the old residents. Xiang Dong and Xiang Shi intended to confront them, but I stopped them. That rascal, Xiang Dong, seems to have lost his wits, confronting me like a firecracker. I couldn't help but feel the urge to strike him, which resulted in your sister-in-law's tears, and the children have since been indifferent toward me." In the presence of his once close younger brother, he expressed his grievances with a sense of profound injustice. Upon hearing this, Uncle Wu quickly understood that his elder brother had once again fallen into the trap of misguided filial piety. Alas, if he continued down this path, he would inevitably drift apart from his wife and children. The last time, his sister-in-law had left without notice, secretly returning to her maternal home. Did he not learn from that experience? It seems he would need to occasionally remind him to prevent further missteps. As the mother and her two children returned to the front yard, they found Arya and Xiang Shi just bringing out tea, pastries, and wild fruits. They eagerly greeted, "Uncle Wu, Aunt Wu, these pastries are a new creation for my mother and me. Please give them a try." Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, politely declined, saying, "No need, we just had a meal." However, Shan Cha gazed longingly at the plate of radish cakes, saliva pooling in her mouth, an expression of eager desire on her face. "Sister Shan Cha, this is radish cake. It's delicious." Arya quickly took a piece and placed it in Shan Cha's hand. Without hesitation, she also handed a piece to Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu. "Thank you, Arya. This child is truly considerate," Aunt Wu said with a joyful smile. Reaching to pat Arya's small head, Uncle Wu chuckled warmly, his eyes filled with gratitude and pride. Each child in De Ji's family was commendable, kind-hearted, diligent, and exceptionally sensible. They were destined for great futures. Reflecting on the children of Ergu and Sangu, a sense of unease filled his heart. Fortunately, Dia and her siblings were exemplary. Otherwise, should any difficulties arise, Yin Wu, Yin Shan, Xiang Chao, and Shan Cha would find themselves without supportive cousins. Gathered around the stone table beneath the fragrant pear tree, the group enjoyed tea and engaged in lively conversation. Dia produced 50 taels of silver and handed them to Rao Shoujua, saying, "Uncle Wu, take this 50 taels and purchase stone materials. By autumn, we shall construct stone houses for both our families, preparing materials for 8 rooms, 4 stone houses for each family." In truth, her intention was to build a grand house with blue bricks and tiles. Unfortunately, the village was too distant from the brick kiln, and the transportation costs alone would amount to several dozen taels of silver. Furthermore, the price of blue bricks was rather exorbitant, rendering it impractical. Uncle Wu was momentarily stunned, and after a prolonged silence, he stammered, "Are we also building stone houses? The silver for the materials comes from you?" Dia nodded with certainty. "Indeed, you heard correctly. This matter has already been discussed with my family, and everyone agrees." Uncle Wu quickly waved his hand, pushing the silver back. "No, that cannot be. How could that be? I am content with my earthen house. It suffices for shelter. In the future, when I have saved enough silver, I shall construct a stone house then." He thought, "Oh dear, as an elder, how can I accept my niece's hard-earned silver for building a house? This child has enough burdens already. As her uncle, how can I be so inconsiderate?" Dia pushed the silver back towards him. Uncle, you and my father are brothers, and your bond has always been close. Now that our families are neighbors, we must support and care for each other. This silver is not a gift, but a loan. When you are more financially comfortable, you may return it. We are family. There is no need for such formality. Yes, that's right. Lu Xiangchuan generously encouraged. Rao Shouqin nodded repeatedly. Indeed, accept it. This is your niece's heartfelt gesture. Dia is quite filial, generous to both her uncles. It is a pity she is somewhat calculated with those at the old homestead. Xiang Dong, who had always supported Dia's decisions, joined in persuasion, and the family was earnest. Eventually, Uncle Wu accepted the silver. Very well. Then I shall thank you. We will work diligently to repay you as soon as possible. Dia has it tough. Aunt Wu was moved to tears, her eyes reddening as she said, yes, at such a young age, she bears so much responsibility. My heart aches for her. In the future, she should not worry so much. Children should play with others in the village or learn some needlework. Difficult matters should be left to adults. She must cherish herself and not bear so many hardships. If she encounters troubles, she can always turn to her parents or come to find Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu. This child is so kind-hearted and compassionate. It truly evokes both sympathy and affection. In the future, if given the chance, they must repay her kindness and do whatever they can for her. All right, I understand. Dia replied with a sweet smile, her voice bright. Uncle Wu's family were sincere and good-hearted individuals. They had always been warm and caring towards her, providing her with a profound sense of comfort. In this world, having even one person who cares for and cherishes you is a treasure beyond measure. The value of loyalty and affection cannot simply be measured in a few pieces of silver. Within her heart, a profound tenderness burgeoned, enriching her desire to assist her Uncle Wu's family in their quest for prosperity. At the gentle prompting of Dia, Xiang Dong cleared his throat and, somewhat bashfully, began to speak. Uncle Wu, I have discussed with my parents and siblings, and we have decided to entrust the business of delivering locust flowers and fresh mushrooms to your family. For now, we will provide 30 pounds of locust flowers daily at 10 copper coins per pound, and 30 pounds of fresh mushrooms at 15 copper coins per pound. Once the business flourishes, we can reassess the quantities and pricing based on market conditions. I wonder if you would be willing to accept this arrangement? Engaging in serious discussions about the family's finances felt akin to a maiden's first ride in a bridal sedan chair for him. Nevertheless, in order to cultivate his elder brother's capabilities, Dia often encouraged him to take the lead in various matters. Such a lucrative opportunity, and you wish to give it to us for free? Uncle Wu was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the offer. Aunt Wu shot him a reproachful glance and quickly interjected, We are more than willing to accept. Thank you, dear brother and sister-in-law, and thank you, Xiang Dong and siblings. There was no reason to decline, especially since the funds for their house had been generously lent to them. Thus, it would be ungracious to refuse a chance to earn money through hard work. To express further politeness would only appear insincere and pretentious. Dia smiled and added additionally, You may continue to gather goji berries, shiitake mushrooms, and tea tree mushrooms. Once you have accumulated a sufficient quantity, Uncle Wu can collect the goji berries from the villagers and sell them at the apothecary. Due to the incident with the bandit A. San, Dia had altered her approach, opting only to share the drying methods for goji berries with the village chief, the clan leader, and a handful of honest, impoverished families closely tied to their benefactor. As for those who were sharp-tongued, selfish, and overly critical, Dia's family preferred to limit their interactions. They even chose to ignore those from the old residents. After all, even if they were to inform the people from the old residents, they would find themselves surrounded by lazy and selfish individuals, embroiled in daily disputes over household chores and farm work, leaving no room for the perseverance required to endure the hardships of the mountains. Consequently, out of fear of Dia, the inhabitants of the old residence refrained from causing further disturbances after learning of the arrangement. At most, they would mutter disparaging remarks about Dia's family and curse them in private. Very well, I shall diligently fulfill my responsibilities and not let you down, said Ruan Shoujua, filled with joy and gratitude. With this steady source of livelihood, as long as they were not afraid of toil and hardship, a promising future awaited them. However, I must clarify one point to prevent any misunderstandings or conflicts later on. The goji berries sent to the apothecary will be handled by Uncle Wu and Dejio, and the shiitake and tea tree mushrooms will also be delivered by them. I hope Uncle Wu can understand this. Dia's gaze swept over Uncle Wu's family, her eyes clear and gentle, brimming with warmth, yet carrying an air of determination. Interactions between individuals can be quite complex, especially when they involve matters of personal interest. Thus, many situations necessitate a pragmatic approach where transparency is paramount. By articulating one's thoughts clearly and striving for mutual understanding, one can avert numerous unnecessary troubles and conflicts in the future. This method serves as a modest yet effective means of preserving the bonds of friendship and familial affection among loved ones. Uncle Wu, with a hearty smile, reassured, "There is no need for concern, dear Dia. I am not one to lack understanding. You have already extended considerable help to our family, and I shall forever be indebted. As your uncle, and with your other uncles being my brothers, I harbor no objections whatsoever." Aunt Wu swiftly echoed, "Our family bears no dissent. To do otherwise would be to succumb to greed, akin to becoming an ungrateful wretch." Uncle Wu then voiced his lingering doubts. "Dia, the sandy land you purchased is adjacent to the Shaoqing River and lies in the lowest area, prone to flooding during the spring and summer seasons. Cultivating crops there yields minimal returns. That 6 acres of barren land is hardly worth more than 2 taels of silver, and acquiring it for 6 taels seems a significant loss. Uncle Wu, the flooding issue of that sandy land is not insurmountable. I have a solution. However, the price of the barren land is indeed excessive. Initially, the village head agreed to 2 taels, but unexpectedly, the bandit Asan appeared, clamoring that the village head was unjust and insisting on raising the price to 6 taels, threatening to create trouble otherwise. Thus, since that barren land lies right beneath our small hill, I had no choice but to accept 6 taels. Speaking of this matter, Dia expressed her frustration. Bandit Asan was as irritating as a persistent sore, and ignoring him proved futile, for his audacity resembled that of a city wall. He remained unfazed by any mockery or ridicule directed at him. Faced with such obstinacy and a relentless adversary, Dia felt quite powerless. For the time being, she resolved to endure a minor financial setback, awaiting a future opportunity to retaliate. Uncle Wu remained unconvinced, asserting, "Yet, the soil quality of that barren land is so poor. What can be cultivated there? It may take years to recoup the 6 taels spent on it." Dia replied with a smile, "I have already consulted the village head, and there is a favorable policy in place. The barren land is exempt from taxes for the first 5 years, which is quite advantageous. Moreover, in the first year, we can plant soybeans and other nutrient-rich grasses, allowing the land to recuperate for a year and a half before sowing crops. Even if the yields in the initial 3 years are dismal, the expenses for seeds and fertilizers are manageable. I refuse to believe that after 3 years, the land will not become fertile." Ultimately, Uncle Wu was persuaded, chuckling, "Very well then. After all, good arable land is hard to come by. Acquiring a few acres of barren and sandy land is certainly preferable to having none at all." As time passed, he gradually accumulated some silver and decided to purchase a few acres of barren land. Holding not a single plot in his hands, he felt quite unsettled as a peasant. Yinshan voiced a long-buried question. "Sister Dia, what do you intend to do with that little valley? It cost a whole 10 taels of silver for such a desolate place. It truly tugs at one's heartstrings." Arya interjected eagerly. "Sister said it will be for fish farming." With a gleam of joy, the little girl exhibited unwavering trust and obedience to her elder sister's every decision. If Sister said the valley was suitable for fish, then it must indeed be so. "What? Fish farming?" Uncle Wu's family exclaimed in unison, with Uncle Wu urgently questioning, "Dia, how can fish survive in that place? Besides, the people here generally do not have a taste for fish. It's too fishy. Fish farming is indeed not a viable venture. If that is the case, we might as well let it go. Since it has already been purchased, we have no choice but to enclose it for raising chickens." Upon hearing his brother's words, Rao Shouqin's expression changed drastically. Indeed, it seems that selling fish would be quite challenging. Why didn't I consider this? Raising chickens is also not ideal. A heavy rain would surely flood the valley, making it excessively damp. This is a predicament. Lu Xianchuan anxiously paced back and forth, her mind racing with thoughts. Had I known, I should have prevented my daughter from buying that wretched valley. Daya gently seated her mother and reassured her with a smile. Mother, I know how to eliminate the fishy smell. Once this issue is resolved, our fish can be sold exclusively to Jitsue Tower. I am confident that Manager Su will grant us this favor. She then smiled at Uncle Wu. Indeed, raising chickens in that valley is not suitable. I've already planned to raise chickens and pigs on Ningdao Mountain. After transforming the valley into a fish pond, we can also raise ducks and geese. Xiaodong could not help but cheer. Wow, splendid. This is truly a remarkable twofold benefit. In this case, the 10 tails of silver do not seem so regretful after all. He and Xiangxi had spent some time learning from Daya, and he had just acquired this idiom yesterday, eagerly putting it into practice. Daya chuckled. Or is it merely twofold? I would say it is a multitude of benefits. Just think, we can raise fish in the pond, cultivate lotus roots, water bamboo, and water hyacinth, while the waste from the chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs can nourish the fish. In winter, after draining the water and harvesting the fish, we can extract the fertile pond mud to use as fertilizer for honeysuckle, fruit trees, vegetable gardens, and even barren land. Xiangdong nodded with a smile, silently admiring her wisdom. Arya clapped her small hands, gazing at her elder sister with utmost admiration. Exactly. A multitude of benefits. Sister is truly clever, smarter than anyone else's sister in the village. Indeed, Arya's sister was the most astute sister in the world. Xiang Cao sincerely praised her, affectionately ruffling Arya's little head. The two families engaged in cheerful conversation, their joyous laughter resonating far and wide, dispelling the night's desolation. Daya concealed from her family the existence of 1,500 taels of silver, primarily out of concern that her father would be unable to safeguard such wealth and might be deceived by those from the ancestral home. Additionally, she feared that the considerable fortune could lead her family astray, fostering a sense of complacency and indolence. Previously, she had dug a small hole beneath her floor, where she carefully stored gold and silver notes in a small jar, burying it deep within the earth. However, today's incident involving the search conducted by those from the ancestral home left her in a state of unease. Just imagine if they succeeded today. With the cunning methods employed by the Bai and Meng families, that small jar would undoubtedly be discovered. What was she to do now? Where could she possibly hide the gold and silver notes? After bidding farewell to her Uncle Wu and his family, Dia stood beneath the osmanthus tree, gazing at the courtyard devoid of walls and the solitary 2 low earthen brick rooms. Her brow furrowed tightly, caught in a web of despair. Alas, if only she had a space. A space, after all, is the privilege of those who traverse time. Yet she found herself lacking. She glanced down at the ancient wooden bracelet on her left wrist, reaching out with her right hand to caress the strange pattern upon it, and sighed, "Oh, ancestors, have mercy on me." No sooner had she spoken than a sudden flash of purple light startled her. The source of that radiant light was none other than the wooden bracelet. Simultaneously, the bracelet transformed into a delicate pattern that settled upon her wrist. Oh, it has an invisibility function. Surely, this cannot be a dream. Dia found herself utterly astonished. Yet, even more astonishing events were yet to unfold. Chapter 78. The frustration of Run Jinli. Suddenly, a vast expanse of open land appeared before her eyes, revealing dark, rich soil, a charming thatched cottage exuding a tropical allure, and a crystal-clear stream. At the stream's end, a spring gushed forth continuously, its waters sparkling in the light. Along the bank, a stately apple tree, large enough for a person to embrace, was laden with plump, crimson apples. A small golden bird perched on a branch, singing a melodious tune that filled her with a sense of serenity and joy. Oh, a space. Amusingly, the ancestral phrase, "Oh, please have mercy on me," seemed to be the incantation for entering this realm. Delight danced in her eyes as she hurried towards the apple tree, eager to pluck a fruit and savor its sweetness. However, no matter how she tried, she found herself unable to approach the tree. as if an unseen barrier stood in her way. Even the desire to wash her hands in the spring and drink from its refreshing waters was thwarted. Heavens! Are you toying with me? Unable to contain her frustration, she shouted in exasperation. What a ridiculous space this is. It feels like a cruel joke. Before her words could fade, a line of text suddenly materialized before her. Your current level is insufficient. This space can only serve as a storage area for you at present. What? Disappointment washed over her, prompting her to humbly inquire, "Thank you for the guidance. What must I do to approach the apple tree in the spring, as well as cultivate vegetables, fruit trees, and medicinal herbs in this space?" Another line of text floated silently before her. "Sorry, no further information can be provided. Everything is predetermined." Dumbfounded, she could not deny her frustration. Others possessed spaces of boundless potential, while hers was so obstinately peculiar. In truth, for a long duration to come, this space would merely function as a storage area, providing little benefit to her. Rin Jianli and her family had transitioned from poverty to prosperity through sheer diligence and wisdom, step by step, never once encountering the serendipitous fall of fortune. Each coin was earned through hard labor, granting her the joy and satisfaction of toil and entrepreneurship. This experience also honed her family's intellect and abilities, laying a solid foundation for the growth and development of both the first and fifth households. As she stood in a daze, her younger sister's anxious voice suddenly reached her ears. "Elder sister, what are you doing? Your gaze is fixed in a way that's quite unsettling." Oh no! When she entered the space, she had been standing beneath the osmanthus tree in the center of the courtyard. Had her sudden disappearance frightened her family? Moreover, what did her sister's earlier words truly mean? With a resolute thought, she declared, "I want to go out." In an instant, her sister's adorable figure leapt into her line of sight. "Elder sister, what happened just now? Why were you staring at a single point, ignoring me when I spoke? I tried to reach for you, but it felt as if some force was pushing me away, nearly knocking me to the ground." Arya raised her gaze and reproached her sister, appearing alarmed, her heart racing like a drum. "Sister, are you unwell? Or perhaps possessed?" The young girl felt a surge of anxiety, yet hesitated to voice her concerns directly to her sister, fearing that it might provoke unnecessary thoughts or inadvertently hurt her sister's feelings. Dia quickly reassured her, "I am perfectly fine. I was merely practicing the martial arts taught to me by the immortal. Did I startle you? No worries, I am well. You must have misunderstood. It was my inner strength that accidentally pushed you away during my training." Dia smiled brightly, her warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze, and promised to make Arya 2 lovely floral dresses, buy her 2 pink bead flowers, and prepare a few delightful dishes and snacks to divert her attention. "Really? Thank you, sister." The young girl's furrowed brow relaxed, her worries dissolving as she blossomed into a radiant smile. Having comforted her sister, Dia felt a surge of joy, her heart dancing with glee. "Oh heavens, thank you. This space can be accessed at any time, without revealing itself." How fortunate she felt. With the space at her disposal, Dia felt a sense of security wash over her. She concocted an excuse to send Arya away and retreated to her room, shutting the door tightly. She then burrowed beneath the floor and unearthed the small jar, placing it safely within the space. Only then did her heart truly find peace. Alas, possessing great wealth was not without its challenges. During this time, she had scarcely stepped outside her home. The most she had done was visit Uncle Wu. Throughout the 12 hours of each day, she could not shake the worry that the treasures within the small jar might vanish. Now, with no concerns weighing on her mind, she felt reassured that even the mightiest of beings could not covet the riches within that jar. Moreover, with the space in her possession, she was confident it would prove invaluable one day. At the very least, it would provide a refuge in times of peril. Life, at any moment, is the most precious gift. For an entire night, she remained cheerful, as if she had stumbled upon an invaluable treasure. Xiang Dong found her demeanor somewhat peculiar and cast several furtive glances in her direction, his mind racing with questions. Sister Yuer seems to harbor a secret. Nevertheless, since she was unwilling to share, he refrained from pressing her. After all, his sister had encountered the divine, and possessing a few secrets was entirely normal. If she chose not to speak, there must be a reason, and he saw no need to put her in a difficult position. What a considerate and understanding elder brother he was. If Dia were aware of his thoughts, she would undoubtedly let out a wistful sigh. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. At either end of the small valley, high embankments had been constructed, transforming it into a spacious fish pond covering more than 5 acres. The water was 3 meters deep, broad at the surface, with its source flowing from a deep and wide ravine in a nearby mountain. The water quality was exceptional, with a constant supply flowing throughout the year. On the side of the honeysuckle mountain near the fish pond, a half-acre area has been meticulously arranged, where a chicken coop, a goose house, a duck house, and a pig pen have been constructed. These structures, built from high-quality stone and slate, feature solid stone walls and flooring. Close to the fish pond, drainage channels have been installed, paved with smooth stones, ensuring there are no gaps. On the 5th day after completion, the chickens, ducks, geese, and piglets officially moved into their new abode. There are 100 chicks, 150 ducklings and goslings each, and 10 piglets. The chicks, ducklings, and goslings roam freely on the honeysuckle mountain, and the ducks and geese can also venture into the fish pond. The piglets are confined to a small yard of about 2 mu, lush with green grass and several trees that could be embraced by a person, having been transplanted for 8 months and now flourishing. This yard connects to the pig pen, separated by a stone wall of human height. Thus, a modest yet well-structured farm has emerged, evoking the essence of integrated agriculture, fish farming in the pond, free-range ducks and geese, and the cultivation of honeysuckle, fruit trees, and vegetables on the shore, alongside the raising of chickens and pigs. The Honeysuckle Mountain Farm is entrusted to the 5th uncle, who single-handedly manages the feeding and care of the chickens, ducks, geese, and fish. A small wooden boat is moored in the pond, facilitating the 5th uncle's daily journeys between his home on the back mountain and the Honeysuckle Mountain, a laborious endeavor. Rao Shochin, unable to bear the thought of his uncle's toil, remarked, "Oh, Moon, is your 5th uncle working too hard? Perhaps I should lend a hand." Dia promptly objected, "No, Father, our family has a supply contract with Mo Xiangjai. You wouldn't be able to manage." Rao Shochin scratched his head, hesitating. "But what about your 5th uncle? His weaving and carpentry skills are commendable." At this juncture, even Xiang Dong could no longer remain silent, interjecting, "Father, it is the season for harvesting goji berries and mushrooms. 5th uncle takes his family into the mountains every day. By the time they return home, it is often nearly afternoon, leaving them exhausted and hungry, with little time left for other tasks." Rao Shochin was left speechless. Indeed, the income from harvesting goji berries, mushrooms, and tea tree mushrooms could be considerable each month. If fortune favored them, it could surpass the earnings from weaving boxes and carpentry. The 5th brother's family was in dire need of money. He hesitated to ask him to refrain from going into the mountains, suspecting that perhaps the reason his brother returned home by afternoon was to assist him with the tasks for Mo Xiangjai. Yes, completing 10 woven book boxes, 10 wooden book boxes, and 10 sets of desks and chairs in a month would be challenging if Father were to help at the farm. However, it also felt wrong to burden your 5th uncle with so much work. Perhaps, in terms of wages, we could compensate him a bit more. Rao Shochin contemplated this and spoke to his daughter. Household matters are now under the purview of the eldest daughter. Her consent is necessary. Pleased that her father was considering the welfare of the 5th uncle, Dia felt a surge of joy. Father, mother, eldest brother, Xiangdong, and Arya. Dia called out to each family member in turn, smiling as she sought their opinions. Here is my thought. The profits from the farm shall allocate 30% to Uncle Wu. Furthermore, unless it is due to Uncle Wu's negligence, any losses incurred by the farm will be borne by our family. Is that agreeable? 30% of the profits for Uncle Wu? Lu Xiangchuan did not continue but turned to Rao Shochin, her father, asking for his thoughts. Sure, I have no objections. Zhao Shuqin Ziplit Vd Li. His simple smile reflecting his straightforward nature. His response was entirely anticipated by Dia. The charm of their father lay in his sincerity and kindness. He would never shortchange others. Dia then looked towards Arya and the others. Xiangdong promptly expressed, I have no objections. Uncle Wu works very hard. It is only right. Xiangxi and Arya also voiced their agreement. Dia continued. Moreover, We shall grant Uncle Wu 3 days off each month, during which we will manage the farm in his stead. Should he fall ill, we must also allow him sick leave so he can truly rest. That sounds wonderful. It is certainly appropriate. Rao Shouqin was the first to voice his approval. Good child, your kindness towards Uncle Wu will not be in vain. Your uncle's character is well known to me. He will not disappoint you, nor will he act in gratitude. With Uncle Wu overseeing the farm, we have nothing to worry about. We can rest easy. Lu Xiangchuan felt a surge of emotion, her eyes glistening with tears, proud and gratified to have such a wonderful daughter. The family gathered together, reaching a consensus on their respective tasks, making the most suitable arrangements. Father Rao Shouqin would weave rattan boxes, wooden crates, and desks, fulfilling the orders from Imo Xiangzhai, with Xiangdong assisting him and learning a bit of weaving and carpentry in the process. The task of chopping firewood would fall to Rao Shouqin. Mother Lu Xiangchuan would tend to the agricultural work in the fields and cultivate the wilderness. The cleaning of the backyard would be Xiangdong's responsibility, while Area would take care of the front yard. Washing vegetables and dishes would be managed by Xiangxi. Cooking, laundry, and meal preparation would be shouldered by Daya. And chopping vegetables would be assigned to Xiangdong, as Xiangxi and Daya were too young for such tasks. Of course, this was not absolute. They would still help each other as needed. The agricultural work and land clearing could not be left solely to Lu Xiangchuan. Daya proposed, "Father, Mother, now that our family has this capability, let us hire help for the farming tasks. If we could find diligent and trustworthy laborers, that would be splendid. Then Father need not worry so much about the field work, and Mother could have an easier time with lighter agricultural duties. Indeed, you have considered this thoroughly. It is far too taxing for your mother to manage all that land alone. I agree, but we must carefully consider whom to hire." Rao Shouqin naturally concurred, feeling that it was very inappropriate for him to be making boxes and doing carpentry while his wife toiled alone in the fields. However, Lu Xiangchuan hesitated. Is that advisable? Such a course might invite gossip, and those from the old house may cause trouble. Let us set aside such matters. There is not much farm work, and I can manage it alone. Back in the old homestead, despite the numerous agricultural tasks, few people participated, yet we never fell behind in the farming season. Dia shook her head disapprovingly and said, "Mother, that was a situation of necessity. Nowadays, life has improved, and we can take charge of our own affairs. If we can avoid such hardship, why should we complicate our lives? In my opinion, we could simply hire a decent family from the village, one with 2 or 3 strong laborers, and that would suffice." Rao Shouqin remarked, "Indeed, I know of such a family. They are the relatives of your uncle Mao Shan, Mao Tian, who is 35 this year and has 3 sons and 2 daughters. They live in extreme poverty, with 7 family members cramped into a single earthen dwelling. Due to their dire financial situation, their eldest son, a fine young man of 19, has yet to find a girl willing to marry him." Dia turned to her elder brother. "Is that family honest and hardworking? Are there any troublesome individuals among them, like the second and third aunts?" Xiang Dong pondered for a moment and grinned. "Do not worry, sister. The youngest son, Tong Xiao, has a good relationship with me. I know his 2 older brothers as well. They are all very honest and diligent. Yes, Tong Xiao's parents and his 2 sisters are also quite commendable. I believe this family is quite decent. They are neither lazy nor difficult." Lu Xiangchuan added with a smile, "Oh my, is it that family? Their names are quite amusing." Xiangxi suddenly chuckled. "I recall that Tong Xiao's eldest brother is named Guogai, but I cannot quite remember the second brother's name." Xiang Dong clarified, "The second brother is called Taichan." "What? They are actually named Guogai and Taichan? Oh dear, just the name Tong Xiao is already humorous. How did they come up with such names? It's truly ridiculous." Dia gasped in astonishment, unable to restrain her laughter, tears streaming down her cheeks. Dia also found it hard to contain her amusement. Hearing such peculiar names was utterly unbelievable. It was even more surprising than encountering someone named Guzi. Rao Shouqin found it peculiar. "How is it that you have not known these villagers before?" Dia rolled her eyes inwardly, sighing in resignation. "Father, when did we have time to play with the village children? Since I can remember, I have been busy gathering pigweed and washing clothes, so exhausted that I hardly had the strength to speak. Even when I occasionally had a moment of leisure, all I wanted was a good sleep. How could I find the energy to play outside? Alas, she truly recognized few of the village children. It was quite a lamentable state of ignorance. How pitiful it was not to know anyone in the village. What kind of life did we lead before the division of the family? Clearly, Lu Xiangchuan was struck by this realization as well. She suddenly felt a wave of sorrow and embraced the two sisters tightly, weeping, "My poor daughters, what kind of suffering is this? Not even a moment to play with the children of our own village." It is a rarity to find such families in the surrounding 10 miles. As the conversation drew to a close, her voice was saturated with sorrowful indignation. She could not help but cast a fierce glare at her husband and lament, "It is your ineptitude that has brought us to this state. Day in and day out, you speak of filial piety, yet you remain oblivious to the dismal plight of our young daughter. With your demeanor, how can you dare to claim to be the father of Dia and Arya?" Realizing his shortcomings, Rao Shouqin promptly lowered his head in acknowledgement of his faults. He feared that his wife might choose to ignore him for several days, a sensation he found utterly unbearable, especially the sting of being collectively disregarded by the children. While he could endure it once or twice, a third instance would surely be intolerable. Lu Xiangchuan let out a cold snort. "Consider yourself fortunate. Otherwise, you would be relegated to sleeping in the backyard pavilion tonight. Those who show no remorse are hardly deserving of forgiveness or sympathy." Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Dia quickly interjected to mediate. "This family truly seems admirable. Let's settle on them as our choice. With the two adults, plus the eldest Gua Gai, and the second, Taichan, there would indeed be ample personnel." Xiang Dong proposed. "Why not assign one person to assist fifth uncle? This way, while he is resting, we can maintain the regular order on our side." This suggestion was met with approval, and the entire family unanimously agreed. The matter of negotiating wages for the laborers was entrusted to Rao Shouqin. The following morning, after breakfast, Rao Shouqin set out to hire individuals. Before long, he returned with a beaming smile, and Dia, understanding the situation, surmised that things had gone smoothly. "Father, did they agree to come?" Dia hushed forward, wrapping her arms around Rao Shouqin's leg, her rosy cheeks raised in an innocent inquiry. "Of course. When your father intervenes, how could Uncle Mao Tian refuse? My reputation in the village is quite favorable. Having personally extended the invitation, there was no chance they would decline." Rao Shouqin, seizing the rare opportunity, jested with his daughter, momentarily shedding his usual demeanor of foolish filial piety, revealing a hint of cunning that Dia perceptively noted. "Ah, this clever father of ours is rather amusing." Upon hearing that an additional helper would join, fifth uncle was indeed pleased, as he alone had but 2 hands. With someone to oversee the fish farm, he could venture further afield to harvest the finest and tenderest grasses to feed the fish. Previously, he had felt a certain unease when stepping away, even for a brief moment. In the fish pond, 3,000 fry had been released, with approximately 500 each of crucian carp, grass carp, silver carp, and black carp. To procure these fry, Dia had sought the assistance of manager Su from Jitsue Building, purchasing them from a fishery on the outskirts of Hulu County. Locally, fish were not favored as a culinary choice, resulting in a scarcity of dedicated fish ponds. It was a challenge to find even 3 within the entire county. The common preparation method for fish was frying, a means to mask the fishy odor. In a minor subplot, the residents of the old homestead had not caused any disturbances for quite some time. There were instances when Rao Muden, upon sighting Dia from afar, would take a detour. Arya found this peculiar and inquired of her elder sister, "Sister, it seems that cousin Muden is somewhat intimidated by you. Why is that? She used to bully you daily. Moreover, second aunt and third aunt no longer dare to openly target mother. And it appears that third uncle is treating father with more courtesy, no longer daring to conspire with others to mock or belittle him. This issue is rather straightforward. It is merely a matter of the weak fearing the strong." With a mocking smile, Dia seized the opportunity to guide her younger sister. "In the past, our family was excessively honest, as if inscribed on our foreheads were the words, 'I am very honest. I do not retaliate when struck, nor do I respond to insults. Please come and bully me.' Sister, do you truly believe it was that severe?" Arya could not help but chuckle softly. Dia, with earnest intent, continued, "Little sister, The reason why Aunt Air and Aunt San, as well as Grandma, are so formidable, unreasonable, and sharp-tongued is largely due to our parents' constant concessions. If our parents had been steadfast from the beginning, not yielding to every whim and bearing the brunt of mistreatment in silence, would the residents of the old house have dared to treat us in such a manner? Those who are pitiable often possess something loathsome within them. Dia had to concede that in the past, Rao Shouqin and Lu Xiangchuan had indeed been rather disappointing, almost inviting their own suffering. Even after being bullied to such an extent, they still willingly toiled to be foolishly filial. Aria's smile gradually faded as she pondered Dia's words, realizing the truth in them. Indeed, why did Aunt Sen not dare to bully Aunt Air? It was precisely because Aunt Air was even more unreasonable and venomous that Aunt Sen refrained from provoking her. Aunt Air, in turn, did not dare to mistreat Aunt C and Aunt Wu, who were slightly more formidable than their mother, while Uncle C and Uncle Wu were not as foolishly filial or submissive as their father. The little girl shook her head and sighed, alas. Thus, the people of the old house have been able to bully our family relentlessly, treating us as mere beasts of burden. Just thinking about the hardships we endured before the division of the family fills me with immense frustration and sorrow. No sooner had she spoken than the conversation took a turn. Now, things have improved. The residents of the old house have finally come to fear us and no longer dare to bully our family at will. The young girl's voice rang clear and bright, imbued with joy as she laughed heartily. Sister, that day when the people from the old house caused a ruckus, you truly commanded respect. I am utterly in awe of you. Despite her initial fright that day, she was deeply impressed by her sister's poise. Dia's demeanor, her ideals, her gentle guidance, and the delightful little stories she shared opened a wondrous window for her, offering profound insights into life. Although she remained somewhat confused, that enlightenment gradually awakened her intellect, permeating her soul and guiding her toward a different trajectory in life. At that moment, her outlook on life underwent a significant transformation. Or perhaps it was at that very instant that she established a correct worldview, one that embraced independence, self-reliance, strength, courage, kindness, simplicity, and a touch of wisdom. After tending to the family's pressing matters, Dia, without realizing it, found that the bustling summer harvest season had passed. Now, with some leisure time on her hands, she finally felt inclined to attend to other matters. So she approached Manager Su to request seeds for the chili peppers. Indeed, it was the chili pepper, specifically the wild varieties of Zhitianjiao discovered in Longhua. According to Su, the innkeeper, there are currently no artificially cultivated chili peppers. They're all harvested by mountain villagers. It has come to my attention that Dia wishes to cultivate the finger pepper, which brought great joy to Su, prompting him to personally search the storeroom for a small bag. He apologized, stating that the peppers were nearly depleted, leaving only half a sack. These 20 or so are handpicked by me. They should serve well as seeds. Although he had previously attempted to cultivate peppers at the Jitsue building, his efforts had met with failure on multiple occasions, leaving him quite disheartened. Alas, the reasons for such failures eluded him. However, Dia, a diligent and fortunate girl hailing from a farming family, might possess the ability to succeed where others had not. Su placed his hopes upon her. Upon hearing of this matter, Ren Jinli's gaze grew increasingly profound, the thoughts behind it shrouded in mystery. Dia had no desire to delve into his mind. She was determined to maintain her distance from him. Despite past affections and fleeting moments of infatuation, they held no significance now. What mattered was her resolve to avoid entanglements with the young master. As Dia departed from the Jitsue building, she fortuitously encountered Ren Jinli at the entrance, greeting him with a respectful nod, polite yet distant. After exchanging pleasantries, she did not linger for a moment, swiftly disappearing into the throng of people. Ren Jinli was left puzzled by her transformation, feeling a sense of frustration. What could be the cause of this girl's sudden change? Chapter 79. The young master has arrived for several consecutive days. The sun shone brightly, and the weather was splendid. One early morning, Dia was busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen, while Arya returned from the vegetable garden, her face beaming with delight as she reported, "Elder sister, several chili peppers in the backyard garden have turned red. Upon hearing this, Dia joyfully exclaimed, "Let us go take a look." She set aside the firewood poker, grasped Ya's small hand, and dashed towards the backyard. From a distance, they spotted several vibrant red chilies, gleaming brilliantly in the morning light. These chilies were the result of consultations with several seasoned farmers and extensive experimentation with the assistance of their parents. After much effort, they had finally succeeded in cultivating them. Initially, many seeds were wasted during the trials, but later, the shopkeeper Sue urgently procured a batch of premium red chilies, providing Dia with 5 to 6 pounds, which allowed her to plant them confidently. Dia recalled the shopkeeper's elation when the chilies first sprouted, akin to discovering a treasure of gold. She too felt a surge of excitement. Chilies were indeed a precious commodity, especially in the lawn kingdom, where even ginger had yet to be discovered. Typically, the Tianjiao chilies were harvested when fully ripe. Their bright red hue and firmness made them exceptionally durable for storage and transportation. Prior to this, Dia had harvested chilies on 5 occasions, each time limited to 5 or 6, which she used to prepare a few spicy dishes for her family, indulging in delightful flavors. "Elder sister, can we pick those red chilies now?" Arya asked eagerly, even more excited than Dia. "Hee, with the chilies ripening, we can enjoy more spicy dishes in the future, right? Dishes like boiled fish, spicy chicken, stir-fried snails, pickled chicken feet, and spicy braised fish are all delectable delights that I've only heard of." The mere thought of tasting these dishes filled her with longing and anticipation. Dia quickly interjected, "Wait, don't pick them just yet. Let us leave these first ripe chilies to be used as seeds. Be patient. Once a few chilies have ripened, the rest will soon follow. In a few days, the entire chili patch will be ablaze with red, and you can pick as many as you wish. Hee, little one, I'm just worried you'll complain of fatigue when the time comes to help harvest the chilies." Indeed, the Tianjiao chilies were small and abundant on the branches. The chili patch spanned several plots, and harvesting them would require considerable effort. Without a modicum of patience, one would quickly grow weary and frustrated after only a short while. Rao Shoujua went to the collection building to deliver mushrooms and took the opportunity to share the good news of the chilies ripening with shopkeeper Su. Just then, Ren Jianli happened to be present, and he was taken aback with joy. "What? The chilies have really turned red? This means that girl has truly succeeded." The ripening of the chilies signifies complete success. Otherwise, it cannot be deemed a fulfillment. If the chilies do not ripen, the seeds would be in question, and naturally, it would not be considered a significant achievement. "Yes, young master, the chilies have indeed ripened. Just yesterday afternoon, I made a special trip to check, and there were about 5 ripe chilies in the patch. Zhao Suzuo Asut gone feed in. Wow, that girl is truly remarkable." Ren Jianli exhibited a slight loss of composure, his words spilling forth in a disordered manner, uncertain whether it was due to the remarkable prowess of Dia or the successful cultivation of chili peppers. Standing nearby, Manager Su wore an increasingly radiant smile, the joy within him brimming to the point of almost overflowing. Indeed, Dia had proven herself worthy of his expectations. A true gem, with her exceptional contributions to Ji Chui Lu. It was only natural that the young master would find fewer obstacles in his pursuit of her hand in marriage. One could only hope that his desires would come to fruition. How amusing it was to see that this young man, clearly smitten with her, attempted to feign indifference. Who was he trying to deceive? Did he think his elder eyes could not see? Each time he beheld Dia, his eyes sparkled with life. Yet whenever she distanced herself, he appeared despondent. Was this not the very essence of infatuation? It would be intriguing to see how long he could maintain his facade. That girl was clearly trying to evade entanglements with the wealthy, steering clear of the young master. Alas, what a fine young lady she was. Should the young master miss this opportunity, it would undoubtedly become the greatest loss and regret of his life. Unbeknownst to Manager Su, his words would echo as a prophetic lament in Ren Jianli's heart many years hence, leading to a lifetime of melancholy and regret. "Uncle Su, I wish to visit Shanshan village to see the chili peppers. Would you care to join me?" Ren Jianli suggested somewhat awkwardly. Manager Su's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he grinned widely. "Of course. We must go together. Young master, please wait a moment while I arrange for the carriage and gifts." Is the young master finally awakening to his feelings? If he is indeed interested, He ought to have acted sooner. If he does not take the initiative, how can that stubborn girl ever relent? Chang'an followed them to the back courtyard. Uncle, are you going to Shanshan village to see the chili peppers? His eager gaze at Manager Su betrayed his own desire to join. Let us go together. Manager Su playfully tapped his head, feigning annoyance. What are you still doing here? Hurry and prepare the carriage. I shall go personally. No need, no need. As the elder, it is only right that I, as the nephew, handle such labor. Chang'an laughed heartily and darted away. This child, at 15, still retains such youthful innocence. Manager Su shook his head with a smile. His features suffused with joy as he watched his nephew's retreating figure, his eyes filled with affection. It was only in front of him that Chang'an allowed his childishness to surface, a testament to the trust he placed in his uncle as his most reliable kin. 2 carriages, laden with various gifts, arrived at Shanshan village in a grand procession. As they approached the village entrance, they sparked a wave of excitement. Look, those are carriages that only the wealthy can ride. Quickly, go inform the village chief. A noble has come to our village. What nonsense! Just because a noble arrives, we must seek out the village chief? Indeed, I recognize the driver. He was the one who returned to your home last time. This visit must also be for her family. The words were spoken by the 5-year-old daughter of Mao Tian, Licorice, who had visited Chang'an twice. Her previous name, given whimsically by her grandmother, was Silly Girl, while her sister was called Ugly Girl, names that were indeed quite unappealing. Her grandmother would justify it by saying, "A less refined name is easier to sustain. I do this for the benefit of the child. Do not think I lack good intentions." After the Mao Tian family became the long-term workers for the Dayas, upon hearing that the Dayas could read, Mao Yan's wife, Aunt Wang, pleaded with Daya to assist in bestowing a good name for her daughter. Daya gladly obliged and named her Licorice, while her sister was named Mint. This prompted Daya to reflect. Alas, she had previously thought that the names Daya and Area were already quite rustic. Little did she know that there were even more peculiar names like Silly Girl in the village. It was perplexing that such a bright child would be labeled Silly Girl. Upon hearing Licorice's words, Mint wasted no time and dashed down the narrow path straight to Daya's home to deliver the news. Daya, someone from the city is looking for your family. 2 grand carriages have arrived. Licorice exclaimed, recognizing the driver as someone named Chang'an. Oh, Chang'an? That must mean people from G2A building have come. Mint, quickly come in for some tea and snacks. Daya said, eagerly opening the fence gate. Mint waved her hand dismissively. No, I'm about to forage for wild vegetables. I'll come a visit when I have time. And with that, she was already a distance away. With esteemed guests arriving, it was only proper for her to retreat and not appear too presumptuous. Father, mother, it seems the young master has arrived. You must quickly change into clean clothes. Daya exclaimed, not bothering to persuade them to stay, but rather urging her parents to prepare for their guests. 2 impressive carriages had indeed arrived, driven by Chang'an, and if her estimations were correct, Rin Jianli should be accompanying him. Rao Shouqin and Lu Xiangchuan were immediately flustered. Having just returned from the fields, covered in mud and grime, their clothes riddled with patches. It would be quite inappropriate to greet guests in such a state. All right. We'll change our clothes right away. They hastily filled a basin with water, washing the dirt from their hands, face, and feet, and hurriedly rushed to their bedroom. Xiangdong could not help but frown. Alas, my parents, I have told them repeatedly not to wear such tattered clothes. If their garments were merely 50% new, without several patches, they need not be so flustered, regardless of the status of the visitors. Daya fully agreed. Indeed, it is normal for farmers to have a few patches and some dirt on their clothes. However, if the attire is too worn and patched excessively, that is a different matter altogether. After all, our family can now be considered among the wealthier in Shanjian village. If our parents present themselves in that manner, Master Su and the young master might think ill of us as a family. She glanced down at her own attire, which was nearly new, then surveyed the new clothes worn by Xiangdong, Xiangxi, and Area, and could not help but sigh. What a predicament this is, when the parents are dressed in tattered garments. The children, in stark contrast, don pristine attire. Xiangdong sighed. Sister, do not be disheartened. I shall incinerate our parents' worn-out clothes tonight. Xiangxi, realizing the merit of the idea, clapped his hands, and exclaimed, "What a splendid notion! If we burn them, where will our parents find such ragged clothing to wear? They are not in aproal, vesting, excelente idea. This task shall be entrusted to you two brothers. Should you execute it well, I shall prepare a delightful dish of sauerkraut fish for you tomorrow as a reward." "Really? I promise to fulfill the task, big sister." Xiangxi grinned mischievously, standing at attention with a snap and offering a military salute, a gesture he had learned from Chang'en, whose father was a modest officer at the border. As they exchanged light-hearted banter, the sound of horse hooves approached the fence gate. Xiangdong and Xiangxi hurried out to greet the visitors, while Dia and Arya proceeded to the kitchen to prepare for their guests. Hearing the commotion in the courtyard, Arya lowered her voice. "Elder sister, the young master indeed has arrived. How peculiar. Isn't he is scion of a wealthy family? What brings him to this rural place? Who knows? Perhaps he has lost his wits." Dia chuckled nonchalantly. "What? Lost his wits? Surely not. How could Master Su, so astute, allow that?" Arya gasped in surprise. "Ha! Dear sister, I was merely jesting. That young master is likely here to inspect the chili peppers. Didn't Uncle Wu go to the Jitsue building today? He must have heard the news from Uncle Wu and rushed over. The chili peppers have ripened, and that is indeed a momentous occasion." Dia chuckled, glancing at her sister and ruffling her hair. "Go wash the wild fruits and serve them. Meanwhile, let your second brother in to take out the teacups. You are still too small to carry such heavy items." Tilting her head in confusion, Arya asked, "Elder sister, aren't you going out to greet the guests?" "I shall remain here for a while to prepare lunch. It is nearly mealtime," Dia replied. "Oh, and please ask Mother to gather some greens from the vegetable garden and pick a dozen or so chili peppers while Father slaughters chicken. I shall first cook a couple of dishes with the greens and pork I prepared earlier and start boiling the rice. My stomach is already growling." Dia efficiently helped Arya wash the wild fruits and arrange them on a platter before giving her a gentle push out the door. Closing the kitchen door, she began washing vegetables and cutting meat. When Xiangxi entered, he proactively offered, "Elder sister, I will handle the rice." Dia readily agreed. "Very well. I entrust this to you. You are aware of how many guests are arriving, correct?" "Indeed, there will be 6 in total," Xiangxi replied without hesitation, his smile reminiscent of Rao Shouqin, exuding a simple and honest charm. Cooking rice was a forte of Xiangxi. He could gauge the precise amount of water needed with merely a glance, discerning whether the pot contained too much or too little. Remarkably, he didn't even need to measure. With a casual scoop of the spoon, the rice he prepared came out neither too soft nor too firm, but perfectly balanced. Such achievements have been cultivated over the past 6 months since the family began to enjoy rice. Throughout this period, the responsibility of cooking rice has primarily fallen upon Xiangxi. Daong is preoccupied with preparing dishes and doing laundry, leaving her with limited energy to address other matters. Moreover, she is quite unfamiliar with cooking rice over an open fire. During the process of stir-frying, it is still Xiangxi who assists her in kindling the flames and managing the heat. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly find herself at a loss. Rin Jinli waited for an extended period, yet Daong still did not make an appearance, which greatly vexed him. What sort of person is this? A guest arrives, and she doesn't even bother to greet them. Truly, she is just a country girl, lacking the etiquette that one would expect from a young lady of a prominent family. In the midst of his irritation, Xiangdong suggested, "Since there is still some time before dinner, why not take a stroll to the backyard to check on the peppers? A visit to the farm would suffice as well. After all, it is not far. A round trip would only take half an hour." "What? Half an hour? That girl must be doing this deliberately." Inhaling the faint aroma of peppers mingling with the enticing fragrance of the dishes, felt a severe pang of hunger. Had he not been exerting his internal energy to suppress it, he would have surely been reduced to a state of audible discontent. Chapter 80. Who Lacks Integrity. Young master, before you depart, do indulge in a few pastries to satisfy your appetite. Xiangdong observed his embarrassment and promptly expressed his concern. "Pastries? Thank you, but I am not fond of sweets." Ren Jinli politely declined, recalling that the pastries from his home were likely procured from the town and were rather unpalatable. In the entirety of Hulu County, not a single pastry shop offered delicacies worthy of praise. Coming from a prestigious family, He had enjoyed a life of luxury for over a decade, yet after enduring a few challenging years, he had grown unaccustomed to the coarse and poorly made treats. Furthermore, he had always preferred savory snacks over sweet ones. Xiang Dong, with a warm smile, clarified, there are indeed sweet pastries, but also savory ones. De has personally crafted radishjakis. They are truly delectable and cannot be found elsewhere. Do give them a try, young master. Oh, they're savory ones? In that case, I shall sample a piece. Ren Jinli's eyes brightened, contemplating that these were the unique creations of the girl, which surely would not be unpalatable. Unconsciously, his stomach grumbled in anticipation. Please enjoy. Xiang Dong handed him a pair of chopsticks, which he eagerly accepted, deftly picking up a piece of radish cake. Upon taking a bite, he exclaimed, "Wow, this is delightful." He had not encountered such exquisite pastries, even in his home in the capital. Once he began eating, he quickly devoured 5 substantial pieces, stopping only when his stomach was nearly full, reluctantly setting down the chopsticks under the heir's watchful gaze. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he could not help but inquire, "Little sister, why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face?" The heir shook her head, her innocent smile illuminating her features. "Big brother, there's nothing on your face. I am merely curious. Aren't you going to have any dinner? You should know that my elder sister's cooking is truly exceptional." "Oh, your elder sister, is that remarkable? How does her cooking compare to that of the chefs at Jitsue Tower?" Ren Jinli asked with renewed interest, knowing that the Yuz family had dined at Jitsue Tower several times, and this little girl was no exception. The dishes prepared by the chefs at Jitsue Tower cannot rival the flavors of what my elder sister can create, the heir confidently declared. "You are indulging in pastries so heartily that you will have no room left for the meal. I was merely concerned for you. I wanted to remind you to stop eating, but I hesitated, fearing you might think me stingy for criticizing your appetite." Ren Jinli gazed heavenward in silent exasperation, feeling an unspoken frustration. Alas, my illustrious reputation has been tarnished. It was truly humiliating for the noble heir of a distinguished family to be outwitted by a mere child. Manager Su quickly intervened to alleviate the awkwardness. "Young master, why not explore the backyard? There's a lovely little garden and a lotus pond there. The scenery is quite delightful. Let's go." Ren Jinli, ever succinct, strode purposefully towards the back garden. Manager Su and Chong and promptly followed, while Xiang Dong naturally accompanied them. Upon hearing their footsteps fade into the distance, Dia could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha, that young man is truly amusing. Well done." "Duh." Rao Shouqin deftly plucked the chicken feathers, expressing his discontent. "Child, do bear in mind that he is the young master of the Jitsue building, a scion of a prominent family. You must not treat him with such casualness. Rather, extend him your respect and courtesy. His willingness to visit our humble village signifies a recognition of our family. Your cold demeanor and ridicule are quite unbecoming. Father, your perspective is misguided." "The retorted, her lips curling in disdain. "In matters of human interaction, there exists no hierarchy of nobility or lowliness. You must not belittle yourself. His visit to our village is not an indication of esteem. We did not invite him. His uninvited presence is, in fact, rather impolite. If we speak of decorum, then the young master lacks it as well. I've put in considerable effort to prepare a feast for him, which is more than courteous. How can you harbor such thoughts?" Rao Shouqin stammered, momentarily at a loss for words, his speech faltering. This child, how can she be so ungracious? Such an attitude towards the young master is truly lacking in propriety. Alas, she does not resemble my daughter at all. With her sharp tongue, whether arguing sound reasoning or fallacies, I have never managed to prevail against her. Since the division of the family, I have felt perpetually overshadowed by my eldest daughter." Dia chuckled softly, choosing not to continue the debate. She called out to the window, "Mother, please wash a few wild scallions for me. I am in need of them." "Very well, I shall wash them for you shortly," Lu Xianchuan replied gently. She had overheard the earlier exchange between her husband and daughter, and her silence was born from witnessing her husband's defeat. She was keen to revel in his predicament, thus she remained an observer. Indeed, her daughter had triumphed, filling her heart with delight. Upon hearing her daughter's call, her tone became naturally tender and soothing. Standing at the kitchen door, Rao Shochin gazed at the pomegranate tree a few steps away, feeling an inexplicable pang of melancholy at his wife's gentle countenance. Were the two women conspiring to humiliate him? Alas, when did a man lose his stature within his own home? Devoid of property, status, or wealth, his voice lacked authority. Was it truly necessary? Just days prior, I had ventured to the village to procure some pork, only to have it seized by the Bai family on the way. It was not my desire. Their audacity to demand it multiple times, especially with villagers witnessing, left me no choice but to acquiesce. Rao Shochin felt a profound sense of despair and unending sorrow. The residents of the old homestead oppressed him, and his family failed to understand him. Life was indeed arduous. Meanwhile, Run Jinli had visited the chili fields, admired the lotus pond, and explored the small garden, experiencing a significant awakening. Dia was no ordinary girl. She possessed remarkable depth. The backyard of the Rao residence was quite intriguing. Do not underestimate that modest garden, vegetable patch, lawn, and lotus pond. Their design and layout were far from simple, embodying a touch of artistry in landscape design. In an ordinary farmhouse courtyard, an extraordinary scene unfolded, compelling him to take notice. This indicated that amongst this family, there existed an individual of remarkable distinction, and that person could only be Daya. After enjoying a sumptuous and delectable lunch, Manager Su earnestly inquired, would you be willing to sell your pickled bamboo shoots and sauerkraut to G2A building? The price is negotiable. You can set it yourself, even if it's a bit high. He turned to Run Jinli. Isn't that right, young master? Indeed. As long as it does not exceed 5 times the price of pork, I shall raise no objections. Run Jinli replied without hesitation, savoring the flavors of the sauerkraut fish and the pickled bamboo shoot pot. Wow, 3 times the poor price? How generous. Daya exclaimed. All right then. I propose the price for pickled bamboo shoots to be 60 won per pound and sauerkraut at 25 won per pound. Pork is priced at 30 won per pound. Do you believe this pricing was quite reasonable, considering that it took numerous pounds of bamboo shoots to produce a pound of pickled bamboo shoots? In contrast, sauerkraut was far simpler to prepare, and a 5-won deduction from the pork price seemed justified to her. Such low prices? Rin Jinli expressed his astonishment. After all, in the entirety of Lan country, pickled bamboo shoots and sauerkraut were still considered novelties, and dishes crafted from these ingredients possessed a unique and exquisite flavor. Wasn't he fond of silver? Why would she set such low prices? You might want to consider raising the price a little. Manager Su gently coughed, offering a kind reminder, fearing she might feel embarrassed. The Rin family is affluent and does not concern itself with trifles. Moreover, both the young master and I are not engaged in favoritism. Rather, we adhere to the principle of fair trade, wishing to ensure that you, the benefactor of G2A building, do not suffer any loss. Rin Jinli remained silent, nodding in tacit agreement. Is that so? Dia quickly grasped the implication. The ownership of G2A building likely did not rest in Rin Jinli's hands. He might merely be working for old Master Run and his stepmother, both of whom treated him poorly. Otherwise, how could a young scion from the capital be found managing a restaurant in such a remote area? In light of this, she decided to be less reserved. Very well, the initial price was indeed low, set out of respect for the two of you. Thus, I shall revise it. The price for pickled bamboo shoots will be 100 won per pound, and sauerkraut 50 won per pound. After all, both items are crafted using my exclusive secret recipe. Even if others attempt to replicate them, they cannot achieve the same flavor. So you at G2A building shall certainly not suffer any disadvantage. Having concluded her proposal, Dia felt a twinge of embarrassment and handed Manager Su a small booklet. Uncle Su, this is a guide I compiled for cultivating wild mountain peppers. Please take a look. If your family wishes to grow them, you can refer to these key points. You should succeed. Oh dear, how could I accept this? This is your secret. Manager Su repeatedly declined, but upon seeing Dia's resolute and sincere demeanor, he graciously accepted and perused the booklet for quite some time, deeply impressed. Oh my, cultivating these peppers is indeed no small feat. The pamphlet states that the bird's eye chili is, in fact, the wild mountain pepper. This wild mountain pepper possesses several characteristics. It is intolerant to high temperatures, low temperatures, drought, and waterlogging. The ideal germination temperature hovers around 25 degrees Celsius, and it cannot sprout if the temperature falls below 15 degrees. Such stringent requirements are numerous. That young lady, after countless failures, has finally distilled these valuable experiences. Now, with a generous heart, she has bestowed this pamphlet upon him, demonstrating an admirable magnanimity. Her grace and demeanor rival that of any man, evoking a sense of humility within him. After reading it, Run Jinli was equally filled with joy, and he generously told manager Subo, give her 100 taels of silver as a token for acquiring this guide to chili cultivation. What a delightful turn of events. It seems that kindness begets rewards. 100 taels is still a substantial fortune for her at this moment. Manager Su, overwhelmed with joy, eagerly agreed, very well, I shall do just that. He promptly reached into his purse and handed Dia 10 crisp silver notes, each worth 10 taels. The young master has truly gained insight. To pursue a girl, one must take tangible action. Since Dia has an affinity for silver, spending some on her is only fitting. Dear friends, today's update concludes here. Thank you immensely for your support and encouragement. Please consider leaving your votes and messages, and recommendations are greatly appreciated. Chapter 81. Letting go. Run Jinli departed from Shanjian village with a cart laden with local specialties, wild fruits, wild vegetables, salted peanuts, boiled corn, and more, alongside 2 jars of pickled bamboo shoots, 3 jars of pickled vegetables, and several delicacies and flatbreads meticulously prepared by Diane. His emotions were complex as he left, and after a brief respite in town, he set his course directly for the capital. This time, he carried with him a jar of pickled bamboo shoots, a jar of pickled vegetables, 10 pounds of salted peanuts, several pounds of chili peppers, and a cookbook. His father had a fondness for gourmet food, and these items were his leverage to win his father's favor. Should his father's perception of him shift, he would gladly present the newly conceived idea of merging the inn and restaurant, as well as the invaluable business proposal dictated by Diane, in exchange for the rightful position he sought within the Rin family estate. These offerings might indeed touch his father's heart, if satisfied. His father might grant him full authority over the operations of the Jitsue building in Hulu County. In such a case, he could comprehensively transform the establishment within the county. However, the old man, Run Jinli's father, was deeply blinded by the influence of the elder madam, his stepmother, who was only 5 or 6 years his senior. Ever since that woman married his father when he was 10, his hardships began. As expected, the 5 culinary recipes swiftly won over the old man. Out of distrust, Rin Jinli held back slightly, offering only the lesser recipes. Thus far, the Jitsue building in Luhua Town had only introduced new dishes based on these 5 recipes for the old man. The finest creations remained under Rin Jinli's control. As for manager Su, he had distanced himself from the old man over a year ago and had grown increasingly close to Rin Jinli. Many matters concerning him were no longer reported to the old man. Manager Su conveyed only favorable information. Otherwise, how would the old man not have already known about the merger of the inn and restaurant? Do you mean to say these ideas originated from a little girl? The old man was utterly astonished, developing a keen interest in the village girl named Diane. Indeed, father, that little girl has yet to reach the age of 8. The sparkle that ignited in Run Jinli's eyes when Diane was mentioned was impossible to conceal. This did not escape the perceptive gaze of the old man, who was typically astute, though his intellect had notably diminished in the presence of his stepwife, severely impairing his judgment. The old man's pupils contracted sharply, his astonishment evident. Oh, so young? I thought she must be 11 or 12. Then you could take her as a concubine. The main advantage would be having her reside in the estate, preparing delicious meals for him from time to time. But at under 8, she is simply too young. What strength could such a little girl possibly have for work? Could she truly manage to cook every 3 days, even if it were just a few dishes? Little did he know, Dia possessed remarkable stamina, preparing meals daily at home. Alas, what a pity! The old man handed over a pouch, saying, "Here are 5,000 taels of silver, a reward from your father. Use it to acquire an estate. In the future, Should you find any delightful delicacies, rest assured, your father will not treat you poorly. Now go back to Hulu County, lest your mother sees you and becomes unhappy for many days." Once again, he spoke with concern for his son's displeasure. Despite the vast age gap of over 20 years between them, did he still regard Ren Jinli as his son? Was his son's joy or sorrow of no consequence to him? Clutching the pouch, Ren Jinli felt a pang of bitterness. Indeed, since he was 10, his father's heart had been firmly ensnared by that woman. The saying that where there is a stepmother, there is also a stepfather holds true, without exaggeration. At that tender age, he endured disdain, neglect, and suppression, feeling no warmth whatsoever. The 5th day after his stepmother entered the household marked the end of his good fortune. He had survived without being poisoned only because his stepmother bore no children of her own. Throughout, he had shown her remarkable forbearance and respect, reflecting on his biological brother, who, due to his youth and ignorance, often clashed with their stepmother and ultimately lost his life. Ren Jinli felt a deep sense of sorrow. Leaving the depths of the Ren residence, Ren Jinli made his way to the residence of the 5th prince, emerging an hour later without the guidebook on chili cultivation, which he had presented as a gift to the prince. "Young Master Ren, please take care." The princess chief steward personally escorted him to the gate, bidding him a warm farewell. "Thank you. Please do not trouble yourself." Ren Jinli waved his hand, casting a lingering gaze at the grand and opulent gate, silently vowing, one day, he would return to the capital in a dignified manner, residing in a mansion that truly belonged to him. No one could thwart his aspirations to rise to prominence and achieve greatness. He firmly believed that one day, he would stand tall and be admired by all. After seeing Ren Jinli off, the steward returned to the main courtyard study, respectfully reporting, "Master, I have seen young Master Ren off. He is heading out of the city." "Oh, he truly does not intend to return home? He just arrived back in the capital a day ago and is already leaving again?" The 5th prince furrowed his brows, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. "In my view, his father is a foolish pig, allowing a fortune to slip away. The potential wealth from that chili seed guide is obvious." The steward sighed lightly, responding respectfully, "In answer to your inquiry, young Master Ren mentioned he would be visiting his maternal grandfather's home for a few days before returning to that Hulu County. He is not in a rush to leave the capital." The 5th prince pondered for a moment. "Isn Ren Jinli's maternal grandfather, the General Ding Yuan." "Indeed, that is correct," the steward affirmed. "During this time, General Ding Yuan has been residing in a manor outside the city," as the steward assured. "Oh, how intriguing. However, it appears that General Ding Yuan does not hold him in high regard. Otherwise, how could he have stood by and watched as his father and stepmother bullied him to such an extent? His own younger brother, in a tragic turn of fate, lost his life at such a tender age of merely 8, unable even to be laid to rest in the family grave. How pitiful!" In response to the elder's remarks, "Those matters belong to the past. Ever since young Master Ren visited the general's residence 6 months ago, their relationship seems to have mended. Upon his departure from the capital, it is said that General Ding Yuan had his eldest son accompany him all the way to the 10-mile pavilion outside the city." The 5th prince's gaze sharpened. "Therefore, take along a sum of 10,000 taels in silver notes, as well as a gift, and pay a visit to the general's residence. Present the silver notes to Ren Jinli, stating that it is my token of gratitude for providing me with the secret to cultivating chili peppers. The gift for the general's residence should be rather substantial, as General Ding Yuan still holds some weight in the emperor's heart. Fostering a good relationship with the general's residence brings only advantages, never detriments. Even if General Ding Yuan does not side with him, at the very least, he will not add insult to injury. As long as he maintains neutrality, that will suffice. His demands are modest. Relying on others is less reliable than relying on oneself. This is his life creed. The so-called reliance on mountains may lead to their collapse, and reliance on water may lead to flooding. Possessing sufficient personal capability is far more tangible and dependable than any external dependency. As the Dragon Boat Festival approaches, Mother plans to visit Grandmother's house to deliver festival gifts and to bring grandmother and grandfather back. The weather is gradually becoming warmer. Although it remains cool in the mountains, The increase in mosquitoes and humidity must make living in a dilapidated wooden house quite uncomfortable. Eldest daughter urges mother, saying, "Go ahead. You must go with father and ensure that grandmother and grandfather are brought out. If possible, bring along Xiaohan and Guyu as well. They are so young and frail. The treacherous paths of Wadaliang could expose them to venomous snakes and wild beasts, so it would be best to have them accompany grandmother and grandfather." After all, fifth uncle's house has 2 spacious stone rooms, where one room could comfortably accommodate 2 beds. Xiaohan could stay with fifth uncle, while Guyu could share a bedroom with grandmother and grandfather, sleeping separately. Indeed, that sounds good. I shall discuss this with your fifth uncle. Lu Xianchuan wholeheartedly agreed. If her parents moved over, she could visit them often to share conversations. Seeing them live well would bring her comfort as well. Fifth uncle readily consented. Very well. I shall find a carpenter right away to construct 2 more beds, 2 wardrobes, and a desk with 2 chairs. The other room is completely bare, and adding a few pieces of furniture is absolutely necessary. Over the past month, while gathering fish and pig grass in the mountains, he has also harvested a considerable quantity of goji berries, selling nearly a tael of silver. A few days ago, upon receiving his monthly allowance, eldest daughter gifted him an additional 2 taels, allowing him to buy some snacks for her children. Presently, he still possesses 2 taels and 7 xian. Lu Xianchuan said, "Fifth brother, you need not concern yourself with these matters. Dia has already made all the arrangements. Your sole focus should be on managing the breeding farm. That alone would greatly assist Dia. This child has a penchant for hard work, and she has countless worries to attend to. The breeding farm, after all, is of utmost importance to Dia, and it must not encounter any mishaps." Fifth uncle remained silent for a moment, no longer insisting. "Rest assured, I shall diligently oversee the breeding farm and ensure everything runs smoothly. Furthermore, I can guarantee that by the time the Mid-Autumn Festival arrives, the fish in the pond will weigh over 3 pounds. He had consulted the fishing experts from Hulu County and had pondered deeply on the matter. He was well aware of what types of fish preferred which grasses, as well as the various types of grass available in the nearby mountains and fields. Knowing precisely where the tenderest grasses could be found, he had thoroughly researched what grasses chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs enjoyed, and which grasses could prevent them from falling ill. Alongside Dia, Lu Xianchuan gently patted her brother's shoulder. "You have worked hard. Your sister is well aware. When you set out in the wooden boat to Nundong Mountain tonight, be exceedingly cautious. This is no trifling matter. The deepest part of the fish pond is taller than 3 men. In the stillness of the night, should anything happen, there would be no one to send a message. If her parents come, it would be somewhat better, as at least there would be someone to lend you a hand. Speaking of which, living here alone at night could indeed feel a bit stifling, because he had to oversee the breeding farm and could not casually descend the mountain. Otherwise, he might visit his sister's home. Then it would trouble you, dear sister, to bring our parents and Guyu and Xiaohan over as soon as possible." At that moment, fifth uncle's heart was still filled with excitement. In just a few days, Grandma and Grandpa, along with Guyu and Xiaohan, arrived. Accompanying them were elder uncle and cousin Chunlai. Given the poor road conditions, the elderly and the young were understandably concerned and had escorted them all the way. They could only stay for 2 days before returning to Wudaoliang, as the goji berries and mushrooms in the mountains were at their peak season. Delaying even a day would mean a significant loss of income, pushing back their plans to relocate. Chunlai's greatest wish was to move out as soon as possible, distancing herself from her uncle's erratic family, especially after arriving at Shanjian village and witnessing the stark contrast between it and Wudaoliang, as well as experiencing the thriving breeding farm and the warm, harmonious interactions between Diya's family and the Mountain Tea family. Her desire to leave Wudaoliang grew ever stronger. After resting for a day, the family visited Diya's home. In Diya's room, Chunlai noticed a considerable collection of books, her face filled with envy. "Diya, so you can read?" Upon hearing this, Diya felt a stir in her heart and responded warmly, "Yes, cousin. These are books for beginners. Why not stay a few more days in Shanjian village? And I can teach you to read. At the very least, you could learn some simple, commonly used words, like the names of everyone in the family. When you return, you could also teach your older cousin and practice one character each day." However, what use would that be? In the depths of the mountains, one could hardly learn more than a few characters. Despite her envy, Chun-Li remained acutely aware of the harsh realities of life. In the vicinity of Wadaliang, a radius of 10 miles, there was not a single individual who could read or write. What use would her learning be? In the future, there would be no one to turn for guidance. Dia, however, was resolute in her encouragement. How could it be of no use? The inability to read is inconsequential. I will teach you how to write. When you return to Wadaliang, you can compare your writing with your cousin's using the book as a reference. 1 character a day, and with time, your handwriting will improve immensely. Once you move to Shanjian village, your cousin can even join a few classes. With some education and a bit of arithmetic, you will be far better off than those who cannot read at all, whether in farming or running a shop. Daya spoke earnestly, genuinely considering her uncle's family as her own kin. Her desire for their prosperity matched, if not exceeded, that of Liu Xianchuan. Although Liu Xianchuan wished well for her elder brother's family, her limited resources and lack of substantial ideas for wealth creation left her feeling inadequate. Xiang Dong had always been a steadfast supporter of Dia and joined in the persuasion. Indeed, cousin, it is always beneficial to read more. Since I learned to read, I have felt that my horizons have expanded significantly, and my mind has become far more agile. Arya chirped in cheerfully. Cousin, I already know quite a few characters. I can write everyone's names. I even know the words for field, earth, and mountain. It's quite fascinating. Hearing the youngest, Arya, express such enthusiasm, Chun-Li felt her heart stir. I will discuss with my father the possibility of staying here a few more days so he can gather goji berries from the mountains nearby. Dia eagerly volunteered. How about this? You and your uncle stay here for 10 days. During the day, I will personally guide you into the mountains to collect goji berries and mushrooms. In the evenings, I will teach you to read and write, ensuring neither endeavor is neglected. Xiang Dong, Xiang Shi, and Arya quickly chimed in agreement. After much contemplation, Chun-Li ultimately consented. It would be advantageous. No matter how much they harvested in Wadaliang, transporting it out of the mountains was an arduous task. Hence, it seemed wise to heed Dia's suggestion and stay for a while. After all, Gu Yu and Xiao Han were unfamiliar with the area and would undoubtedly struggle at first, so it would be a chance to spend time with them. Chun-Li endeavored to convince herself and approached her father, Dia's uncle. All right, since Dia and her siblings are so enthusiastic, what is there to hesitate about? Let us stay. I did not mention to your mother how many days we would be gone, so she should not worry, hearing that we can learn. How could your uncle object? This is nothing short of a tremendous surprise. Throughout his life, he has been illiterate, which has led to considerable losses when selling mountain goods in the city. Dia, my father has agreed. We will stay here for 10 days. Chun-Li approached Dia with a beaming smile, her excitement and joy unmistakable. Dia promptly prepared 2 sets of ink and stationery. Cousin, this is for you and your cousin, Gu Yu and Xiao Han. I will procure more in the city later. For now, let's focus on you and your cousin, and you shall first learn to write your own name. The newly appointed female scholar was even more exhilarated than Chun-Li, and without hesitation, she pulled Chun-Li to sit at the desk. She inscribed 3 large characters on the paper, reciting as she wrote, Tan Chun-Li, this is your name. She repeated it several times, patiently guiding Chun-Li on how to hold the pen, maneuver it, and explaining the significance of radicals and components. The learner was earnest and serious, while the teacher exhibited a strong sense of responsibility, demonstrating remarkable patience and dedication. In the blink of an eye, 10 days swiftly elapsed. Chun-Li bid farewell to Dia with a heavy heart, saying, Thank you, cousin. Your kindness will forever remain etched in my memory. When I move to Shangquankin, I shall repay you well. Through diligent effort over those 10 days, Chun-Li had finally mastered writing the names of her entire family and recognized over 20 commonly used characters, such as rice, flour, bowl, chopsticks, cabbage, and meat. Additionally, Dia also taught her the basics of addition and subtraction. Although her achievements were modest, Chun-Li felt immense joy. Having visited Shangquankin, I have become the sole scholar in Wadaliang and its neighboring villages. Can this not be deemed a triumphant return? She gazed at her brand new attire, tears welling in her eyes, as she made such a jest for the first time in the presence of others. Of course it counts. Dia laughed merrily. At this moment, among the crowd gathered to bid farewell, there were several villagers from Shankwankan, both adults and children. The adults were friends newly acquainted with her uncle, while the children were companions of Chunlai, Guyu, and Shaoan. The two kind-hearted and industrious individuals had garnered much within merely a 10-day stay in Shankwankan. They sold goji berries, shiitake mushrooms, and hunted, earning a total of 3 taels of silver. Due to their amicable relations with several families in the area, they had also made 2 or 3 congenial friends. Notably, the 16-year-old eldest son of the Maoshan family, Xiao Hai, had developed feelings for Chunlai. During their time in the mountains, he was constantly concerned for her safety, remaining within 30 paces of her at all times. Under his silent care and the unmistakable affection reflected in his gaze, Chunlai found herself developing feelings for him as well. After understanding his character and nature, Dia had long observed this, discreetly mentioning it to her uncle several times, urging him not to marry off his niece to someone in the deep mountains. Her uncle had agreed, and before departing, he took Chunlai aside for a lengthy conversation. Though Chunlai felt shy, she firmly assured him, "Do not worry, sister. Our family will be moving out soon. I will never stay in Wadaliang for the rest of my life. I cherish you, and I adore Dia and Shankwankan. I absolutely will not marry off so soon. No matter the pressure, I shall never consent." Fourth aunt, however, was eager for Chunlai to marry her son, Tan Shui, and had pressed her several times, leading to considerable discord. Yet Chunlai was resolute in her refusal. Regardless of whether Tan Shui resided in a more remote region than Wadaliang, he was merely a cousin with whom she had a historically poor relationship. Thus, she would never agree to such a union. "What? Who is forcing you to marry?" Dia was taken aback upon hearing this for the first time and immediately pressed for further details. It was none other than Aunt C who insisted that she exchange her eldest son for a marriage alliance. "I had firmly refused, as did my father, mother, and even my grandparents. Consequently, my cousin from Tan Shui Tang regarded me with animosity." Chunlai lowered her head, her eyes rimmed with red, her face etched with worry. "What? Such a thing exists? Why didn't you mention it sooner?" "No, you cannot return. Who knows what mischief that family might conjure? They are all unscrupulous individuals, lacking even the most basic moral compass. If you go back now, with your grandparents not at home, and they harbor ill intentions, it would be too late for regrets." Dia swiftly grasped Chunlai's arm, snatching her bundle from her shoulder, visibly agitated. It was not mere speculation, having witnessed many domestic squabbles. She was deeply concerned for Chunlai's safety. For instance, Aunt C could easily abduct Chunlai to the other family's home and consummate the arrangement, making it impossible for Chunlai to refuse the marriage. Chunlai felt trapped. She did not wish to return, yet found it difficult to voice her objections. After all, in Shanshan village, her family lacked even a proper house. Furthermore, leaving her parents alone in the mountains weighed heavily on her conscience. She felt that if they were to relocate, they should all go together. Abandoning her honest and simple-minded parents would only invite trouble from Aunt C and Uncle C, who could easily exploit them. "Uncle! Uncle!" Dia cried out, her heart aching with frustration. Uncle, who was bidding farewell to several newly made acquaintances, hurried over upon hearing her call. "Dia, what is the matter?" "Why didn't you inform us about Aunt C.'s family pressuring my cousin to exchange marriage? And how can you still allow her to return to Wu Daoyang? If anything happens, my cousin's entire life could be ruined. She absolutely cannot go back." "Child, this. Uncle stammered, his face filled with shame, unable to articulate a coherent response. Faced with his niece's reproach, he was overwhelmed with embarrassment. "Enough of this. Let my cousin stay. You can return alone today. Once you're back, discuss with Anta about moving over as soon as possible. With the summer harvest behind us, the villagers are less busy. We must hasten to build the house. I will front the money for the construction." "No, you cannot bear the expense of building the house," Uncle protested. "You listen to me. Let Chunlai stay, but we shall build the house next year." "Very well, it's settled then. I will handle the house construction with fifth uncle. Just return home, and once the house is complete, I will have fifth uncle and father come to fetch you. Dia, wanting to avoid further debate, waved her hand decisively and insisted, Father, what are we still discussing? The hour is late. Let's expedite Uncle's journey. Without further ado, she pulled Uncle onto the waiting ox cart. Uncle, I appreciate your assistance. Please hurry and take my uncle to the town. The driver, understanding this urgency, laughed heartily and cracked the whip. All right then, let us get going. I promise it will not delay us. Alas, my dear child, Uncle was seated on the ox cart, only managing to utter half a sentence before the cart ventured far away. At that moment, the robust man could not help but feel tears welling up in his eyes. What a wonderful child she is. May she navigate through life smoothly and enjoy a life filled with happiness. In the evening, the family convened in the courtyard for a meeting. They recounted the incident where Chun Lai was pressured by the fourth uncle's family to exchange her qin, which incited the collective outrage of the family. Lu Xiangchuan, both furious and heartbroken, shed tears incessantly. Before marrying, my fourth brother was quite decent. How has he transformed into this? Had I known, I would never have allowed him to wed that woman, leaving our family with a plethora of troubles. Xiangxi furrowed his brows in disgust, his eyes brimming with disdain. Indeed, the fourth uncle's family is not virtuous. When my mother and I visited Wu Daoliang, the fourth aunt presumed my mother was cast out from her in-laws and bestowed upon us many disdainful glances and unkind words. Later, upon discovering that my mother possessed some silver, realizing she wasn't an outcast, her attitude changed entirely, as if she were a different person. What? Such a thing occurred? Why was this not mentioned? Deya exclaimed in astonishment, never having anticipated such a revelation. Had she known, she would not have been so courteous to that family during her last visit to Wu Daoliang. Initially, she felt a twinge of guilt and unease for leaving the fourth uncle's family in Wu Daoliang. But now, that guilt and unease had dissipated entirely. Announcement. There will be 2 updates today, with another expected around 1 in the afternoon. Chapter 82. Comfort Spring came and settled in the village of Shangquan, sharing a room with her sister Guyu. Fortunately, since the bed was already quite spacious at 1.5 meters wide, it posed no inconvenience. The bedroom was ample as well, and Daya had provided a thick, coarse cloth curtain, which she hung in the center of the room, effectively dividing the space. As Spring was now a young lady, her grandfather, though an elder, was still a man, and having this separation alleviated much awkwardness and offered greater convenience. Looking at the newly furnished bedroom, grandfather remarked with a sense of admiration, Xiangchuan is truly fortunate. Daya is a remarkable child indeed. Her dedication to our Tan family is commendable. Regrettably, if only the fourth's family had not displeased her, our entire clan could have settled here in Shangquan village. Who can we blame for that? Can we fault Daya for it? Grandmother shot grandfather a disapproving glance, expressing her dissatisfaction. Isn't it the fourth's fault? Although he is my own son, I shall not defend him. His family is one that no one cares for. After just one encounter, anyone would dread associating with such a household. Grandfather appeared somewhat discontented. Look at you. I harbor no grievances against Daya. She has treated our Tan family well. How could I possibly blame her? Yet, the fourth is also your son. Must you speak of him so disparagingly? His children are your own dear grandchildren, are they not? Are you truly pleased to speak of the fourth's family in such a manner? What nonsense are you uttering? Grandmother retorted, casting him another stern look, her expression hardening. I assure you, I will feel no pity for the fourth in the future. In past days, his family has caused nothing but chaos in our home, and I have had my fill of it. He shows no respect for his parents and cares nothing for his siblings. But what is most unforgivable is that he has set his sights on Spring. Mentioning this matter ignited grandmother's fury, her voice unintentionally rising. Tell me, what do you think of the fourth's plan to exchange Tan Shui for a bride from that family? They are the most despised in the vicinity. Their son has been a fool since childhood, known for his violent tendencies. He often beats his own mother and sister without cause. If Spring were to marry into such a family, what future would she have? As grandmother's voice grew increasingly severe, it culminated in a sharp reprimand. Her eyes brimmed with tears, filled with sorrow and accusations. Under grandmother's relentless inquiries, grandfather was rendered speechless, his head bowed as he sighed repeatedly. Once grandmother opened her heart, there was no closing it again. She recounted the numerous misdeeds of the Forth's family, detailing their transgressions one by one. In passing, she also chastised grandfather for his indulgence toward the Forth family over the years. Grandfather was taken aback. He had not realized the extent of his fourth son's family's transgressions, nor how utterly devoid of conscience they had become. Faced with the wrath and sorrow of his grandmother, he found himself utterly defenseless. Compelled to lower his head and admit his wrongdoing. I was in the wrong. Is it not acceptable for me to apologize to you? I promise. I will no longer show pity towards the fourth uncle, and this place shall never be permitted to harbor any mischief from his family. You said this yourself, did you not? In the future, do not dare to go back on your word. Both granddaughters are listening and can bear witness. I assure you, I will not waver. With this promise from her grandfather, the grandmother finally relented. On the other side of the curtain, Guyu listened in astonishment. It turned out that fourth uncle's family was so despicable, scheming against the eldest sister in such a manner. Eldest sister, how pitiful you are. You were almost harmed by that family. It is truly outrageous how they dare to bully my sister. Tan Shui, oh Tan Shui, one day, I shall make you pay. The young girl, Guyu, was spirited and assertive. At home, if it were not for her constant protection of her mother and sister, fourth aunt would have surely mistreated them terribly. Alas, mother and sister are both kind-hearted, but their honesty and somewhat clumsy speech leave them at the mercy of a woman as brazen as fourth aunt, with no means of defense. Spring had long been in tears, realizing that her grandmother had been aware of the situation all along, secretly safeguarding her, thus preventing fourth uncle's family from succeeding in their schemes. She had suspected something when fourth aunt insisted on taking her alone to the mountains to gather goji berries, and her grandmother had vehemently intervened, issuing strict orders that she was not to go out with fourth uncle's family nor venture out alone. At that time, she had been perplexed, unable to comprehend the reasoning behind such restrictions. It turned out her grandmother had developed suspicions and a defensive stance against fourth uncle's family, but lacked evidence to take action, thus limiting her movements as a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. Tan Lin had been standing outside the window for quite some time. He had intended to inquire about something from his mother, but instead, he overheard an unbelievable truth. It turned out that his fourth brother's family was indeed beyond redemption. No wonder the eldest sister vehemently opposed allowing fourth brother's family to settle in the village at the foot of the mountain. She even resorted to some underhanded tactics to achieve this goal. How foolish he had been to be so slow to realize. The eldest sister had only spent a few days at Wu Dao Liang, but had already discerned the true nature of fourth brother's family, developing a strong sense of caution towards them. Alas, it was fortunate for them. Otherwise, had Spring accompanied her elder brother back to Wu Dao Liang today, who knows what calamities might have befallen them in the future. Tan Lin quietly returned to his bedroom, unable to close his eyes for a long while. His heart was tumultuous, restless, and agitated. He silently vowed that in the days to come, he would diligently support his elder brother's family and repay the kindness of Sister Xiangquan's family. Tan Lin was indeed the fifth uncle of the eldest sister. Her grandfather had a rather amusing name, Tan Mu Tu. Rao Shouqin had set out to the stonemason's house, located 10 miles away. Uncle, we are about to build another house, right next to my younger brother's vacant lot, 3 stone houses. When can we expect the stone materials to be ready? The materials, you ask? Nowadays, there are quite a few ready-made stones prepared for your family and your fifth brother's family. Did not your fifth brother mention that both families plan to build stone houses this autumn? If you are in urgent need of them, feel free to use them now. After all, there's still several months until the autumn harvest, and I can take my time preparing the stones. That sounds splendid. I must trouble Uncle to transport the stones for 3 houses today. These are for my brother-in-law's house, and the sooner it is completed, the better. The labor and material costs will be as agreed upon last time. Is that acceptable? Certainly. There is no issue. The price we discussed previously is quite reasonable. The stonemason uncle nodded in satisfaction, noting that the offered price was slightly higher than what others typically provide. That child, Daya, insisted that every stone and slab be of the utmost quality, thus voluntarily increasing the price a tad. My brother-in-law's family consists of 6 members, and 3 houses will suffice for them. This time, over 30 diligent laborers worked together in the construction of 3 stone houses, in addition to a kitchen built from earth bricks, a bathing area, and a fence, was completed in under 10 days. With the experience gained from the previous stone house construction, both the speed and quality of work saw a marked improvement. Not to mention, my brother-in-law's fence was far more aesthetically pleasing than that of my 5th uncle's. Once the new houses had dried and aired out, the 3 siblings, Chun-Lai, Dian, and Dayu, moved into their new abode. The following morning, my 5th uncle, accompanied by Rao Shouqin, went to Wu Daoliang. By the time they arrived at my brother-in-law's home, darkness had already enveloped the sky, and dinner time had long passed. In an effort to avoid cooking, the Tan family had closed their doors early, effectively isolating their guests from the rest of the household. Consequently, that evening, the Tan family remained oblivious to the intentions of the 2 visitors. That night, Tan Lin assisted his elder brother's family in packing their valuables and a few changes of clothing. Before departing from Shanjian village, Daya had repeatedly instructed them to take only a few changes of clothes and their valuables, traveling light. The next morning, upon realizing that Tan Lin and Rao Shouqin had come to escort his elder brother's family away, the Tan family immediately objected. What? My uncle's family is moving as well? Why should it only be us left behind? No way. We must also settle in Shanjian village. Upon learning the truth, Tan Shui, in a fit of rage, pointed an accusing finger at Rao Shouqin, exhibiting not a shred of courtesy. Indeed, Daya's predictions were accurate. This family would not relent easily. Fortunately, before leaving, his daughter had repeatedly cautioned him and even rehearsed potential scenarios numerous times. Thus, at this moment, Rao Shouqin, typically amicable, remained composed, reciting his daughter's instructions with precision. Why? Simply because your family harbors ill intentions, forsaking kinship and betraying the conscience towards blood relatives. Furthermore, my daughter despises your family, and the prospect of them settling in Shanjian village is utterly impossible. Not only that, your efforts to harm Chun-Lai for the sake of your own son will be met with resistance. The village of Shanjian will not permit you to step foot into it. My daughter declared that each time she encounters you, it will be an opportunity to strike back for Chun-Lai. These words were insistent upon Daya's request for her father to convey. She is unafraid to shoulder responsibilities. Now, she possesses both wealth and social connections. In the village of Shanquan, aside from the bandits and the residents of the old house, which family has not benefited from her generosity, in the eyes of the villagers, her status is rapidly approaching that of the village chief and the clan leader. This is due to her sharing the methods for drying goji berries and the profitable sale of mushrooms, knowledge she imparted to everyone in the village, including the bandit Ah-san and the residents of the old house. Furthermore, she enlisted Uncle Wu to handle the purchases, securing an impressive price for their goods. The money earned from selling goji berries and mushrooms has greatly assisted numerous families. Those who were managing adequately used the funds to send their children to school, while those who were struggling purchased food and even fashioned rough clothing to cover themselves. Some households utilized this money to procure medicine for their ailing family members. This assistance was akin to a lifeline, and the gratitude felt by these families towards the Dei family is palpable. Without any expectation of repayment, at the very least, they would not oppose the Dei family nor engage in any malicious acts against them. United in purpose, as a result, the bandit Hassan no longer dared to underestimate the Dei family. His initial schemes to confront them gradually dissipated, and some members of his family even contemplated reconciliation with the Dei household. Thus, how could Dei possibly regard her distant uncle's family, residing in Wadaliang, with any seriousness? She resolutely vowed that if her uncle's family dared to cause trouble in Shanquan, she would confront them with unwavering resolve. As Rao Shouqin recited Dei's words, he involuntarily emulated her fierce demeanor and piercing gaze, startling the Tan family, who had spent their lives secluded in the mountains. In an instant, the Tan family found themselves at a loss for words. Eldest brother, eldest sister-in-law, 5th brother, Xiaji, gather your belongings, we shall depart at once. Rao Shouqin grasped Xiaji's hand and led the way out of the small courtyard. Tan Lin snatched the worn box from his sister-in-law's hands, exclaiming, "We cannot take this. The journey is arduous enough without this cumbersome burden. Just bring your clothes and essential items." Their home was dilapidated, with furniture over 30 years old and scant silver. There was little worth retrieving. The eldest brother and sister-in-law hesitated, but could not resist Tan Lin's insistence. They exchanged a resigned glance, and each shouldered a pre-packed bundle, hastily departing the ancestral home they had inhabited for decades. Though reluctant, the presence of the fourth Tan family felt like a venomous serpent coiling around them. Remaining would only lead to regret. If it were merely the poverty and isolation of the place, they would never have left. They would have sent the children out to seek their fortunes. However, due to the fourth Tan family, they found it imperative to keep their distance. Would there ever be a day when they could return to live here again? Except for Rao Shouqin, the others moved with heavy steps, frequently glancing back, reluctant to part ways. After walking a considerable distance, silence enveloped them as they hastened their pace. Though loath to leave, they were also apprehensive that the fourth uncle's family might pursue them, and thus they advanced steadily. Soon, they covered 5 or 6 miles. Faint echoes of shouts trailing behind them. Xiaji halted, straining to hear, and suddenly her expression shifted dramatically. "We must go quickly. Uncle C's family is on our heels. That rascal Tan Shui is spewing threats. We must run and not allow him to catch up. If he does, we won't make it today. He's a relentless troublemaker." Both the eldest uncle and the fifth uncle wore grim expressions. They were well acquainted with the nature of the fourth uncle's family, and especially Tan Shui, who was lazy, petty, and vengeful, a quintessential troublemaker who believed that if he couldn't thrive, no one else should either. The group immediately took off, fortunate to be traversing a relatively easy path, as they were all accustomed to the mountainous terrain. Each carried only a small, light burden, and with a burst of speed, the sounds of pursuit faded away. The eldest uncle wiped the sweat from his brow. "All right, ahead lies the most treacherous stretch. Once we pass that, we shall be safe." The fourth uncle's family is cowardly and fearful, having never dared to traverse this perilous path. "Let us not be afraid or anxious. We will proceed with courage and care." His words possessed a soothing magic, calming the heightened emotions of the group. The fifth uncle was the first to regain composure, stepping forward, followed closely by Rao Shouqin. Then Xiaji and the eldest aunt, with the eldest uncle bringing up the rear. They continued on in silence, navigating the cliff known as Ghosts Meet Woes, a perilous stretch of roughly a mile that took them a full quarter of an hour to traverse. Just as they emerged from it, they spotted the silhouette of Tan Shui's family across the way. Tan Lao Si, infuriated, began to curse. Unrecognizable wretches, indifferent to the plight of their own kin, only concerned with their own prosperity. "The heavens will strike you down. Just wait. I will keep a close watch on your downfall." Xiaji's anger flared, eager to retort. But Tan Lin grasped her arm and urged her onward. "Ignore him. Do not waste your emotions on such a person. Remember, from this moment on, he is no longer your fourth uncle. If this family comes to confront us in the future, do not show pity. Otherwise, neither our family nor the Yuz will ever enjoy a peaceful life." Xiaji's face paled, and she nodded. "Understood, fifth uncle." The heartbroken, and the second and third aunts were of the same ilk as the fourth aunt. If she, a girl, could decisively sever ties with those troublemakers, how could he, a man, allow himself to be looked down upon? What his cousin could accomplish, he too could achieve. In his heart, the youth silently vowed to safeguard the tranquility of his beloved family and ensure they lead peaceful lives. Should Uncle C's family dare to cause turmoil, he would confront them until they learned to fear him. In the days to come, he indeed fulfilled this promise. Due to his resolute nature, he effectively safeguarded his family, alleviating numerous concerns for Daya's household. His decisiveness and moral clarity garnered Daya's admiration, prompting her to regard him with newfound respect, thereby further assisting their family in leading a better life. Daya would not extend her hand to those who are muddled, perpetually weak, or excessively accommodating. For instance, if not for his fatherly status, she would have long disregarded the likes of Pity Dad, Rao Shouqin. Life is fleeting. Who possesses the luxury of time and energy to squander on those who lack discernment? Instead, such resources would be better spent nurturing a few unfortunate orphans and guiding those helpless children towards self-reliance and strength. As evening descended, Grandma's family gathered in Daya's courtyard, eagerly anticipating the arrival of their relatives. Each individual present harbored a shared concern. Would the Tan family, particularly Tan Shui and his kin, make an appearance this time? This was a sight most wished to avoid, especially Daya, who silently vowed that if Tan Laosi and his family were to arrive and be taken in by Grandma's household, she would no longer concern herself with their affairs. She would also refrain from involving fifth uncle in matters pertaining to the farm. The situation was fraught with tension. One by family was already sufficient to cause Daya distress, but another, namely fourth aunt, who also bore the Bai surname, would be unbearable. Tan Lin, at the village's entrance, suddenly felt a chill run through him, inexplicably apprehensive. Who could be scheming against him behind the scenes? Young Xia Ji, too, felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, overwhelmed by a peculiar sensation of having narrowly escaped disaster. At that moment, neither realized that should they momentarily relent and bring Tan Laosi's family back with them, the Tan family would forever lose Daya's support. Aspiring to establish a prosperous future would remain a mere dream for at least a decade. Years later, upon uncovering the truth, both would silently express their gratitude, albeit with lingering trepidation. Indeed, it was no simple task to heartlessly abandon Tan Laosi's family, considering the blood ties that bound them. Had it not been for the unfortunate circumstances surrounding Chunlai's forced exchange, it is easy to envision how difficult it would have been to remain indifferent to their brother's family. Perhaps, if that family had pursued them, their compassion would have swayed them to acquiesce to their requests. Amidst the vibrant hues of the sunset, 5 familiar figures gradually came into view. "Sister, there are just 5 of them. No one else is behind," Arya exclaimed joyfully. The young girl was elated. Hearing that fourth Uncle S family was comparable to second aunts, she felt a pang of fear. Daya focused her gaze and confirmed. Indeed, only 5 were present: fifth uncle, elder aunt, and Xiaji, with Pity Dad trailing behind. Moreover, the 5 appeared to be in good spirits, suggesting that Tan Laosi's family had not followed. Otherwise, such ease would be unthinkable. Excellent. She was finally not disappointed. Arya, go prepare pastries and wild fruits for your younger brother and uncle. Xiangxi, fetch a pot of tea. Brother, please prepare the bath water. Before the words had fully escaped her lips, Dia had already dashed into the kitchen to prepare a meal for her weary family members. The others, too, quickly took their places, diligently attending to their tasks. Lu Xiangchuan opened the fence gate, and Grandma and Grandpa, accompanied by several grandchildren, greeted them warmly. Tan Lin laughed heartily. "Father, Mother, we have returned. Everything is well, and we have brought no troubles." Tan Laosher glanced outside the fence, a fleeting sadness passing through his eyes as he sighed inwardly. Indeed, the fourth's family had not come along. They have returned, and that is what matters. All is well. Grandma replied with tears of joy, her heart filled with comfort and delight. The absence of the fourth's family was, in fact, quite agreeable, aligning perfectly with her sentiments. Since ancient times, the distance between the fragrant and the foul has been evident, particularly when it comes to those unworthy, selfish descendants. The farther they are from the other children, the better. The lack of communication truly holds little significance. Apologies for the delay due to a power outage. Today's update is complete at 13,000 words. See you tomorrow. Your support is much appreciated. There have been few comments and recommendations. Chapter 83. The shock with the Dragon Boat Festival approaching in just 2 days, the festive atmosphere in Shangquan village is rather subdued. Even within her own home, Dia has not heard her mother mention the preparations for making zongzi or any other traditional delicacies. Curiously, she inquires of Lu Xiangchuan, "Mother, what delicacies do the people of Wadaliang typically prepare for the Dragon Boat Festival?" Lu Xiangchuan replies with a touch of melancholy. Wadaliang lies deep within the mountains, where food is a precious commodity. Even vegetables like cabbage and radish must be purchased from beyond the mountains. I recall, during my childhood, that on the Dragon Boat Festival, Your grandmother would venture into the hills to gather wild mulberries and other fruits, ensuring that the family had their fill. Additionally, she would boil a few red eggs. And that would be the extent of our celebration. Simply having enough to eat each day was a blessing. Those times were marked by poverty, with so many siblings to feed. A growing boy could easily deplete the family's resources. There was no excess. Your father and elder brother would sell their hunted game to those who specifically sought mountain goods in nearby villages in exchange for salt, grain, cloth, and lamp oil. Reflecting on those difficult days, Lu Xiangchuan cannot help but feel tears welling in her eyes. Over the past decade, as a daughter married into Shangquan village, she has been unable to offer any assistance to her family of origin. In the eyes of the people of Wadaliang, her in-laws are considered affluent, possessing dozens of acres of land and living in substantial brick houses, not merely a modestly prosperous household. Even among the residents of Shangquan village, they are undoubtedly regarded as relatively well-off. Yet, what has she truly given back to her parents who raised her, and to the siblings who have loved and protected her since childhood? Nothing at all. For 10 years, not even a single needle or thread has reached her family. Fortunately, she has been blessed with a wonderful daughter, Dia, who has fulfilled her filial duties on her behalf. Otherwise, she might have spent her life feeling indebted to her family of origin, perhaps even too ashamed to return home. Moreover, her parents would inevitably face ridicule from the family of her fourth brother-in-law, who would frequently bring up her neglect of her own family. How would her kind-hearted mother endure such humiliation? The fourth daughter-in-law is a meddlesome individual, and yet, it is true that Dia has not contributed anything to her maternal family either. What words could her mother possibly use to silence the scornful jibes of the fourth daughter-in-law? It is her own failure as a daughter that has caused her mother a decade of sorrow. Now, with her mother having moved to Shangquan village and the family's circumstances having improved, she resolves to make amends and show her mother the respect she deserves. With her thoughts racing, she discreetly wipes away her tears and smiles at her daughter, saying, "You heir, tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival. I wish to make more egg pancakes and radish cakes, and perhaps catch a couple of chickens to present to your grandmother's family." The mention of her grandmother's family naturally includes her uncle and fifth uncle's households. Now, with the two families having been separated into independent households, there is no reason to merge them again. Separation is for the best. Otherwise, over time, various frictions and conflicts would inevitably arise. Due to the matter of the family division, grandfather was rather displeased. Fortunately, grandmother stood firmly in support. Listening to her mother, Dia could not help but feel a sense of disillusionment. For the Dragon Boat Festival, the gifts for grandmother's family consisted merely of fried eggs, pancakes, and radish cakes. After discreetly inquiring, she was indeed sorely disappointed. The people in this region remained oblivious to the very existence of zongzi, and even during the new year, they only prepared a scant few varieties of rice cakes. Alas, it is poverty that brings about such circumstances. I believe that in other relatively affluent villages, the festive and New Year delicacies would be far more abundant. Now, what kind of pastries could they make at home? Perhaps zongzi? That seemed unrealistic, as she had yet to discover any location in the mountains where zongzi leaves could be found. As she strolled a few steps in the yard, her gaze fell upon a familiar wild herb. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Yes, let us make mugwort dumplings. Without hesitation, she eagerly proposed, "Mother, I once saw a delightful treat made by the immortals. How about we make mugwort dumplings?" Lu Xiangchuan hesitated slightly. What ingredients are needed for mugwort dumplings? Do we have them at home? If not, how expensive would they be to buy? Accustomed to poverty, her first reaction to new things was always whether they were costly, whether they were worthwhile, and if they might be too extravagant. She had lived a frugal life since childhood, and after marrying Rao Shouqin, her days had been more bitter than the most acerbic of herbs. Daily labor left her fatigued as an old ox, yet she often struggled to fill her belly. The scent of meat wafted through their home every few days, yet the amount that ever graced her lips in a year could be counted on one hand. Thus, she truly did not care much for food and drink, as long as she could eat her fill. A mother knows her daughter well. How could Dia be unaware of her mother's inner thoughts? Yet now, with the family lacking for nothing, her continued frugality left Dia both amused and exasperated. Oh, dear mother, rest assured, the ingredients for mugwort dumplings are remarkably inexpensive. Merely mugwort, japonica rice, glutinous rice, and sugar mixed together. Moreover, this season's mugwort is perhaps the most suitable for making dumplings. Let us prepare these for grandfather and grandmother. I assure you they will be delighted. Huh? We also need glutinous rice and sugar? You claim it is inexpensive, yet glutinous rice and sugar are quite costly. However, since her daughter had already insisted it was affordable, and the family's finances were primarily managed by her daughter, she realized that opposing her would be too much of a slight against her. Well then, I suppose I shall concede and agree. Lu Xiangquan gritted her teeth and resolutely acquiesced. Very well. We shall make mugwort dumplings, but given the warm weather, let us not prepare too many lest they spoil. In truth, she wished to suggest merely a few pounds of rice, but the words simply would not come forth. Yet Dia had her own ideas and countered, we cannot make too few. They must be taken to grandfather's house, and gifts must also be given to grandparents, as well as several families in the village with whom we have good relations. We must not forget the family of the village chief and the clan leader. Moreover, we cannot overlook Uncle Sue at Jitsue building. If he were to return and find us lacking, we should offer more to make amends. We ought to also send gifts to the owner of Baichao Hall, for they always provide us with goji berries at a most reasonable price, and we must express our gratitude for their fairness. Indeed, there is also Master Yu from the Ink Fragrance Studio. Daya, counting on her fingers as if recounting treasured memories, left Lu Xiangquan feeling overwhelmed. Her bright smile faded, replaced by a furrowed brow as she gazed at her daughter, struggling to voice her objections, yet finding herself at a loss for words. Alas, if one were to calculate 30 caddies of japonica rice, 10 caddies of glutinous rice, and 3 caddies of sugar might not suffice. The amount of rice cakes prepared this time would surpass the total she had ever made in the 11 years at the village before the mountain. Without waiting for any dissenting words, Dia waved her hand energetically. Elder brother, it's still early for lunch. Come with me to the town to purchase glutinous rice and sugar. She then instructed Xiangxi, you go to grandma's house and bring along your cousins to gather mugwort. We need fresh and tender ones, so gather plenty and let your cousins have lunch at home. In the afternoon, when elder brother and I return, we shall all make mugwort cakes together. Before Xiangxi could respond, Arya had already dashed off joyfully. I'm going to grandma's to call for my cousins. Second brother will go pick mugwort in the wild. Xiangxi smiled indulgently, not wishing to argue with her. He fetched a basket and set off alone to harvest mugwort. At that moment, Xiangdong had already skillfully harnessed the ox cart and emerged from the backyard. Let us get on the cart. Today marked his first venture driving the ox cart on a longer journey, having previously only navigated nearby areas. The ox cart was a recent purchase, arranged by Dia, who had enlisted Uncle Wu to assist in acquiring it at the cattle market. Uncle Wu was knowledgeable about the cattle market and understood which oxen were of good quality, being a person of integrity and deep bonds. It was only fitting to entrust him with the responsibility of the purchase. Just a moment. Dia hurried to the kitchen, filling 2 gourds with cool boiled water and packing a small cloth bag with salted peanuts, as she proceeded towards the ox cart. Initially, she intended to ask Xiaji to drive the cart, but seeing her elder brother so enthusiastic, she hesitated, unsure of how to broach the subject. Can he manage at such a young age? Just then, her cousin Yunwu approached. Upon hearing that the siblings were planning a grand shopping trip to the town, his face paled in alarm, and he sternly admonished Xiangdong. What is this? How old are you? Not yet 10, and you dare to drive the ox cart to the city? Moreover, Dia is going too. Are you not concerned about frightening her? Quickly, get down and let me take the reins. Without further ado, he seized the whip from Xiangdong and pulled him down from his driving position, taking over himself. Yunwu was already 4 years older than Xiangdong, having enjoyed much better nourishment in his early years. Despite the fact that Xiangdong had not lacked for food and drink in the past 6 months, he still bore the frailty of his younger years. Standing together, they appear to be 6 years apart, with Yunwu significantly taller. Seated firmly in the driver's seat, Yunwu gave Yi a sense of stability and security, which inexplicably eased her mind. This was in stark contrast to the earlier impression given by the slender and shorter Xiangdong. who left her feeling as though the ox cart might face some calamity on the road, perhaps tipping into a ditch or crashing into a tree, creating an unsettling sense of unease. Xiangdong, unperturbed, chuckled amiably and scratched the back of his head, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Yunwu. I shall join my sister in the back. You've worked hard. Please drive a bit slower. My sister is not accustomed to riding in an ox cart, and it can be quite jarring." Yunwu replied with a smile. "That is only natural. You need not say it. I shall indeed drive at a more moderate pace, ensuring a steadier journey." Alas, that girl, Daya, is quite unlike the other girl from Shanquan village. She cannot even endure the ride in an ox cart. The village girls who have traveled by ox cart are countless. How envious they must be of her, able to ride to the city so frequently. He mused, she is truly exceptional, remarkably so. Often, I feel as though Daya is not of this world. Could it be that her encounters with celestial beings have imbued her with an ethereal aura? Upon arriving in town, Daya instinctively made her way to Jitsue building. For her, shopkeeper Su had long been as familiar as a beloved uncle, a relationship marked by warmth and closeness. To her, shopkeeper Su was nearly a benefactor. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia when recalling the day she first entered Jitsue building to sell her recipe. She considered herself fortunate to have met someone like shopkeeper Su, a man of integrity who revered talent regardless of wealth, and who was both kind-hearted and just in his dealings. She often pondered how different her fate might have been had another person been in charge of Jitsue building. The silver she received could have been drastically diminished. Wontons, though merely a simple dish, were nonetheless generously compensated by Jitsue building with 5 or 6 taels of silver. Quite reasonable. Indeed. Yet, how did shopkeeper Su treat her? With compassion and fairness, he extended his kindness to a poor girl from the countryside, actively purchasing her secret recipe at a premium. Life's circumstances can be peculiarly unpredictable. Countless times, she dared not even contemplate where she might be today had she not encountered shopkeeper Su. What kind of impoverished existence would she be enduring? Would she be oppressed and stripped of her dignity? At that moment, Chang'an was tidying up dishes by a window on the second floor when he inadvertently glanced outside, his face suddenly brightening with joy. He promptly set down the dish in his hand and rushed through the door of the bamboo pavilion, exclaiming with delight, "Uncle, Miss Rao has arrived. Her ox cart is nearing Jitsue building." Shopkeeper Su sat in a daze on the sofa, his cup of tea long cold, untouched. Chang'an, sensing his uncle's unease, asked, "Uncle, what troubles you? Even if I cannot assist, you can speak with Miss Rao. She is full of ideas. Nothing to worry about. Mind your own business and go welcome Miss Rao." Shopkeeper Su forced a smile, shooing his nephew out of the bamboo pavilion. He lifted the cup and took a hearty gulp of the now cold tea, his spirits lifting slightly. Some matters are best left unspoken, no matter how burdensome the worries. They must be borne alone, for others cannot share the weight. The anguish within him stemmed from a letter previously sent by the young master, which meticulously detailed the elder's attitude towards him upon his return to the capital. After perusing the correspondence, his spirits plummeted. How could the elder have transformed into such a person? Was that malicious woman truly so enchanting that it had clouded his judgment, leading to the demise of one's son? With no realization of her wrongdoing, and now intent on endangering the eldest son as well, the elder's actions were beyond his comprehension, and he could scarcely bear the weight of it all. In his memories, the elder during childhood was vibrant and endearing, innocent and kind-hearted. In his youth, he was cultured and benevolent, ambitious and compassionate, devoted to family and generous toward servants. After marriage, the elder showered love upon his wife and children with sincerity. Alas, the biological mother of the eldest son passed away prematurely when he was merely 8, leaving behind 2 young sons and a daughter still in swaddling clothes. Now, the younger son had been tragically killed, and the young daughter was taken by her stepmother, raised in a manner that was both spoiled and willful, oblivious to the dangers posed by her stepmother. While the eldest son sought to offer guidance, he was perceived as a rival with ill intentions. The elder's transformation filled him with sorrow, and he hoped that the young master would not lose faith and hope because of this, nor make any rash decisions. After all, they were bound by blood. Tolerance was essential, much like how one must endure a mother, such as Madame Pan. What to be done? He could only strive to be more understanding, caring less about the present situation. The eldest daughter's family lived prosperously without a single inch of the old estate. Why should the young master be so concerned about the Wren family's wealth? Although much of it was inherited from his biological mother, could that cruel woman truly relinquish her hold? The answer was an unequivocal no. The dowries and properties left by the young master's mother had long been altered and passed through several owners. Engaging in disputes with the residents of the Wren residence seemed futile at this juncture. At merely 15 years of age, the young master lacked the strength. And what could a childhood friend, the fifth prince, offer him? The bonds of royal kinship seemed distant, especially considering he had not seen this companion in years. At 15, the young master possessed nothing. What assistance could he expect from the fifth prince? At this moment, Master Su remained unaware that the very young master he sought to protect had, in fact, struck some form of agreement with the fifth prince. Moreover, he had generously imparted the guidelines for cultivating chili peppers, granting the fifth prince a significant advantage. In the near future, the fifth prince would leverage this knowledge to amass considerable wealth, drawing the attention and regard of high-ranking officials and even the emperor himself. However, that is a tale for another time. Master Su, wholeheartedly devoted to the eldest son, believed that the young master, being so young, could start anew. He envisioned the young master temporarily leaving the Wren family to forge a career wholly his own through sheer determination. Indeed, that should be the course of action. Had he known this earlier, the merger of the restaurant and inn would not have been conducted at Jitsue building. Master Su could not help but feel profound regret. He was far too late for such sentiments now. In a moment of frustration, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. The finest recipes had yet to be tested at the Jitsue building. If necessary, the young master could simply withdraw 1,000 taels of silver to settle the account with the establishment. Initially, the purchase of the recipes and ideas for the young girl had cost a mere 3,000 taels. Now, having utilized about 10 of the recipes along with several ideas, the value of 2,000 taels was entirely justified. Thus, if the young master replenished 1,000 taels, it would suffice. Moreover, the Jitsue building in Luoka town was not a property of the Wren family. The adjacent courtyard had also been acquired in the young master's name, with the funds originating from him. Coincidentally, the lease for the Jitsue building would soon expire. Why not take this opportunity to purchase the small building and its backyard under his own name? He could then encourage the young master to establish a brand new tavern. At that point, he would resign and take Chang'an and Master Chung with him. Perhaps the young master would even grant him a share, allowing him to savor the taste of being a proprietor. As manager Su contemplated these thoughts, excitement surged within him. He poured himself another cup of cold tea and gulped it down. The exhilaration and joy inundated his heart like an unstoppable tide, leaving him speechless. At this juncture in his life, having dedicated himself loyally to his master for half a lifetime, he found himself repeatedly let down and utterly disillusioned. If his master could so easily disregard the well-being of his own children, what merit remained in his continued loyalty? In truth, the seed of departure from the Jitsue building and the Wren family had been sown within him a year prior. However, at that time, the notion was not particularly potent, primarily due to his sympathy for the young master, a boy without a mother. At just 14 years old, the young master was studying at the academy, having already achieved the status of a scholar at 13, with aspirations to excel in the imperial examinations. Unfortunately, the wicked stepmother, envious of his potential, persuaded the foolish master to expel the young master from both the school and home, under the pretense of allowing him to gain life experience in the mountains. Such a master made it impossible for him to serve with genuine loyalty. Now, with this opportunity presenting itself, manager Su had finally resolved to lend his support to the young master. Lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of a knock at the bamboo door. A sweet and melodious voice called out, "Uncle Su, it's me, you?" Manager Su quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, rose to his feet, and opened the door with a smile. Come in, come in. Oh, Xiangdong and Yunwu are here as well. Please, take a seat." He then called out loudly, "Chang'an, quickly bring the best tea, and prepare a few dishes and pastries that the young lady enjoys, along with some favorites for Xiangdong and Yunwu. Hurry. At that moment, it was mealtime, and Dayu accepted the invitation without reservation. Xiangdong also appeared quite at ease, while Yunwu displayed a hint of shyness, his face flushed. It was his first time dining at the Jitsue building accompanied by the manager himself. Dayu couldn't help but shake her head inwardly, realizing that Yunwu had yet to experience much of the world. In the future, she would have to encourage him to venture out more often for proper growth. In the midst of her wandering thoughts, Master Su abruptly inquired, do you have any intention of opening a tavern with me? A tavern? With you? Are you not the proprietor of Jitsue Lu now? If you leave, who will manage it? Dayu was entirely unaware of the intricate affairs of the Rin family, nor did she wish to be. Thus, when Master Su made this unexpected proposal, she was taken aback. Indeed, we shall open a tavern together. More precisely, it will be a partnership among myself, you, and the young master. What do you think? Master Su asserted confidently, then continued, as for who will oversee Jitsue Lu, that is no longer our concern. I am planning to resign from my position there. In that moment, Dayu was rendered speechless. The news was too startling. She had yet to process it. Master Su pressed on. Once the young master returns, I will discuss this with him, and then I shall immediately travel back to the capital to personally resign from my post. Upon my return, we will commence the establishment of the new tavern, and I shall grant you a 30% stake. You may consider this opportunity carefully. Chapter 84. Hope Manager Su was both anxious and exhilarated. During his discussions with Dia, he did not take care to avoid the presence of Yunwu and Xiangdong. The two brothers were left utterly astonished, their mouths agape as if they could swallow an egg whole. What? A tavern? Moreover, a partnership with that so-called young master? This was simply unbelievable. Just a few months prior, they were impoverished, living in a dilapidated thatched hut, lacking even a change of clothes, barely surviving from one meal to the next. And now, they were to open a tavern in collaboration with the young master of Jitsue Lu? Could it be that they had misheard? Is this truly happening? Xiangdong and Yunwu exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting astonishment and confusion, as though caught in a dream, their expressions somewhat dazed. However, Dia maintained a far greater composure than her two brothers. After all, she had been a formidable career woman in her previous life. Following her initial shock, she quickly regained her composure, pondered for a moment, and then agreed. Partnering to open a tavern was indeed a possibility. Manager Su's eyes sparkled, and he felt a weight lifted from his heart. This is wonderful. He had not anticipated Ya's swift agreement. He had feared she might insist on consulting their parents first. The fact that she had readily accepted, especially in front of her elder brothers, suggested that she was accustomed to being in charge at home. To be honest, the duo leaving Jitsue Lu to venture into a new enterprise lacked sufficient confidence. It was nearly impossible to displace Jitsue Lu from Hulu County or even the entire Qing River region. After all, the Rin family was a prestigious lineage in the Lan Kingdom, and Jitsue Lu had established a formidable reputation over decades in the Qing River area. Daya, however, stated earnestly, but I do not possess any funds. I will merely contribute ideas and assist with the menu, without partaking in management. Should the tavern fail and debts accrue, I shall not bear the losses. Is that permissible? This seemed like a proposition to reap benefits without exerting effort. Yunwu and Xiangdong were left dumbfounded, gazing at their sister as if they no longer recognized her. Was this eloquent young lady truly their sister Dia? Oh, she had indeed encountered celestial beings. The transformation she had undergone since before the family split was extraordinary. What a fuss! Dia rolled her eyes at the two, continuing to lay down her terms for Manager Su. In short, I shall solely await dividends and not be liable for any debts. If this is agreeable, then I would be most willing to accept a 30% share. What say you, Uncle Su? Manager Su found himself momentarily speechless, unable to keep pace with Dia's reasoning. What was happening? This child had such grand aspirations. To disregard all responsibilities and merely await profits? Such terms seemed rather excessive. Yet, he was not overly concerned, for with proper management and a continuous introduction of new dishes, it was unlikely that the tavern would incur losses in the small Hulu County. unless, of course, someone grew envious and sought to undermine them. However, the young master was known for his astuteness and unwillingness to suffer losses. Would he be willing to accept this condition? It seems a bit precarious. This girl is certainly putting him in a difficult position. Before Master Su could respond, he was caught off guard by the teasing laughter of the maid. With such a scheming young master, I doubt he would agree. Perhaps you should consult him first. In truth, she was not one to exploit others. She had her reasons, primarily her concern about inciting envy from those she could not afford to offend, as well as her apprehension that the Rin family might deliberately complicate matters. She had no desire to become embroiled in the domestic strife of prominent families, lacking both the ability and the inclination to contend with influential figures. She was acutely aware of her own limitations. Merely a humble village girl wishing to earn enough silver to support her family and provide her brothers with the means to attend school and pursue the imperial examinations. Her ambitions were modest. She sought only a small fortune to secure her stability. Faced with her calm demeanor, Master Su suddenly felt a pang of guilt, realizing the truth of her perspective. Indeed, from her vantage point, her request was not unreasonable. It was, in fact, a necessary means of safeguarding her family and herself in the long run. The world often espouses the notion that true greatness lies in tolerance and that selflessness breeds strength. In the past, he had not fully grasped this sentiment, yet in that very moment, this young girl made him appreciate its depth. Though she cherished silver, she was not at all greedy. She navigated life with great prudence. She possessed a clear self-awareness, understanding what to pursue and what to avoid, knowing which opportunities were worth the risk and which individuals were best left undisturbed. But who, indeed, should be avoided at all costs. In a flash of insight, Master Su realized the Rin family must absolutely be avoided. More specifically, if that malicious woman were to discover that the young master had left Jitsue Tower to open a new restaurant, she would undoubtedly take ruthless measures against him, seeking to seize the establishment under his name by any means necessary. That woman was cunning and cruel, capable of anything. At that point, she could easily incite some local ruffian to disrupt the restaurant, fabricating a baseless accusation that would force its closure. She might even resort to more sinister actions against the young master, aiming to eliminate him entirely. As Master Su contemplated this, a chill ran down his spine, and he scolded himself for having been so naively optimistic previously. No, Jitsue Tower must remain untouched. It must retain its current form. He could not resign, and the young master must maintain his nominal status as the owner, ensuring that woman remained unaware of any changes. As for his joint venture with the young master and the maid, they should simply open a restaurant, avoiding any attempts to merge operations with Jitsue Tower. Otherwise, they would not live to see the outcome. The idea of pushing Jitsue Tower out of the Qingshui River region was out of the question. A modest eatery would suffice, allowing them to quietly accumulate wealth. Ah, young lady, I initially misjudged the situation, but now I see clearly. Let's open a restaurant and gradually amass some wealth. It need not be large, just situated far enough from Jitsue Tower in Hulu County, with a monthly profit of at least 1,000 taels sufficing. What do you think of this plan? Dia cast a surprised glance at Manager Su and said, Well, my intention was simply to earn a little silver for myself, to enjoy a modest comfort. However, being too ostentatious might provoke jealousy, and I have no one to back me up. Therefore, if any trouble arises in the restaurant, do not expect me to intervene. From Manager Su's reactions, Dia discerned something unusual, suspecting that Rin Jinli's trip to the capital was likely not smooth. Perhaps there was some significant trouble within that grand estate, entangled with the affairs of the Ji Chui building. Manager Su offered a wry smile, sighing internally. This child is perceptive. She must have sensed something amiss. After all, he had already mentioned his intention to leave Ji Chui building. How could she not infer something from that? This young girl, in terms of intellect and courage, is truly extraordinary for her age. Indeed, even someone of his years often finds himself in awe of her. Observing the two brothers sitting opposite, still somewhat dazed and confused, he noted that they were both Dia's siblings, one of whom was considerably older. Manager Su shook his head and chuckled. Right, You need not concern yourself with any matters of the restaurant. Regardless of the chaos that may ensue, you will not be held responsible, understood? Furthermore, you could recommend a few individuals from your family to work at the new restaurant. Your grandmother's family has enough members to spare one or two. You can also suggest some suitable villagers you deem fit for the job. No, I have already stated that I will not partake in the restaurant's affairs, and I truly wish to lead a peaceful life. If villagers were to work at the restaurant, inevitably, various troubles would arise over time. Human hearts are insatiable. Any dissatisfaction will surely be directed toward me. Dia shook her head in refusal, unwilling to take on responsibilities. As for her grandmother's family, they had only just emerged from the secluded mountains, and it would take time for them to adapt to city life. Dia hoped they could retain their inherent kindness and simplicity, leading a modest yet joyful existence. A life of simplicity, devoid of worries about food and clothing, is indeed a great blessing, a pursuit many strive for yet often fail to attain. Very well, the young master will return in a few days. We can discuss this matter in detail then. Manager Sue smiled in understanding. After enjoying a sumptuous lunch, the three bid farewell and departed. Manager Sue stood at the window for a long while, lost in thought. Finally, he made up his mind, summoned Chong in, and whispered instructions for quite some time before leaving Ji Chui building. He exited through the southern gate of the town, heading straight towards the prefectural city. To establish a new restaurant, he must avoid the limelight of Ji Chui building. Both Luhua Town and Hulu County were too small and impoverished. Having one Ji Chui building was more than sufficient. He intended to open the restaurant in the prefectural city, where wealth abounded, and small eateries were plentiful. A newly established restaurant, without ambitions for grandeur, would hardly attract undue attention. The three siblings, Dia and her brothers, embarked on a substantial shopping spree. Upon returning home, Lu Xianchuan was left speechless, astonished by the bulging sack of glutinous rice. Dia, seemingly indifferent, addressed Tan Hai with a formal demeanor. Cousin, the task of grinding the rice falls to you and Yunwu. Remember, the rice flour needs to be ground finely. If it's not fine enough, the AI equal one tea taste as delightful. Tan Hai chuckled with a simple smile, earnestly responding, understood, I shall not be lazy and will grind the rice flour several times. Lu Xianchuan, unable to hold back, shot a disapproving glance at her daughter. All you do is send your two brothers to work. Grinding is such a laborious task. I told you not to buy so much glutinous rice, but you wouldn't listen. If you have the ability, why don't you grind it yourself? Dia, unfazed by her provocations, retorted confidently, but I'm not even 8 years old yet. I'm just a child. How could I possibly grind the stone mill? Mother, you must be joking. If I go to grind, who will know how to make the AI Yigua? Lu Xianchuan was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Indeed, how is the AI Yigua made? No one answered her, all gazing at Dia with expressions of curiosity. I'm going to wash the AI Yi, Dia declared proudly, her small stature straightening as she headed towards the well in the backyard. Alas, this child is so stubborn. Lu Xianchuan sighed, shaking her head as she grabbed a wooden bucket and poured the japonica rice into it, following Tan Hai and Yunwu towards the village mill. Such a significant task as grinding for glutinous rice cannot be left solely to two young children. Dia's family had two wells, one in the front yard and the other beside the vegetable garden in the back. The well near the garden was intended for convenience in watering the vegetables and for cleanliness. After harvesting vegetables, one could easily draw a bucket of well water to wash off the dirt from hands and feet, while also cleaning the vegetables, thus avoiding excessive waste in the front yard. For instance, today, the freshly picked AI Yi had been placed, as per Dia's instructions, in the pavilion not far from the well. As Dia strolled over, Irya, Chunlai, Guyu, Xiangchao, and Shanchao were all seated in the pavilion. Selecting the AI Yi, they meticulously removed the old leaves, only picking the tender ones, placing the old and young leaves in separate baskets, keeping the area tidy. A glance around revealed the pavilion remained clean, with only a few scattered leaves. Arya had developed commendable hygiene habits. Today, with so many people gathered to clean the AI Yi, they managed to keep the space neat and orderly. Dia nodded with satisfaction, recognizing that this child was indeed teachable. Good qualities are cultivated step by step. A love for cleanliness and learning represents two crucial strides forward. Arya tossed aside the AI she was holding and joyfully rushed over, exclaiming, "Elder sister, come quickly and see if we have enough AI. If it's not enough, I can go back to the field to pick more. There's an abundance of AI everywhere. We could never finish picking it all. How wonderful it would be if we could sell it." Haha, this child is almost obsessed with money. It seems she had grown weary of poverty, perhaps influenced by her elder sister. Indeed, in her eyes, the treasures of the mountains and fields consisted solely of medicinal herbs, wild fruits, and ingredients. Regrettably, she possessed only a scant knowledge of medicinal herbs. Moreover, with the exception of goji berries, the others were of little value. For instance, the purchasing price for planting grass at the local pharmacy in Hulu Town was lamentably low, merely a copper coin for 5 pounds. However, wait a moment. What had Arya just mentioned? If it could be sold for a profit, wouldn't that be splendid? She suddenly smacked her forehead, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Indeed, this could be profitable. The mugwort fruit was quite delectable and could be sold to the snack shops in the town and county. Surely, there must be many who would relish it. Arya clapped her hands in laughter. It can indeed be sold. Well, I trust your skills, elder sister. The mugwort fruit must be delicious. How wonderful. Tomorrow coincides with the big market day. We can sell the mugwort fruit there. What do you think, elder sister? No way. That would invite trouble upon our family. If someone were to covet our secret recipe, not to mention harm us, what would we do then? Our family has no backing. Even a mere thug could bring us to despair. Dia firmly rejected the idea of setting up a stall at the market. It had never crossed her mind. Arya, frightened, dared not be willful. Fine, if we want tea go, then we want tea, alas. Yet another opportunity to earn money slips away, what a pity. The mugwort fruit was completed, a feast for the senses with its delightful aroma and taste. The faint fragrance of mugwort mingled with glutinous rice wafted through the humble farmhouse courtyard. Arya, Xiaohan, and Shansha were nearly drooling, their eager eyes fixed on Dia, awaiting her command to indulge. Dia chuckled at the sight of the three. All right, the first batch is cooled. We can start eating now. Wow, let us eat. The trio cheered and rushed toward the stone table beneath the osmanthus tree, foregoing chopsticks as they eagerly grabbed the treats with their freshly washed hands, devouring them with fervor, scarcely taking a moment to speak. The mugwort fruit garnered unprecedented adoration. Dia resolved to establish a small workshop at home to sell the mugwort fruit in the county. With her decision made, she gathered everyone, her grandmother's family, Uncle Wu's family, and her own, to discuss the workshop. Upon sharing her idea, everyone expressed unanimous support. Annie spoke first. I think it's a great plan, after all. I have plenty of free time. The paths in the mountains are too slippery to gather goji berries and mushrooms on rainy days. However, foraging for mugwort leaves in the fields remains feasible. Regardless of the rain's intensity, as long as I don a bamboo hat and a raincoat, it is manageable. Grandmother nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is a splendid idea. Several families are currently in need of money, and with this new opportunity to earn, we must seize it and not squander it. Creating a novel delicacy is no easy feat, and I believe the snack shops in the city will be eager to place orders with us. The others also expressed their agreement, with not a single dissenting voice. However, Uncle Wu expressed his reluctance to participate, asserting that he must attend to the livestock farm, while leaving the matters to the women and the young ones. The more individuals involved, the lesser the share of silver that Dia would receive. As an uncle, he could not possibly compete with a child over such trivial profits. Upon realizing this, Uncle De quickly echoed his sentiments, stating that he too would refrain from involvement. Before he could finish, Dia interrupted him, saying, Uncle, how can you not participate? We are merely women and young ones, tasked with delivering goods to the city, and we lack the strength to carry and lift. Moreover, a few women and children alone would not ensure safety, would it? Uncle, let's put an end to this debate. The delivery arrangements shall be entrusted to you and Brother Yunwu. Thus, with a definitive resolution, the Xiaoking Snack Workshop was born. This was merely the inception. In the years to come, aside from AI, Chaoguagua, the small workshop would introduce numerous delicacies according to the seasons. bringing boundless hope to these families and gradually guiding them from destitution towards the ranks of small landowners. Chapter 85. The accomplishment on the following day, the Dragon Boat Festival. Several families arose early to prepare the gifts of mugwort fruit and turnip cake. The previous day's batch had been rather small, as some had already been sent to Grandma's house, the old residence, and a few neighboring households, with the children consuming nearly all of it by nightfall. Daya, leading her siblings, ventured into the city to deliver the festive gifts. However, midway, feeling a bit jostled and uncomfortable, she suggested a pause to rest. The driver, Yunwoo, readily acquiesced, steering the ox cart down a less traveled path at a fork in the road, where they stopped by the roadside. Not far away, a cheerful brook babbled, flanked by vibrant blossoms and lush green trees. The fiery red rhododendrons swayed gracefully in the breeze, exuding an extraordinary brilliance. The brook's waters sparkled with clarity, inviting a refreshing splash. Daya was the first to approach, squatting on the smooth pebbles by the stream, scooping water with her hands to splash her face again and again. She then retrieved a handkerchief to delicately wipe her hands, face, and neck. Once refreshed, she stood by the brook, facing the wind and relishing the cool mountain breeze, feeling an overwhelming sense of tranquility and comfort. The stifling heat and discomfort from the ox cart journey dissipated swiftly. Admiring the festive beauty of the mountain flowers, Daya enthusiastically proposed, why not gather some of these flowers to accompany the mugwort fruit as gifts for everyone? Indeed, what a splendid idea. While we may not cherish these mountain flowers, the city dwellers certainly will. Let us gather abundantly. Yunwoo, harboring a hint of romanticism, wholeheartedly agreed with a smile. Absolutely. Especially the city girls, who will likely squeal with delight upon seeing these flowers blanketing the mountains. Xiang Cao teased with a laugh. The group chatted and laughed, quickly amassing a generous collection of blossoms. They decided to gather some foxtail grass as well, to bundle the rhododendrons into small bouquets, depending on the occasion, whether to present a single bouquet or several. With some eager for more, they aimed to ensure everyone would be pleased. Daya observed the heap of floral branches and proposed once again. Splendid plan. Xiang Cao giggled, leading the way to collect foxtail grass, which was plentiful, soon transforming the vibrant rhododendrons into beautiful bouquets. As they approached the city gate, they first visited Ma Xiang's studio, slightly closer to the entrance. Shopkeeper, you greeted them warmly. Miss, you please come in. You all must be weary from your journey. Let us retire to the courtyard for a rest. Daya promptly declined with polite insistence. Uncle Yu, there is no need for formality. We have come to deliver our Dragon Boat Festival gifts and will soon visit Jitsue Tower and Baikeatang. Next time, I promise to engage in a more thorough conversation, but for now, please allow us not to intrude. Yunwoo, perceptive to the situation, quickly retrieved 2 beautifully crafted bamboo baskets from the cart. Elegant, lidded gift baskets designed specifically for presenting offerings. Daya smiled and explained, Uncle Yu, these baskets contain our newly devised delicacies of mugwort fruit and turnip cake. Today, several families among us rose early with great intent, hastily preparing this delightful offering. Still warm at this hour, we humbly ask for your acceptance, hoping that Uncle Yu will not find it lacking. Master Yu promptly waved his hands, exclaiming, Not at all. How could I possibly find fault? The pastries crafted by Miss Yu are exquisite delicacies, a true treasure sought after. Thank you, I am most grateful. Master Yu hurriedly received the treats with both hands and placed them upon the counter. Mr. Yu then personally fetched 5 bouquets of flowers, saying, Uncle Yu, these blossoms were gathered along the way, a modest gift that holds no pretense. I hope you will enjoy them. Oh my, these flowers are splendid, vividly red and quite festive. I adore them. They will embellish my study beautifully. If possible, I would be ever so grateful for a few more. Master Yu's face brightened with joy as he unabashedly requested more. Tanhai could hardly believe his ears, his eyes widening in astonishment. These wildflowers abound on the mountains, and yet city dwellers cherish them to this extent? Surely I am not dreaming. Mistia chuckled, shaking her head playfully. Cousin, would you kindly fetch 20 more bouquets? Choose the largest ones. After all, There are plenty of bouquets prepared, at least 50 in total. Tan Hai, jolted back to reality by her request, blushed and replied, "All right, I shall go right away." Ha ha ha. Misty couldn't help but laugh, leading the assembly in joyous mirth. Her cousin was quite amusing, turning red so easily. Her laughter was infectious, prompting all present, including the guests, to join in the hearty laughter. The children of the mountains are innocent. While most patrons of a study are humble and courteous scholars, their laughter harbored no malice, merely a sense of amusement. Seizing the lively atmosphere, Misty raised her voice. "Esteemed guests, please take note. Today marks the Dragon Boat Festival, and at Mo, Xiangzhai, for every purchase of ink and paper amounting to 5 taels or more, you shall receive a bouquet of vibrant azaleas. Supplies are limited, only 30 bouquets available. First come, first served. May your future be filled with prosperity, happiness, and success." Her announcement elicited cheers, and a young gentleman clad in a deep blue robe called out, "Wonderful! Master, I wish to purchase a premium gift set of ink and paper, the one valued at 20 taels. "Certainly, esteemed guest, please hold on for a moment." Master Yu smiled gently, instructing an assistant to fetch the gift set. During the transaction, the young gentleman reiterated, "This is a 20-tael gift set, so I must receive 4 bouquets of red flowers." "Of course, no problem." Master Yu chuckled softly. The guests burst into laughter, and an acquaintance teased the young gentleman. "Oh dear, must you be so petty? There are only 30 bouquets in total, and you wish to claim 4 for yourself? Is that not a tad excessive?" The young gentleman retorted with conviction. "How can that be considered petty? I don't mind revealing my intentions to prevent any gossip. These flowers are for my mother and 3 sisters. 1 bouquet each, for in total, is just perfect. If I were to have 1 less, it would surely lead to discontent among my sisters." Upon hearing this, everyone could not help but laugh again. Ah, now it all makes sense. Upon the arrival of a familiar face, an immediate atmosphere of respect enveloped the gathering. "Ah, I see now. Dear brother, I was mistaken. You are indeed a devoted son and a wonderful brother. My apologies." This small interlude unexpectedly sparked a fervor among the guests, igniting a rush to purchase. In a fleeting moment, 30 exquisitely arranged bouquets were swept away. Several patrons wore expressions of disappointment, lamenting their inability to compete for a floral token to present to their wives or beloved ones on such a joyous occasion. One middle-aged man, visibly crestfallen, could not suppress a sigh. "Alas, how could they have sold out? I had intended to gift a bouquet to my wife, but regrettably there are none left. Today marks her birthday, and yet, in this bustling street, not a single flower vendor is to be found. I had rushed here, hoping to acquire writing supplies and receive a complimentary bouquet, only to return empty-handed. What a touching sentiment. In this moment, men of such affection for their wives are indeed rare." Without hesitation, a young lady retrieved a bouquet of rhododendrons, saying, "Sir, I have a few rhododendrons left, which I originally intended for the Jitsue Pavilion. Since fate has brought us together today, allow me to present you with one. May you and your wife enjoy a long and loving life together, filled with prosperity and joy." The gentleman, overwhelmed with gratitude, expressed his thanks profusely and purchased a set of 5 taels of gift boxes, leaving with a heart full of joy. Another gentleman quickly interjected, "Miss, might I also receive a bouquet of rhododendrons? I am willing to purchase more writing supplies from this shop. Of course, for every meeting is a serendipity. I shall leave a bouquet for the proprietor of the Jitsue Pavilion and donate the rest to the Maxiang studio. Fear not, there are plenty remaining. If each person here takes just 1 bouquet, there will be more than enough." Despite her reassurances, the guests hurriedly vied for the flowers. Before long, when the patrons had departed, only 2 bouquets of rhododendrons remained. The 5 and 10-tael gift boxes had astonishingly sold out, and even the 20-tael boxes, typically slow to move, were swiftly purchased in quantities of 5. Manager Yu stood astounded, a blend of surprise and delight washing over him. Rubbing his hands together, he exclaimed, "You girl, you are truly remarkable. Thanks to you, the revenue from today's sales could sustain us for an entire month. Your contributions to the Maxiang studio and the kindness shown to your uncle are beyond measure." This child is indeed intelligent and warm-hearted. Ever since her arrival, the business of the shop has flourished immensely. The concept of the gift boxes was her brainchild. She personally painted the designs, and the ideas for the woven bamboo and rattan boxes also originated from her. Her timely promotions have cleared out slow-moving stock, all her initiatives. In just 6 months, the ideas she has contributed are too numerous to count on 10 fingers. The owner had proposed a reward of 300 taels, yet she insisted on accepting only 100 taels in total. A gentleman values wealth obtained through righteous means. 300 taels is excessive. Her modest earnings are simply trifling. The bookstore thrives, relying on its former prestige and the quality of its offerings. Look at her, so humble, so genuine, and so unready. Such a girl is a rarity in this world. In truth, the bookstore's revenue has been on a decline. This downturn is due to its high-end positioning, which has deterred ordinary citizens from entering the mo xiangjai. Consequently, a significant number of potential customers have been lost. While the genuinely wealthy often pursue the allure of larger cities, preferring to travel to county or even provincial capitals to procure vast quantities of ink, paper, and brushes. Previously, he failed to see this reality, perhaps indulging in self-deception, unwilling to accept it. He fixated on maintaining a high-end approach, fearing that selling low-priced ink, paper, and books would tarnish the bookstore's reputation, thus diminishing profits and hindering future prospects. Fortunately, thanks to the timely advice from the young lady, he experienced a revelation that transformed his perspective. He modified the bookstore's business strategy to focus on high-end products while also incorporating a substantial range of mid-range and even lower-end items. This change yielded remarkable results, with revenue and profits increasing by over 30%. Uncle Yu, this is merely a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. We must hurry to Ji Chui Lu to deliver gifts. Let us converse more another day. Dia dreaded hearing such words. While she had indeed aided mo xiangjai, she had also received compensation, as her father earned a considerable sum from the establishment each month. In truth, they were even, merely enjoying a mutually beneficial arrangement. Fearing he might insist on her staying or offering her money, she departed swiftly before he could finish a sentence. Yu Zhanggue stood at the doorway, watching her retreating figure, feeling a surge of emotions. A handsome youth descended from the second floor, silently standing beside him, and quipped, "Shopkeeper, what troubles you? You seem lost in thought. Did that charming girl ask you for 1,000 taels?" Yu Zhanggue shot him a glance. "Exams are approaching, and you still have the leisure to mock me? The young lady is not greedy. She has no desire for silver. Oh, she brought some delightful treats that I almost forgot." As he spoke, he eagerly opened the basket, hastily pinching an AI yigua and biting into it without regard for appearances. Instantly, a refreshing aroma enveloped his palate, prompting him to devour it with gusto. Relishing the exquisite taste, young Master Yin, puzzled, asked, "Uncle, must you exaggerate? Can the culinary creations of a 7-year-old truly be that delectable?" "Indeed," Yu Zhanggue replied, dismissing further conversation as he savored the delicacies. "I shall try it," young Master Yin said, half convinced, and fetched a bowl and chopsticks from the courtyard, only to find himself unable to stop eating. Yu Zhanggue chuckled. "So I was not misleading you, was I? Umph. Should you ever belittle the young lady, know that in the future, when there are delicious treats, there shall be none for you. It is worth noting that you, the young girl, occasionally delights us with her culinary creations, often prompting her father to bring some for my tasting during his deliveries. Over the past 6 months, I have indulged in a considerable variety of her delectable offerings. Each dish she prepares is a delight, not necessarily superior to what the royal chefs might concoct, but certainly enough to bring me joy." Young Master Yun is the nephew of the shopkeeper, Yu. Moreover, the shopkeeper is, in fact, the principal proprietor of the mo xiang jai establishment. However, he is rather unassuming, rarely presenting himself in the capacity of the owner. Indeed, take this AI Yiguagua. For instance, it bears a charming name and boasts a delightful flavor. It is evident that this girl's ingenuity shines through in her creations, as she is truly a resourceful and skillful young lady. Young Master Yin savored another AI Yiguagua, smiling as he remarked, "Dia, this girl, Chue, from Shanshan village, is quite intriguing." From that moment on, the image of this girl took root in the heart of the young boy. Of course, at this juncture, being merely 13 years of age, he did not harbor any romantic feelings for this girl, who was just over 7. Rather, it was an instinctive admiration for her strength, courage, kindness, and intelligence that he genuinely appreciated. This fondness arose purely from recognizing and valuing beauty, akin to the affection one might hold for an endearing younger sister. Devoid of any romantic undertones, Dia and her companions ventured to Jitsue building, only to find that shopkeeper Su was absent. Chang'an informed them, "Shopkeeper Su has gone to the capital city for some urgent matters. Before he left, he instructed me to inform you that he would return in a few days and will come to Shanshan village to find you. Additionally, shopkeeper Su has arranged for your Dragon Boat Festival gifts, which have already been sent to Shanshan village." "Huh? When did they leave?" Dia iknaimet, astonished that the esteemed Jitsue building would send gifts to Shanshan village, a rather ostentatious act. Had she known earlier, she would have intervened. After all, she was already drawing enough attention, having constructed stone houses for her 5th uncle and eldest uncle, purchased extensive land, and established a breeding farm. Envy brewed among the villagers, and even those from neighboring villages felt a twinge of jealousy. This situation was rather undesirable and not to her liking. Chang'an, too, was puzzled. They departed just an hour ago. Logically, you should have encountered them on the road. Oh, we took a different path and rested for a while. Dia surmised that they must have missed the people from Jitsue building during that time. She hastily bid farewell to Chang'an. "We shall take our leave now. There are 3 portions of AI Chao Guogua. One is for shopkeeper Su, another for the young master, and the last is for you." "Huh? One for me too? Thank you so much." Chang'an was deeply moved, overwhelmed with gratitude, and at a loss for words. He could only bow deeply in appreciation. "There is no need for such formality. We made these ourselves, and they are of little value. However, they are not available for sale elsewhere, so they are indeed unique." Dia waved her hand with a gentle smile and took her leave. Before departing the city, she had an important matter to attend to. "Sister Xiang Cao, you may explore the shops on your own. Let us reconvene at the city gate in half an hour. I shall accompany my elder brother and brother Yunwu to Yipingshuan. Today is the Dragon Boat Festival, and perhaps the wormwood cakes will sell well." Dia directed Xiang Cao and the others to disperse, not out of mistrust, but because among them, only Dong and Yunwu had experienced the world to a greater extent and were less likely to falter. Particularly Yunwu, who was articulate and seemed to possess an innate talent for business. "All right, take care and don't overexert yourselves. If they refuse, do not press the matter. We have food at home," Xiang Cao, displaying a sisterly demeanor, cautioned with concern. "Understood. I won't be insistent." Dia waved her hand, and along with Yunwu and Dong, they proceeded to Yipingshuan, which was just across the street from Jitsue building. The proprietor of Yipingshuan, Lu Baiyong, had met Dia once at Jitsue building when she accompanied her 5th uncle to deliver mushrooms. Lu Baiyong happened to be dining there at the time. He was a good friend of manager Su, and as Dia entered, Lu Baiyong was descending from the 2nd floor. Manager Su took the opportunity to introduce the two, leaving Dia with a favorable impression of him. He was straightforward, generous, and possessed a strong sense of justice. Upon arriving at Yipingshuan, a staff member approached with enthusiasm, asking, "What can I get for you?" "We have 10 varieties of pastries, the finest in the entire town." "I seek your proprietor," Dia replied succinctly, handing over Manager Su's business card, which he had given her for situations where she might need assistance. Among his acquaintances were the managers of Baikayatang and Yipingshuan, 2 of whom she was now addressing. Today, the card proved invaluable. The card Dia presented was Lu Baiyong's most esteemed one, distributed sparingly to a select few close friends, merely 3 cards per person. At that moment, the staff, astonished by Dia's possession of such a card, improved their demeanor considerably. "Please hold on. I shall be right back." He quickly instructed another staff member to oversee the shop and hurried to the back courtyard to inform the proprietor. Lu Baiyong recognized the card immediately, realizing it was the one he had given to Manager Su. Not daring to delay, he promptly came forth to greet them. Upon seeing Dia and her companions, A smile spread across his face as he exclaimed, "Ah, Miss Rao, what a rare visit. We rarely see you. Please come in." Manager Sue had previously mentioned this young lady to him, sharing that several signature dishes and pastries at Jitsue building were created by her and her mother. Thus, he was keen to treat her with utmost respect, hoping she might even share a recipe for a pastry with Yu Pingshuan. Once seated in the back room, after merely sipping a cup of tea, Dia got straight to the point. "Manager Liu, I am here to sell pastries that my mother and I have recently concocted. They are quite delicious, nutritious, and made from easily obtainable ingredients. There are 2 varieties. Please have a taste and see if there is potential for collaboration. Please indulge." Liu Baiyong invited eagerly. The mist had already unveiled a woven food box, within which lay 2 pairs of chopsticks, thoughtfully prepared in advance. Without hesitation, he handed the chopsticks to Manager Liu, saying, "Please enjoy your meal. This was freshly made early this morning and still retains a hint of warmth." Liu Baiyong, naturally, did not indulge in pleasantries and immediately took a bite. A smile blossomed on his face, brimming with joy, as he exclaimed, "Delicious. Truly exquisite. Perfectly to my taste." He then inquired with a playful tone, "By the way, what is this called? And what ingredients are used?" "I'm afraid that's a closely guarded secret, and I cannot disclose it," Yunwu interjected before Daya could respond. "Huh? You can't share it?" Liu Baiyong expressed his surprise. Without this knowledge, how could he place an order? Daya promptly countered, "Of course we can share. After all, if he doesn't know what it's made of, how can he trust us to collaborate?" "Precisely. It is exactly this line of reasoning that showcases your insightful thinking, Miss Rao," Liu Baiyong praised with a grin. "This is called AI Yiguwa. All I gao gul gul." The primary ingredients are japonica rice, glutinous rice, mugwort leaves, and sugar, Daya replied with calm assurance. "Only these 4 as main ingredients? What about the additional components? How many varieties are there? What are the proportions? Most importantly, what exactly is AI chow or mugwort? I seem to have never heard of it." His words were clever and intriguing, piquing Liu Baiyong's interest. "Oh, so mugwort leaves are included in the main ingredients. That's a wonderful thing. When I was traveling in my teenage years, I vaguely heard of a family that favored using something called mugwort to make pastries. However, that family was rather peculiar. They neither sold their pastries nor shared their recipes. The pastries they made were seldom offered to guests, seemingly reserved for ancestral offerings. Could mugwort be the same as mugwort leaves? Indeed, mugwort leaves are part of mugwort, which encompasses both the roots and leaves. Daya nodded with a smile, sharing a light jest, and couldn't he help but exclaim, "I never imagined someone would recognize the marvelous qualities of mugwort leaves and be the first to incorporate them into food. The wisdom of our ancestors is truly remarkable." Indeed, the Lan country is vast and rich in resources, stretching thousands of miles from north to south. The place I visited was a remote little mountain village in the southeast, at least 3,000 miles from here. The lifestyle and culinary environment are vastly different, Liu Baiyong reflected, then shifted the conversation to the main topic, "Miss Rao, might you be willing to sell us the secret recipe for AI Yi Guagua and the radish cake? I can offer a handsome price." Daya shook her head, sincerely explaining, "Manager Liu, I can sell you the recipe for AI Yi Guagua, but it would not be a wise investment. Only the mugwort leaves harvested in spring, particularly in May and June, are suitable for making AI Yi Guagua. Therefore, it will be more beneficial for me to sell you the recipe for the radish cake. Feel free to make an offer." Selling the recipe might yield a maximum of 100 taels of silver, yet by doing so, she would forfeit the ability to sell AI Yi Guagua at the restaurant she planned to co-own with Manager Sue. Wouldn't that be a significant loss? Moreover, if she sold the recipe, what purpose would her family's small workshop serve? Aunt and several cousins. Wouldn't they have to venture into the mountains to gather goji berries once more? It is unwise. Frequent excursions pose various dangers. Moreover, the mountains are rife with mosquitoes and thorns. Each time Spring and Xiangxiao return from the mountains, they're nearly covered in scratches. Including herself, on previous trips, she always bore some minor wounds, whether a cut here or a bruise there. While these injuries may be trivial individually, collectively they cannot be disregarded. At this juncture, Liu Baiyong made an offer, 50 taels of silver for the secret recipe of the radish cake. Would this price be satisfactory? 50 taels? Very well, it's a deal. Thea did not hesitate and immediately agreed. The process of making radish cake is hardly complicated. Had the other party offered 30 taels, she would have acquiesced just the same. Huh? So agreeable? Thank you. Liu Baiyong was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter as he swiftly signed a contract with her. This child is indeed quite intriguing. Originally, he had prepared himself for her to negotiate a higher price, ready to offer 100 taels. Yet, she accepted without a second thought, saving him 50 taels. Once he had transcribed the recipe into written form, he promptly paid her with 10 pristine banknotes of 10 taels each, as per her request. He then proposed to personally demonstrate the preparation in the kitchen, allowing the pastry chef of Yiping Xian to learn alongside her. Excellent. I'm immensely grateful. Liu Baiyong readily agreed, personally escorting her to the kitchen and finding a suitable individual to assist her in mastering the radish cake. He himself attentively observed, diligently learning and occasionally posing questions, displaying an earnestness that surpassed even that of the pastry chef. Tonight at the third watch, please lend your support. Thank you. Chapter 86. Young friend, the method for preparing radish cake is indeed not complicated. A skilled dim sum chef can master it with ease. Thea felt a twinge of guilt for earning 50 taels of silver from him and, adhering to the principle of forging new friendships, generously offered the recipe for mung bean cake as a complimentary gift. Liu Baiyong was overjoyed. Mung bean for pastries? Why had I never thought of this before? Mung beans are truly beneficial. They clear heat and detoxify, making them perfect for summer, and they can also prevent excessive internal heat. Miss Rao, you are my great benefactor. Allow me to gift you 50 taels of silver for this recipe. Do not consider it a meager amount, for it is I who am at a great advantage. Thea quickly waved her hand. No need for that. The recipe for mung bean cake is my gift to you, and I shall accept not a single coin. There is no need for Mr. Liu to be so polite. We shall be friends from now on, and it is only natural to look out for one another. That cannot be. If Uncle Su were to find out, he would surely blame me for taking advantage of a young lady. Please accept this silver. Do not think it insignificant. Liu Baiyong insisted, unwilling to relent. Although he was no longer wealthy, he did not require the 50 taels. In the world of commerce, reputation and integrity hold great significance, and it is unwise to take advantage of others. Thea could not help but glance at Liu Baiyong, her impression of him improving further. With a firm yet cheerful smile, she replied, "There is no need for such formality. You are a friend of Uncle Su, and I perceive you to be a truly good person with whom I feel a rare connection. Thus, consider this recipe as a token of respect for an elder. Henceforth, we shall be friends." Thea spoke these words with great sincerity. Aiming to assist him further, she imparted some modern business insights to Liu Baiyong, touching upon concepts such as promotions, advertising, and packaging. Though her words were few, each suggestion struck to the heart of the matter. Yin Wu and Xiang Dong listened in astonishment, their expressions dumbfounded. Once again, they exchanged bewildered glances. Is this truly our sister Dia? When did she learn to make mung bean cake? And what do promotions and advertising even mean? Their confusion was palpable as they grappled with the multitude of new concepts she had introduced. What wonders had that legendary figure imparted to her? Each surprise was more overwhelming than the last, leaving the brothers struggling to comprehend the astonishing changes. After all, they had never even ventured into the county town during their long and arduous past, and their exposure to the world had been exceedingly limited. The sudden emergence of such a remarkable young woman beside them was indeed shocking, and to claim one could remain unfazed would be disingenuous. As Liu Baiyong watched Dia gracefully depart, a tumult of emotions surged within him, leaving him restless. He had recognized this young girl. She would become his cherished companion, a bond transcending age. Should she encounter any difficulties requiring his assistance, he would certainly not stand idly by. Today, meeting this enthusiastic young lady had brought him far more than mere recipes for radish cake and mung bean cake. The real treasure lay in the invaluable business insights she had shared. In the days to come, with the introduction of radish cakes and mung bean cakes, coupled with exquisite packaging and periodic promotional activities, It is easy to envision how prosperous the business of Yupingxuan will become by strengthening its marketing strategies as suggested by Daya. One can only imagine that the arrogant competitors across the street will no longer have the audacity to boast. Oof. That old scoundrel dared to attempt to swallow Yupingxuan, which is utterly intolerable. From now on, let us see how he intends to maintain his pride. Alas, it is indeed a misfortune for the family. Who could have foreseen that he would give rise to an unfilial son, one who, emulating the wealthy, squandered their immense estate at the gaming table within a year? All that remains is this old ancestral home in the small town and this dim-sum shop, Yupingxuan's main branch in the capital city, along with its branches in various counties, have all closed down, resulting in severe damage to its vitality. The Yupingxuan in Luhua town has become the most inconspicuous among all its branches. Perhaps it is precisely this unremarkableness that has allowed it to escape the eyes of those who would seek to take it over. However, reviving its former glory will not be a simple task. Yupingxuan is a century-old establishment, a family legacy passed down through generations. The mere thought that this venerable shop might one day perish due to his own hands ignites a searing anguish within his heart. Over the past 6 months, he has exerted immense effort and devised numerous strategies. Unfortunately, the relentless competition has proven to be a formidable challenge, and on several occasions, he has nearly lost hope. Who could have anticipated that today, fortune would smile upon him, as the young girl presented him with such splendid gifts? At last, Yupingxuan has been saved. He firmly believes that in the near future, it will once again grace the capital and flourish throughout the entire Qingshui River region. This monumental act of kindness feels like a life-saving grace. Daya, brimming with joy, strolled down the street, eagerly selecting gifts for her family, utterly unaware of Lu Baiyang's inner turmoil. Having earned a little extra today, she wished to purchase some small jewelry for her loved ones. Gulme, let's visit the jewelry store, she cheerfully said to her 2 brothers, who were still somewhat dazed. Huh? To the jewelry store? What for? Xiangdong replied, still lost in thought about the mung bean cakes, not fully grasping the situation. Does my sister wish to buy jewelry? Yunwu, a bit more alert than Xiangdong, quickly snapped back to attention, pulling his thoughts away from packaging, marketing, and promotions, and asked with genuine concern. Indeed, sister, you ought to acquire some adornments. You do not even have a flower for your hair. Let us choose a few lovely pieces, and I shall cover the expenses. Brother, you will pay? Do you even have any money? Xiangdong could not help but burst into laughter, shaking off his earlier days. Yunwu's face flushed with embarrassment as he retorted defiantly. Who says I have no money? I have 2 taels of silver on me, earned from selling goji berries. My mother instructed me to keep it for myself. I brought it to the town today, thinking it was the Dragon Boat Festival, and I wanted to buy a few small gifts for my siblings and elders. Xiangdong suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief and asked, What? You intend to give gifts to the residents of the old mansion as well? Yunwu curled her lip and shot him a glance. Which ear of yours heard that I was bestowing gifts upon the people of the old residence? When I mentioned siblings and elders, I naturally refer to those from the 5th and main branches. Gifts for the old mansion's inhabitants? I am neither mad, nor have I taken leave of my senses. How could that even be conceivable? Dia laughed heartily. All right then, I shall await the gifts of pearl flowers from you. Just remember, do not be stingy with your silver. If you are, I shan't pay you any mind. With a vigorous flick of her hand, she strode confidently into a nearby jewelry store, exclaiming with a smile, Shopkeeper, kindly bring forth some exquisite trinkets. I wish to procure small gifts for my family. Her voice, though still youthful, bore an air of maturity akin to that of a little adult. The shopkeeper chuckled to himself, responding loudly, and soon enough, the counter was adorned with an array of dainty ornaments. Dia quickly surveyed the selection and soon chose 6 pairs of silver stud earrings and 6 pairs of small pearl flowers, all identical in both style and design. Additionally, she selected 5 silver bangles, 2 of which were slightly more expensive while the remaining 3 were identical. Dear customer, the total comes to 15 taels and 2 coins. I shall graciously waive the change. So, it is simply 15 taels. Thank you for your patronage, and we welcome you to visit again. After a flurry of clattering abacuses, the shopkeeper beamed with respect and friendliness. Dia glanced at Yin Wu, seemingly conveying, "Brother, do pay up." Yin Wu, caught off guard by her gaze, felt a chill run down his spine and, filled with embarrassment, replied, "Sister, I do not possess that much silver today. Perhaps you could buy less? Are you planning to gift all these to the women of our family?" Having studied with Dia for a few months, he had begun to articulate a few eloquent phrases in certain contexts. For instance, while in the city, he consciously refrained from using colloquial speech. In this regard, he fared better than Xiang Dong, who remained rather shy, possessing much sincerity but lacking in cleverness. Dia couldn't help but smirk. "Brother, I was merely jesting. These items today are what I wish to give to our family. You may keep your silver for now. When I grow up, you can adorn me more lavishly. Should there come a day when my circumstances falter, you can lend a helping hand. For now, you should keep your silver, as your resources are not abundant." "Very well, then I shall gift you later." Yin Wu solemnly promised, "In the future, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to come to me. I will certainly assist you." Many years later, he fulfilled this promise and provided Dia with abundant warmth. The shopkeeper, listening to their exchange, was profoundly moved. Observing that it was this young girl who was settling the bill, he felt a pang of compassion and impulsively declared, "Seeing the deep bond between you siblings and knowing you are not from a wealthy household, I shall offer these ornaments at a reduced price. A total of 13 taels will suffice. I hope you will return in the future. Let today mark the beginning of a kindred connection." "Certainly. Thank you, esteemed shopkeeper. You are truly a benevolent soul. In the future, whenever I wish to purchase jewelry for my family, I shall undoubtedly return to your establishment. My sister, Dia, is ever so generous, embracing the benefits offered without hesitation. After all, the profit margins on jewelry are substantial, even if sold for merely 13 taels of silver. There remains a profit of at least 3 to 5 taels. Moreover, she graciously presented the shopkeeper with a good person card, which cost her not a single copper coin. Today, the duo of Yin Wu and Xiang Dong found themselves once again astounded by their sister Dia. What an eye-opening experience this has been. They were dazzled by the continuous stream of events that unfolded before them, barely able to keep up. Just when they thought they had processed one astonishing occurrence, another would swiftly follow. In this era, both buyers and sellers appear somewhat unreliable. Previously, Dia had taken the initiative to assist Mo Xiangjai with a promotional event, departing without demanding a single coin in return. Then, the proprietor of Yi Pin Xian actively purchased the secret recipe for radish cake at a premium, and subsequently, her sister willingly provided another secret to Yi Pin Xian without accepting a single copper coin. Well, that might be acceptable, considering that their silver-loving sister occasionally exhibits peculiar behavior, willingly dispensing her wealth. They had grown accustomed to such occurrences. However, this was Dia's first interaction with the jewelry shopkeeper. How could he willingly forego profits? This is quite perplexing. Strange happenings abound each year, yet this year seems particularly rife with them. The brothers trailed behind Dia, acting as her guardians, their heads spinning as if they were lost in a dream. As they strolled through the streets, their arrangement appeared somewhat odd, with their sister frequently clearing the path for her two brothers, preventing them from colliding with pedestrians or carriages. Along the way, curious onlookers pointed and whispered, leaving Dia utterly speechless. With no other recourse, she quickened her pace, but curiously, her two brothers managed to keep up without faltering. As they continued their journey, somewhat dazed, Dia led them to a fabric shop, where they procured several bolts of cloth. They also visited a grain store, a seed shop, a butcher, and a grocery store. After this circuit, the brothers remained in a state of confusion, their expressions reflecting utter bewilderment, prompting Dia to shake her head in disapproval. Alas, these two brothers are far too naive. Such trivial matters seem to occupy their thoughts for far too long. This simply cannot stand. Upon returning home, I must occasionally challenge their perspectives and instill some fresh ideas in them. It is unwise to force growth. Rather, one should nourish and nurture, watering and weeding as necessary. Yin Wu, Xiang Dong, what has come over you? Have you lost your wits? Tan Hai forcefully clapped Yin Wu and Xiang Dong on the shoulders, jolting them from their stupor. Oh, it's nothing, really. I simply did not sleep well last night and find myself a bit weary. Yin Wu quickly responded, while Xiang Dong nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, I'm just a tad tired and wish to sleep. Yet, a suspicious blush crept onto their faces. Alas, they are indeed too innocent. Even a harmless fib brings such embarrassment. It is evident to anyone that they would soon be discovered. Strangely, however, Tanhai, their cousin, seemed to harbor no doubts regarding their honesty. They shook head gazing skyward in ekaspiraten. It appears that the transformation of siblings is indeed a formidable task. She does not aspire to mold them into exceptionally successful individuals. Her ambitions are rather modest. Her primary hope is for them to cultivate self-reliance, resilience, and foresight, enabling them to withstand the trials and tribulations of life. In their interactions with others, she wishes for them to maintain dignity and composure, refraining from scheming against others while also avoiding being deceived or naively counting money for others. Achieving this would be quite commendable. Her intention is simply for them to possess the ability to safeguard themselves and lead a modest yet content life filled with happiness. In terms of finances and livelihood, she can assist once, twice, or even thrice, but she cannot provide support for a lifetime. Ultimately, it is imperative that they strive for their own success. Unbeknownst to the others, who were blissfully unaware of her inner turmoil, they joyously returned to Shangquan village. Although mealtime had passed, their family eagerly awaited their return for dinner. The households of Grandma and Uncle Wu had gathered at Aya's home to celebrate the Dragon Boat Festival. Upon their arrival, everyone rushed out to help with the unloading of goods, creating a lively scene. The banquet was arranged beneath the osmanthus tree in the front yard, consisting of 3 tables, 1 for men, 1 for women, and 1 for children. The lunch was filled with warmth, and the atmosphere was exceptionally vibrant, brimming with joy and laughter. After the meal, before the dishes were even cleared, they produced the gifts she had purchased and addressed everyone publicly. I have sold a total of 6 pairs of silver lilacs. Arya, Sister Xiangsao, Shanda, as well as Sister Chunlai and Guyu from Grandma's house, will each receive a pair. She promptly distributed the silver lilacs among her sisters. Subsequently, she revealed 2 silver bracelets, adorning one on her grandmother's wrist. Grandma, the other bracelet is for my grandmother. Although she has not treated us well and does not regard us as family, I shall consider this an act of filial piety on behalf of my father. Grandma grasped her hand, looking at her with kind eyes, nodding in approval. Yes, our Dia is the most filial and understanding child. Your thoughts are commendable, and Grandma supports you. Dia then produced 3 identical silver bracelets, handing them to her mother, aunt, and Aunt Wu. Mother, you have worked hard. This is a holiday gift from your daughter. Our family currently holds no power or influence, and we must not be ostentatious. Therefore, I have purchased bracelets worth only 1 tael of silver as a token of my filial piety. Do not despise it. Not at all, not at all. Thank you, dear child. Aunt and Aunt Wu responded in unison, their voices remarkably harmonious. Aunt Wu joyfully remarked, 1 tael of silver each is already quite generous. Your third aunt has a bracelet that she claims costs 2 taels, and she has boasted about it countless times before us. Is that so? I'm glad Aunt Wu appreciates it. As for the folks from the old residence, there is no need to concern ourselves with their opinions. Mother, you must also remain discreet and avoid ostentation. Being too showy could incite jealousy, potentially leading to significant troubles. Dia, feeling uneasy, earnestly cautioned them, aware that both Aunt Wu and her mother had been severely bullied by those from the old residence. Now that they had a chance to flaunt their good fortune, she feared they might inadvertently say something inappropriate in the heat of the moment. It is not possible. Aunt Wu would not indulge in ostentation. Her cheeks flushed. She silently pondered. How could this child perceive my thoughts so effortlessly? Alas, I blame myself for lacking composure. At my age, I should not be outdone in maturity by a mere 7-year-old girl. Indeed, Dia's concerns are well-founded. After finally enjoying a few days of tranquility, should she choose to flaunt her fortune, the residents of the old homestead would undoubtedly seize upon this opportunity to create a commotion, potentially provoking astonishing reactions. Consequently, the desire for a peaceful and quiet life might become an elusive dream. Well then, let us settle this matter. We must now deliberate on where to construct the small workshop. The first batch of mugwort fruit from Pin Xian is due in 5 days, and we must deliver 500 pieces at once. Furthermore, we need to send them daily, and our current kitchen is far too cramped. The Ya's gaze swept across the crowd, and the once lively atmosphere fell abruptly into an eerie silence. And there is still one more to come before 6 o'clock. Chapter 87. Embarrassment. Where should the workshop be located? After much deliberation, it was ultimately decided that the workshop would temporarily be established in the spacious backyard of Daya's home. The environment was delightful, clean, and tidy. Hygiene is paramount when it comes to food preparation, and one cannot afford to be careless. Now that a decision has been made, it is time for everyone to unite their efforts and swiftly venture into the mountains to gather more bamboo and wood. Additionally, some palm leaves should be collected for roofing. Once the bamboo is brought back, Father and Uncle Wu will hasten to weave a few bamboo mats, which will also be necessary for the roof. Without hesitation, Daya assumed the role of the commander. It was apparent that when she remained silent, everyone else followed suit, as if they were awaiting her directives. "All right, I understand," said Rao Shoujua. "I will go with your father to cut bamboo on the mountain." Uncle quickly added, "I will accompany Tan Hai, and his mother will join us as well." "I'll go too," Uncle Wu declared, already rising to leave, while saying, "I'll head back to fetch a machete, a rope, and a basket. Wait for me at Bali Slope." Bali Slope, as the name suggests, is located approximately 8 miles from the village of Shangquan. It features a spring and a recessed stone cave, where the villagers often rest while gathering firewood in the mountains. A couple of miles further lies a lush bamboo grove, an unclaimed hillside where they can harvest bamboo. Uncle nudged his son, "Tan Hai, go along with Uncle Wu. If he doesn't catch up with the others, at least you'll have company." Uncle Wu was indeed Tan Hai's 5th uncle. "Yes, father," Tan Hai promptly replied, hastily following Uncle Wu. Daya then led her younger siblings to the kitchen, preparing 10 small gourds filled with cool boiled water, distributing one to each person going to the mountains. Additionally, each individual received a small cloth bag containing a pancake, 5 or 6 thirst-quenching wild fruits, a boiled egg, and a handful of salted peanuts. These small bags were crafted from the most economical coarse cloth by Daya, alongside Xiangxiao, Chunlai, and Guyu. The bags were compact, just large enough to hold a few pancakes, 2 or 3 eggs, and a handful of wild fruits or roasted soybeans. They featured 2 long straps, allowing them to be secured around the waist while climbing, ensuring they were neither cumbersome nor burdensome. The small gourds were diligently collected by Daya during various market days, amassing over 50 of different sizes. In rural areas, where water pouches are a luxury, villagers typically refrain from carrying water when venturing into the mountains or heading to the market, opting instead to sip from nearby streams or, in some cases, scooping up water from the fields indiscriminately. Having grown up with this habit of drinking from streams or rivers, Daya could not endure such practices. Thus, she made every effort to acquire numerous small gourds so that when her family worked or traveled to town, they could always carry a gourd filled with cool boiled water or tea. As time passes, habits become second nature. The family has cultivated the commendable practice of refraining from drinking untreated water. They only indulge in the refreshing springs of pristine quality when venturing deep into the mountains. Similarly, in the household of their neighbor, Rao Shoujua, Dia gifted them 5 small gourds, concerned that they might continue to drink from streams and rivers due to a lack of proper vessels. Her care and affection for her family and uncle's household are subtly manifested in the minutiae of daily life. Both families profoundly appreciate this meticulous and sincere concern, and regardless of their agreement or disagreement with her numerous suggestions and actions, they extend a measure of tolerance and understanding. Most of the strong laborers have ascended the mountains, leaving Lu Xiangchuan to hastily gather a group of children to prepare the evening meal. Tonight, it is natural for the families to gather at Ya's home for a feast, and she has resolved to make it a sumptuous affair. "Mother, I bought 3 pounds of pork belly, 3 pounds of ribs, and I'll slaughter 3 chickens and 1 fish. I'll also prepare braised tofu and stir-fry 2 green vegetables. That should suffice." Dia contemplated before stating her plans. Lu Xiangchuan frowned in concern. "Oh dear, Must we kill 3 chickens? We already have fish and meat. Can we not make do with just one? We had fish for lunch. Isn't that enough? Mother, today is the Dragon Boat Festival, and there are so many guests. Besides, everyone is working hard in the mountains to gather bamboo. We must have a proper meal. Dia insisted, please, let us prepare 3 chickens, make a spicy chicken dish, and brew a pot of mushroom chicken soup. Let us also create 2 tofu dishes, 1 braised and 1 mapo tofu. Noticing her mother's furrowed brow deepening, Dia raised her voice slightly, resolutely adding, let us increase the quantity of vegetables and don't skimp on the oil. With so many people, we cannot risk running short. It would be a disgrace during a grand festival if our hospitality falls short. That last remark left Lu Xiangchuan utterly speechless. She was not inherently stingy. Rather, years of hardship had ingrained a frugality in her. Now, their standard of living had surged from abject poverty to enjoying meat every other day. With guests arriving, they could even host a lavish banquet, complete with a variety of meats. This stark contrast left her unsettled, often feeling as if she were in a dream, so surreal that she feared awakening to find it all a fleeting illusion. Thus, she constantly reminded herself to remain grounded, content as long as her belly was full. Dia somewhat understood the turmoil within her mother, and for this reason, she was even less inclined to indulge her concerns. After all, the hard work and risks taken to sell recipes and ideas were ultimately to provide the family with a prosperous life, a home to dwell in, new clothes to wear, and ample food to eat. The Dragon Boat Festival banquet, under Dia's insistence, was lavishly arranged and filled with warmth and joy. Accompanied by clouds and fragrant herbs, Dia personally invited her grandparents to join the feast, only to be firmly declined by Granny Pan. No, your home is a den of wolves. I fear once I enter, I shall never find my way out. Alternatively, one might be beaten to a pulp and carried away. Baishir only added fuel to the fire, declaring, who knows if this heartless wretch might poison your grandmother's bowl of rice. Mother, do not go. Our family is not without provisions. Moreover, you are only sending me with father. What kind of nonsense is this? Is it not an intentional attempt to tear our family apart? Indeed, during such a festive season, if one is to be summoned, the entire family should be invited. What is this? Father and mother are not beggars. Why should they be summoned and treated with such disdain? Mengshir has always been Baishir's most loyal sycophant. Whatever Baishir says, she naturally supports without question. Raumuden shot a cold glare at Dia, and, in a menacing tone, exclaimed, did you hear that? My family is not made up of beggars. You cannot simply dictate who goes and who does not. Hurry and leave, or else I shall not be polite. Chong Sheng, already seething with rage, seized a firewood stick and charged at Dia, shouting, you insolent girl, I will put you in your place. How dare you come here to humiliate my family during the festive season? Today I shall show you. Caught off guard, Dia could only close her eyes in resignation. The sound of the heavy blow striking someone reached her ears, yet the anticipated pain did not come. She opened her eyes in surprise to find that Yunwu Gu had taken the blow for her. At that moment, it was evident that Yunwu Ji's right shoulder was injured, causing him to grimace in pain. Yunwu Gu, does it hurt? Is it serious? Daya's face putted. Yunwu forced a smile, replying, it's nothing. You need not worry. Daya, Yunwu Gu is a man. Sister Xiang Sao, please help Yunwu Gu outside. I will join you shortly. Dia held back her tears, imploring Xiang Sao. All right. But be careful. We will wait for you at the door. Xiang Sao's heart burned with anger at her brother's beating, wishing she could fiercely confront Chong Sheng. However, being the gentle and well-mannered girl she was, she found it impossible to strike her own cousin in front of the elders during such a festive occasion. Fortunately, there was Dia. Was Dia indicating that she intended to avenge her brother? Xiang Sao's emotions were conflicted, filled with both anticipation and worry. Once Yunwu and Xiang Sao exited the hall, Dia stepped closer to Chong Sheng, her gaze as cold as a millennium of ice. Chong Sheng, terrified, retreated, stammering. What do you want, you filthy girl? I'm a son of a scholar. I will. He was so frightened that he could hardly articulate his thoughts. Dia coldly laughed, completing his sentence. You wish to imply that once your brother becomes an official, you will ensure that I and my family will have no peace? Is that not so? Indeed, that is precisely my intention. Today, should you dare to lay a finger on me, you will surely regret it in the future. You will find no place to weep. Chang Sheng's courage slowly began to swell. Dia, uninterested in him any further, turned her gaze towards Fu Gue. Cousin, do tell. Is it true that once you become an official, I shall have no good days ahead? Dia, do not listen to his nonsense. I certainly did not mean that. His face flushed with shame. He dared not lift his gaze to meet that of his young cousin, for her eyes were both pure and piercing, as if she could see right through him. The memories of his mother's desire to sell off the eldest daughter and the humiliation of his uncle's family being cast out in utter destitution were wounds that would forever ache in his heart. A perpetual source of disgrace. Before his uncle's family, particularly in the presence of his young cousin, he found himself unable to hold his head high or assert his dignity. Listen here, Long Sheng, if there's a next time, I shall surely break your dog legs. With a sharp glance that swept across the occupants of the old residence, the eldest daughter hurled this fierce proclamation before placing a two-tail silver ingot into her grandfather's hand and swiftly turning to leave. Today's update is complete. See you tomorrow. Thank you all for your support and encouragement. Chapter 88. Transformation. As she reached the gate of the courtyard, a sudden thought struck her, prompting her to turn back. Noticing her retreat, Bai's sharp sarcasm pierced the air. Oh dear, Miss Dia, what's the matter? Are you hoping to come over for a meal? Let me assure you, there is no such hospitality here. You would do well to leave at once. You are unwelcome in my home. Who would covet the fare from your household? Undeterred, Dia shot her a disdainful glance, and, facing Pan's cutting gaze, strode confidently toward her. In the midst of Pan's startled expression, she pressed a silver bracelet into her hand. This is a gift for you, a token for the Dragon Boat Festival. What? The bracelet? An offering from this obstinate girl, who had always regarded her with disdain. Surely, this could not be real. A wave of unexpected emotion washed over Pan as she lifted her gaze, ready to utter something to the girl. To her dismay, she found that the girl had already exited the hall, striding purposefully away from the courtyard. Alas, this girl was so stubborn. If she truly wished to present such a fine bracelet, could she not utter a few kind words? Must she, as a grandmother, bow her head and admit fault? The child's lack of understanding of familial duties left Pan utterly helpless. Had the girl chosen to speak a few sweet words and humble herself, Pan would have gladly acknowledged her as a granddaughter. No, she could not remain obstinate. She needed to devise a plan to summon the eldest to come in person. What a malicious little imp, resorting to such tactics. Did she think that a mere trinket could win hearts? Her past unfilial behavior and sudden attempts to curry favor were of no use. They would only serve to deepen disdain. Bai, with a calculated smile that feigned propriety, spoke words laced with ridicule. Meng, ever the sycophant, echoed Bai's sentiments, indeed. Sister-in-law is absolutely right. Besides, this girl is nothing but a harbinger of misfortune. You must not accept her gifts. Mother, allow me to safeguard it for you, and I shall shield you from any calamity it may bring. She spoke as if she were the epitome of filial piety and virtue, believing others to be foolish. The true intentions behind her words were as transparent as daylight. She merely sought to claim the bracelet for herself, as Pan wrestled with her regrets. Wondering if she had been too harsh on her eldest, Bai's incitements ignited her irritation. Just as she was about to express her frustration, Meng, the foolish woman, interjected with even more offensive remarks. Unable to contain her fury, Pan slammed her hand on the table, glaring at her oblivious daughters-in-law. Silence. You too, with your incessant gossip. Do nothing of worth. Have you looked in the mirror? What virtues do you possess? Mother, what on earth is wrong with you? Have you taken leave of your senses? Meng is a person of great impulsiveness. Without a moment's contemplation, she spoke her thoughts aloud. It is not that she lacks intelligence. Rather, it has been over a decade since Pan has ever raised her voice at Bai. The events of this evening left Meng in utter astonishment, causing her to lose her customary composure. Bai, equally taken aback, paused for a moment before regaining her senses, adopting an expression of deep grievance. Mother, what wrong has your daughter-in-law committed? I have always held you in high regard, and am at a loss as to where I have displeased you. On the surface, her words appeared to be an apology, a humble admission of fault to the elder matriarch. However, Each phrase subtly implied blame towards the elder, suggesting that she was a malicious and capricious matriarch prone to stirring discord. Meng presumed that the elder would respond as she had in the past, cowering in fear. Yet, the unfolding events surpassed her expectations dramatically. Pan recalled certain admonitions from Dia, and in this peculiar moment, found them strikingly pertinent. Reflecting on the past decade and more, she pondered what Bai and Ming had truly contributed to the family as daughters-in-law of the Rao household. It seemed that aside from bearing a few children, these two women spent their days gossiping, their incessant chatter earning the disdain of most villagers. Bai, proclaiming herself the scholar's wife, refused to partake in any household labor or farm work, barely managing to wash her own clothes and shoes, often seeking various excuses to accuse the elder branch, compelling them to wash her garments as a form of penance. Meng, though slightly more industrious than Bai, consistently found reasons to procrastinate, dragging her feet as if she had not eaten. Each year during the busy harvest seasons, she feigned illness to evade summer and autumn harvests, only to miraculously recover just as the busy season was concluding. In winter, when everyone ventured into the mountains to gather firewood, she made excuses 7 or 8 times out of 10, claiming injuries or ailments. Consequently, she neither ventured to gather wood nor washed her own clothes, resorting to manipulative tactics to elicit sympathy from the elder daughter-in-law, offloading her responsibilities onto the diligent and honest woman. As Pan reflected on these countless grievances, her anger intensified, and sorrow enveloped her heart. In retrospect, she realized her past errors in misjudging people and wrongfully accusing the virtuous, who claimed that the elder and Deyo were harbingers of misfortune. If they were, why did their fortunes flourish immediately after the separation? Von experienced a sudden awakening, questioning the actions of her former self. What kind of individuals had she chosen to remain close to, pushing away her good son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren? Those she kept around were either indolent, greedy, or possessed malicious hearts. The second son, inherently kind-hearted and honest, had unfortunately married the wrong woman, who exerted strict control over him. Upon reflection, Pan recognized that her disdain for the elder branch was largely instigated by Bai. The more she contemplated, the more sorrowful she became, never before feeling so utterly defeated as she did in that moment, realizing that the past decade had rendered her powerless. She suddenly shattered a rice bowl at the feet of the Bai matriarch, declaring, "Listen to me, from this day forth. The family of the second son shall have Mutin and Moli responsible for sweeping, washing, cooking, and feeding the chickens. The family of the third son will accompany the fourth son's family to the mountains to gather goji berries and mushrooms." Upon utterance of these words, the crowd was struck as if by thunder, akin to snow falling in June. A palpable fear gripped them all. None could shake the feeling that the old lady had gone mad or was possessed. "Mother, what has come over you? Is everything all right? I shall fetch a doctor." Fourth uncle, though somewhat self-serving, was nonetheless a dutiful son. Witnessing his mother's sudden outburst filled him with dread, leading him to believe she was either possessed or had been afflicted by a malevolent spirit. His immediate concern was for his mother's well-being, oblivious to the irony of his own situation. However, his earnestness, misplaced in this instance, only served to infuriate the old lady further. "Fetch a doctor? I am perfectly well. Are you wishing for my demise? You all harbor ill intentions, hoping I die so you can claim my inheritance?" Her voice rang out, resonating with authority. Upon careful observation, Fu Gui discerned that her gaze was clear and her speech coherent, devoid of any signs of possession. She was quite rational. The reason for her eruption today likely stemmed from a sudden epiphany, coupled with feelings of guilt and sorrow, compounded by the provocations of mother and third aunt, who had spoken many unkind words. Thus, her ire was ignited, and she sought to make an example of them. In truth, this was a positive development, was it not? Fu Gui was firmly convinced. Ever since the separation of uncle and fifth uncle, the old residence had deteriorated into chaos. Mother and third aunt idled away their days, indulging in gluttony while relishing in gossip. The fourth uncle's family was not as easily trifled with as the first uncle's, nor possessed the simplicity of the fifth uncle's. who would willingly toil from dawn till dusk, only to return home and suffer unprovoked insults and humiliation? The answer was, of course, a resounding no. Thus, every day in the old residence unfolded like a drama devoid of monetary cost, featuring exchanges of heated words and physical confrontations. In short, it was a cacophony of chaos, leaving no room for peace. Now, with grandmother willing to step forward to uphold the harmony and tranquility of the family, Fu Gui sincerely believed this to be a fortuitous turn of events. Both mother and third aunt were utterly unreliable. It was imperative that someone take charge. Otherwise, should he rise to an esteemed position in the future, the revelation of such an unreliable mother would surely render him a laughingstock in official circles. Moreover, Muden and Molly must learn to manage household chores. They could not be indulged further. Otherwise, they would inevitably bring ruin upon themselves and cause suffering to their maternal family. With a resolute decision made, he chose to stand firmly with grandmother, pledging his unwavering support. Thus, when he saw mother and Muden simultaneously charge toward grandmother, seeking to subdue her, he stepped forward without hesitation. "Mother, Muden, silence. Stand still, do not move an inch." His words, to both his mother and sister Muden, resonated with the authority of a royal edict. As soon as the words left his lips, the two halted in their tracks, remaining utterly still, simply awaiting his command. Fu Gui's countenance darkened as he cast a stern gaze over his troublesome mother and sister, their father, who seemed indifferent to the chaos, and his younger brother Chang Sheng, who was engaged in disparaging the Daya family to M.O. Li. Fury surged within him, almost causing him to choke on his rage. "Listen well," he declared. "Since no one seems capable of managing this household, which has descended into disarray, I propose we divide the family. Just as a tree branches out, so too must an adult separate from their family. It is a natural law. This household shall be split today, and tomorrow we will summon the village chief and clan leader to witness this, to prevent any unnecessary disputes in the future." With resolve, Fu Gui clenched his teeth, feeling compelled to voice the thoughts that had long been festering within him. He was well aware of the backlash his words would incite, yet he had not anticipated that the first to oppose him would be none other than his own sister. "I absolutely refuse to agree to a division of the family. If we separate, who will cook? Will it be father? I assure you, I will not be the one to prepare meals, for I intend to marry into a wealthy family or a high-ranking scholar. Cooking is a task for the lower classes. Do not expect me to cook for you." The moment these words escaped her lips, the expressions of those present darkened, as her remarks had undoubtedly offended both their grandmother, Madame Pan, and their Aunt Tao. It was important to note that since Uncle Wu's family had separated, Aunt Tao and her eldest daughter Li Hua had been compelled to take over the household kitchen. During the busy farming season, both Tao and Li Hua had to labor in the fields, and the meals prepared by Meng were inedible to anyone. With no other recourse, Madame Pan had to step in and manage the household sustenance. But what had Mu Dan just said? That cooking was a task for the lower classes. By her logic, did this mean that she, as a grandmother, was viewed as inferior in the eyes of her granddaughter? And why? If she could work in the kitchen, could her granddaughter not do the same? Furthermore, it was nearly impossible to find a family where the mother-in-law cooked and did household chores while the young daughter-in-law sat idly by, merely waiting for her mother-in-law to serve her meals. "How remarkable you are! You and your mother and sisters are of high status, while I, the mother-in-law, have been relegated to the status of the lower class." Madame Pan was incensed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she pointed at Bai and Mu Dan, struggling to finish her sentence before she fainted. The family was immediately thrown into a state of panic as they attended to Madame Pan and called for a doctor. Fu Gui personally went to the kitchen to brew medicine, which he then administered to Madame Pan. Once she had been taken care of, he convened a family meeting. Fu Gui's anger flared, directing itself at his sister, Ruan Mu Dan. "From this day forth, our parents shall no longer indulge you. Excessive pampering is tantamount to stifling a person's inherent goodness and industrious nature. Just look at what you have become. You aspire to marry a scholar. Yet that is nothing but a fool's dream." Ruan Mu Dan was incensed, disregarding the fact that her older brother was her future hope for marrying a scholar. She immediately confronted him, exclaiming, How can you call me a dreamer? You must speak with me reasonably, or I shall never forgive you for the rest of my life." Bai's heart ached for his daughter as he cast a stern gaze upon his son. "Fuguwei," he admonished, as the elder brother, "it is utterly disgraceful for you to baselessly defame your own sister. Have the lessons your mother imparts to you been in vain? Have you truly not retained a single word of wisdom? If you seek justification, I shall provide you with one that will leave you thoroughly convinced." Fuguwei, consumed by rage, felt an overwhelming urge to strike her across the face. He glared at her coldly, articulating each word with precision. "You are a woman devoid of any skills, illiterate and lacking in exceptional beauty. If your temperament offers nothing commendable, and you cannot even cook or perform rituals, pray tell, who would wish to take you as a bride?" Chapter 89. Orders Raumuden gazed up at her brother in disbelief, astonished that this brother, whom she had sought to please since childhood, could utter such words to her. The very person who had always showered her with affection now spoke to her as if she were worthless, akin to the most wretched refuse. His words were nothing short of a dagger to her heart, leaving her in a state of bewilderment and rising panic, as if something profoundly significant in her life was quietly and gradually slipping away. Years later, after enduring great hardship, she would come to understand that, although her brother's words had been painfully harsh, they were, in fact, pearls of wisdom intended for her benefit. It was precisely because he cared for her that he chastised her so mercilessly. Regrettably, her realization came too late. Everything was irretrievable. At this moment, her heart was consumed solely by anger, anger that overshadowed any sorrow she might have felt. For throughout the years, her affection for her brother had been largely motivated by a desire to curry favor, to secure his influential support in the future. Her sincerity had been but a thin veneer, expertly concealed beneath layers of pretense. In her earlier days of wealth, she had focused solely on her studies, oblivious to the dynamics at play. Perhaps today, in a flash of insight, Rao Fuguwei had begun to perceive certain peculiarities that had long puzzled him. It was only fitting that he could articulate such piercing truths today. Rao Fuguwei, raised in such a household and surrounded by these familial figures, could hardly remain unscathed. The notion of emerging untainted from the mire is not easily realized. It often seems more suited to the realm of fiction. In comparison to the unblemished purity of Xiangdong, Xiangxi, and Yunwu, he was still considerably lacking in virtue. Deep within, he had inherited a measure of the Bai family's selfish disposition. Though not overwhelmingly severe, it was enough for him to prioritize his own interests over those of his unreliable mother and sister. These two individuals might prove to be obstacles on his path to success, potentially bringing him disgrace before the powerful. At this moment, all he felt towards them was disappointment, a throbbing headache, and a lingering sense of distaste that he himself had yet to acknowledge. "Brother, how could you say such things? Do you not feel any remorse? I am your own sister, yet today it seems as though you regard that despicable Rao Daya as your true sister." Raumuden was nearly beside herself with rage. Rising on her toes to confront her brother's stern visage, her voice piercing and sharp, echoing painfully in Fuguwei's ears. "Indeed, you are my biological sister. Yet I would rather have Daya, my half-sister, as my true sibling. A sister like you is nothing but a source of shame, a heavy burden. You are indolent, spiteful, petty, and malicious, yet you presume to elevate yourself above others, oblivious to your own ignorance." Fuguwei sincerely believed that his sister embodied every flaw one could find in women. At this moment, how do you differ from a shrew? If you remain unrepentant, even if I were to achieve great success in the future, I would hesitate to introduce my friends to you. Fuguwei, truly incensed, spoke with a tone of utmost severity, his words somewhat unrestrained. "What did you say?" Upon hearing this, Bai was taken aback and immediately turned her ire towards her eldest son. "Mu Dan is your own sister, if you do not support her. Who else do you intend to assist? Now that you have a good man, do you wish to extend your favors to that insipid, wretched girl?" Such irrationality was beyond comprehension. Fuguwei could not help but furrow his brow, casting a deeper glance at his mother and sister. A sense of disdain and annoyance began to quietly take root in his heart. although he was yet unaware of it. At that moment, he merely felt that his mother and sister were a source of irritation, appearing increasingly unpleasing to his eyes. Particularly, his sister's fierce demeanor and her expression as if he owed her a fortune struck him as absurd, while his mother's heart-wrenching display only seemed laughable to him. In the past, how had he not realized the deplorable upbringing of his mother and sister? Perhaps it was their facade that masked their true selves before him, or perhaps he had placed too much trust in them, rendering him oblivious to their faults. His greatest regret concerning the past was his failure to discern his mother's actions in time, allowing her the opportunity to surreptitiously sell off Dia. This matter hung over him like a sword poised above, ready to plunge down should Dia ever feel wronged. If she chose to retaliate, she could easily wield that metaphorical blade. Consider the implications if this incident were to come to the attention of his superiors, the censors, or those who had never quite seen eye to eye with him. The consequences would be dire. His ostracism and neglect would be trivial compared to the fear of being subjected to the scrutiny of the officials, leaving his career in ruins. A decade of diligent study, culminating in a dismal outcome, would render him a laughingstock throughout Hulu County. With this thought, Fu Gue instinctively shivered, his tone chillingly resolute. What is wrong with Dia? In my eyes, no girl from Shanqian Village can compare to her. Not only do the women of Shanqian Village pale in comparison, but throughout all of Hulu County, there are likely very few who could rival her. In just a few months, this young girl had provided her family with a home and ensured they led a life free from want. Looking around, how many girls could accomplish such a feat? Moreover, she earned money but scarcely spent it on herself. She neither wore gold rings nor silver bracelets, nor had he seen her adorn herself with even a small floral pin. Such magnanimity, such ambition, such intelligence. Her future is undoubtedly bright and should not be underestimated. By no means could she ever be wed to a mere farmer. Even if this sister cannot draw near to her, she must never be antagonized. Fu Gui's greatest virtue lies in his self-awareness. He possesses an understanding of the times and knows when to yield appropriately. Compared to that henpecked father of his, he is indeed far superior, not just by a little, but in a manner that even the likes of Rao Sholi cannot hope to match. Rao Muden was once again driven to the brink of madness by her elder brother, who inexplicably sided with that despicable girl, a phenomenon that had never occurred before. In that fleeting moment, anger and jealousy surged within her, causing her to lose all semblance of reason. She shouted vehemently, "Brother, to disparage your own sister and elevate someone so unworthy truly chills my heart as a sibling." A person like her, frail and diminutive, with hands calloused from toil, is hardly deserving of being the legitimate wife of a prominent family or a scholar. Given her status and appearance, even as a concubine, she would hardly be coveted. Madame Bai nodded vigorously, her face a mask of derision. Indeed, Muden speaks the truth. A person like her, who spent her days in the old residence feeding pigs and chickens, toiling in the fields, would be better suited as a lowly servant. Fu Gue could no longer bear to listen and let out a cold laugh. Marriages between families are meant to forge bonds between surnames. If you continue to be obstinate, arrogant, and utterly incompetent, then marrying you off to my friends would not be a union, but rather a means of bringing calamity upon them. Ultimately, they would harbor resentment towards me, perhaps even turning into foes. Let me make myself clear. I will never engage in such a deed. Oh, how can one even begin to address the folly of his mother and sister, forcing their young daughter to labor in the fields, tending to livestock, resulting in calloused hands? Whose responsibility is that? Ultimately, it is the instigation of his mother and sister that has led to this state of affairs. How audacious of them to publicly discuss the shortcomings of their elder daughter. Alas, how unfortunate he is to be burdened with a mother and sister so devoid of shame. If he does not take the time to reform them, they will undoubtedly become the greatest obstacles and laughingstocks on his path to a successful career. But are these two even amenable to change? His duty is to study diligently. Where does he find the time to argue with them all day? Fu Gue felt engulfed in darkness, with a foreboding sense of dread about the future, as if he could see no light ahead. What? Fu Gue, Muden is your very own sister. You cannot disregard her. By saying such things, are you not severing ties with your kin? Are you not afraid that the ancestors of the Rao family will blame you for your callousness? In her desperation, Madame Bai lost her composure, inadvertently digging her own grave. She had assumed that such words would compel her son to heed her advice, reveling in her own cleverness, convinced that her eloquence would leave him without a shred of objection. However, Fu Gui remained unfazed, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Indeed, speaking of it, both Dia and Aryu are my sisters. But how did you treat them in the past? I wonder what our ancestors would think upon learning of the hardships Dia and Aryu endured, and how our uncle was cast out of the family. Have you never felt a tinge of fear in the dead of night? For the very first time, he issued threats to his mother and sister, displaying a ruthlessness previously unseen. He hardened his heart and played mind games with them. Until today, he had always shown them love and genuine care, never once causing them embarrassment or allowing them to feel sorrow. However, having come to a realization, he understood that indulgence was not true concern for their well-being. Perhaps a wake-up call was indeed the best way to genuinely consider their future. If he did not adopt a firmer stance now, it was evident that even if he achieved great success, he would be looked down upon by society due to the shortcomings of his mother and sister, thus jeopardizing his prospects. Mrs. Bai, a superstitious woman, turned pale at her son's words. Unable to suppress her anxiety, she glanced around nervously, secretly worried. Would their ancestors hold her accountable? Would they invade her dreams at midnight? The mere thought sent shivers down her spine, leaving her feeling utterly cold. Nevertheless, instead of self-reflection, she directed her anger toward the Daya family, harboring an especially deep resentment towards the Daya herself. It was all that wretched girl's fault. Had it not been for her, her son would not have acted so unfilially. Her precious son, who had always been close to her and had shown great affection for his sister Mudan, had been led astray by Daya's influence. In Mudan's heart, seeds of hatred were sown, casting Daya as her arch-nemesis. She vowed that in this lifetime, there would be no reconciliation between them. If one day she were to rise to prominence and wealth, she would ensure that the ungrateful Daya received a profound lesson, compelling her to kneel before her. On her way home, Daya suddenly felt a chill run through her, as if she were being watched, which left her feeling quite uneasy. 5 days later, the family workshop was finally completed. Besides a few wooden beams and columns, the rest was constructed entirely from bamboo. The walls were woven from bamboo. The roof was crafted from bamboo. The windows were made of bamboo, and the tables and chairs were also bamboo creations. The walls were adorned with bamboo kitchenware and wooden utensils. Along one wall, a long shelf made of bamboo displayed winnowing baskets and containers. Many of these bamboo and wooden items were novel creations, specifically made for the workshop. For instance, the winnowing baskets and containers were designed to hold various pastries and delicacies, which, while not new, were essential in large quantities. The most striking features were undoubtedly the molds for pastries and treats. These molds, which Dia sketched out, were specially crafted by her father and fifth uncle from fine timber. They came in various shapes, square, round, and diamond. But the majority were in the form of flowers and small animals, exuding cuteness in abundance. Being a young girl, Aryu was instantly enamored with these molds. Clutching a peach blossom-shaped mold in her hands, utterly captivated, she gazed pitifully at her mother and elder sister, her watery eyes sweeping over the remaining molds, as if pleading, "Let me have one as a toy. The more, the merrier." Unable to contain her laughter, the elder sister turned to her mother and said, "Mother, grant her a few. After all, they were made by Father and Uncle Wu, and there was no expense involved. At most, Father will have to toil a little harder to create a few more molds." Lu Xiangchuan gently tapped her younger daughter's forehead, saying, "Just this one. Don't think of having more. This is meant for making food. It is essential for earning money. Your father works tirelessly from dawn till dusk, and after finishing the molds, he still has to weave the bookcases, leaving him no time to rest. It is quite exhausting." The elder sister suddenly smacked her forehead, exclaiming, "Oh right, I almost forgot. The woven bookcases. Emotion Studio has added 10 more orders. Manager, you mentioned that this was a special order from young Master Yin. I completely forgot to tell Father." Chapter 90. A confrontation at Mo Xiang's studio. Yu Zheng furrowed his brows as he gazed at his nephew, reproaching him. Young man, you have suddenly added 10 orders with numerous urgent requirements. Do you expect them to keep up? Oh, dear uncle, such words hardly befit a businessman. In commerce, one seeks prosperity. An increase in orders is undoubtedly a boon for that young lady's family. How is it that your perspective has soured? Moreover, matters should be approached with mutual consent. If you're concerned about fulfilling these demands, you need not accept this business at all. Young Master Yun chuckled mockingly, a glint of cunning dancing in his eyes. His intentional imposition of numerous demands was merely a test for the young lady, to ascertain whether she possessed the fortitude to rise to the occasion. More accurately, it was to determine if she had the capability to meet the challenge. After all, his requests were somewhat formidable, and he himself had pondered for quite some time without arriving at a solution. As the saying goes, 2 flowers bloom, each showcasing its own beauty. The young lady opened the contract and swiftly perused its contents, exclaiming in astonishment, "Goodness, such a multitude of requirements. Waterproof, theftproof, pestproof, durable, lightweight. Capable of holding more items. Is this not a deliberate attempt to complicate matters? Young Master Yin, must you be so devious? It is merely a rattan box, not a safe. You present yourself as a paragon of virtue, yet I find it more fitting to call you the Dark Prince. Is the one who penned such letters truly the gentle and refined 10-year-old scholar, Young Master Yin? Young Master Situ Baiyun, at the tender age of 13, was the youngest individual in the entire Qingshui River region to attain the status of a scholar, having achieved this milestone at the age of 11. Moreover, as disclosed privately by Manager Yu, he had the potential to secure the top position but deliberately chose to tone down his performance, finishing in the lower ranks to maintain a low profile. Even so, an 11-year-old scholar was a remarkable sight in the Qingshui River region. What sort of place is the Qingshui River region? In the eyes of those from the capital and the affluent Jiangnan areas, it is merely a poverty-stricken mountainous area, fraught with backwardness and a dearth of talent. Out of 1,000 individuals, perhaps only one has attended school for a few years, particularly in the past 3 years. The number of successful candidates from Qingshui River has been fewer than 10. The scarcity of talent had reached such an extent that when young Master Yun became a scholar 2 years ago, the newly appointed governor was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, and the county magistrate of Hulu County was equally troubled. One was newly appointed, while the other was set to retire the following year. The number of scholars and successful candidates from their jurisdiction was directly tied to their political achievements. Hulu County was young Master Yun's hometown. Although his grandfather had relocated to the capital over a decade ago, the Sidhu family still possessed a century-old mansion in Hulu County. The clan boasted over 100 members, with several of young Master Yun's grandfather's brothers still alive, maintaining a cordial relationship with Yun's family. It can be said that young Master Yun's roots remain firmly planted in Hulu County. As a result, a remarkable 11-year-old scholar emerged from the Qingshui River, which prompted the local governor and magistrate to join forces in promoting him as a paragon of scholarship, widely publicizing his accomplishments. He was elevated to a level of fame and recognition that even reached the capital, where many were aware of this extraordinary young talent. Encountering such a prodigy, who possessed a touch of cunning, Dia could not help but sigh in exasperation. Alas, this is indeed a perplexing predicament. To create a waterproof, theft-proof, spacious yet lightweight container that is also insect-resistant? This is undoubtedly a daunting task. While increasing the capacity is manageable by simply adding another layer of fabric for storage, the challenge lies in achieving ample space while maintaining lightness. This fellow seems to be deliberately complicating matters for her, especially after she had previously regarded him as a modest gentleman and a benefactor. Seeing his usually decisive daughter in such a quandary, Rao Shouqin felt a pang of sympathy and said, Do not overthink it. We can simply decline this order. After all, we have food and shelter at home, and we've even purchased land to establish a farm. Regardless of whether we engage in business with Moxiangzai or not, I assure you that none of you will go hungry. Dia shook her head. Father, if there is money to be made, why should we withdraw? At most, we can revise the contract. We cannot foolishly fall into someone else's trap. Our family will never engage in the foolishness of suffering great losses and incurring debts. Leave this matter to me. You just focus on fulfilling the previous orders. Very well, but do not burden yourself too much. You are still a young girl and should not carry such heavy pressures. Rao Shouqin felt a bittersweet ache in his heart, but saw no better alternative, so he nodded and returned to weaving the bookcase. Dia unfolded a sheet of white paper and with a flourish of her brush, effortlessly composed a lengthy contract exceeding 1,000 words. Her handwriting, though small and neatly executed, lacked the elegance of that of young Master Yun. Nonetheless, it was clean, orderly, and legible. This level of proficiency was the result of her diligent practice over the past 6 months, a significant improvement from her previous life when she had no talent for writing. In her former existence, she had been rather impatient, favoring hasty strokes that resembled a wild dance, legible only to herself. She recalled how, during her school days, few classmates ever borrowed her notes. Given the second chance bestowed upon her by fate, she resolved to cherish it. Beyond this motivation, she also aimed to encourage her elder brother and Xiangxi. Witnessing her dedication to studying and practicing calligraphy would inspire them to strive harder, and they would practice together for an hour each day without fail. Dia was not a genuine 7-year-old girl. Her mental age was nearly 30, and her comprehension and endurance in writing far surpassed those of her brothers. Consequently, the two siblings felt a sense of pressure, which fueled their determination. Unbeknownst to them, all three experienced remarkable progress in their studies and calligraphy. Returning to the matter at hand, once the new contract was completed, she promptly copied it again, signed her name, and dispatched Xiangdong and Yunwu to deliver it to Moxiangzai. Upon receiving the contract, young Master Yun opened it and was taken aback, his expression darkening. "What on earth? Let me see." Manager Yu chuckled softly, extending his hand to seize the contract. He perused it with remarkable speed and could not suppress a hearty laugh. Look at you, my dear lad, experiencing such a turn of events. That clever girl, Yu, has truly outdone herself. I am in awe." It turned out that she had altered the contract's duration to an indefinite term, with the delivery of the new boxes commencing from the time they were developed, to be completed within a month. As for the other terms, there were no significant changes. The quantity remained at 10 units, and the price persisted at 15 taels of silver per box, half again more expensive than the average box. The most astonishing part was that this pricing was proposed by his own nephew. Could this be considered shooting oneself in the foot? This lad, determined to challenge you, sought to test her reactions and adaptability. Now, how would he extricate himself from this predicament? Hadn't he already been advised to place the order without fussing over contracts? Wasn't he that merely a means to flaunt his penmanship? Yu Zheng, lacking in decorum, laughed heartily, eagerly anticipating the spectacle of his nephew's embarrassment, his delight unabashed. "Uncle, could you not exhibit a modicum of elderliness? Your nephew is in a plight, and you seem to revel in his misfortune, do you not?" Young Master Yin shot a glare at his uncle, adding unexpectedly, "At your age, you should consider marrying. Do you truly believe that hiding in this remote valley will spare you from your mother's insistence?" Yu Zheng's face paled as he feebly retorted, "What do you mean by my age? I'm merely in my early 30s, still quite youthful. Who says I'm not inclined to marry? The issue lies with the women your grandmother wishes for me to wed. They are all such pretentious creatures, forever feigning delicacy and requiring support to walk. They shed tears at the slightest inconvenience and possess an inflated sense of self-worth, often looking down on those of slightly lesser status. Oh dear, to live a life beside such a woman. I might as well become a monk in a temple. Though the monastic life is austere and fraught with restrictions, it would surely be preferable to spending my days with someone I find utterly disagreeable, yet still obliged to embrace and comfort her." Young Master Yin shot him another disapproving look. "You are aware that you are merely 30, yet you allow yourself to appear as you do. Do you not find it rather unbecoming? Do you not realize that the very you girl you so admire believes you to be over 40? Yu Zheng was taken aback, instinctively contesting, "Surely not. How could that be? Do I truly seem so aged? Is it merely because of my beard and somewhat antiquated attire? Must that lead to the assumption that I am over 40? "Oh dear, my foolish uncle, consider this. How old is Yu's father this year? In his 30s, perhaps? Yet, she refers to you as Uncle Yu, which indicates that she must perceive you as significantly older than her father. Otherwise, she would call you uncle, not Uncle Yu. In Luhua Town, it is rather peculiar. If someone is over 10 years older than one's father and there is no familial relation, they are addressed as uncle. In particular, if the age difference were merely 3 to 5 years, he would certainly be addressed as uncle. This reflects a customary practice, stemming from the local populace's aversion to being called old. It is indeed peculiar. However, having lived 2 lifetimes, she had encountered countless bizarre phenomena in the era before her transcendence. Thus, she adapted quite well to calling someone older than her father uncle, finding no discomfort in it whatsoever. Yet, it was utterly unforeseen that Master Yu was merely 30 years old. Given his appearance, he seemed no less than 45. Had she known his true age, she would have been utterly astonished at the thought of referring to a mere 30-year-old as uncle. After all, her psychological age was already 30, and as for our outsmarting, he was already 35. From any perspective, this was decidedly inappropriate. After a considerable time, upon discovering the truth, she was left utterly astonished and remained in a state of shock for quite a while. Noticing that Yu Zheng was unusually silent and appeared deeply impacted, young Master Yun could not help but smirk. "Dear uncle, perhaps you should shave that beard and restore your dashing, gentlemanly demeanor. There are matters that cannot be resolved through evasion and concealment. According to the information I have gathered, if you do not wed this year, your grandmother will come knocking and forcibly arrange a marriage for you in the capital." Yu Zheng, feeling a wave of frustration, shot his nephew a disapproving glance. "Do not concern yourself with my affairs. Tend to your own. You're already 13, approaching the age where matchmaking becomes pertinent. If you find yourself bored, perhaps I, as your uncle, should arrange a marriage for you." Upon hearing this, young Master Yun's expression shifted dramatically, and he vanished in an instant. "Oomph, you think you can outsmart me? You are still quite inexperienced." Yu Zheng chuckled as he watched his nephew flee. His curiosity piqued. How would he handle the matter of the contract? Would he sign it and send it to the or would he disregard it entirely, treating the challenge with indifference? Days passed without any news of his nephew, sending someone to the village at the foot of the mountain. Moreover, he had proactively packed his belongings and returned to the academy in the capital. Yu Zheng couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Alas, the excitement surrounding that young lad was temporarily out of reach. He was exceedingly busy and paid no heed to the absence of the contract. The small workshop had its hands full, with families collaborating to barely keep up with the workload. Our OSHUKIN and our OSH Uzu were not involved in this fray. Each had taken on apprentice and assistant, weaving wicker boxes, crafting wooden containers, and even making bookmarks and pen holders. Xiang Dong and Yun Wu, the 2 young apprentices, diligently assisted their fathers, learning the craft while helping with various tasks to expedite the completion process. Every morning, at the break of dawn, a robust team set off with baskets and sacks to the fields to gather mugwort leaves. Even the grandparents, along with Ye, Xiao Han, and Shan Cha, were part of this harvesting crew, insisting on joining. With such a large group, half an hour of picking was sufficient. Subsequently, the men continued to gather mugwort leaves. The women and children returned home first, while Lu Xiangchuan and her grandmother prepared breakfast with a few little ones. Fifth aunt, accompanied by Xiang Sao and Chun Lai, went to the stream to wash and select mugwort leaves. The cleaned and sorted mugwort leaves were placed in a variety of large and small winnowing baskets, arranged in a long line on the neatly trimmed hedge, creating a truly magnificent sight, akin to a stunning landscape. As the villagers of Shanqian passed by, they could not help but stretch their necks in curiosity at this peculiar scene, engaging in lively discussions filled with various speculations and envy. Surely, this family must have discovered a new way to earn money. It seemed that these families had gathered with plans for a significant endeavor, and life appeared to be quite delightful for them. Someone expressed envy, but before the words could finish, an extremely discordant voice interrupted. "What do you know? With so many people gathered together in such a mysterious manner, they might be up to no good." There would be more in the evening, but it is uncertain whether the editor would have time to review it. I will post it first, and if it cannot be seen, please check again tomorrow morning. My apologies. Chapter 91. The choice eldest sister was once again maligning our family, insinuating that we were engaged in nefarious deeds. Arya, incensed, reported this to her elder sister. Nowadays, the siblings at home no longer referred to that woman as second aunt, but simply as Bai, and the same went for third Aunt Ming. Upon hearing this, Dia was instantly enraged. With a dark expression, she seized a bamboo whip, flung open the fence gate, and rushed towards Bai without a moment's hesitation, raising the whip to strike at her. As she lashed out, she shouted in fury, "There is no justice left. This is endless. Will you not allow anyone to live in peace?" Bai, dodging left and right, found herself at a loss, as the Ya's whip seemed to have a mind of its own, relentlessly pursuing her. She attempted to seek refuge behind the villagers, but they scattered as if fleeing from a plague, their faces reflecting disdain for her. After all, she had a penchant for sowing discord and was, without a doubt, the most despised person in the village. In such a moment, no one was inclined to offer her assistance. "Oh, mother, come save me. This girl has gone mad and is trying to take my life." After enduring several lashes, Bai began to scream like a butchered pig. Dia, her head throbbing from the cacophony, wielded the whip with even greater force. "Scream louder. Do it. Today, I shall make you fully aware of the consequences of your slanderous tongue. You heartless creature, do you dare utter such words? Do you not realize that calamity arises from your mouth? Let me tell you, the reason you are being punished now is precisely due to your own words." As Bai evaded the unrelenting whip, she hopped and wailed, "You wretched girl, I shall never forgive you. Just wait. Once I return and speak of this, there will surely be those who will avenge me. At that time, let us see if you survive. For every lash you have given me, you shall receive 10 in return, and that is merely my mercy." Dia, amused, inquired, "Oh, who would come to your aid? Is it my exceedingly pliable grandmother, Pan? Or my uncle, utterly subdued by his wife? Or perhaps it is the arrogant and vulgar Raumuden?" Bai, with an air of triumph, retorted, "Naturally, is your own maternal grandmother, my good mother-in-law." At these words, Dia could not help but burst into laughter, momentarily halting her assault, as she incredulously asked, "Oh, you mean to say that my own grandmother would personally come to confront her own granddaughter to avenge a lazy daughter-in-law?" Indeed, Bai, misinterpreting the Ya's pause as fear, began to revel in her delusion of victory. Dia, her eyes wide with disbelief, exclaimed, "Surely not. My grandmother is a kind-hearted individual, a person of reason, and quite sensible. How could she be so easily deceived by you? Not at all. For over a decade, has your grandmother not always heeded my words? Well, have I ever said something she opposed? Mark my words, just wait for your grandmother to come and break your legs." Bai declared, brimming with self-satisfaction, as she had always been exceedingly arrogant in front of the family of the main house, a habit ingrained in her. At this very moment, she had completely forgotten that just a few steps away, a circle of villagers had gathered to witness the spectacle. They were eagerly awaiting her words. Dia feigned an expression of utmost astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh dear, such words are rather unpleasant. I must ask you, second aunt, do you truly consider grandmother to be a foolish person in your heart and eyes? For over a decade, have you been deceiving her, treating her as a mere servant?" Upon uttering these words, a cacophony erupted among the crowd, with murmurs of disbelief and disdain directed towards Bai. Most gazes towards her were filled with contempt and shock, as they found this woman utterly shameless and appalling. Some even suggested, "Oh dear, everyone should be wary. Do not let your relatives form any alliances with this family. Whether marrying a daughter or taking a daughter-in-law, steer clear of them. What sort of people are they to have plotted against their own mother-in-law for so many years? It is truly terrifying. How could the children she raised possibly turn out well? Indeed, her son, Fu Gue, could hardly be expected to be virtuous. Otherwise, having studied extensively and being a prodigy, how could he not perceive the mistreatment his mother inflicted upon his grandmother? Yet, despite his awareness, he remained silent, allowing his mother to bully an elderly woman. This is not the behavior of a good grandson, nor a good child. An elderly gentleman could not help but sigh. The clan leader's youngest son, who had a close relationship with Rao Shochin, had long wished to teach by a lesson, seeking to avenge his dear brother. Just then, he happened to arrive, learned the cause of the commotion, and found it intolerable. He fixed an icy gaze upon Bai and sternly admonished her. If Fu Gue truly is such a person, knowing full well how his mother mistreats his grandmother, yet remaining silent and allowing her to run amok, then should he ever attain the status of a scholar, it will not be a blessing for the common folk, nor for the villagers of Shanxian. Do not expect to benefit from his light. His final words extinguished any lingering thoughts among some of the onlookers about currying favor with Bai. Indeed, if that were the case, should Fu Gue become a high-ranking official, he would not consider his fellow villagers. What advantage would it be to appease Bai? There would be no benefit whatsoever. Moreover, Fu Gue was not even a scholar yet. They could wait until he passed his examinations. All right, everyone disperse. What are you lingering here for? An elder approached and scolded, prompting the crowd to scatter in haste. Bai stood there in disbelief, feeling as though everything that had just transpired was merely a dream. Upon awakening, she remained formidable and had not been humiliated by Dia in public. However, dreams are beautiful, while reality is harsh. The clan elder stepped before her and coldly remarked, I say, Bai, what do you intend to do standing at someone's doorstep? Are you planning to rob them? Do you believe that I will not report to the clan leader and the village chief today, demanding your expulsion from the family register and from Shanshan village? The elder held a deep disdain for Bai. Previously, his greatest contempt had been reserved for the bandit Asan's family. Yet at this moment, Bai had usurped that position. Here we go again. Expelled from the family tree, banished from the village of Shanquan. The Bai matriarch was instantly struck with fear, rendered speechless, and fled in a panic, stumbling into a thicket of thorns. Consequently, her face and arms were marred with numerous small cuts from the prickly brambles. This comical incident was witnessed by the village's notorious scoundrel, Guzi, who burst into laughter. Within the span of an hour, the story spread throughout the entire village. The Bai matriarch hurried back home, breathlessly informing Pan of the events, venting her frustrations about Dia in a flurry of accusations. Pan, however, had become far more composed than before. No longer swayed to irrationality by Bai's provocations, she listened without the usual ire, even refraining from confronting Dia. After a prolonged gaze at Bai, she coolly inquired, Clarify this for me. Did Dia inflict those wounds on your face and hands? Bai, momentarily taken aback, quickly affirmed, Indeed, it was she who struck me. That girl is as vicious as a wolf. Had the clan elder not intervened, I surely would have been beaten to death. Mother, you must stand by me. How dare that insolent girl lay her hands on an elder, if she is not properly disciplined from a young age? Who knows what calamities she might unleash in the future, endangering us all? Pan scrutinized Bai for a few moments. The injuries on her face and hands were evidently caused by the thorns, revealing Bai's foolishness. In this mountain village, families typically ventured out to work the fields or gather firewood and grass. Sustaining a few scratches from thorns was a common occurrence, easily understood by Pan. However, for over 30 years, she had harbored disdain for her eldest son. After his marriage, her treatment of Lu Xianchuan became increasingly harsh. Not only that, but she had also been unkind to her eldest son's children, even succumbing to Bai's instigation to the point of nearly selling Dia. During the division of the family, she had driven the eldest's family out, and under Bai's influence had caused considerable discord multiple times. Each of these actions was tangible, not mere figments of imagination. Even if the eldest harbored no resentment, could Lu Xianchuan remain unbothered? And Dia, clearly a girl who held grudges. The eldest family was no source of support, nor could they rely on the third or fourth families. The fifth family would likely not welcome her either. Upon considering, it appeared that only the second family remained somewhat dependable. At the very least, from the moment the second son was born, she had devoted herself entirely to him, nurturing him with utmost care, ensuring he faced no hardships. Moreover, the second son was a scholar. If he were to take the examination again, there was still hope for success. Even if he faltered, Fu Gue was a natural scholar destined for greatness, likely to achieve high office in the future. Reflecting on all this, She realized that in her old age, she would have to rely on the second family for comfort. Otherwise, her life would have been spent in vain. Over the past decade, she had sacrificed for the education of the second son and Fugue, imposing strict limitations on her other children. Year after year, the family tightened their belts, living frugally, all for the sake of the eldest and Fugue's studies. As one ages, it would indeed be quite bewildering not to rely on the family of the second son for support. Moreover, while the matriarch is formidable, her second son is undoubtedly filial, a kind-hearted and honest child who would never neglect his mother. With this thought, Pan suppressed the reprimands that were on the tip of her tongue and instead shifted her tone to offer comfort. Very well, my dear. I understand you have endured some grievances. Take this time to rest properly. I shall ask the fourth branch to prepare some nourishing dishes for you. That eldest girl is rather obstinate, and I cannot manage her at the moment. I will find a suitable time to speak with the eldest son and remind him to keep a closer eye on his daughter. However, heed my advice. In the future, try to avoid provoking that eldest girl, for she is not easily dealt with. By pouted, reluctantly acquiescing, I understand, mother. She was far from satisfied with Pan's response, yet felt powerless. Should she confront Pan, she risked being expelled from the clan. Thus she chose to endure for the present. Once she ascended to the status of an official's wife, she would ensure that all who had wronged her would regret their actions. At that time, she would repay grievances in kind, returning the humiliation she suffered today 1,000-fold. Seeing Bai's demeanor, Pan felt a sense of helplessness and decided she could no longer linger. Standing up resolutely, do not dwell on it too much. I will make a trip to the eldest branch and discuss matters with the eldest son. With that, she cast one last glance at Bai and left with heavy steps. Meanwhile, Rao Shochin was washing radishes by the stream when Arya called out, "Father, someone from the old residence seeks you." "Who? Do you know what it concerns?" Rao Shochin did not lift his head, his hands swiftly scrubbing the radishes, which were destined for turnip cakes. These cakes needed to be delivered to Yi Pin Xian at the designated hour. They were eagerly awaited for sale, and there was no time to waste. Moreover, the mere thought of visitors from the old residence filled him with unease. What good could ever come from them? They would either come to berate him, demand money, or stir up troubles. Each encounter left him emotionally drained, more so than laboring up the mountain to chop wood. Arya called out again, "Father, it is your mother." "What? What are you saying?" He was taken aback. First, she spoke of someone from the old residence, and now she claimed it was his mother. In truth, it was simply her own grandmother. How had she come to neglect even the term grandmother? Sighing, he thought, "Child, she's your grandmother." A pang of bitterness surged within him, and though he longed to reprimand his daughter, he softened at the sight of her pouting lips. Alas, the children are distant from their mother, and it is she who has brought this upon herself. With how she treats Arya and her siblings, it is no wonder they do not feel close to her, even viewing her as a stranger. Can we truly blame the children for this? Rao Shochin shook his head, taking his daughter's small hand as they passed through the moon gate in the hedge and returned home. Strangely, he did not find Pan there. "Where's your grandmother? Where has she gone?" "In our humble abode, which consists of merely 2 rooms, one can easily discern who is present." Arya rolled her eyes internally, pouting in displeasure. "Father, your mother is beneath the loquat tree outside the fence. Why do you refuse to let her enter? It's sweltering out. And what will happen to her in this heat?" Upon hearing this, Rao Shochin immediately grew agitated, a look of ire crossing his face. Unfazed, Arya stood her ground and retorted, "Father, do not unjustly accuse me. I earnestly invited her in time and again, yet she seems utterly unwilling to cross the threshold of our home, insisting instead on waiting beneath that tree for you. I am but a young girl, lacking the strength to pull her inside." Chapter 92. An incident. Rao Shochin rubbed his forehead and, feeling helpless, stepped out from behind the fence. "Mother, what brings you here? Let's discuss it inside the house." "I won't go in. Your eldest daughter is quite formidable. I fear she may strike me with a broom. Just today, she beat your second sister-in-law so badly that she was crying out in pain, covered in injuries. I came here specifically to tell you to manage your eldest daughter properly in the future. She shouldn't disregard her own kin." Pan Sure, with a stiffened neck, began to reprimand him. "Mother, you mustn't be so biased. It is indeed wrong for the eldest to strike the second sister-in-law. No matter the circumstances, violence is unacceptable. However, do you know what the second sister-in-law has been saying about our family in front of so many villagers? Rao Shochin immediately felt his anger rising, defiantly challenging his mother for the first time. He was already aware of the details of the day's events and secretly believed that Baishur deserved to be reprimanded. Panshur faltered. What did she say? I am unaware. What on earth could provoke such a reaction from that girl? Her son's inquiry made her heart race. She vaguely sensed that she might have erred again. Rao Shochin, filled with indignation, declared, Mother, that girl has devised a small delicacy and signed a contract with a snack shop in town to deliver some every day. This venture is in partnership with the family of our fifth brother and the family of the eldest maternal grandmother. Everyone has gathered at our home, chatting and laughing, creating a lively atmosphere. As the villagers passed by, their curiosity piqued. They speculated whether we had embarked on a new enterprise. Amidst the chatter, although some made a few bitter remarks, nothing was said that crossed the line. But then, when the second sister-in-law arrived, she loudly accused us of being mysterious, insinuating that we were involved in some nefarious activities. What? That madwoman is utterly unreliable? Panshur exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. The audacity of the second branch's behavior was truly excessive. Rao Shochin continued passionately, Mother, how can such words be uttered? Regardless of her being my brother's wife, she's still part of our family. Even if she were a complete stranger, no one should hastily cast such accusations. If this were to spread, those unaware of the truth might think we are engaged in illegal activities. This is unacceptable. We are all villagers. How could there be such enmity to allow this to circulate carelessly? It was just idle talk, nothing to worry about. Baishur is not a bad person at heart, just a bit sharp-tongued. Do not hold it against her. I've already spoken to her. Panshur waved her hand dismissively, unconvinced and perceiving her son's concerns as overly serious. Seeing his mother dismiss the matter so lightly, Rao Shochin was infuriated, a lump forming in his throat, rendering him speechless. Father, do not be angry. Take care of your health. It is not worth losing your composure over those unreliable, heartless individuals. At that moment, the eldest daughter approached. Reaching out to soothe Rao Shochin's chest, her heart filled with compassion. This man has endured tremendous hardship for decades. He has dutifully adhered to the whims of the Pan family, striving to warm the heart of his mother, which is as cold and unyielding as stone. The answer, of course, is a resounding no. The eldest daughter has made a keen observation. The Pan matriarch possesses at most a fleeting sense of guilt and a hint of remorse. Yet even that is but a mere trifle. At any moment, should the whispers of the Pan, Meng, or Rao families reach her ears, her resolve may wane, and that scant guilt and remorse would vanish without a trace. Moon, do not fret. Your father is fine. Return home. I shall be back shortly. The household is bustling with activity. The absence of even one person risks delaying our deliveries to the town, and a missed deadline incurs penalties. Rao Shochin cast a wary glance at the Pan matriarch, fearing she might burden his daughter, and hastily urged her to return home. Father, there is no need for concern. You should return first. I can manage things here. The eldest daughter shook her head and gently nudged her father towards the gate, then turned to the Pan matriarch with solemnity. You must heed my father's words. Those remarks from second aunt could spell disaster for our family. If we are not careful, envious individuals might exploit the situation, potentially bringing calamity upon us. The Pan matriarch scoffed dismissively, shooting her a disdainful glance, remaining silent. However, her expression clearly indicated that she had not taken the words to heart. Perhaps, in her mind, the survival of her eldest son's family held little significance. The eldest daughter could not help but scoff. Grandmother, I must reiterate, do not dismiss this lightly. Do not assume our family's affairs are unrelated to those in the old homestead. Nowadays, repercussions are often collective. If one member of the family commits an offense, the entire clan may bear the consequences. To say nothing of the fact that at the very least, second brother and Fu Gui's careers will undoubtedly be gravely affected. If it ultimately transpires that our family's so-called crimes are unfounded and stem from the words of second sister-in-law, Both second brother and Fu Gue will surely see their scholarly titles revoked. What? Is it truly so? The Pan matriarch's mind was adrift, and she absorbed little of what the eldest daughter continued to say. She lost all sense of time regarding when the eldest daughter departed, remaining in a daze for quite some time, moving forward in a dawdling fashion, concerned for her welfare. The eldest daughter discreetly followed her until she witnessed her knock on the old homestead's door, allowing her to leave with a sense of relief. On her way back, her emotions were tumultuous. At that moment, this ungrateful grandmother evoked more pity than resentment in her heart. This ancient rural matriarch is, at her core, a pitiable figure. Her essence is genuinely kind, and she's an industrious individual, embodying a resilience that rivals that of a robust young man. Regrettably, her ignorance, folly, and excessive superstition have rendered her indifferent towards her eldest son, making it impossible for her to feel affection or concern for him. Consequently, she is unable to extend warmth towards her eldest son's wife and children either. This very root of her ignorance has allowed her second daughter-in-law, Bai, to maintain a firm grip over her for over a decade, turning their household into a veritable chaos. Ultimately, this has led to estrangement between her eldest and youngest sons, and her grandchildren remain distant, even more so than ordinary neighbors. One cannot help but wonder what fate awaits her a decade or 8 years hence. Ultimately, there are merely a few possible outcomes. Firstly, her uncle or the prosperous one may achieve the rank of Jinshi, becoming a distinguished official, and the Pan family might accompany the second branch to their official post. Yet, there remains the possibility that she could be treated as an inconsequential figure, failing to experience the elevated lifestyle she has yearned for over decades. The official wife, Bai, would undoubtedly regard her with disdain, relegating her to the status of mere ornamentation within the household. In terms of dignity, she would possess but a modicum. In terms of power, none whatsoever. And her influence will be confined solely to her own quarters, while any aspirations to assert herself throughout the estate would be nothing more than a daydream. Secondly, her uncle or the prosperous one might attain the position of an official without taking her along to share in the benefits, leaving her, Pan, abandoned in the countryside. From that moment forth, she would be condemned to a life steeped in regret, ultimately succumbing to despondency. Thirdly, both her uncle and the prosperous one may fail to become Jinshi, or even to attain the status of a Jiren. The life goal that Pan had tirelessly pursued for decades would thus collapse, leaving her devoid of hope and vision. In her pursuit of the second son's family, she sacrificed the futures of several other children, including depriving the grandchildren of other branches of their educational opportunities. While the other branches toiled relentlessly and barely managed to scrape by, the second branch thrived in a life of comfort and privilege. Should the second branch lose all hope of prosperity, it is easy to imagine the resentment that would brew among the third and fourth branches, who have endured suppression for decades at the hands of Pan. The answer to this is, of course, a resounding no, given the matriarch's temperament. If such a day were to arrive, she would likely feel too ashamed to seek support from the first and fifth branches in her old age. Although she had recently come to the eldest daughter's home to search for silver and occasionally solicited funds from her inexpensive husband, for reasons unknown at this moment, the eldest daughter harbored a peculiar sentiment. This old woman is indeed a strong-willed person, albeit with a rather thin skin. Alas, it matters little. The future shall unfold in due course. Upon returning home, the preparations for the aigua and radish cake were already complete. Yunwu was directing everyone in packing them into baskets, gift boxes, gift baskets, and wooden barrels. These containers, crafted by the Rao family, were woven or constructed by fifth uncle and the inexpensive husband under the guidance of the eldest daughter. Naturally, the Yipin Xian would be required to compensate for these gift boxes and baskets. Thus, this arrangement effectively translated into an additional revenue stream. These baskets, boxes, and barrels came in various sizes, exquisite and aesthetically pleasing, akin to works of art. Unbeknownst to them, this elevated the status of the aigua and radish cake. Lu Baiyong, the proprietor of Yipin Xian, was quite taken with the samples he saw and promptly placed an order for hundreds of baskets, boxes, and barrels. Moreover, A long-term supply contract was signed, much to the delight of the Rao brothers, who rejoiced as if they were children, for this represented yet another substantial order. Fortunately, the household had already accumulated a significant stock of these gift boxes, baskets, and barrels, originally intended for a partnership with a dry goods warehouse for consignment or long-term supply. However, before they could act on this plan, they had signed a contract with Yipin Xian. The baskets, wooden barrels, and boxes no longer necessitated the search for alternate paths, for both Uncle Wu and Cheap Dad had finite energy and time. This time, the delivery to Yipingxuan was led by Uncle Wu, accompanied by several adolescents, Tan Hai, Yin Wu, and Xiang Dong, who ventured into the city. Meanwhile, Uncle Wu and Cheap Dad seized the opportunity to ascend the mountain to harvest bamboo and vines, as their home reserves had long been depleted. If they did not ascend soon, they would be unable to weave any more book boxes. Watching the ox cart recede into the distance, Uncle Wu's steady and astute demeanor brought immense relief to the Yu's heart. Having spent some time in Shangquan village, Uncle Wu had transformed considerably. Although he remained honest and diligent, the confusion in his eyes had largely dissipated, replaced by a newfound steadiness and cleverness. During his time at Wadaliang, Uncle Wu had been renowned as a skilled hunter, robust, and possessing strength far exceeding that of the average person, with a grasp of some martial arts. He was also proficient in archery. While he had not achieved the skill of shooting 100 paces with precision, he was nonetheless formidable. Thus, Dia felt reassured with Uncle Wu leading the delivery into the city. It was unclear when it had begun, but she had come to see Uncle Wu as a dependable ally, someone she could wholeheartedly trust. In her various decisions and ideas, Uncle Wu supported her even more than Cheap Dad, making her life feel significantly more vibrant. Unable to stay idle, Dia took a few younger ones to the fields to gather mugwort leaves, and she earnestly reminded Lu Xiangchuan, "Mother, please be vigilant at the breeding farm. Grandmother and grandfather are aging, and I worry that someone might take advantage of the situation." Lu Xiangchuan smiled reassuringly. "You need not worry, Yue. Your grandfather is quite capable. In his youth, he saved a man who, after recovering at our home for several months, taught him an impressive staff technique and archery skills. A mere 3 or 5 individuals would not stand a chance against him. So rest assured." "Oh, grandfather had such an experience? How delightful. Now I truly need not worry," Dia responded, her brow relaxing as she laughed joyfully. In the evening, when Uncle Wu and the others had yet to return from the city, and with Cheap Dad still absent, Guyu hurried in with alarming news. "Dia, there has been trouble at the breeding farm." "What? Grandmother and grandfather are unharmed, right?" Dia's immediate concern was for the 2 elderly ones, momentarily disregarding everything else. As long as they were safe, that was all that mattered. Guyu, upon hearing her, froze for a moment before tearfully smiling. "Grandfather and grandmother are just fine, no need to worry. Some thieves thought that both your father and Uncle Wu were away and took the chance to sneak into the breeding farm to steal chickens and ducks as dusk approached. However, they were caught by grandfather, who made them cry out for mercy. Interestingly, 2 of those thieves were from Shangquan village." Upon learning about the incident at the breeding farm, Dia's only utter concern was for her grandparents' well-being, rather than fretting over the potential loss of chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, or fish. This exemplified her kind-heartedness and deep sense of loyalty, as in her heart, her grandparents held paramount importance above all else. This deeply moved Guyu. To be honest, if she were in the same position, she might not have been able to achieve such a feat well. As long as everything is fine. "Kulme, let us gather Mother and Aunt Wu, and visit the breeding farm together. You go find them, and I will summon the village head and the clan leader, along with a few uncles who share a good rapport with father. There's been an incident at the breeding farm, caused by someone from our village. They must handle it and provide proof. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. We must make an example to deter others." Dia instructed Guyu to report to Lu Xiangchuan while she herself dashed into the kitchen, swiftly preparing 2 small baskets filled with mugwort dumplings and radish cakes, and hurried off to the clan leader's residence. "Grandpa clan leader, we have a grave situation. Something has happened at our breeding farm." Chapter 93. The Joke at the Doorstep. Dia cried out in panic, capturing the attention of the neighbors nearby. It was the hour for dinner, and most had returned home. Upon hearing her voice, they peeked out, with some even stepping outside to follow her into the village chief's house. Furious at the Ya's words, the chief slammed his cane down emphatically. Let us summon the village headman and several elders to investigate the breeding farm. By this time, twilight was approaching, and a large group of people, brandishing torches, marched towards the breeding farm. Lu Xiangchuan and Fifth Aunt had arrived earlier, along with several others, illuminating the farm, where a few men were bound and kneeling like dumplings. Thea rushed over, exclaiming, "Grandma, Grandpa, are you all right? I'm so sorry for alarming you. It was all my oversight." At a glance, Grandpa appeared unfazed, while Grandma was evidently shaken. She managed a strained smile to reassure her, saying, "It's fine, dear. I'm perfectly all right. Those little rascals were dealt with by your grandfather without much trouble. They were merely a bit frightening." The village headman immediately recognized two of the rascals as Bandit A. San and one of his cousins, the others being local delinquents from neighboring villages. "San, how could you commit such an act? Do you truly consider yourself a bandit? Is there no law in your eyes?" The headman, nearly overcome with rage, realized that this would bring disgrace upon Shanshan village. How could the village hold its head high now? What respectable young woman would ever wish to marry into Shanshan village after such an incident? As the headman, how could he show his face among others? Having already been thoroughly beaten by Grandpa, Asan was left with little bravado. He quickly bowed, pleading for mercy. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have envied Brother Shochin's family and resorted to such despicable deeds. However, I was also incited and bribed by someone, specifically the mother of Fugue and third aunt." The headman glared at him, rebuking sharply, "Preposterous. To commit a wrongdoing and then shift the blame onto others is utterly obstinate. Fugue's mother and third aunt are women. When did you, a man, grow so close to them? Speak the truth, or I shall have you submerged in a pigpen." Terrified, Asan hastily confessed, "I did not grow close to those two women. It was my wife who did. The whole village knows that my wife has a good relationship with them. Those women were envious of how quickly the chickens in the breeding farm were growing, and, in front of my wife, they whispered many ideas and even offered her 2 taels of silver to have me and a few brothers cause some destruction at the farm, hoping to scare the S family into abandoning it." Asan recounted the entire ordeal, detailing the conversations between Bai and Meng regarding his wife. The villagers present were left utterly astonished, their perceptions of the Bai and Meng families irrevocably altered. What? How could the instigators be none other than the Bai and Meng families? Good heavens, how treacherous! After all, their family, Rao Shochin, is the uncle of both. And surely, such malevolence is unfathomable. Lu Xiangchuan trembled with rage, unable to utter a word, her eyes brimming with sorrowful tears. The grandmother, unable to contain her grief, slapped her thigh and wept uncontrollably, lamenting, "Oh, my poor daughter! What torment have you endured at the hands of those in the old residence?" Her cries resonated with despair, as she clung to her daughter in a heart-wrenching display of sorrow. The women in the village felt a pang of sympathy, and some, with tender hearts, shed tears alongside them. Grandfather gazed coldly at the village head and the clan leader, asserting, "You two are esteemed figures in Shanjian village. I implore you to take charge of this matter. This cannot be overlooked. The culprits and their instigators must face severe punishment." The village head nodded earnestly, "Rest assured, Grandfather Lu, I shall ensure justice is served." The clan leader, furious, kicked the bandit Asan, exclaiming, "What a disgrace! Why engage in wrongdoing when you could be harvesting goji berries on the mountains? With diligence, you could earn a fair sum in a month. Unlike the past, when opportunities were scarce, you lazy glutton have brought shame upon a Rao family by committing such acts of disgrace. This time, there would be no leniency. No appeals for mercy would sway their resolve." The clan leader and village head exchanged a swift glance, both understanding the anger and determination reflected in each other's eyes. Sensing the chilling wrath from both men, Bandit Asen quaked in fear, hastily bowing and pleading for mercy. "Uncles, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Please, have compassion and spare me this once." The other thieves echoed his pleas. "Indeed, we have harmed no one and taken nothing. Please forgive us this time." The village head remained unmoved, bellowing, "Bring forth some strong young men to escort these miscreants to the ancestral hall for confinement. Inform the entire village that a public trial will be held after dinner." Upon returning to the village head and clan leader conferred and appointed over a dozen young men to form a temporary guard to oversee the ancestral hall. "Watch them closely. No one is permitted to visit, nor may anyone show favoritism. Otherwise, they shall be expelled from Shanjian village." "Yes, we understand," the young men responded in unison, secretly resolving that the village head was indeed serious this time. With the village head's anger ignited, who would dare to act out of line? Being expelled from Shanjian village was a grave matter. Once banished, a person's life would be irrevocably altered. They silently vowed that even if the fiercest brother of bandit A San came, they would never yield. Indeed, scarcely had the village head and the clan leader departed when the notorious bandit Ah San's elder brother arrived, accompanied by a throng of brothers, nephews, and sons. Brandishing hoes and wooden sticks, their demeanor fierce as they approached the ancestral hall. Mao Shan, the leader of the temporary guard, resolutely blocked their path at the entrance, declaring, "I'm afraid you must turn back. The clan leader and village head have ordered that no one is to step foot into the ancestral hall. I'll come to fetch my brother. If you know what is good for you, step aside, or you'll regret it. None of you will enjoy a peaceful life if you anger me." Atta, with his robust physique, rudely shoved Mao Shan aside, spitting in his face as he did so, the force of the impact causing Mao Shan to stagger back 2 or 3 steps. "What are you all waiting for?" Mao Shan bellowed, and the other young men surged forward, forming an impenetrable wall that blocked the intruder's advance. Just as tensions escalated, the clan leader and village head arrived in response to the commotion. "Cease this at once," the village head commanded, his voice powerful and authoritative. "If you do not calm down, I shall send those little rascals to the authorities, and your third son will spend at least 2 or 3 years in prison." The clan leader added with a disdainful snort, "If your family does not behave, I will convene the ancestral hall and expel your entire clan from the family register, banishing you from the village. Those who engage in wrongdoing, unfilial and unfaithful, are unworthy of being descendants of the Rao family. Such individuals must be eradicated. This is your final chance. Should there be a next time, I will not hesitate to expel you." The usually gentle clan leader was uncharacteristically agitated, his gaze sharp as an arrow, seemingly capable of piercing through one's soul. The atmosphere around them dropped suddenly, as if frozen in time. Ada, taken aback by the fierce presence, promptly withdrew his arrogant demeanor, retreating with his companions in disarray. That evening, a decision regarding the bandit Ah San and his accomplices was reached. A proposal made by Daya. Each would be fined 2 taels of silver and tasked with digging a drainage ditch 3 feet wide and 3 feet deep around the village of Shanxian, ensuring their personal involvement without delegating the labor to others. As for the Bai and Meng families, each would be fined 5 taels of silver, responsible for maintaining the cleanliness of Shanxian village for 6 months, with daily inspections to ensure it remains spotless, without any assistance from others. The village head, clan leader, and elder members would personally oversee the enforcement, with no tolerance for laziness or negligence. Failure to comply would result in immediate referral to the authorities and an additional fine of 5 taels of silver. The individuals involved were silent, obediently accepting their penalties. Even the Pan family felt a sense of shame and did not dare to protest. However, the 2 daughters-in-law faced a hefty fine of 10 taels of silver each, draining their family's finances. This was particularly distressing for her, as the money had been intended for her beloved grandson's examination preparations. Yet, she did not dare to harbor resentment, for the eldest family had indeed suffered greatly. In contrast, the Bai and Meng families harbored deep animosity towards the S family, one believing herself to be the scholar's wife, destined to become an official's wife. Having lived a life of luxury for over a decade without lifting a finger for household chores, while the other was indolent and unwilling to endure hardship. Now, they faced the daunting task of cleaning the village every day, rain or shine, without exception. Even amidst torrential rain, one must don a raincoat and a bamboo hat. meticulously sweeping from the eastern edge to the western end of the village under the watchful eyes of the clan leader, the village head, and other supervising figures, leaving no nook or cranny unattended. The following day, Dia proposed hosting a banquet to honor the village head, the clan leader, several esteemed elders, and a few well-connected families who had consistently stood up for their own during numerous conflicts. Quite right. This is indeed the way to proceed. Your foresight is commendable. Rao Shochin readily agreed and personally extended invitations, sincerely welcoming each guest into her home. Aunt Wu and the eldest aunt joined forces to arrange 3 tables laden with sumptuous dishes, 8 hot courses, 6 side dishes, a delightful chicken and mushroom soup, 2 varieties of pastries, and an assortment of wild fruits gathered from the mountains as dessert. The feast was nothing short of lavish, leaving the guests utterly impressed and thoroughly satisfied. Chapter 94. Resolution. The Bai family and the Meng family were diligently cleaning when they arrived at the doorstep of the Yuz house. The enticing aroma of dishes wafted through the air, causing their mouths to water involuntarily. The cheerful laughter from within was grating to their ears, stirring a tempest of indignation within them. Meng, filled with resentment, exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, why must we endure hardship here while that family enjoys lavish meals and lives so carefree? That bumpkin, Lu Xianchuan from the mountains, does not deserve such a fortunate life. Indeed, how shameless it was for her to scheme against her elders." Bai, her face twisted with bitterness, felt an overwhelming urge to storm through the fence and unleash a torrent of curses upon that family. Throughout her life, she had never experienced such suffering and humiliation. Raised in her family with tender care, she married the scholarly Rao Sholi at the age of 16. Within 6 months of their union, her husband had achieved the status of a scholar, and she was with child. From that moment on, her mother-in-law regarded her with respect, catering to her every whim as if she were a revered ancestor. The birth of her son, the family's first grandchild, brought immense joy to her mother-in-law, who doted on her even more, fulfilling her every request, including a 3-month confinement period, during which she was treated like royalty. What household chores had she ever done? For over a decade, she had lived in luxury, akin to a pampered lady, enjoying a life of ease. Although the villagers held her in low regard, few dared to confront her openly, and any disparaging remarks were typically whispered behind her back. Now, as she swept the village, she was subjected to a barrage of scornful glances and disparaging comments, far more than she had encountered in the past decade. "Wretched souls, I will make you pay one day," Bai cursed vehemently, sweeping with fervor, envisioning the Yuz's face beneath her broom as a means to vent her burgeoning anger and humiliation. Meng, mid-sentence, was suddenly engulfed in a cloud of dust, which provoked an outburst. "Oh, sister-in-law, look at you. I am not Dia or Lu Xianchuan. Why must you shower me with dirt? What are you shouting about? Hurry up and sweep. You've barely done anything, and now I must do it alone? Sweep thoroughly. If the inspection fails, we'll be penalized with another day of labor." Bai, already irritable, snapped back impatiently, wielding her broom with greater force. In a single sweep, she cleared a substantial area, far cleaner than what Meng had managed. "I understand, sister-in-law," Meng replied, though her heart brimmed with resentment, cursing Bai's ancestors in her mind. Yet, the area they had swept remained in disarray. Bai shot her a cold glance and continued her work, choosing to ignore her. "Oof. Useless creature, both foolish and lazy, unable even to sweep properly. At your age, with several children, you've truly wasted your life." Not far off, behind a bush, a head emerged. It was Lu Xiaolian, the eldest daughter-in-law of the village chief. She was sent to supervise the two of them in place of her father-in-law, and she found Meng quite exasperating. Although Bai rarely worked, she occasionally put in some effort, doing her tasks with a semblance of diligence. In stark contrast, Meng approached her chores with a lackadaisical attitude, her efforts as scant as a 5-year-old's, as if she had not eaten in years. Lu Xiaolian furrowed her brow in irritation and finally could no longer contain herself. She stepped forward to confront Meng. "Hey, clean the floor properly. If this continues, I'll extend your punishment by an additional 10 days. Meng, already feeling utterly frustrated and exhausted to the bone, defiantly tossed aside her broom. "I refuse to sweep any longer. Do as you please." I don't believe you can really drive me out of Shanquan village. My second brother is a scholar, and my eldest nephew is on the verge of becoming a successful candidate. I refuse to believe that those old geezers, the village head and the clan leader, would truly dare to offend our family. In this area, there are only two scholars, and Fu Gue is a prodigy. He is bound to surpass his father in the future. Whether or not he can become a Jinshi is uncertain, but he is assuredly destined to become a Jiren. Meng had great hopes for Fu Gue. Otherwise, with her selfish disposition, why would she willingly allow her second brother as son to pursue education while forcing her own child to toil in the fields? It was clear she was banking on Fu Gue's future prosperity to bask in his glory, dreaming of following him to the capital for a life of comfort. Her own son, lacking Fu Gue's brilliance, was not cut out for studies. After 3 years in school, he could recognize a few characters and numbers. When her mother-in-law and second sister-in-law were unwilling to support his education any longer, she acquiesced without causing a ruckus. Not only did she wish to share in Fu Gue's fortune, but many in Shanquan village harbored similar thoughts, especially the village head and clan leader, along with several clan elders. Their eyes sparkled with greed whenever they beheld Fu Gue. Lu Xiaolian, furious to the point of seeing stars, was too exasperated to engage in further conversation. Fine, you're truly something. I'll make a note of this. 10 additional days of punishment for sweeping, and a fine of 51. Upon hearing this, Meng could no longer contain her outrage and fury. She raised her broom high and swung it viciously. You, Lu Xiaolian, have I ever wronged you? What are your true intentions in currying favor with that family? Have you received a handsome reward from them? Or are you colluding with that useless Rao Shouqin? Is that why you're so eager to bring me down? Her voice was piercing and shrill, echoing far and wide, likely reaching half the village. Indeed, how shameless. But I took the opportunity to fan the flames. Lu Xiaolian, her anger surging to a boiling point, lunged at Meng, and they began to grapple fiercely. You loquacious witch, are you itching for a fight? Today, I shall tear that foul mouth of yours to shreds. How dare you spout such nonsense? This altercation was intensely vigorous, drawing the attention of several villagers passing nearby. Naturally, the family of Deya was alarmed as well. As Li Zheng led the group away from Deya's home, they cast aside their bowls and chopsticks, only to be met with Meng's furious tirade. You and your family are nothing but scoundrels. The Deya family, incensed by her words, felt their tempers flare uncontrollably. Even Rao Shouqin, who usually advocated for the greater good, found it impossible to maintain his composure. While insults could be directed at him, slandering his wife and children was an affront he could not ignore, especially after the recent incident at the breeding farm. It was intolerable that the residents of the old house would publicly insult him at his own doorstep. How much could one endure? Even a clay figurine has a semblance of pride. He suddenly charged forward, standing before Meng and bellowing, "Silence! Marrying someone like you has truly brought shame upon the Rao family. Having a sister-in-law of your ilk fills me with disgrace. From this moment forth, our family will sever all ties with your second and third branches, never to associate again." What? The honest man was enraged, and such fury was terrifying. To sever relations? What was happening? No one had witnessed him so publicly furious in decades. Clearly, his heart was profoundly wounded. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, he turned to Rao Shouqin and asked, "Fifth brother, I have no desire to recognize the second and third brothers as kin any longer, and I intend to completely sever our relationship. What are your thoughts? Should we also cut ties?" Startled by the question, Rao Shouqin quickly regained his composure and replied without hesitation, "Yes, of course. Such callous and ungrateful siblings-in-law have long been regarded as strangers in my heart. I have no wish to associate with them. Our lives have just begun to improve slightly, and I do not wish to be dragged down by those two families. Going to prison is one thing. I fear for the day we might lose our very lives." Bai, drenched in cold sweat, was incensed and retorted sharply, "You, Rao, what nonsense are you spouting? Have you lost all sense of conscience? Our second branch has cared for you greatly over the past decade. Now that the first branch is thriving, you wag your tail like a dog." "Silence," Thea interjected, her gaze piercing as if it were a drawn sword. The temperature around them plummeted, sending chills down the spines of Bai and Ming. Bai's uncompleted tirade lodged in her throat, and silence enveloped the space. After a considerable pause, Xiang Dong broke the stillness. I too resolutely demand that we sever ties with the second and third branches and unite with Uncle Wu's family. Xiang Shi and Arya echoed his sentiments in unison. Lu Xiangxuan, with tears in her eyes, declared what the children and their father have said is precisely what has been in my heart. I dare not keep such sisters-in-law. I cannot aspire to them. If we do not completely sever ties, I will be plagued by nightmares every night, unable to find peace. Yin Wu stepped forward as well. I have discussed this with my siblings and parents, and the feelings of uncle's family align with ours. The second and third uncles and their families do not regard us as human beings, whether adult or child. Although the second uncle is a kind-hearted individual, he is ultimately a man of little utility. Occasionally, he attempts to show goodwill towards his brothers and nephews. But even these gestures are shrouded in secrecy, as he fears the disapproval of the second aunt. The second aunt incites the grandparents to sell off the eldest daughter, and the second uncle is fully aware of these machinations. Yet, he merely offers a few verbal admonitions. When his words go unheeded, he relinquishes any further involvement, failing to even communicate with the eldest uncle's family. What kind of behavior is this? Such a second uncle truly evokes a sense of disappointment. His actions are utterly excessive. What purpose do family, relatives, and friends serve if not to lend a helping hand in times of need, whether financially or through physical support? Even those lacking physical strength could provide solace and encouragement. However, in every respect, the second uncle offers no hope whatsoever. Given this, what utility does such a relative hold? It would be far better to sever ties completely, lest the pursuit of a peaceful existence become an unattainable dream. Chapter 95. Opening a shop, Rao Shouqin resolved to sever all ties with his second and third younger brothers. A piece of news that swiftly reverberated through every corner of Shanjian village, igniting a tremendous uproar. Could it be true? Who would be so foolish? His second brother was a scholar, a man of means and capability, destined for a promising future. Why would one voluntarily cut off relations with such a brother? It seemed utterly nonsense.